Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we apologize for those of you that might have taken our advice yesterday on college basketball.
Oh,
We took a couple of L's to Cougs, did not cover that 17.5-point spread.
not close.
No. And, well, you know what? I like that it was a rough start because, it gets you, Kelvin's going to have them paying a close attention. They got BYU today at 6 o'clock, and, they're in the Final Four. But, you don't want, if you glide through and it's all easy, then maybe you get a little complacent. They ain't going to get complacent after that.
But this is going to be a tricky game because BYU can score, and they've got some offense, and they've got Houston's going to have to be on their best. They're going to have to be at their best defensively. They're going to have to be sharper because you don't want to get in a situation where you're shooting poorly and you get into you just get you screw up in transition. They get some open looks. You bust on your rotations or whatever, and all of a sudden they're draining threes on you. And you're like, holy crap, we got to catch up now. So they need to. I mean, it needs to be a lot better than it was yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
BYU, if you missed it, beat Iowa State, and it was something like 99-96. It was crazy. They put a ton of points on the board, and that's that's the one concern for Houston you always have is what are they going to do offensively? But this year it's really been more, are you going to get their very best defense? It was not as good defensively yesterday as I was expecting. I thought it was going to be Operation Shutdown. I just thought Colorado. I'm like, Colorado didn't get.
They're not good.
They don't get it. They're not getting to 50. Colorado's going to be, they're going to score 44 points. Houston's going to smother the life out of them, and that didn't really happen yesterday.
They win by 9 and move on and to take on BYU. That's a great time of the year. There were 1,000 games yesterday. So much to talk about. But what about Texas beating Texas A&M?
This is.
What is the
I
deal?
feel for the Aggies because they just can't beat Texas, and I know that's like the thing they really want to do.
Yeah,
and they had their opportunities yesterday, but frankly, they had their opportunities and they blew it at the end of the game. They lost composure completely. Just way too many turnovers. Both teams were turning it over. Well, at the end of regulation, I should say, just getting down the court, turnover, and Wade Taylor had a James Harden-like game, scored a bunch of points with about 20 of them coming from the free throw line. And but it's kind of crazy because it went to double overtime, and it was really a back and forth game. But I thought the Aggies were some of their own worst enemy. But I mean, look, you got a top 5 player at University of Texas. You've got Tremont Mark, who is also, has that Houston Cougar blood in him, although he fouled out, dumb foul. Way away from the basket, moving away from the basket. In fact, it's really bad foul, but he had some big plays defensively that helped push that to overtime, and Texas moves on. And Rodney Terry, who was 6-12 in conference, I talked to a Longhorn yesterday. Like, it's his worst nightmare that Rodney Terry wins one more game and stays.
Yeah.
He's like, God, please don't let.
Well, he's good. I mean, got to say it. He's been a good tournament coach. He got them, and that's how he got that contract. But yeah, they were not good this year, and they move on. The Ags, poor Ag. Goodness gracious, they just can't. Yeah. It just happens over and over and over.
I think they're a 3 seed, but they lost in the first round to a team who was a 13 seed. Like, I think they're a 3, but they may be a 4. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Texas needed that to have a chance to get into the dance. I don't know that they're a lock to get in because they were, quote unquote, first out with Joe Lunardi. So maybe that win etches them in there as like a 12 or 13, depending on, where they'll go. But that win could have been enough to get Texas in the tournament. It might be. But like I said, Joe Lunardi had first out Texas. So
maybe they're in.
So with the win, who knows?
Yep, you never know. And all kinds of fantastic finishes, all kinds of great stuff. But that's what happens this time of year.
This is the baby tournament.
Yeah,
this is like you can post up in the afternoon somewhere and watch a bunch of games.
But no, absolutely. I mean, this used to be a lot bigger because there were fewer teams that got in.
Big East tournament.
Big East tournament was was huge.
Oh,
ACC tournament.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever see the series on the ACC tournament? There's it's like, oh my gosh,
was
it's
it
so
on ESPN?
good. It's on ESPN. It's a doc of it's on the ACC network. The ACC network.
Wouldn't know it.
Well, it's awesome. It is awesome. The history of it and it goes through truly decades. It's awesome.
I mean, Duke, North Carolina alone, but then you throw in some Clemson, NC State, Virginia's had some moments over the years. I mean, there've been Wake Forest has definitely had some moments over the years. Yeah.
Georgia Tech had its moment.
I mean, in the 90s.
Yeah, it was
Wake Forest and Tim Duncan and John. I remember watching the John Barry game. It was, golly, it was a great game. Who was that guy who played with Tim Duncan? Who was the really good Randolph? Childress, Randolph Childress. Right?
Yeah, Randolph Childress.
Yeah, Randolph Childress and Tim Duncan on that team. And I remember they were scrapping against, like, it was John Barry. I'm trying to remember the Georgia Tech team. Wasn't Kenny Anderson was? I don't think it was Kenny Anderson. Oh yeah, Dennis Scott, Kenny Anderson, 3D. Yeah, some great teams out of the ACC.
It is a really, I highly recommend it. You get the entire history, and there are so many memories that you watched all those games, and it's just awesome. So if you get a chance to do that. But listen, we had a caller yesterday that said, hey, should the Cougs rest? And look at Juwan Roberts, his ankle injury. He's possibly out for the rest of this tournament. But who cares about this tournament? It doesn't even matter if you're a 1 or a 2 seed. It doesn't really matter. What matters is the NCAA tournament. And once again, you've got an injury, that a real debilitating injury. You cannot win this thing without Juwan Roberts. You just can't. So him going down yesterday, only playing 18 minutes and he injured an ankle. And I'm not sure if it's the same one, but it might be the same one that he hurt against Baylor. He came back against Baylor and was fine, but yesterday did not come back. And hopefully, I mean, does it matter if you? I mean, I think you could probably beat BYU without him.
He said he's good for the game today.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't play him.
I wouldn't play him.
He said it's painful. Oh, I mean. He's a dog. I'm sure he'll tape it up and roll. But I'm with you. If I'm Kelvin Sampson,
no,
I want that to rest.
I need that guy.
I'm probably not playing him.
No. And what is another Big 12 tournament win mean? It doesn't mean anything. This program is about the NCAA tournament, getting to the Final Four, and winning a national title.
I don't know if I'd play on the rest of the tournament.
No,
it's a sprained ankle.
Yep.
Like, it's one thing to say, okay, we're going to give you today off. They could. But what's the point in bringing it? If it's a sprained ankle, what's the point? He's not going to be at 90% in 2 games. Like, what's the point of playing him until the tournament?
And look at Cooper Flagg.
I know.
Oh my gosh, that was bad. That was
and
really
they say
bad.
He has no chance basically until maybe the finals of that conference.
Well, who cares again about the conference finals?
Right.
Even if Duke loses out on a 1 seed, which they won't.
No.
Even if they lose out on a 1 seed, who cares?
He was
that kid healthy.
In a wheelchair.
Yes. Oh my God! And it wasn't a Paul Pierce wheelchair where he pooped himself.
No, it was a real one.
It was
I think is a real one. I didn't.
It looked like a real one. No,
I didn't think about the fact that it could be another Paul Pierce.
It's not a Paul Pierce.
I almost had a Paul Pierce when I was playing disc golf one time. I was like, I think I had something that didn't agree with my stomach, and I almost Paul Pierced it.
Yeah.
I had to go across the street to a gas station and Paul Pierce their bathroom.
Yeah. You Paul Pierced it up? You were fine? You were fine?
I had to get the key. Sir, can I get your key, please?
I played golf a couple of weeks ago with a guy, and we're walking off the tee box, and guy to me goes, okay, so who's going to tell him that he pooped his pants? Because he had a stain on the outside of his pants. And I was like, I've noticed that a couple holes ago, and I ain't saying nothing. I ain't saying nothing to him.
Where was it? Here in L.A.?
It was in L.A.
And that's not even hot, was it? So it's not a swamp ass that went
No, it wasn't swamp ass. It was a bacon strip was all it was.
Well, still.
A little. Oh, yeah.
Wear dark pants. Wear dark shorts.
I got to tell you this.
A bacon strip.
Yeah. I got to tell you this. For the
phrase that I've heard so far at 7:10 in the morning.
I got to tell you this. I'm very is anybody else really disappointed with the crawfish situation in this city right now? Is anybody else?
I don't know. Is it bad?
They're
Wait.
little, they're expensive.
Wait, no, it's
It's
crawfish
gotten
season.
yeah, it's crawfish season. It's been crawfish season for going on 2 months now, and they're small.
Why?
And they're
Is
and
that to do with
and the demand for crawfish has brought the demand for the demand for crawfish has gotten this thing so out of control. What used to be $5 a pound is now $10.99, $11.99, $12.99 a
What?
pound. Yeah,
It's $12 a pound?
it's stupid, and they're small, and it's ridiculous. And I'm protest. You know
Does
what?
it have to do with like temperature in the water? Like what's
It's
making
the
this?
the cold nights. You got to have really warm weather for crawfish, and it's been a disaster.
Wait, I thought cold weather's when you have crawfish.
No.
Wait,
You need warm winters in Louisiana. That's
oh,
why
is that what it
grow.
is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
because we had that. Oh, because we had that super cold. They got snow.
yeah. And it's ruined. And yet they're still going up on their price.
Well, supply
and
is low.
I'm putting it out there. We need to protest here. We need to protest.
Yeah.
Crawfish protest here. Okay.
It's not going down.
All the stupid things we protest in this country.
Well, go eat some Vietnamese crawfish.
My wife won't let me.
Is she here?
She's here.
Oh, you can't now.
Yeah.
You could have.
I know, but I just
Could
can't.
have.
I feel like
crawfish and
I
noodles.
feel like she would know.
She'd know. It's
And
like you
then-
cheated on her.
No. And
It's like you cheated on.
listen, when we
New
go to
Iberia.
the supermarket and buy frozen crawfish, I mean, they try to sneak some Chinese crawfish in on you, and she won't. Oh my goodness.
Well, what do you mean? The kind that's in the pack that's just crawfish tails?
And crawfish tails that's frozen. Oh,
I've gotten that before. That's good.
No.
Saute that up, a little bit of butter, a little bit of
But you got to get
hot
the
sauce
Louisiana
on the
otherwise-
rice. I just buy the pack.
not
I
real.
never even noticed. Well, that's only Louisiana, isn't
No,
it?
they
At
put
HEB?
like, ooh, this Cajun crawfish. Only it's it's got little Chinese lettering on the bottom. You gotta watch yourself. You gotta watch yourself.
I figure I'm buying all kinds of Chinese stuff without knowing. I don't know.
Well,
I'm sure this is me. I
that's,
don't know. I don't know. Does it taste good?
that's all.
Does it taste good?
Well,
I'm not discerning. Oh, you know what's going to taste good today? Bun B is coming through with his Trill Town. He said tenders and burgers are supposed to be coming. Trill tenders and Trill burgers.
fries.
They're opening a new place over by where I live, and my son Mason wants to go work there. I think he just wants to be able to eat free.
Yeah, why not? Who doesn't want to eat free?
My kids want to work so bad in fast food. I'm like, I said, there's all kinds of things you can. He goes, no, they both. You think I want to go see if Cane's is hiring? I want to see if Chick-fil-A is hiring. That's all they want. They just want to work at a place with chicken.
I don't know. But are they all getting it for free? Or
No, I don't know.
I think you probably get an employee discount.
Yeah, you
but I'm
probably
not
get
sure.
I don't think Bun's
better
trying to
watch
give you
themselves.
Trill burgers for free.
Your kids can eat them,
Trill
eat their
tenders.
whole check, their whole
Yeah.
paycheck.
They have.
Yeah.
When they get any money,
And your
it
paycheck
goes to
too.
candy and food, and that's it.
That's it.
And I woke up today. There's 2 kids spending the night. Alec is back. He went to Broken Bow, Oklahoma. That's where he went. He had been there with some college buddies, and then so he's back. So I got like 8 people in my house right now. It's just terrible. My wife said, "Do you ever think that you were going to be the not fun dad, not fun family?" I said, and it hurt. That hurt because I'm like, what do we have more people spend the night here? And then Alan's going to spend the night, and then Ethan's spending the night, and all these. And I'm like, what? What are all these people? And it doesn't really bother me. I'm in my room.
Yeah, right.
They're just sleeping on the couch when I wake up. And she goes, Did you ever think that we'd be the not fun family? Did you ever think that? And I was like, no.
I loved it. I loved having everybody over. We'd love that. I used to come home from college, and I'd have 8 guys. My mom, we had a small house.
Yeah,
and my
parents,
mom would get up and go, "Okay, who wants bacon and eggs?"
Yeah, that's how my mom was.
Yeah.
And I'm totally not like, I'm just
You're
the
not
worst. I'm the worst. I don't want anyone in
You
my
need to
house.
bring them Trill burgers home.
I know. I don't know what the deal is.
Well.
I'm just not a nice person. I guess Dell's right.
That's
about
it.
me.
That
Maybe
is
I'm
kind
not
of
a nice
that
person.
is kind of
Definitely not trying to have everyone at my like my wife, oh, it would be great, Alec, you and your friends and all go to a place, and she wants that old romanticized, 10 dudes just sleeping in a room together, crashed all over the place.
That's what we used to do.
Yeah, but now at this age I can't even fathom it. Like, God, it sounds terrible.
What is wrong-
Never do that.
what is wrong with you? Let's have some fun. The kids need to have some
I'm
fun.
just not fun.
All right, we got to break it here. 713-780-3777. Del, I got a problem here with my laptop. What do we have here? What is? I got to get onto our. I
Probably
can't get it.
Linville, maybe.
I was with Doc Linville yesterday. We played golf yesterday.
What is it?
Oh, Houston powder.
Were
coaters.
y'all talking about powder
No,
coating?
we weren't talking about powder coaters, but I love talking about. You know what? When I think of golf, and I think of golf over at Wildcat, I do think of Robin being out there with her Astros chairs, and I'd never seen that before. But I don't want to say Astros chairs because they're not supposed to be associated with, but they had the colors of the baseball team here in the city of Houston on the chair. And I thought that is really, really cool. And if you're somebody who tailgates, maybe, or you know what, you don't tailgate really at the Astros games. It really doesn't happen. But you do tailgate at Cougs games. You tailgate at Texas games, A&M games, tailgate at Texans games. What about the color of your team? They can do all the slats. They can do everything to make your chairs and your patio furniture look like your team. How cool is that? You're out there tailgating with that kind of stuff. But that's what Houston powder coaters do. Whatever color it is, they've got thousands of colors with how they can mix and match. They got literally thousands of different colors that they can get to you, whatever it is that you're looking for. Look, you're looking for the best way to get your patio furniture looking new again. Houston Powder Coaters, free pickup and delivery. Tell Robin you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did y'all see CeeDee Lamb finding out that DeMarcus Lawrence was traded or was signing with the Seahawks?
No, but hopefully we'll get into DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
You know about that?
No.
Well, I want to make sure I get all the. Let me make sure I have. You tell me yours, and I'll get all the specifics here with the Micah Parsons, DeMarcus.
So CD said that DeMarcus took him under his wing and they were best of friends. And CD's doing in a car. He's doing some podcast. I don't know which one. There's 2 billion of them now. He's doing some podcast, and he looks at his phone. He goes, "Oh no! Oh yikes! My man just got traded, I think he said traded, but he signed with the Seahawks, and it was a little bit. I guess that that kind of sucks for guys, and especially if your best boys, and now you're reading it on media and in the media that your guy is gone, and especially with the Cowboys have been. The Cowboys had the best off season so far. I think they signed a long snapper. I think they signed, this off season. I'm pretty sure they signed a long snapper, which is nice. It's a big off season for Jerry. I mean, is there anybody honestly? What moves have the Cowboys made?
Nothing.
This
is the second year in a row. Not really. It's really unlike Jerry. Like, we just keep thinking Jerry is gonna do splashy stuff and dumb stuff, but I mean, I get it. He's being, I guess, look, he's paid his quarterback. This is what happens. If you give a non-elite quarterback elite money, you eventually get to the spot where you just don't have money to spend, or you got to spend it on CeeDee Lamb. You just had Zach Martin retire. Like, yeah, they got problems, and you got to get ready you're going to pump up. Did Mike ain't gotten paid yet, has he? Micah Parsons.
Oh, Micah, no.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be the highest paid defensive. And so you're going to have a quarterback who's
and what a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
and you got to pay him, and he's doing his podcast during the season, and
you can't stop him. Like,
telling it that his coach doesn't work hard enough. And,
this is some of the stuff that this is what terrifies teams about players, about verbose. But I don't want to make this a shooter saying there's concern about, is he immediately coming to the league as a rookie quarterback and has a podcast, right? Because he's already he threw his offensive line under the bus during a stream or whatever. A summer ago. Well, this concern is because of Micah Parsons. Everyone's worried because of Micah Parsons now, because Micah Parsons can't shut up in season. He can't stop talking. It's one thing if you're out of season. Paul Pierce just shut his down. And by the way, he's having surgery. He's done. Paul Pierce realizes, wow, I'm playing like total ass, and I'm sitting here on a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
This is a really bad look. It's a really bad look. And he's like, I'm just going to shut the podcast down and try to focus on basketball. Well, you're done, so it doesn't really matter. Daryl lost again by trying to go for just aging veterans. Here's what happened. So do you have DeMarcus Lawrence saying he was never going to win for the Cowboys? I can't tell if Dell's on the phone or not.
No, he's not.
Oh, you have it? Okay. Here's where it starts. This is where this DeMarcus Lawrence versus Micah Parsons thing starts. Here's DeMarcus Lawrence talking to, I guess it's a place in Seattle, a radio host or something. Here's his comments.
Dallas is my home. I made my home there. My family lives there. I'm forever going to be there. But, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah. We here.
We're here. DeMarcus Lawrence, welcome to the Seahawks. Thanks for joining us.
You ain't winning a Super Bowl there. Sir, I've got bad news for you. You got Sam Darnold now, no wide receivers. Sir, you're not winning one there. Micah Parsons says, so he sees that. He retweeted it, and he said, quote tweeted it, and said, "This what rejection and envy looks like. This some clown shit." And then he did a clown face.
He did a clown face?
Yeah. And then DeMarcus Lawrence said, "Calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left."
Wow, we're getting a little aggressive here.
Mhm.
Wow. So
Yeah.
how did this end up? How'd we do?
Well, I think we'll have to wait until we go to Mark. I guess you just got to go to Micah Parsons' next podcast and listen.
Wow. That seems like those two are not gonna. Well, they'll never play against each other. I mean, well, they'll again heads up against each other. So,
And Cowboy fans
it's
are really
such-
mad at him right now.
they-
Oh, real quick. How many times did you make the Pro Bowl list? Seems like he's been pulling infinitely more weight than you have. You literally told our fan base that your ass was tired in the playoffs and you can't even stay on the field. Pathetic. And Cowboy fans are all coming after DeMarcus Lawrence. You're not winning a Super Bowl. You're not.
No.
And Seattle isn't. The Texans probably are.
Yes, the
Okay,
Texans
that's the
definitely
reality.
are.
We've got a guy who calls good plays. We've got in Nick Caley, from what I understand, he's never called a play, but he's got a ton of good plays from what I'm hearing. We added another offensive lineman, Ed Ingram, who is literally number one in pressures allowed percentage.
Yeah.
I didn't realize this till Nate Tice pointed out. Number 3, because Ed Ingram is just a guy.
Mhm.
Is not a. I saw somebody found one good highlight of his and put it out there. Nick Cassero knows what he's doing here. This man stands on business. It's Ed Ingram making one block. And because I'm like, Ed Ingram is not like, I know how bad he's not been good. And Minnesota fans really couldn't wait to get rid of him. And this is the way it is. Anytime, like Washington fans are super defensive about Laramie Tunsil right now. They're telling you why you're dumb. Why'd you trade? This is the stupidest thing. Look at his pass protection stuff. Like we've seen him. You just don't get it. It's good for you, but you know. So you've added just guys to your roster. You still Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram. Laken Tomlinson was 4th in the league in pass rush percentage allowed, I guess, and pressure percentage allowed. Ed Ingram was number 1 for guard, and then Kenyon Green was number 3. And so
What?
Yeah,
He was 3rd. And
Kenyon
wait,
was
we got
3rd.
number 1?
We got 1 and 4. So Nate Tice goes, apparently Houston has taken number 3 out and replaced it with number 4, number 1 in pressure issues. So hey, look, I'm a big believer in what they had to do. They had to do what they had to do, but I also believe that this might not be fixed year one in terms of the left tackle. It may take a little bit of time. So I am a little concerned though, because I think these guards are really average. I think you have been trading for guys that you could have. Well, okay, so now I know why they're probably trading for him. Houston's probably trading for him because they're hoping to play the compensatory pick game. Because if you wait until they're cut, they don't count when they leave. So Ed Ingram would have been cut this year. You would have been able to get Ed Ingram as a cut player, but instead what happens now is you take on his contract. You take on Christian Kirk's contract. You take on, who's the other guy they added? Not Laken. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
Well, he still has time left on his. But now when they leave, they're your free, you're losing a free agent. But Ed Ingram may not qualify. He may not sign a qualifying deal when he leaves. So he may not even end up counting for you as a qualifying free agent for the compensatory pick stuff. What you're doing basically is you just have really some guys in there. I wouldn't get too excited about Ed Ingram. I wouldn't
Wait
get
a
too
minute.
excited
Wait a
about-
minute. Tell me the person that's real excited about Ed Ingram being here.
Well, I'll show you the.
I'll
show you the
stop.
string.
No.
Texans fans.
Oh my God, we got Ed Ingram. Who said that?
Well, he was.
Honestly.
This is a guy who. Well, anybody who's new, you get excited about.
No one does. No.
I'll show you
What's
the string.
exciting is they freed up $12 million with Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They redid that, which makes sense. I mean, they've continued. Nick continues to basically rob Peter to pay Paul in a way. I mean, but it doesn't matter. It's just Cal's
spreading it out.
It's just Cal's money.
Yeah.
You just have to give him some money up front, and then that's not my money, so whatever. And then you get to spread it out a little bit. So it helps. You need this to, frankly, I couldn't believe they got this many deals done. You need this now for your draft picks. Like, you got to be able to sign draft picks now.
Yeah.
So you got to have a certain amount of money set aside.
Yeah.
And my guess is that's probably what he's doing here. I don't know how much more they can do.
Well, let's break it here. 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here, Mark, you're going to be first up. Anybody else wants in, you are more than welcome to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5
I found out
and
something
92.5.
yesterday about hot days. Apparently, there are people who are fans
Of
of
hot
90.
days.
Of it was 90
I loved
yesterday, March 13th.
Loved it.
I know about you, but there's other people here who are fans. There's a local writer who also is a fan.
Thank you.
I don't get it. I
Well,
don't get why you like to sweat.
It's because it's so much better. Because you never grew
Didn't
up.
you like LA's
You
weather
know,
though? 72.
It's kind of cool. It's kind of good.
It's nice.
Except you got to wear a sweatshirt or something in the mornings, and at night
So?
you got to wear a sweatshirt or a sweater.
So you don't have bacon strips growing in your butt.
No, I don't have bacon strips.
You don't
growing
have
up.
swampy swamps rolling.
No,
Not when it's 74 and not humid.
just wear dark pants. That's all in
Yeah,
the
man.
summer. And talk about Craig the Surf. That's all you
Craig
do.
the Surf is so they've got some new deals that I want to tell you about with Craig the Surf, and it's a new. I'll give you an example. This one right here is one of my favorites. It's a GMC. It's the Sierra 1500 pickup truck. It's a perfect intersection between looks, power, technology, and Motor Trend gave it the Best Tech 2025 badge. So it's really cool from a tech standpoint. And the place to get your GMC Sierra 1500 is Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Let's talk about the savings here. Well-qualified buyers can get 0.9% APR financing or get thousands off in purchase allowances on the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500. So it's your choice between the purchase allowance or the APR finance rate. Kind of, you can do the math on that and figure out which one you want. And it's got a Turbo Max engine as well, so you got some power. You can see dealer for complete details, but it's all at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Find the truck you love, find the crossover vehicles, those SUVs of all sizes, of all price points, of all features, interior and exterior, and trust that you're going to get a great rate, a great price, and a fantastic trading value at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You got to be careful with that. Welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713. This is basically a holiday show. It's Friday of a week that really was a holiday. It is a holiday. It's actually a spring break.
Yeah.
It's spring break week.
I know, my kids are home all the time.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's probably why we've had we have a bunch of listeners that are young and good family people, that they're on vacations and whatnot. I mean, we have the best listeners, the best. So I can understand this week. I was wondering why it was a little calmer this week. You know, we haven't heard from in a while is Irv. Where's Irv been? I mean, we really haven't heard from. We need Irv to call in. I don't know what happened to him. Does anybody know what happened to Irv? Give a call, 713-780-3776. I know what happened to Mark. He's on the line. Let's get him in here. Hey, Mark.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, I've been reading some articles recently and wanted to get y'all's thoughts. With this year's draft class being relatively weak at the quarterback position, would it make sense for a team like maybe Arizona or even Jacksonville to consider trading their quarterback to a team that's in need like Tennessee or the Giants to get max value? The return, they could get a significantly higher equity this year versus others. And maybe, like I said, a team like Arizona who's ran the Kyler experience and it hasn't worked out, maybe this would be the year to get, a significant amount of a haul compared to any other year. I just want to get y'all's thoughts because that's a circling article and a lot of topics being seen on different platforms.
Yeah, you're not gonna. First of all, you take a cap hit of 15.2 million to deal Kyler Murray, but I think they consider it. They just don't. Who wants Kyler Murray? I mean, his cap number next year is 53 million.
That's so. You know what? That's about to go in rate. How
much of that signing is 3 million? So if you traded him,
yeah.
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you'd get him for less. What's his cap hit going to be? It's not going to be 53 because that the signing bonus is into that.
But the signing bonus is only 3 million. Your base, your roster bonus is 17 million. Like, yeah, I mean, he's still 50 million.
Yeah,
Kyler Murray's 50 million next year.
That's the going rate.
Well, yeah, but you want Kyler? Is that what you want?
Well, what do you?
He's a guy who's literally famous for playing video games and not watching TV.
That is true. At some point, is he going to grow up? At some point, is he going to master his? Is he going to put everything he's got into it? I don't know. But what are your options right now? Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. They're the only two guys out there.
So I did Move the Sticks podcast yesterday. We were talking about this, and Bucky's like, yeah. Aaron's kind of holding the whole thing hostage because no one's going to move on. I mean, Russell Wilson he's the crumbs.
Yeah.
I mean, he's actually played okay with Pittsburgh Steelers, but he's the crumbs. Aaron Rodgers is who certain teams are looking for, but the only team that really makes sense are the Steelers. That's really it. They got a head coach that can handle them. The Giants would be a disaster.
I just read an article this morning about how the Steelers had changed their mind about Aaron Rodgers. Well, part of it was that they thought they were going to get Justin Fields on the cheap, and they didn't even offer $20 million because that's what he's getting with the Jets. $20 million is the most bargain basement starting quarterback, a veteran you could find. It doesn't get any cheaper than $20 million. So no, that's it. People are mad. That's bargain basement.
And people are talking about how could the Colts give Daniel Jones $14 million. Because they got a backup rate on him.
Well, that's right.
That's a plus backup with a chance with potential starting. That's how much they make.
Well, and it's funny they might get a good deal because he's better than Anthony Richardson and probably will be starting.
Yeah, but who cares?
And any other
you're paying $14 million for what? Yeah. So what if he starts? Who cares?
Well, it's not right. But enough. I mean, you're filling a void there. That's a $50 million. It's it right now. I mean, honestly, CJ's going to get 60. Yeah. CJ's going to get 60 because you want to hold on to your quarterback.
You have to decide.
50 is going to be
Stingley's going to stay. Will Anderson's going to stay. CJ's going to stay. And once you get there, you're talking about 30 million, 90 million, another 30. Oh no, probably 35 to 40 for Will. So you're talking about 130 million for 3 players is more than likely what you're talking about. Because after Myles Garrett's deal, Will Anderson in a couple of years, it's going to be 60, 40, and 30. More than likely, probably 30, maybe more. That's 130 million of your salary cap is going to go to 3 players.
Yeah.
So you have your salary cap involves your top 51. So how much for the other how much for the other 48 players? Like who's going to go? Nico Collins is here. So, somebody who's on your roster that's pretty good, like Bullock may not be able to stay. You may not be able to afford Bullock.
Well,
and we're only 1 year in. But down the road, somebody's going to have to go. You can't keep everybody.
So it just got worse this morning. The 33rd team, highest sack rates per pass rush last season. Who led the league? Highest sack rate per pass rush.
Against like an offensive line?
No. A defender.
Oh,
an edge defender. Highest sack rate per pass rush.
I don't know.
Will Anderson Jr.
Did he?
3.7%. Trey Hendrickson was second.
How many did Will end up with?
Well, but he wasn't on the field all the time, apparently.
I guess not, because it doesn't. But I would think you'd have to have more. I would think he played most of the snaps.
How about 4%? Nobody gets 4%. So 4 out of 100 pass, not even out of 100 pass.
I mean, he ended up with 11.
Yeah. Let's not forget he missed some games too because of his ankle. Trey Hendrickson, 3.
Yeah, you're right. He missed. So he missed 2 games last year and 3 games this year.
No.
He's already missed 5.
Yeah, but remember he had that bad.
What was it?
It was. What game was it where he had the bad? You're
talking about
ankle.
the rookie year?
No.
This year.
Yeah, this past year. Was it the Jets? I think it was the Jets. He got banged up. Myles Garrett is 3rd on this list. Micah Parsons is 4th. Dexter Lawrence, Leonard. It's the best of the.
You're right. It was the Jets because he was inactive. He was inactive against in a loss to the Lions.
Yeah,
he didn't play in that one that should have been a W, and then the win against Cowboys he didn't play because he would have had 5 sacks.
Look at this is a pretty good indicator of who the best are. Highest sack rate per pass rush last season. It's Will Anderson, Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, Dexter Lawrence, Leonard Williams, Leonard Floyd, Braden Fisk, Daniil Hunter.
Leonard Floyd just cut too. I think he may have already been picked.
How about Leonard Floyd? That skinny dude. He has had a nice career. I can't believe as skinny as he was coming out of college that he has been. Yeah. Well, even more so then.
And he's 6'5", 6'6". So.
Yeah.
So the Atlanta Falcons signed him.
So every indicator about Will Anderson is telling you when his contract comes up, he will be the highest paid edge rusher.
You start at 40 million.
Yeah.
And that's where the number is now. So
in 3 years.
3 years, it's going to be at least 40 million. CJ's at least 60
at
million.
This rate,
you got 100 million for your first 2 picks of the draft. But you still have 3 years. We still have 3 years with them.
That's 3 years. You know where the salary is going to be in 3 years?
It's probably going to be CJ makes 80 and he makes 50.
Yeah.
It's probably what it is. It's probably like 100.
No, that's not even exaggerate. I don't think. It's going to be in that neighborhood. 45 and 50 and 65.
I feel like the rates I feel like the increases are happening too fast.
Like inflation.
Well, yeah. I mean, but there's an inflation in salaries like it's never been like this ever.
Well, because the
only way, because it's TV stuff.
Yeah.
So it's all relative. As long as it stays inside that, I guess you don't have problems. You're going to pay a little bit more for streaming. You're going to pay more for tickets. It's going to be passed on like anything. But as long as fans pay it, as long as we pay it as consumers, it is what it is. Unless you just decide you don't want to watch Netflix anymore, or go or use Amazon anymore.
Yep.
And that's not happening. We already know that's not happening.
Yep. It's but this is out of control. I mean, there's
Netflix
something.
could literally tell me, sorry, Lance, it's $50 a month. I said, damn it, Netflix. Guess I gotta pay it.
I know, but
got too many shows.
I know. Do you really?
Well, I have noticed that Apple's making better shows. They just don't make enough of them. I don't watch a lot of Hulu shows.
I'm on Prime a lot. I'm on. Yeah. I mean, you got to get all of this. It's getting more. I wish we'd go back to cable.
I'm watching Paradise now. I was told to watch Paradise. It's off to pretty. It's interesting.
Yeah.
You started it?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I don't want to say too much. Sterling K. Brown is on it. James Marsden, who was in Westworld, was the little cowboy who, didn't know he was also a robot, I guess. But he's on it. He's the president in it, for a little bit. And so I'm watching that one, and I've watched Severance.
Paradise is about the presidency?
No, it's about, I'm 1.5 episodes in. Are you watching it, Del? It's about, I'm sure he is. It's about.
I finished it.
You what?
I finished it.
You finished it. How long
Is
has it
it
been
worth
out?
watching?
It's the final episode I think premiered last week.
Is it worth watching?
It's been out for 2 months. Yeah. I mean, Lance is dancing around it because the first episode has two major spoilers, but the first spoiler was kind of previewed during the trailers. The major spoiler comes at the very end of the episode.
Yeah.
And it sets up the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say what it is, but
it's worth watching.
It's not
I
about the
enjoyed
president.
it.
Well, it's got some. It seems pretty good so far.
Yeah, it's not at all really about the presidency. There is a president involved, but the story isn't really about. It's not like West Wing or anything like that.
Okay.
And there's another one called that I started yesterday called it's on Netflix and it's got like 100 Rotten Tomatoes. I always have to check it because I saw something delicious. I started this thing delicious. I Rotten Tomatoed it 17% good. Delete. This looked like it was stupid. No, this other one's called not is it Adolescence? I think it's called Adolescence. And if all I know is this kid has just been they break into this house and this 13-year-old's immediately they got guns pointed at him.
It's a UK show, yeah.
Yeah. He's got guns pointed at him like, get out of the bed. He's like, like, what are you doing with my son? What are you doing?
It's one of those.
He's arrested on suspicion of murder.
Yeah, from the trailer, it's one of those things like, what is your child actually capable of? And
a 13-year-old arrested for murder. I'm like, let me just see this just to make sure I know all the things to avoid.
Are you a failure of a parent? What did you know?
Yes.
When did you know?
I would say if your 13-year-old is a murderer,
he's
yes, you're
alleged
a failure.
murderer.
Alleged.
He's not
I don't
convicted.
know it. I'm only on the first. I'm in the first 25 minutes. They're asking him if he wants cornflakes for breakfast at the police station.
It's got your guy from Top Boy. He's the detective.
The guy from Top Boy.
DI.
He's a
Ashley Walters.
What's
his
name in Top Boy?
I have to look it up.
I don't know what Top Boy means.
It's that cop.
It's like
UK
English.
The Wire. Yeah, he's talked about it quite a bit.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a good show. Duchesne, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's got Duchesne in it.
All right, this segment allegedly was supposed to finish about 5 minutes ago. So let's break it here. 713-780-3776.
Well, right now, I'm just watching shows and watching basketball.
That's it.
And then, I only have to do 2 players a day now. My editor said, hey, don't feel like you got to get to 500, okay? I don't want to have to write. If you know a guy sucks, he said, just don't even finish him.
Okay.
I'm like, yeah,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you.
I said 450. He goes, if that.
Oh,
I said,
nice.
oh, yeah. I'm not doing anything from here on out.
I love that. Except go to break. How about that?
Yeah, I do that.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Hey, the Rockets back in action tonight against Dallas. Awesome. Bulls tomorrow night. A back-to-back at home against two of the worst. That's what I'm talking about. If you're gonna do back-to-backs, you gotta have a crappy. You got to do them home and back-to-back with crappy teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
I fully expect. Now they're just one game out of second place now. One game out for a tie for second. I don't know how the tiebreakers go, but they're 13 games out of first, and now they are just one game behind the league leaders, which is Memphis, Memphis is winning games in a row, and now the Lakers are losing games in a row.
Man, this is a scrap this is truly a scrap for the first four.
Yeah.
Like it's jammed up. It's going to be really interesting. The Rockets need they need Amen Thompson to get healthy and get back. They need everything they can get.
Grizz, Nuggets, Lakers, Rockets, all within one game of each other. The Grizz, Nuggets, Lakers, all the Grizz and Nuggets are 12 games back. Lakers and Rockets 13. Without LeBron, they're not as good. They're just not.
No,
they've lost 3 straight now. And the Grizz have won 4 straight since Ja got back. They were hurting without Ja. Ja's back, and they're playing better basketball now. I fully expect the Nuggets to be the 2 seed.
I did too.
Yeah,
I did too.
Yeah,
that's fine. I just want to be inside the top 4.
Although you look at this, in their last 5, the Grizz are 5-5. The Nuggets are just 5-5. The Lakers are 7-3, but they're on a 3-game losing streak without LeBron. And then the Rockets are 6-4 in their last 10, won 4 in a row. But this is where you had to make hay on this homestand, win all 6 of these games, and then go back on the road.
We talked about on the schedule.
Yeah.
It was weak. Like,
it was really
this is
weak.
where you have to make it up.
Yeah, this is really weak. And the Warriors, Steph Curry with his 4,000th three-pointer. 4,000 three-pointers.
Nobody's ever done it.
Nobody's done it. First ever to 4,000. He's a Hall of Famer.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you're right. I'm gonna agree with you. Shaq put it in there.
I think he's going to be a first ballot Hall of
Shaq
Famer.
put it in there. Should he be in the conversation for greatest ever? He's got, and think about this.
He's got the titles.
He's got rings. He's the greatest ever at shooting. The greatest ever at shooting. He has got assists. He's got points. He's got titles. It's sustained greatness over a pretty long period of time now. I mean, he made a good point. And I started thinking about it. And you know what? Because he's not, why do we not? Because he's skinny? Because he doesn't fly through there like Jordan. He's not built like LeBron. He doesn't look like Wilt Chamberlain or Kareem or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh. He wants to know if it's a light skin thing.
Is it?
I don't think so.
I already know Dell doesn't think he's good.
No, I don't think he's not considered the best ever because he's light skinned. People take issue with his light skin for other reasons. Just how people are. People, not people. People,
not you.
Me. No, not me. He doesn't.
You've never said the phrase light skin behavior. He has.
Sometimes they're egregious. I mean, that's just facts. But as far as him as a basketball player, I'm not sure why he wouldn't be, other than he's not a great defender.
Yeah, I mean, he hits all the metrics that you look for: championships, an elite talent of some sort, which is actually scoring and shooting, greatest shooter of all time. He has won throughout his career.
I would say since Jordan, he has had the biggest impact on changing the game.
Well, yeah.
No. And maybe even bigger than Jordan. He has changed the game
because
to
LeBron's
LeBron's
an incredible
three-point
player,
competition.
who looks like LeBron? People don't look like LeBron.
No, right.
And
he didn't change the game because you can't be LeBron.
His game is nebulous too. I mean,
everybody feels like they could be Steph firing from 40 feet.
And guess what?
And they do.
A lot of people are good at it.
Yeah.
Like, he's turned people into really great. I would argue Steph Curry had an impact on Caitlin Clark, who's then going to have an impact on other, like, he's had an impact that flows into the international game.
Is it a good impact though?
Yeah.
I don't think the game is better because Steph Curry came along and told everybody, look, you can shoot from way out here.
But I think the shooting's better, though. Realistically, there are much better shooters now than there have ever been.
But it's not as good a game.
Well, but I don't think that's on Steph Curry. It's on the coaches. It's on math. It's
right.
The math is. It's really analytics has done it, not Steph Curry.
Right. But
analytics has made baseball worse.
But as opposed,
I shouldn't say worse. It's different. It's not our game.
But back in the day, it was like, okay, how can I get to the rim? How can I dunk? How can I, I got to work on my dunks. Now that's not working on your talent. It's working on your dunk
athleticism.
and your
you could argue that Jordan had a negative impact because all guys wanted to do. Yeah.
He changed the game as far as I want to be like Mike, right? Sure. Being like Steph has made it. Everybody just stands outside and it's a competition. It ain't a game anymore. It's a shooting competition.
Well, it's not a dunk competition either.
Right.
I don't know. You know what? I kind of misspoke. Like baseball's fine. Baseball is more. It's more efficient and fine tuned. Sports is more fine tuned, but it's more clinical. It's more like.
I don't think baseball is better now than it was.
I don't necessarily know that it's better.
Driving the ball, strikeout or double is not a better game.
But it's more efficient.
Is it?
Yeah, it's more efficient in the sense that
are we scoring more runs now?
You've changed launch points so that you hit more home runs. You hit more home runs and you score.
And you also strike out more.
Yeah, they do, but they realize now strikeouts don't matter. It's just an out. What's the difference between a ground out or a strikeout?
Well, it does matter because you can advance runners. It does matter.
Potentially.
Putting the ball in play does matter.
But Sabermetrics believes it doesn't, and they've run all the computations. The OPS has gone up, and a home run is a run as opposed to a base hit, a single. If you're gearing for home runs and you have 4 at bats and you get 2 singles and you have 2 flyouts, and then you have 4 at bats and you hit 1 home run and you have 3 strikeouts, the guy that hit a home run probably.
Well, he's got more bases. Of course it is.
He's got more bases and scored a run.
But if you hit 2 doubles and or you're 1 for 4 with a homer or 2 doubles in 4 at bats.
Oh yeah.
You know what? I think I'd rather take the doubles.
Doubles are good too. That's the point. Singles, no good.
Well, you'd have to have 4 singles to match that.
Right.
The OPS.
I mean, it's a basic. It's just total bases. It's just basic. Obviously, we know it's basic slugging percentage, but basically, once everyone started applying, math to it, they realized, well, why are we playing for 1 base when we should be playing for 2, 3, and 4 bases? Why do we care about strikeouts when and you can argue either side. Like, I get it from a purely mathematical standpoint. I could make the argument. Why do we care about strikeouts when the flip side is that you're hitting more home runs with your swing?
I get that. But with men on base, especially second and third, I would much rather have a flyout because I have a chance to advance a runner. I would as opposed to a strikeout.
I think there's a happy medium. I think it is smart to track. They didn't used to track where hits were. You just went on feel. Now they know exactly where you hit the ball, and so they'll shade you that way. That's good. That's smart. The idea of 3 is greater than 2. Daryl Morey wrote a whole musical about it. He literally wrote a musical.
And look at all the titles he's won.
3 is greater than 2.
He is. Look at Daryl Morey. Just bling, 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 bling.
Golden State has, and they do the same thing. The Celtics have, and they do similar too. So these 2 teams, the Celtics, the Warriors, like, they shoot a ton of 3s. Daryl was not wrong on this, and people around the NBA.
Daryl was wrong in it. In that, you know why Golden State wins? Because they had good shooters. They didn't have Corey.
Well, yeah, no,
okay,
obvious. Yeah, Mr. Math brings back Corey Brewer a second time. Like, that never made, like, Daryl, you're smart.
You know he can't shoot, right?
Why do you have all these headbands?
Man, your bias is just leaked through.
No, it's not.
But I'm with
Josh and Corey, and I mean, what are you doing?
I'd like to see. I think the NBA. My kids don't know any other NBA but the NBA with a ton of 3s. That's all they know.
They watch video.
They watch
Bob Cousy.
They know. They know other. They know. I mean, they're kind of basketball historians a little bit, but at the same time, the point is, if you know that you shoot 3s at a certain rate and the true shooting percentage is what it is, then why would you go back to trying to play for mid range? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So how do you get it back to the flowing game of basketball? You have to have threes unless you move the 3-point line back and you try to make it harder to make three, which I think is a viable option. But then you just sit in corner threes.
Then they'll just step out further and it'll be worse.
You're right, because they can make it though.
Can they?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, guys can make those shots. Did you see the video of the kids in high school going back and forth shooting from like 40 feet out and making it in 6 straight possessions? You never seen it?
I don't watch that.
I don't know how.
You guys are doing a lot of math talk. How many do this? Subtraction. How many minutes past break are you? Do that math.
Oh my God, dude! Let's do the math.
106. We're 164 minutes past.
This is like how many feet in putts did you make?
Seconds.
This is how many feet in putts did you make? This is how many minutes and breaks did you miss? And we're way. You know what? We're like Tiger Woods right now. Oh, who's
with an Achilles and dating Vanessa Trump?
Vanessa Trump. That's a win. That's a win, because the woman that Tiger has been with since Lindsey Vonn
are all blonde.
What? No. The one that he was with for a long time, not blonde.
She wasn't blonde?
Not great.
What? Who Tiger was with?
Yeah, not great. Not great. But now, Vanessa Trump, that's a win.
Who is she?
Oh,
Lindsey Vonn, blonde.
No. There was one in between that he's been with for a while.
Well, no one's talking about her.
No, nobody's talking about her because
what?
Because you just don't talk about her. No, because it's Tiger's private life, and we're not going to delve into it.
What?
That's
Since
right.
when?
Oh, there she is. Erica Harmon. She's fun. What's what?
Let me see.
Wait. No.
That's not her. No.
Oh, no. Tiger's ex-girlfriend drops appeal and denies sexual harassment allegations.
Right. Yeah, right.
You sure that's not her?
Well, no.
It says his ex-girlfriend.
I don't want to get into this. I really shouldn't have gone down this road. Anyway, it's 8:05, so we need to talk about Gulf Coast Windows. That's when we talk about Gulf Coast Windows, Del. I think Jim Fiume wanted to be on at 8:05, not at 7:57. I don't think so. I think Jim Fiume said, listen, 8:05, that's the perfect time to talk about Gulf Coast Windows. It's the perfect time to talk about the best windows in the market. It's the perfect time to talk about the best doors in the market. GulfCoastWindows.com is the premier, not even close, people. It's not even close. If you're looking for the best window in the history of, I'm telling you, and I'm going to say it, the history of windows. When you see these windows, I am not even exaggerating. You're going to go, man, these really are. Double pane, double strength. He's got aluminum windows. He's got wood-clad windows. He's got hurricane windows. I mean, they're just the best. They are just the best. I need you to go to GulfCoastWindows.com and see for yourself how awesome these windows are. They're the replacement windows. He's the Pinnacle Award winner. It's the top of the line, every single thing. Beauty, privacy, security. Is that what you're looking for? Because you got it at Gulf Coast Windows. More than 35 years, Jim Fiume's been doing this, and he's been the best. So if you're looking for windows, replacement windows, don't skimp. GulfCoastWindows.com. Brinkman. We're talking about Brinkman. You done with that? Okay. Brinkman. We're talking about Brinkman right now. Brinkman Quality Roofing. It's BrinkmanQuality.com. BrinkmanQuality.com. They care so much about the quality of your roof. They care so much. Listen, I talked to Jason about this, and he's like, I don't understand why people wouldn't get solar. And they're not panels anymore. They're shingles because it looks like it's shingles. They're basically shingles. But the amount of money that you're going to save on the entire in a matter of time, the savings that you'll have on your electricity will pay for those shingles in amount of time. So why would you not do that? And by the way, if you're somebody that hasn't looked at their roof in a while, your house is 5, 10, 15, 20 years old, you've never addressed your roof, you need to go to BrinkmanQuality.com. Because Jason and his team will come and they'll give you a free consultation, absolutely free. 844-215-2876. 844-215-2876, or go to BrinkmanQuality.com. Get your free consultation. You get a free quote. They'll tell you what they have to do, and they might have to do nothing. They won't do if they don't have to do anything, they won't. But you need that affidavit for your insurance company that tells them, hey, I've been taking care of this roof. You got to pay up. BrinkmanQuality.com. All right. So Lance and I might have been a little bit off yesterday.
Supposedly.
Well,
by the way, say supposedly and watch how people in your family freak out. Say, well, supposedly, and then like, what? And then act like you.
That's a
supposedly.
Word. What? Supposedly. Tony and Clint had a rough time of it yesterday because of our picks. We thought the Cougs would win by 17.5.
Well, they should have if they had made.
And they would have if they would have scored like 10 more baskets.
They scored 5 more.
Five more baskets.
Yeah.
They only
5
won
more
by
baskets,
9.
or they just scored 3 more and limited 2 of them.
4 more baskets and a free throw. They would have made. They would have covered.
Yeah.
But
look how close that is.
It's really, really 4 more baskets. Come on, in over the life of over your lifetime, it's nothing. Say what you want about Israel and Willie, but they've never ruined people's parlays by telling them to bet on the Aggies, because we did that too.
Yeah,
Aggies -4.
I think I said play your house on it, play it like it's already been played, like as a joke. I didn't really think they were going to cover or win.
Yeah, you did, but you could play this like it's already.
I thought Aggies are finally going to get one on the Longhorns.
Yeah.
It's been years.
Nope.
Oh no, maybe they've won college baseball. I don't know, or swimming.
Well, I don't know. They started number 1 in the country and they lost 4 straight games.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so they're having a rough go of it right now.
And I thought this is the one. Buzz gets it here. Rodney Terry's team can't beat Buzz Williams, and they did. Double overtime. They beat him.
Clint says, I haven't gambled since the Reagan administration, and I came out of retirement after hearing what a lock A&M -4.5 was going to be. Now I have to tell my wife to pack up the house because it's not ours anymore. Tony says, same. We're out in the streets. This morning, my wife started sobbing when she heard Granado asking his commercial, do you have a toilet? Because we don't anymore. Okay. If you bet the house like Lance, now Lance said bet the house. I never said that. Okay. I never said bet the house, guys. You know, I did give bad advice on that. And I will. It's like, listen, we're like weathermen. Oh, it's going to rain. Doesn't rain. So we can move on to tomorrow. The sun's going to shine. Oh, wait, it's raining. Oh, well, we missed. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right, you know what?
Oh, weathermen they can suck at it. We can't.
Go borrow as much money as you can and play the Cougars today.
Wow. Without your one.
No, I'm actually very afraid for them against BYU.
How about
BYU scores?
How about Iowa State is a lot like the Cougs. They play a lot like the Cougs, and BYU scored 96 on them.
I know. That's what concerns me.
Yeah, but the Cougs took care of that BYU business. I mean, it ain't the Cougs. The Iowa State is Cougs light, like light. They ain't the Cougs. So get that out of your head for a minute.
They really punched us in the mouth, quote unquote. BYU hasn't forgot. Wait, are we already way past the break right now?
No, we
just came back from 12.
We combined.
Well, I saw Melissa. I thought we were way past the break.
No, we combined. Hi, Melissa. How are you? Are you going to Colombia night? Yes, tomorrow night. Well, they had to do something because they're playing the Bulls. Nobody cares about that. So it's going to be a bunch of Colombians there, right?
Yeah.
Right. Rockets tomorrow night.
It's probably
if you're
not
from
a bad
Colombia,
time to go. Hey, I was at the Colombian match against who did they play here? Del?
Argentina.
Was it Argentina and Colombia? Oh, Paraguay.
Oh.
And it was filled with yellow.
Oh yeah.
The Colombian.
Were the girls pretty or no?
What?
Pretty girls, Colombia.
Argentina too. Ooh, Argentina.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Brazil, Argentina.
Right now, I got to be honest with you. Argentina
I only like
Argentina
Cajun girls.
won, Colombia too.
I only like Cajun girls. That's it.
Yep.
My wife.
Is your wife in town?
She is.
No Chinese crawfish. I only like Cajun girls.
That's it.
Wendy's in town.
Yeah. I never eat Chinese crawfish. Don't you? She might be listening right now. We did talk about Chinese crawfish earlier, and I said I would never, and I never would.
No.
Thank you. Do not.
I want somebody to
because I'll go home.
Will you be able to
She
tell?
won't care about Colombia girls. She'll be like, "What is this about Chinese crawfish?"
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be able to tell
what?
if it's not Louisiana
crawfish?
crawfish?
They're chewier.
Why does it have to
actually,
be,
Chinese.
Why
are
can't
chewier.
we start doing like El Campo crawfish? We have the rice patties out there, El Campo. They used to be their name in high school. El Campo rice patties.
Because y'all don't know how to do it right.
Well, why don't we do it in Rosenberg? Why can't we be known in Rosenberg for doing crawfish?
What, you want hillbilly crawfish?
No, just like we get a big. What do you have to have? Like a big, like an above ground pool. You can start with that. Fill it up with water. What do you throw? Just slop some mud in there. What do you do? What do you have to do to grow crawfish?
It's rice fields. Okay, you don't have that.
Yeah,
That's
we
a
do.
Louisiana thing.
We have them in El Campo.
They started it with the plantations. Remember?
Wait, but how do they grow? Are the crawfish all there now? They're always in rice fields.
Yeah, pretty much. Where do you want them to grow? In the city? You want them to grow downtown?
No, in my above ground pool. I would make so much money at $12 a pound.
$12 a pound.
I would make so much money.
You
growing
will.
Crawfish. I'm gonna look into this.
We got 15 pounds last night.
Just throw some crawfish food in there, whatever that is.
So small. I'm disgusted with them.
I'll just throw like a chunk of meat in there and let them grab it with their little crawfish claws and eat it.
Hey, no, that's pretty much
that how it works.
What they do. That's not what
so Houston beat them last time, BYU last time, 86-55.
Yeah.
They do have a 31-point win under their belts against BYU. Now, BYU just did really well. Looking for and getting revenge isn't really the way we roll, said BYU guard Trevor Nell when discussing, the fact that they're going to play the Cougars. So Nell wasn't talking about beating the Cyclones, the national power who BYU is now 3-1 against. He was referring to what's next, a semifinal showdown with number 2 ranked Houston on Friday night at 6 p.m. Mountain Time at 7 o'clock our time. Said
I saw 7 o'clock Eastern. So look at
6 p.m. Mountain would make it. Okay, I'll have to check.
Yeah, you got to see.
Quote, they are really well coached. They are one of the best defensive teams in the country. So it's going to be awesome to play against them, mostly because I want to see where we stand, said Nell, who was 4 for 4 from deep. Like, people talk about them being a Final Four team, and I feel like we are a completely different team than when we played them at their place when they got us pretty good. So I'm excited to show what BYU is all about. Put us on the map and make a run in the Big 12 tournament. Get ready for the postseason.
This says 6 p.m. 6 p.m., which wouldn't be 6 p.m. Mountain. It would be 6 p.m. Central.
Okay, 6 p.m. Central. So that's what time for us.
ESPN 2, everybody. ESPN 2 or ESPN Plus. That's where you can watch it.
So they say they've come a long way since then. Everyone's saying that. We're a different team. We're a different team. We have to match their physicality. See, very few people are able to match Houston's physicality.
No.
That's the problem.
No.
And it was funny watching Tremont Mark. Like, I was really excited to see. I was really intrigued to watch Tremont Mark, who's now at University of Texas, to watch him play in that game against A&M, and you could see defensively he was a pain in the ass. He was defending and making it difficult.
Where do you think he learned that?
Yeah, exactly. And I just kept telling Alec. Alec was watching. I said, he transferred over from University of Houston. And he goes, oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. And so every time he made a basket, he knocked the ball out of bounds. Alec, where he learned all this stuff from, University of Houston and Kelvin Sampson. He made that 3-pointer. He came off the screen, caught us. That's the same kind of shot he would have made at University of Houston.
He did
learned.
Actually.
He learned.
He
had a big game. In the postseason.
No. When he and Sasser got hurt that same year, it was over. Tremont Mark was a big part.
That might have been their best
team. That might have been.
That might have been. And that was what, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
No, 2 years ago.
It
was 2 years ago.
Well, this season's over, so it's 3 years ago.
Well, 23.
22. It was 3 seasons ago. Not this season, not last season.
2022, 2023.
Yeah.
And that might have been their best team.
That might have been. This is a good team, though. This is a good enough team. As long as don't play Jawan. Don't. Okay. Let me call Kelvin. We get Kelvin on the show, Del.
Call Kelvin this morning. See if we can get him on, Del.
Yeah, he's not doing. He's probably just hanging out. Call him. I want to call him.
What John and Lance are saying right now. I wish they'd have me on right now. That's probably what he's saying.
Probably. He's probably going, oh, John and Lance are talking about, but they won't call. Yeah. Don't play Jawan tonight. Don't. Just let him sit. If you lose the game, oh well. You lost the game. You won the regular season again. Okay, it's what you do. But it's the tournament. This is the time when you can't have any injuries, Coach. We can't. Got to go in healthy this year. Got to go into the tournament healthy this year. I think they really got a chance. Cooper Flagg going down the way that he went down. Auburn is beatable. We've seen that. Alabama, Florida. I think Florida's really good. We got a problem here. Dell hates that too. Miami's terrible. Are you out of the ACC tournament yet?
They didn't make the tournament.
Oh my God! That's
what?
That's right. You had 3 wins this year, right?
They had more, maybe in conference. There's a reason there's a new coach that just got hired.
Yeah. Jay, you excited?
No.
It's a local kid.
But historically speaking, a guy getting a first-time gig in a powerful conference goes poorly. He's going to have to be the exception. It doesn't happen. It doesn't work. Like look at the top 25 this year. Outside of the guy at Arizona who's at Gonzaga for years, or maybe a couple others, it's filled with guys who this isn't their first job. It's not the way it usually goes. You don't go from assistant to Power 4 conference or Power Conference school and have success.
What about Duke?
That's different. He was bred in the program. He took a job from a different spot.
Jay was
from a
bred
different
in
school
the Duke
to a new
program.
school usually doesn't work.
Do either of you watch?
He's bringing Duke basketball to Miami. Thank you.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
You
And
should
Kentucky,
just say
he was at
thank you.
Texas
You're
too.
go on your way.
You're welcome.
All I'm telling you is I go by history. I don't go by exceptions. Historically speaking, this isn't going to end well.
Duke is still considered the most hated. I just saw a graphic that
why
it's polled. It's just been this way since the 80s. Well, since Leitner.
Yeah, Leitner.
Since Leitner, it's just and now Duke's not the same level of team that they once were, but it's like well, no, it's not like Cowboy. Like they're not like Cowboys, because Cowboys have had a huge Duke fans. I don't know. Is it like the Cowboys where they're not as well? Duke is still very relevant.
Cowboys suck, and
well,
people still hate them.
But people either love them or hate them. Do people really love Duke?
Well, only if you went to Duke, I think.
But there's a ton of people that love the
Cowboys. There aren't a lot of them.
Yeah.
No, there are people. I think people. I like Duke. I like Duke fine.
You don't love them.
No.
People hate them more than you love them.
Yeah. Way more.
Yeah. And Duke is just still hated. And they're just, that's what it is. In baseball, who's the most, I guess we're maybe the most hated team now, but.
No, we're absolutely the most hated.
Well, Yankees still, evil empire. People don't love
we may have surpassed them.
Well, we did for a very specific reason, but the Yankees hate has been forever.
Yeah.
Like more than the Dodgers, I think. People hate the Yankees more than the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Right?
But that'll change.
In football, it was the Patriots.
That will change. The Dodgers will be more.
Who's
hated.
more? So, do you think people hate the Patriots? Is there still Patriots hate now, or is it all switched to Kansas City?
Wasn't it just Patriot fatigue?
I don't know. Well, what's the
their fans
difference?
weren't that over the top, and
Patriots fans are
I mean,
supposedly some
they
of the
think
worst.
they think they deserve.
And they yell at you. They'll fight you. They'll throw stuff on you.
No, they're not like Dodger fan, where it's dangerous, or if Eagle fan.
Well, it's plenty. It's plenty dangerous.
Well, they're hateful people, but not like Philadelphia.
It's more yell at you. Yeah. That's
or Ohio State.
Yeah.
I
say that have never
the
gone
two
to
worst
Philadelphia.
fan bases in sports won championships.
Actually, I went to I went to a Phillies game with Adam Kaplan one time. It was fine. It was, it was just like Phillies versus Baltimore Orioles. Like, what's not? But now Matt Kissinger, my boy Kissy, who grew up in Philadelphia, he worked with us at Papado back in the day when I was a young waiter, and he would tell us he was like the old sage man at 24 who bartended. And I remember him I'll never forget this. He was telling us, and he's got an accent. It's just a great accent. And he was telling us, he was telling us about when he used to work in a union. Everyone, you're in a union. He worked in construction. He was in a union. And this one guy was holding out on a vote or something like that. And these guys in the union said, do you need anyone when you're out of town? You're taking a trip. Who do you need to watch your family? You need somebody to watch your family? Because we can watch your family for you. Right? Like, they started giving him, they basically were letting him know, we're going to be watching your family. We're going to be seeing what, it was always.
Now,
threats.
how are you going to vote?
He said one time he was walking towards Giants Stadium. It was him and three other guys. And these guys and Giants fans pulled up in the car, got out, and it was on 4-on-4 fight. Just no one said anything. It was just it was on site. They ran out, ran back in the car and just drove off. And they were like, this is going to be a rough game, boys. And they're cool with it. They're like, it's just what we have to do. But we'll get them back when they come to our place. And it's just known you're going to fight like you got to fight Giants fans.
Yeah. That's fun. That's good fun.
I mean,
it's so stupid.
It is. Texans and Cowboys fans have done that in the past.
Oh, well, that's great. Well, they're for good reason, because Cowboy fans suck. I mean, that's good reason that you fight Cowboy fan. They suck. Look at that burger. Oh, Trill Burgers today.
They had that's a Sonic commercial. I've never seen a Sonic burger look like that in my entire life. It's a big lie.
I've never seen a Sonic burger. I don't know. I do know Taquerias around us. I went there and had your quesadillas. Me and JT went for dinner the other night.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it was great.
It's good. Yeah, I think quesadillas they're one of the safest foods you can
get.
If you're like, I don't want to do too much, something too crazy. It's just we're talking about, you're talking about a big fat tortilla. They put a little butter and oil on it, and then you put it on the flat top. You put your meat on it, your beef fajitas, your chicken, whatever you have. You put your cheese in it. Sometimes you can have onions and peppers in it, and then boom, close that up and you grill it on both sides, and you're good to go. You're good to go, and you got yourself a quesadilla. Yeah, they got good quesadillas. They've got great nachos. They got the standard fare if you want, but you go if you want the authentic Mexican food. They've got that as well. The different types of meats that are marinated for hours and hours and cooked on a grill. I mean, they've got everything that you're looking for from an authentic Mexican standpoint and much, much more. Don't forget tournaments. Right now we have conference tournaments. Soon it's going to be March Madness. They want you to come in to a Taqueria Serrano's location and go watch games at the sports bar, because at their bars, most of the locations, they're turning their bars into sports bars with a specialty menu. So you got a special food menu, a special drink menu, and the TVs are going to be on sports. So when you've got the two, you need two games on at the same time, pull up at your bar. They're going to be they're going to have the two games on, and you can sit there through the first set of games, through the second set of games. You're having beers, you're having your food, you're having fun with your friends. That's the way to do it at your local Taqueria Serrano's. They want to be your sports bar as well. So Taqueria Serrano's, locations all over Houston for great authentic Mexican food and a fun time. Taqueria Serrano's.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You literally cannot find. I see a picture of Cam Smith playing right field yesterday in the split squad game, but you cannot find anything. All I got is Joe Espada saying it's super exciting to see young players showcasing themselves and putting us in a tough spot to make tough decisions. Cub fan is kind of. He said Joe Espada also said Cam Smith will get another start in right field in the next few days. Earlier today, Espada said Smith will split time between the infield and outfield tomorrow during the Astros spring breakout game against the Nats. You look, Cub fan is kind of starting to, if Tucker walks after this year, if they don't come and Tucker walks, and by the way, Imanaga, I think he's got opt-outs that he can go to the Dodgers, which if the Dodgers get, I mean, it's getting ridiculous now. You just mentioned the Yankees are the most hated. It will not be long before the Dodgers are the most hated. They're my most hated.
Well, because they've gamed the system. It's just not fair.
Yeah.
You take one of the richest teams, and then you allow them to do these contracts that aren't even like they're not even inside the scope of the time of play. Well, we're playing by the rules. Yeah, technically, but they better tighten that up.
Yeah.
And now they can't because they don't want to. Well, we want to
$2 million now,
for other teams.
$58 million in 10
it's
years.
Not fair. Who can afford to do that? Dodgers.
Yeah.
Their ownership.
But they're by far. I'm telling you, they're my most hated now, and they will be. I think America's most hated. But one of the biggest problems is where they are geographically, because they're getting all the Asian-born players all want to play there because they're closer to their home country.
Yeah.
So that makes it a big problem for anybody else in the Midwest or out east. I mean, what do you know that travel for Asian players to play in New York or Boston? I mean, it's incredible. So, yeah, the Dodgers have a huge unfair advantage. Maybe they should move the Dodgers. Maybe if they move the Dodgers to like Minnesota or something, right?
I'm for it.
Yeah, I'm for it too. And we'll see how much money you spend then, jerks, a-holes. What is the Dodgers? What was their hat? Wasn't there something?
No.
The Dolagers, something. I don't know. I know the Astros were the Ashos, and that didn't go over. I want one of those hats though.
Mm-hmm.
Ashos hats, yeah.
Well, good luck.
Or the Tatus hat,
yeah. Good luck.
Yeah. Well, no. Those are going to be yeah. You're right. Buying those people who did get those, yeah.
They took them out of the market.
They took them out of the market, but the people who do have them, you know what they're going to go for in an auction?
Plenty.
Incredible.
Yeah, plenty.
Do you want a Tatus cap?
No, that's a Rangers cap.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. How about the
Angels? Is that a
Angels?
trick question?
How about the Angels?
No.
The anals and nails.
I'd rather have Ashos.
I'd rather have Ashos too.
I think I'd rather have Ashos.
Because we are.
Yeah.
Because we are what we are.
All right, here's our phone number. What do you guys think of that Tunsil trade? 713-780-3776. Cougars really came close to demolishing Colorado, but ended up winning by 9. They were supposed to win by 18 or more. I thought they were supposed to win by 25, but they won by 9. Big deal anyway. But it is kind of a big deal. Jaywan Roberts turns his ankle. He says he'll be ready for today. He said that yesterday, but John and I talked about if you're Kelvin Sampson, for what? For who? Why are you playing him? Why are you playing him?
No, don't.
It's much more important for a team that has had injuries every single tournament. Isn't it best to just let him wait a week? I mean, just honestly, you're going to be playing next Thursday or Friday. Just wait.
Just wait.
Just wait. Give him a week to get better.
Well, okay. So with that in mind, they're 7 point. Now we're going to make it up to you today. Yesterday, Lance and I both missed. Right. We both had the Cougs and the Aggies.
Uh-huh.
Today, the Cougs are -7.
Yeah.
Against BYU. They beat them by 31.
Uh-huh.
Who you got?
What's the number?
7.
That's it? I don't like the fact that they just put 96 on Iowa State.
I know, but you held them to 55.
That was a while back.
I don't care.
And J1 may not be playing. In our world, he doesn't play.
Okay, go ahead. Go bet BYU. See how that works out.
I don't want
you.
to, because then all of a sudden they've got, and University of Houston, what a resounding answer to last night. Cougars have held BYU to 18 points here in the first half. Like, oh, man. 37-18. Cougs up by 19.
Wow. I'm going Cougs. I'm going Cougs -7. And that is a makeup.
You know what?
And it's a free pick, too. I'm not charging you. It's a free pick.
I got a free pick on BYU. We're going to buy it to 13.
What? You know what that will cost you?
-270.
More.
-280. Yeah, probably more.
More.
I'm going to take BYU plus points. I think it's going to be close. Yeah, I don't think J1 plays.
Wow, you hate Houston.
I don't think J1 plays. And they play
Why do
so
you hate
hard.
our city?
They play so hard that back-to-backs are probably tougher on them.
Hate our city.
You know, you don't play back-to-backs in college. I wonder how this affects teams.
Well, I mean, everybody does it. Every tournament, tournament it's like this.
But there's no travel.
No.
And that's the thing with back-to-backs is in the NBA. It's less about the grind of the game and more about the grind.
Well,
of the
and it's
travel
about
and
the depth of your bench too. Right? I mean, how tired? If you're playing 6 guys, I would imagine 3 straight days of playing is going to affect you.
Got some decent depth.
Yeah. Let's get Eddie in here. He wants to talk about the Tunsil. You asked about the Tunsil trade. He wants to talk about the Tunsil trade.
Okay, well,
what do you say, Eddie?
Hey, John. Hey, Lance.
Yeah.
Big fan. Thanks for having me.
Welcome in, Eddie.
I'm a big Texans fan. Been watching the free agency closely here, and I'm trying to make sense of the strategy here for the O-line, which candidly, is the biggest issue in my view with this Texans team. And I get the overhaul, but getting rid of Laramie Tunsil just seemed a little bit of a stretch. And the guys they've picked up, I just don't see how this is going to work unless we get a first-round pick that really is amazing. I don't know what you guys think.
It does make sense when there's more to it than just the play on the field. There's a lot more to it. It's Tunsil in the locker room. It's Tunsil in that offensive line room. Not a bad guy. Everybody liked, by all accounts, he was well liked. Commitment to he's not a dog. He's just not a dog. He didn't want to practice. He's showing up with Gucci and Prada as opposed to a lunch pail, and that's what D'Amico wants. D'Amico wants a lunch pail. And
it's about, are you all pulling towards a common goal? And their thought was I heard this phrase, independent contractor. And that's one of the worst things you can be called in football is an independent contractor, because that means I'm for me and I'm going to get mine, and whatever happens with the team is fine, but I'm looking out for me. Well, I know some of you out there are like, well, that's the way it should be. No, if you're playing for your brothers, you got a common goal and you're trying to reach the goal. If you don't want to be part of the crew, if you're an independent contractor, teams you're not really a guy who's going to be locked in. And I think that's the concern with Laramie is he's an independent contractor. Yeah. That's kind of a known deal. That's not really something.
You're right. That's a terrible thing to be called.
Yeah. And it's, but it is a phrase that gets thrown around. I know in football a lot, and in a game where it's a unit, like it's one thing if you're a wide receiver. A lot of wide receivers are independent contractors. You can't be if you're an offensive lineman. It's the one, even defensive linemen are. If you're an offensive lineman, you rely on the guy next to you because you're using, combo blocks. You've got stuff where you have to help him out. Like, it is a unit. You have to play like a unit. It takes all 5 in pass protection. For you not to be, and you're not grit and strain. He's not a tough run blocker. He doesn't strain and play with grit as a run blocker. It's just a lot of stuff that they wanted to. Now, you subtracted it and you're weaker. It is what it is. It's not, I'm not telling you it's not that. And you know what? Lakin Tomlinson and Ed Ingram aren't making you a whole lot better right now.
Sometimes it's addition by subtraction.
Yeah, but you still have to protect your quarterback.
I understand that. But if they do it better, after Kenyon Green left, his game against the Colts, where he's blocking somebody and then gets off of his guy to go help Tunsil, who's got his guy blocked, and lets his guy go
Yeah,
kill
what are you
CJ,
doing?
what do you do? I mean, the offensive line has got to be a cohesive unit. You don't have to have the best guys. I mean,
No.
you don't have to have the best guys.
No, you don't have to
got
have
to
the
be the
best guys.
best unit.
Yes, that's
and
true.
Laramie Tunsil is an independent contractor. No, sir. We don't need that in our lives. And I'm happy. You know what? Not only that, but all the money that you would have had to spend on another contract.
Well, I don't know that they would have done it, and it's probably one of the reasons they
But
signed
they got look at what they got for it.
They drafted Blake Fisher probably to replace either Tunsil or Howard, but it's just going to happen maybe a year earlier than you thought it might. But I'm good with them getting. It's not, once again, I already know it's not fixed, but sometimes you can't do everything you want at once, and they just thought it was more important that they got the right guys in there who want to all work towards a common goal. And I'm good with D'Amico Ryans. I'm not going to tell a head coach how to get his locker room. If a head coach doesn't think his locker room is where it needs to be, he's going to get it right. Yes, there's financial implications that benefit the Texans. Yes, the football may not be as good at left tackle. Yes, there was trade compensation that you wouldn't have gotten if he ended the season. So there's a lot of things that went into it. I don't want to make it just one thing, but I do know that the coaching needs to be better. The players need to be better, and they got competition in there. And that's all you can, Ed Ingram is I don't know that I would have even traded a pick for Ed Ingram, but you did. So now you get Ed Ingram in here, who's just a guy. Laken Tomlinson, who's better than Ed Ingram. But you got Juice, you got Jarrett Patterson, you got Juice Scruggs. You got competition. And I think that's what right now D'Amico wants. Like, hey, guys can't be safe in their spot. They're going to have to fight for competition.
How many guys are on the game day roster, active linemen on the game day roster? Was it 8?
It's usually 7 to 8.
7, 8?
Yeah. Depends on the team.
Go through your mental Rolodex of the current top 7 to 8 Texans. Is any of them a good offensive lineman? Not but again, but you still need guys who play well. I get cohesion, but somebody has to actually be good at what they do. Are any of them good at what they do?
If they're all above average, you're okay.
Are any of them? How many are above average? I don't think any of them
are good. Well, I don't know on Blake Fisher. I think Titus Howard is average, actually. I think he's average, maybe above average at guard, average at tackle, in my opinion. I mean, I'll take average, honestly. Juice Scruggs has not proven to be average. Jarrett Patterson on a good day can be average. Ed Ingram is below average. Laken Tomlinson is average. Kind of what you're looking at right now.
Okay, so I get the power friendship that people want to push because Tunsil's out the door. I'm not going to go all in on some of the callers that you got rid of them, whatever, and you made a giant mistake. But you have to be.
You should be happy.
But they're not good players. I'm talking about the Texans.
Oh, guys they have?
I thought you meant their draft picks when you said first.
No,
okay.
you got
you got 2 firsts and a second.
Well, we're not talking about the Dolphins.
So you got rid of them and got 2 firsts and a second. You had a really good offensive lineman, but you got rid of them, and guess what? You were fine.
But you don't have. But they had good players.
You've had issues.
No, we've had. They had to bring. They didn't replace them. So they got Teron Armstead years later, so they weren't fine. It took years to get that done. Yeah. That's the point.
You don't. Armstead.
Yeah, you don't have good players there.
Look, we got rid of Dwayne Brown, and it was a nightmare for about 4 years, and it necessitated, or 3 years, and it turned Bill O'Brien didn't know how to finesse the game, and he ended up doing what he did. It can't be a problem. They tried to do a Julian Davenport. You can't go cheap on tackle.
No.
You got to go get a guy with talent.
He was a 7th rounder. Good
Lord.
Lord.
He was a 4th.
Julian?
Yeah.
Was he?
He was a trades guy. Yeah. He was a 4th rounder who played like a 7th rounder.
I thought he was. Here's what's cool, though. I'm looking right now. Big Ounce. New Texans guard Ed Ingram versus Jalen Carter.
That's the video. That's the
One
video.
play. Yeah. This is so Dan Orlovsky.
Yeah.
This is so. I don't see it. Where's Anthony Richardson?
I see a dog. I see a dog here.
Anthony Richardson. I don't see the inaccuracy in Anthony Richardson. Look at this pass. Nick Caserio knew exactly.
Anthony Richardson was 47% completion rate last year. Dan Orlovsky. I see an accurate quarterback. There's nothing on tape that shows me he's inaccurate coming out of Florida. I'm like, Dan, you can't say that out loud. You can't possibly have watched any tape of him.
Nick Caserio knows exactly what he's doing with this offensive line.
That's what I'm saying. Now,
listen, I want to tell you something.
Go read the comments from Vikings fans.
Okay. I want to tell you something. Nick Casario has done a really good job at wide receiver, at cornerback, at safety.
Yeah.
At edge. Look at the edge players that he's brought in.
Yeah.
He has sucked at offensive line.
He's been bad.
Yep. He has sucked. All right. I mean,
Kenyon, bad. Juice, below average so far.
Congrats on you found the one play he did his job. Okay. Big ounce. I've been finding a lot. Did Casario also draft Kenyon Green, number 15 overall 3 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, he kind of did. Was it 13 or 15?
I liked him too.
I don't know. Anyway.
I liked him too. I thought Kenyon Green was going to be a good pick for that guy that I saw was like the least confident player I've ever seen.
LOL.
He just lost his confidence.
LOL, stop. He's trashed. He's trash. He was benched last season.
He was
benched, yeah.
He really was benched. Oh, well. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we got a break. Look what you did again. Look what you did again, Del.
I didn't do anything. I'm just glad we're depending on the power of friendship and cohesion when you have bad players.
What do you mean friendship?
Well, hey, Laramie's out the door. Everything's going to be swell.
It is going to be swell.
All swell.
No, it's not going to be swell.
I'm predicting right here and now they're going to be a better offensive line than they were last year.
It's not going to be swell, but you also have to.
Yeah,
well, maybe. I mean, if they're better, I don't care how. And I don't care if one tackle is not as good as the other tackle, as long as the unit.
The unit.
But the unit needs good players. Do they have good players on the unit?
That's why we got a draft.
Oh, good. I would love for them to draft a good player.
What about Blake Fisher being another year older?
Well, the last time I saw Blake Fisher, he was getting his ass kicked.
Yeah, well, this Blake Fisher's been working hard in the offseason.
I hope so.
He's been running hills with James.
I hope so.
Running hills with James Harden in L.A. and California somewhere.
Rashawn Slater was a rookie, and he was just fine. There are levels to being a rookie. I hope he's
Blake
better.
Fisher will be okay. He'll be okay.
I hope so.
There are levels, and sometimes really. Oh, Josh Allen, how was he his rookie year? Now look at him.
How was Tua his rookie year?
Yeah, richest player in football.
He didn't stink. He actually didn't stink.
Case closed.
Okay, I'm glad you're pointing to one of the best quarterbacks in the game as a comp for Blake Fisher.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Comp. That's my comp.
That's an odd comp.
Who did you just comp to? Rashawn Slater?
Josh Smith? Josh Allen?
Josh Allen?
Yeah.
How did we get there?
Well, he was
he
a
did
rookie.
Start rough.
He was a rookie and he sucked, and now look.
Yeah, that's
Blake
true.
Fisher. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Kareem Jackson.
Oh, Peyton Manning. How many interceptions did Peyton Manning throw?
Makes a good point.
Blake Fisher.
Makes a good point.
Or
ton of interceptions.
The number one overall pick at quarterback in like 1998. Sure, fine.
Okay.
Same thing.
All right. What do you want to talk about?
Zadig Jules?
Oh, Zadig. That's easy. Zadig.com. Go there. Go see everything that they've got. I went through the watches one day. I just wanted to see all the watches. And I haven't been a watch guy. I went in and they were showing me everything when I first started speaking for them. And I've known the Zadig name for years and years and years. Went into the old location years ago. And the new location has 28,000 square feet. It's got 2 stories. It's amazing. This building, and they own the building. Uchiko's over there. They've got, so they got food. They got great sushi in the building. They've got another coffee place, I think. And then they got Zadig. It's a very nice place off of Post Oak. But when you stop in, I'm just going to tell you about watches for a second. They took me through the process of watches, and it was one of the most enjoyable hours I spent learning about the international timepieces that are available and the history and the craftsmanship. I had no idea. It was absolutely incredible to find out. And then you realize why there are so many people who love to collect these watches. They love to have great watches and wear them. They're stylish. They look unbelievable. They're great luxury timepieces. And as Zadig, they buy, sell, and trade timepieces. So if you're somebody with a luxury watch and you want to switch one out, go over to and see about selling it to Zadig. See about trading with Zadig. If you're looking to buy your first luxury watch, go to Zadig. Zadig will have all their boutique location for a lot of the makers, a lot of the brands, and so they have unique timepieces that no one else in the state is going to have, and that's the Zadig difference: getting you the very best, the highest quality, and having people on staff who can educate you the same way they did me. Zadig Jewelers, for any of your jewelry needs, they are the jeweler for the city of Houston. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadig Jewelers.
All right. The Chevron Championship. It's the first major of the year for the ladies. It's awesome. It's fun. It's good. It's one of 5 major championships. It's the first one of the year. It's at the club at Carlton Woods, which is beautiful. Never been up there. You need to go to see the golf course because it's wonderful. Love it. One of my favorite. I think it's the best facility. The Carlton Woods, the club at Carlton Woods, both Fazio and Nicholas are best. They're the best in the city. So if you've never been up there, you need to go see. And the Nicholas is spectacular. It's a great challenge for the ladies. Now they do shoot low. They go low, but it's only because they're really, really, really good. You want to go, just support, and you guys out there, bring your daughters out there. There are a lot of young girls out there that are seeing the great competition that these young ladies are providing. You're not going to get better than how good these women are, and your young daughters will really, really appreciate seeing the level of competition that you're going to see. April 24th through the 27th, the Chevron Championship.com, the Chevron Championship.com. All right, welcome back. You're leaving when we start the segment? Okay, we might. Okay, we might. That's Del. The level of professionalism here, it's unmatched. Is this how you get in the Hall of Fame? This is how you get to become a Hall of Famer. Okay.
I can't speak to that. I think a lot of what you guys did before this recent run of apathy got you into the Hall of Fame. I don't think they would judge this and say Hall of Famers, but
no, we've been like this for a long time now.
I don't know. Longevity certainly plays a part.
Yeah,
that's helped you guys being together. And except for that time, Lance went to go join the enemy.
Just was checking to be a team guy.
But for about 20-something years, except for that dark period where Lance was at 790, like he was.
Yeah.
Were you like Art Modell? You left in the middle of the night to go join 790?
Yeah, he took his van.
Yeah.
Moving van.
Yeah, but beyond that,
2011, came back in 17.
Longevity plays a part. And what you guys are doing now, people kind of just come to accept that you're in the back 9. Maybe
yeah. No. Listen,
particularly you.
If I last a couple more weeks, it'll be.
I think Lance has dreams and aspirations beyond the next couple weeks. You not so much. Maybe not here. Maybe
but you still got a lot
dreams and aspirations are.
Yeah.
No, but you got
no. But you got a lot of college to still pay for, and
you got goals you have to meet
and cars.
Or they do.
But you start businesses. You're
I'm not
involved
paying
in
all their
that.
college. I already told them
you work for the NFL.
I'm done.
Yeah, he's got a business. He's a part of.
But I don't get up at the start of the segment to leave the show.
I don't know what that's about.
It's real easy. It was to see if our food was here.
Wouldn't they just tell you?
That's way more important than you should have run commercials.
But I did. We had a longer break. Wouldn't they just tell you the food is here?
Every time I hear a door close,
I know the burgers are good, but you've had a burger before.
I know it's true.
So I'm looking at something that may be, and this I'm agreeing with PFT commenter. This might be the most amazing thing ever.
Better than a dunk being number 1 on SportsCenter.
Look at this.
Well, what are they doing?
So
it's a dog playing.
No. It's a woman who's got jump ropes.
And the dog is doing it.
Wait a minute. There's 2 dogs up on the circuit's little elevators. They're little cones that they're sitting on.
Yeah.
The dogs are.
Stands.
Stands. And they look like circus stands. So she's doing jump rope. She's got 1 jump rope. The one dog has a jump rope in its mouth. The other one does too. She's doing the jump rope like little girls do, and a dog gets in the middle and does the jump rope with dogs on one side and a woman on the other. This is the most amazing, maybe one of the greatest feats in American history.
That's pretty incredible.
It is incredible.
That's pretty incredible. And not just the dog jumping double dutch.
They're
the dogs holding the ropes doing the double dutch. It's even better.
Is that what it's called? Double dutch?
Yeah, it's double dutch.
Double dutch with dogs doing it.
There's a song called Double Dutch Bus. Do you know that song, Del? I'm seeing how. Okay, pull up Double Dutch Bus. It was a song from when I was a kid, and it's kind of it's pretty much a bop, and it's about.
I kind of remember this.
It's got a funky little, like early '80s type of thing going with it. You don't have to worry. There's no bad words. This is back when there weren't bad words.
They didn't put bad words in songs?
No bad words anywhere. No one used bad words back in the 80s.
No, they didn't. They really didn't. No.
They didn't use bad words. They just used a lot of coke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were bad words.
No bad words, but a lot of coke. Yeah.
There were some. Here it is. Here it is. And this is about double dutch. If you got your funky bus fare. Double dutch bus coming down the street. You could skate. You could roller skate to this in a skate rink. Are you kidding me? You get a little. When you're skating, you get a little, and you do your crossover skate. Yeah, and you got the double Dutch bus.
It was good when girls did that.
Yeah.
Did you do crossover stuff?
Yeah, but it was
that's embarrassing.
Like there were some girls I could never skate backwards. Like watching. Everyone, hockey, it's incredible. When I watch hockey, the way that they can maneuver the stick, I'm like, they can skate backwards. Yeah, right. You guys are burying the lead. How do they skate backwards? Yeah. That's incredible.
That is incredible. Just when you gave somebody a hump on your bike or whatever?
Pump.
Oh.
A pump on the bike. You ride on the handlebars. That's the pump. What? You guys just didn't. Y'all didn't know anything. You and Del didn't know it. Everyone here in Texas goes, yeah.
You ever give a guy a pump on a bike?
Not on a bike, not in a car, nowhere.
Me either.
No. That's when you give somebody a ride.
No, but
you got to
never giving a guy a ride.
You got to sit on the handlebars.
Did you see Altuve's playing left yesterday?
It was something else. Pretty excited for him. Pretty excited to be. I'd love to be wrong about what I think is going to happen there, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to be 100% accurate.
He jumped.
It was.
It's hard. Listen, it's hard to play with that sun in a spring training game,
and it's hard to play a position you've never played before.
Right, that too.
On the major league level at 5'7".
But he's having fun out there. You heard what Espada said. He's having a time of his life. When they first talked about it.
Can you stop doing that?
No.
That's safe for Johnny Manziel and Kyler Murray.
No. Espada said that little fellow was having the time of his life out there.
That's just... I wish you would stop doing that.
I wish he wouldn't misplay a fly ball.
Yeah. I really do. It's going to be an adventure. It's going to be an adventure, and that's not a good thing, and not in a good way.
No.
So
in a good way.
I understand the talk of the numbers, and him playing out there is less of a detriment to him being bad defensively at second. But it's just,
and then you see a play like that.
But the mistakes when they're made are just going to be so exacerbated. He's messing around and what you think is a routine fly ball for any left fielder with any competency, and he misses it. It's just going to be a highlight for everybody everywhere. Oh, look at that. The Astros decisions, despite what the numbers might say.
This is another Craig Biggio or Lance Berkman to the center field. This is just another.
It's what it is.
It is.
It's not hard to see. It's quite easy to see.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to be. And you just hope you don't embarrass them. Like, it sucks that I got to go, guys.
Oh.
You can't even wait till like 9:12. It's 2.5 minutes.
Let's not be late for break.
Are they out there waiting?
Literally.
Yeah. Okay.
Is Esme out there?
Are they? Can they get
do you
in?
think I want Esme or anyone from sales stuff on about our clue for us?
It is a Friday. Are they even going to come in?
Can you stop?
Nobody's here on Friday.
Yeah, what's he talking?
Nobody comes in on Friday.
It's going to be. Somebody said we're going to really be sad about the end of Jose
I don't think
Altuve's
so.
career, right? They asked me that, and I'm like, I hope so. I hope they don't punk him out like they did Biggio. That's my biggest, like, it's so sad seeing Biggio flailing around out there in the outfield. That guy's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
And they did him like that. And now it's like almost the exact replica of what we saw before. Like, oh my God, they're taking a second baseman and they're moving him to the outfield. And that play yesterday terrified me. He jumped. He mistimed his jump. The whole thing stunk.
Yeah. I really do believe, though, that outfield is going to be harder to play in the sunlight than it is at Minute Maid Park. I do believe that. At Daikin Park.
I don't know what MLB Network does as far as their worst plays, but that is a shacked in the full moment if baseball had one of those shows.
Yeah.
Well, it's not Jose Canseco having a ball bounce off his head and over the. It wasn't that
but
bad.
It's a diminutive fella jumping up and wildly missing the ball.
The optics weren't great.
This is what I'm saying. And he's a big enough name where it would make a show. Like if that was Trammell out there, whatever. But Altuve, anything he does is going to be highlighted. That's my big issue. The thing you're mentioning, like if any mistake happens, it's going to be a giant topic for the baseball shows. They're going to and SportsCenter will show Altuve misplaying a fly ball.
Right.
And this show.
All right, 911 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776.
We come back. We'll have our friends from Trollburgers, but before we leave, I saw, so Saturday Night Live had Kenan Thompson on doing Kendrick Perkins.
I saw it.
But there's another one that he did in 23 that's even better.
Oh, really?
It's maybe the greatest imitation I think I've ever seen. He clearly, they kill Kendrick Perkins.
I know
they kill. He can't be happy about it.
No,
and he said, "Not again." Laughing face. There's in real life. I guarantee he wasn't smiling when he typed that. He had his mad scowl.
Oh, yeah.
The 409 was frowning whenever he saw that.
No, they make him look really,
they
really,
make him
really
look
bad.
so dumb.
Yeah. Wow. John Daspit's smart though.
No, John Daspit is smart. John Daspit is the difference between getting a good settlement, a fair settlement, and getting a bad one. And the bad settlement are these personal injury lawyers who sign up as many people as they can, and they just work with the insurance company to get the quickest settlement that they can. They get their percentage and they move on to the next one. It's a turn and burn situation, like people trying to clear out the restaurant, clear out the table so they can get to the next table, the waiter. That's not what John Daspit is. He's there to make sure that everything that is injured with you is uncovered, that it's all taken care of. Any surgeries, any physical therapy, anything that needs to be done, it needs to be paid for by insurance. The time missed from work, it's going to cost you your way to feed your family. That's going to be accounted for. Your pain and suffering, that's going to be accounted for. And there's so many different things they look into, he and his law firm, to make sure that you're properly taken care of. He passionately pursues justice for the injured. That's the Daspit difference. Go to daspitlaw.com or call 713-CALL-NOW.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We cut the interview short, but we did say, hey, Bun, how about a little bring us some we need Nick Skirfield to actually step up and do something, and he did. So Chef Nando just showed up with the chicken tenders they're not chicken tenders, they're baby lobsters. Okay, they're gigantic. So
they look like pieces of fish.
I've never seen that. That doesn't look like a giant lobster tail. I mean, one of the really big ones. So I never seen chicken tenders that big. What's the deal? Where do you get those?
You know, we like to make sure that we separate ourselves from the rest, and we like to go big.
Oh, that is different. Now you won in LA with that, right?
We did. So we were at we participated at Tender Fest in LA, and then this was the award-winning tender right there.
That was the award.
Well, spicy.
So no, the regular.
The regular.
The spicy version is something that we're just doing for the rodeo this year, but we're eventually going to add that to Trill Tenders menu.
So Del is spicy. You see, it's inside of the chicken, not it's infused.
So let me ask you something. Yeah. So you guys, Trill Town is what Bun and you guys have put together for the rodeo, where it's his own little neighborhood of food, and you guys are doing the Trill Tenders.
Yes.
And you got the Trill Burger, and then you got the one with Truth Barbecue, right? The brisket burger.
Yes, that's correct.
So that's only there though, not at the Trill Burger location.
No. So this is only happening at rodeo.
Well, only at the rodeo. Yeah. With Truth Barbecue.
With Truth Barbecue, yeah.
And that's a collaboration with you with their chef.
So yes, that's something that we're really close with team over at Truth Barbecue, and we wanted to do something really cool this year. How do we incorporate the best of Truth and Trill burgers. And we created the burger and also loaded fries, brisket loaded fries as well.
Truth is, I mean, we got great barbecue places here. Truth is one of the best. They came over here a few years ago from they were in a small town in Texas, and they came over here a few years ago, and they went up near I-10 up there, right? Yep. And it is fantastic. And you said, let's put a little brisket on our burger.
Absolutely. I mean, they're crushing it. They have an amazing team, and then their product is top notch. For sure.
So when we talked to you, I mean, you're known for your burgers, and the burgers are fantastic, and it's awesome. And you're opening up more stores, right?
We are. So we're shooting to open a new store, our second location, which is in Louetta Spring. So that should be happening by next week.
By next week. That's
open.
Open. Yes, we're shooting
to be open
by next week. That open by next week.
Wow.
But that's not it, because I remember talking to Nick and Bun also. Like, there's there's like 3 or 4 places coming, right?
Yes. So we have the one that's next week, which is spring, and then right after that, soon after that, we're trying to shoot to open Westheimer. We have also a Westheimer.
Oh yeah,
by me.
We're opening. Yes.
By you? Used to be in the Boston Market.
Oh, nice. Oh yeah, right by Hillcroft. Right by Hillcroft.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We call it Voss over there.
So that
on the south, it's Hillcroft. You're on the Hillcroft side.
Yeah, the Voss. If you're fancy, you call it Voss.
Right.
I live on the
if you're at Kincaid, you call it Voss.
Yeah.
But so this is crazy too, because Bun told us this the other day. He said, yeah, we're in the burger business, but then they were having this tender competition, and we said, we'll join. Let's do it. And then you won. I mean, had you had experience with chicken tenders before?
We have. So our other chef partner, Michael, him and I have both, done chicken. We've been in the restaurant industry for a long time. He had his own chicken brand. I had mine. And, coming in together and kind of building this was just like we had experience for it, but we were up all night trying to, make something that we could present. And sure enough, I mean, the next day.
Well, where did you get these gigantic chickens?
When we order, we make sure that, we work closely with Cisco and we let them know that, we want something that's a good size. Largest tender that we can get, largest one that we can get.
So, it is though, I was thinking about this, so along with Bun's name comes initial fame, and it's great for business. And then when the product's really good, it's even better.
Yeah.
But with that comes high expectations. So you got Bun's name, you got awards that you're winning. That's like a lot of pressure on you guys to make sure that quality is always good. Consistency is really, really big. Like, how are you? I'm just kind of the restaurant part of me, because talking to people who have run restaurants, it's always their big concern is when they grow and expand, they want to make sure that the consistency stays the same, and that there's the oversight to make sure that everyone's experience, because everyone wants to come experience it. They all want to, they're standing in line for Trill Burgers. That's got to be some pressure to make sure you're delivering every single time.
Most definitely. I mean, it's just like you were mentioning. It's really hard for a place to have hype, and then just because it's out there. But it's very different once you have to present a product that people like, that people come out and enjoy, that stand in lines for, right? But it's one of the biggest tasks for us, making sure that we're always presenting something that's consistent, something that's top notch quality. And if, all these products, from the tenders to our award-winning burger, I mean, it's always, that's the top priority for us.
Well,
always making sure that it's there.
And I would imagine with Bun, you're working with Bun closely a lot.
Bun's
he puts
in
his
the building
name
a lot.
He puts his name on this thing, and so it's really important to him. And then you got, not only you have to deliver to the people, but you got to deliver to Bun.
Absolutely. And that's one of the main things. I mean, he's the face of our brand. So on our end as chefs, we always, and operators, we make sure that we deliver on our end as well, to make sure that we're always presenting the right product, something that's good and consistent. And then that's also the reason why we opened our Shepherd store, and then we took a little bit for us to kind of expand, because we want to do that organically at the right pace, right?
Well, yeah, no, and you've been open a while now. Now it's time to expand and get that spring, and then Westheimer.
I mean, this Trill, I've never heard of this. I thought the Trill Town idea was really, Bun's not afraid to take shots now.
Yeah,
he'll swing the sword. The Trill Town idea, where you say, okay, let's expand the menu and let's put it for all of Houston at the rodeo, and then what's it like? Like, what's the location like when you get in the, like, how big is it? I haven't been yet. What is it like, the Trill Town area?
So the Trill Town area, I mean, it's I would say it's three times the size of what we used to have prior.
Oh, really?
On Restaurant Road, yeah. And what we've added this year that's a little different, besides our tenders, and our collaboration with Truth, we've also added Trill Lemonade, a stand, where we're doing freshly squeezed lemonades, dirty sodas. We have a merch booth in there. We have a basketball, shooting area. There's beer and wine, bench tables. It's like you said, it's our own little section, but we're bringing that experience. That crowd gets to feel a little bit of experience of being, everything Trill.
Well, you're there for the Texans games already, right?
We are.
Yes. Yeah. So you can get your Trill Burgers at Texans games, and now the rodeo, only with a little bit more flair with the Truth barbecue, and there's more stuff. Great
you
stuff.
You gotta have a lot of people working out there too.
We do.
So how does that work when you're still running your restaurant?
So this year we had to really, we went hard on hiring. We worked months previous to try to get a sizable enough team to be able to withstand, the store, the operations that we're doing every night at NRG, the stadium, and then also Trill Town. So it's been, I can tell you right now, it's well over 150 hands that we have on deck right now that are rotating.
Wow.
Yeah.
And just out there?
Just out in at the rodeo area.
Oh, 150.
Yeah.
And by the way, great fries. I don't want to hear any more. Fries don't travel.
Yeah.
Okay, you got great fries. This is a lesson to anyone who brings food here.
He complains anytime people don't bring fries. He acts like he's just been wrong. Like somebody is.
No.
Somebody has physically injured him.
It's an affront.
Yeah.
Okay. So bring fries, and don't worry.
Shout out for you having this food available at 9:25.
Yeah, congratulations.
While we're sitting here, and it was really available well before that.
Appreciate you.
We appreciate you getting in early.
Appreciate you. Nando, Chef Nando, right here, bringing it home right here on ESPN 97.5. Trill Burger, Trill Town, Trill opening.
Are we opening
in
the Trill
spring.
Tenders? Is there going to be a separate chicken play? Is that on the?
Or is
that,
that-
do you know?
That's on the radar for sure.
Trill Tenders.
Yep. I'll tell you, Trill Tenders is.
It's a big game, the tender game now.
Oh,
Absolutely. Yeah.
it's
a big game.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
There's whole places that are doing good.
Watch yourself, Canes. Watch yourself. Okay. Trill Tenders are coming. Okay. Watch yourself. Chef Nando, we appreciate you.
Troll fries.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, bud. We appreciate it.
You guys for having me.
I'm going to talk a little HRP right now while Lance has his mouth full. So I'll do that first, and then he can do his. I want to talk about HRP. I want to talk about the payroll game. I want you. Now you guys are growing. I'm just saying, Trill. Instead of doing all that paperwork, let's think about HRP. HRP does the payroll. They do your HR. If you've got 15, 20, 30, 50, 100, 2 billion employees, it doesn't matter. Nothing is too big for HRP. Their technology is second to none. They get you the payroll. They get you the HR, and they do all of your taxes. So this is about as easy as it gets for a business. You're in the business, whatever your business is. If you make chicken tenders, if you're a plumber, if you are a siding guy, whatever you do, okay, you're not a payroll expert. Let HRP take care of your payroll. Let them take care of your HR, and let them take care of your taxes for you. And then they'll give you options for your 401k and your other benefits packages. It's the best way to go about this. We love them. They've been with us for 17 years. You need help, hrp.net. hrp.net.
Hey, let's talk about Allstate Windows and Siding, a chance for you to get your windows done. Brand new windows that are made right here in the state of Texas for Texas tough weather. Our weather is problematic at times. We have hurricanes. We have 100-degree weathers that will last for months on end. We have dry spells. We have incredible humidity. There's all kinds of things. Now we have snow and sleet and ice. We have all that stuff. We need windows that perform in extreme weather, and that's what we've got, and including hurricane strength windows. They've got really, really powerful hurricane strength windows, but their standard windows are designed to last for you against heavy winds as well. Right here in the Houston area, where we're a little ways off the coast, but we still get those heavy winds. They're designed for that. Make sure that you have your friends at Allstate Windows and Siding who've been longtime listeners of the show. Let them work for you. Let them get you windows. You mentioned my name. You're going to get a discount on top of their $250 off for each window. When you have 10 windows or more, they're going to give you an added discount when you mention you heard about it from ESPN 97.5. Windows, siding, all at allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Boy, it's just hard. It's just really difficult. Del, come get the spicy one. You better get in there because these people are all right. Take that giant. Yeah, he already took a chunk out of one. All right, he's an awful person. All right. You took all of them. You took all. Yeah, he wants some tenders. Okay.
Hold on, I got burger here.
Wait.
Just cut it in half.
Just hold on with the burgers, stealing the burgers. Okay, slow down. Just let's all. Okay, this is maniacal now in here. Okay, because there's food here, and I just wanted you. I just wanted you to make sure, Dal, that you got your spicy.
Thank you, but can he sit in a seat and do a show?
Down. He's.
I need my trill sauce. Give me my freaking trill sauce.
Oh my God.
Did you double up on trill sauce?
I did not. I didn't. I got one. That's all. Anyway, we are here live, and it is a madhouse because Trill Burgers came in. We appreciate y'all. Thank you. This weekend, how about tonight, Rockets in Dallas? How about tomorrow, Rockets Bulls? How about after that, Rockets got the Rockets have Philadelphia, who's terrible. 3 straight home games against terrible, terrible teams. I don't know if I want to, is it going to be, are people going to be interested in these games? I mean, the Rockets are 41-25. They're 1 game out of second place. And I know I would much rather see them play in Oklahoma City or the Celtics or somebody good.
Well, they played them already.
Wins too.
It just so happens that they played the Celtics twice already, right? So they can't play them again.
No,
they won in Boston, then they lost here.
That's right.
Yeah, so they
got their ass handed to them here.
So they got the Celtics game is out of the way. This is how the schedule plays out. They pretty good against the best teams anyway, so I wouldn't even be that concerned if they were. They played Cleveland twice within like a week. It's just how the schedule's fallen. The question is, because it's mid-March, are people kind of shutting down until the playoffs begin? Like, I know we talk about seeding and what it might mean for a playoff run, but are people like, yeah, it's March and we're almost 70 games in. Let's lock in on the Rockets on a Tuesday night when they're playing the Magic.
Look, at the Phoenix game, it wasn't full.
Yeah.
Orlando wasn't full.
No, I think Rocket fans are. I think the P2 fans, the ones who lock in on big games or postseason, no. They're more if it's on, if I'm by the team, oh, Rockets are on, let me watch. The ones who love the Rockets, the ones who are big time Rocket fans, yeah, they're watching every game when they're home. Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter but the ones who are like passive watchers, maybe not, maybe not.
Guys, I think we are seeing, I don't think we're appreciating Alpy. I know we had a draft earlier and you wanted Amen first in front of, I wanted Alpy. I know Alman may be an all-around. Alpy is Alpy is why this team is where it is today. Alpy is why this team has a chance to. I don't know that they. I think can go to the Western Conference Finals. I don't know that they can get through Oklahoma City. I think they can get through. I think they can get through anybody other than Oklahoma City. So it's kind of a big deal to finish second or third so that you can get to the Western Conference Finals. But the reason is Alpy. The reason is you got that guy in the middle who's got he's got baby Jokic skills. His ball handling is tremendous. I don't think we appreciate what that guy is doing enough. I really don't. I mean, we talk about Jalen and his up and down game. Alpy isn't up and down. Alpy is not.
He's pretty steady.
He's real steady, and he's also at times spectacular.
I just think I think it's probably not fair. The guy's an all-star. I think it's not fair that I kind of feel like if he gets so deep into the paint and he gets himself in trouble and he doesn't elevate and bigs can kind of block his shots and he's not been as fluid. And I look at the things that he's like, I just hold him at such high regard. I have such high standards and expectations for him that anytime I see things not look fluid and where he doesn't dominate, I tend to just say, oh man, Alpy just, and it's probably not fair because from a production standpoint, he's still really, really good.
Oh.
Really, really good. He's shooting really well. Of late, he's really seems to have come on. And I just think the world of him. I mean, I just think he's got such a chance. He's got a chance to be the baby Joker thing. I started calling him that in 23 because that's what he looked like to me. Was he did all the Jokic stuff, and
it was I mean, he does a lot of the same stuff from a vision standpoint, from a passing standpoint. He's clever with the ball in his hands. He's gotten to where he's really dangerous. When he starts you at the top of the key or free throw line, he's got a chance to really back you down and cause problems. But he's got to stay in rhythm. He can't do all the fakes because once you don't go for a fake, he gets in trouble. But he can impact 3 stat columns.
Yep.
Assists, points, rebounds. That's the new thing for bigs. Can you impact 3 columns? And he does at a high level. So, you know, if you don't have Alperen Sengun, he is the anchor right now. He is the like if you build a house, you got to pour the concrete, you got to get the foundation good. Alpy is your foundation. Points, rebounds. He's a go-to player. I'd like to see the free throw shooting get better. That needs to get better. That's one of the next, you know, in his career, you'd like to see him get up to low 80% range and maybe shoot 82% from the free throw line. I think that's the next thing he really needs to fine-tune in the offseason is making free throws a more consistent part of his where when he gets to the line, you can't be in the 60s. Right now, last 10 games, he's in a 60% range, 68%. You can't have that. You need him to get into the 80% range, you know. But everything I'm talking about, it may sound like nitpicking. I'm just saying this is what it needs for him to get to that elite level because I do think he has that. I think he has that kind of game. I think he has the ability to take his game to another level. And when he does, I mean, once you have that, you got a chance. You got a shot to win a championship.
I look at him and I go, is he as big as, because he's not big like Jokic. He's not Brook Lopez. He's not
bigger than you think.
No, he is bigger than I think.
He's 6. He's a legit
when he's going
6.
head to head against Wemby and beating him, it's like, holy crap. Now he's got some, I don't think we give him enough credit for this. He worked with Akeem. He's got a lot of inside moves. He knows that in a lot of cases, he is not going to be as big as the guy that he's taken on. Well, he's added so many fakes, deeks, up, steps, all kinds of great he has a lot of, I'm not going Akeem on him.
No,
but I will say he's got great footwork.
He's got great footwork he's not an overly athletic guy, but he's got great footwork. Yep. And I think the next area of his game that you see flash some is when the 3-point shot comes, and I think he can make it at a pretty high level. He doesn't shoot it a ton, but he will and he can. That's probably the next thing is all of a sudden you're going to see him shooting more threes a game, and it's going to go in at a higher rate, and it's going to be a problem for teams because now when you extend on him, he's really good at taking you off the dribble at the top of the key. So I think that's the next thing where you'll see he's going to start shooting more threes and start making them at a mid 30 to upper, 30 range. And once he's there, man, you're in some.
If he's making them at upper 30, forget about it.
What's he shooting right now from 3?
I don't know what his
because he's got a nice stroke.
He does.
He's got the ability to shoot. He's got the ability to shoot as a capable 3-point shooter.
Yep. If they can get Devin Booker this offseason, which apparently they allegedly they want to do, I'm even with what Jalen did the other night against him. Heads up, Jalen was better player.
Is that the only trade you make? Is if it involves Jalen Green?
Right now, Alpy's 3-point percentage is 24.7.
Ooh, that's not great.
No,
but he can shoot better than that.
27.6 career. His highest was 33 2 years ago.
I think he's got a chance to be a 35.
He's been getting worse. 33, 29, 24.
Huh.
Yeah.
He's got good stroke too.
He does.
And he usually doesn't shoot him like he usually shoots him in rhythm. He doesn't usually shoot him contested. Is that the only trade you make though? Like the Suns have to take Jalen Green or they don't get like I don't think the Suns will just take Jalen Green. I think it's going to.
No, they're going to get some of their draft picks back.
But I mean, other teams are going to want him too.
Oh, Devin Booker, yeah, but so the Rockets got him over a barrel with the draft picks.
So you're only going to. That's true. That's your leverage. So you're only going to do it if Jalen Green's involved.
Jalen Green and more.
No. What I'm saying is, if Amen or Alperen are involved, you're not doing it. I wouldn't. I'm not doing it. Like, screw you. We don't need your Booker. I don't need Booker that bad. I'm not giving up Alperen where Amen Thompson is part of any deal.
No.
For Devin Booker.
No, I don't. I think they're untouchable. I think those two are untouchable.
Yeah, and
especially with the contract that the extension he just signed. Now Jalen's worth the money that he signed for as well. Jalen is out playing that deal. He's averaging over 20 points a game. Yeah, he's out playing that deal. But it was a risky deal, giving him 30 a year. So I think the Rockets took a chance and won. The question is this a championship roster? That's the question. It was really nice to see Fred back and running the offense, and they were better. But I don't know that Jalen is a championship point guard. I mean, a championship 2 guard.
Yeah, but you don't have to have championship at all the positions. You just have to have the right ones.
Well, you got to have 3. You need 2 or 3 stars to win it.
You need 2 stars, and you need the right team. You need the right team. You know what's funny is Manu didn't produce like a star. He didn't have star production. He was just a really good player. Tony Parker, like those guys weren't 26 points a game or anything like that.
Oh, 3 Hall of Famers.
Yeah, it was 3 Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
They played at a high level, and part of them being a Hall of Fame is that they won championships.
Yeah.
But they were, there've been teams we've seen a little bit more, like Klay Thompson. I never felt like he was a star. He was a really good shooter.
He was a
Steph
two-way
Curry,
star. They would put him, as much as Draymond
think he was
still
a
gets
star?
credit for it, his defense. They would put Klay on the best perimeter player.
Yeah,
And
Klay could defend.
So he was a two-way guy, which added to his value.
Well, that's what I think. That's why I think you can't get too set in. You have to have stars, this many stars. It really depends. Like if you got 2, he's a 2-way player. Draymond is a defensive player. Steph Curry's an elite shooter. Like they had a very unique situation. Do the Rockets have the makings of a championship roster? I would say yes, they have the makings of it. It doesn't mean that means if you said, okay, does this roster qualify for the next round? Yeah, it qualifies for the next round of consideration for a championship roster. If I'm looking at everyone's rosters, there's a lot of them I'm cutting. If I see the Rockets and I go, man, young talent, still ascending. We got rebounders. They play hard. There's defense here. We got some explosive scores. There's things I don't love, but yeah, I'm putting them through to the next round.
Yeah.
I would say that.
Well, listen.
The roster's better than a lot of the rosters we see.
Listen, I look at Oklahoma City. Shea, they hit a home. They hit a grand slam with Shea. Chet Holmgren has been good. Jalen Williams, but otherwise, it's a bunch of guys. It's a bunch of guys. Now,
it's the right
maybe
guys.
the right guys. That's right.
It's the right guys
in the locker room, and unselfish on the court.
That's why you got to have that.
The Lou Dorts. I mean, the other Williams. I mean, it is a real. I mean, that is a cohesive team. And when are the Rockets going to be? Now we've seen them improve. I don't know that the Fertittas have the. I'm maybe they have the patience to wait this thing out. Maybe they do, but we've heard rumblings of Devin Booker or Kevin Durant
gross.
Well, but I mean these were who knows how I don't know how
Twitter
accurate they
Durant.
are. Right, I don't know how accurate. No, but guys that in the know have been saying stuff. The Rockets are in the market.
Yeah, I think they got to be patient, man. Let
this might be
let them cook.
Yeah, it'll be but they ain't settling for we're a 4th seed.
But they should be after being out of the playoffs last year.
But what about going forward?
But out of the playoffs to 4, it looks like that's a
no.
Right?
It's great. It's huge. It's great. Don't get me wrong, but they want championship.
And look, OKC, we talk about the moves, and they're a year ahead of the Rockets as far as progression. But they, after getting knocked out earlier than they wanted, after being the 1 seed last year, they went and added a Caruso. They went and added Hardenstein. They went and added 2 guys to a roster they felt was pretty good, but not good enough.
Yeah, but they're not stars.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to add necessarily
the question,
stars.
but they in their first go at it, got to the second round. So they say, okay, there's something there. We don't need to break this thing up. Let's add. The question will be, while we're talking about seeding and who the Rockets will play, let's say they finish as a 2. Let's say they get as high as they can, and Anthony Edwards in Minnesota is waiting for him because they're currently the 7. We know what Anthony Edwards is capable of. We've seen it against the Rockets this year a couple times, and another time he shot himself out the game. So if he takes over a series and he's the reason that Minnesota, who's kind of disappointed with their record, takes the Rockets out in the first round, then how do the Rockets feel when they go, wow, that guy's a superstar, and he knocked us out of the playoffs when we had a better season. So the patience that Lance is asking for, I think the playoffs and how it goes will determine how patient they are.
Maybe, but
I know him a little bit. I know Tillman a little bit. He likes stars.
This is what I'm saying. And if they watch a star for 6 or 7 games be the best player in the series and beat him, it may push him to go, we need a guy like that.
Well, here's the problem. Are you developing stars here?
I don't know.
Because
what
at
they
Golden
feel.
State, they developed stars.
You just told me Alperen.
Yeah.
Feels like you are.
Yeah, it feels like you are.
You
I don't
told
know, but is Jalen?
Is Jalen Green playing above his contract? You just said he was.
He is, but is that a
Then
star?
what's the problem?
Is that a star?
It didn't matter if he's a star. It matters how good you're playing.
Well, no, it matters how far he can take.
He's talking about a star on the
Stardom is
court.
how you play.
No, he's talking about a star on the
You
court.
become a star when you win and you win big.
Right. But you can't skip steps. It doesn't happen overnight. They can't go from Silas ball to championship. It doesn't happen that way.
Yeah.
They were 11th last year. They didn't even get to the play-in. Now they're fighting for a top 4 spot. Like, that is a huge jump. Let it keep.
I don't think you
simmering.
keep referencing Golden State. That's a different era of the NBA as far as financial concerns, and they got lucky because Steph had ankle injury, so they got him on a discount. And maybe you say Jalen's on a discount, but not the level.
He is too, and so is
but
Alperen.
not the level of discount that Steph was.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's great. But
a second rounder.
My point is, the financials change. You cannot hold on to the guys you love. Like Amin will come up. Are you going to pay Tari what he's going to ask for? And we know the injury concern for him. So if the Rockets are impatient, it's because they know, as much as the fans like to talk about a core 6 or 7, the money won't be there
because they're all
for all
about
of
the
them.
same
They're all
time.
about the same age, and
They're
the money will
that's
come
the
up.
problem.
So that's why there may be some impatience to consolidate the roster and put a couple of them together and bring someone in.
And that makes sense. That's true.
Yep. They could see it. You can't. Alman's not going anywhere, though. And I don't think Tari is either. They love Tari.
Then who are you trading?
He doesn't play back to backs.
Well, I mean, when Dylan Brooks' contract is up, I think you give Fred.
That's in 2 years, right?
Yeah, it's got 2 more years.
Okay.
I think you give Fred. You give Fred a couple more years. He probably wants 3.
Yes.
300.
He's gonna
get
give money back and get 3. That's what he's gonna look for.
You can't give Fred, like, that's just so counterintuitive. We love stars, but we're going to give Fred another $100 million for 3 years. He's a limited guard.
And also, by the way, the Fred contract can help you facilitate a trade. If you don't want to combine some of your younger players to make a deal work, if you don't, because right now, Jalen and Alperen are the big money deals coming up next year. Fred would be the only other one you'd be able to use to bring in a star if you don't want to combine your young guys. So you might, or a 2-year extension, whatever it might be. So you're going to need a big contract that doesn't involve the players you don't want to trade to possibly make a move too. So that there's some value in giving Fred money as well.
All right. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How about Truck Month? Just trucks, priced the way they should be. That's how truck shop, they do it how truck buying should be. If you want to pay for nitrogen in your tires or protection plans that don't protect anything, go ahead. Keep buying from the other guys. But if you want a truck without getting screwed, go to Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford, it is the way you should buy your truck. Right now at Chastang Ford, Super Duties, $3,000 cash back plus Chastang discounts. Right now, 2024 F-150s, up to $6,500 cash back on top of Chastang discounts. No dealer add-ons, no extra fees, just real trucks, real deals, real savings. ChastangFord.com. It's where you get your truck on, okay? It is Truck Month. It goes away at the end of the month. It's the time to buy. The 24s are brand new. They're still new, but they just have 2024 on them. They're awesome. And if you want a deal, this is the best time to buy. The year after, okay? ChastangFord.com. Truck Month right now. Don't buy it anywhere else. Don't get ripped off. ChastangFord.com.
Hey guys, it's me. I was just wondering, I was just thinking, what should I say here? That's the only reason there was a delay. I'm talking about Taqueria Sarandis. John was talking about having the quesadillas the other day. You know, quesadillas, I always talk about the pastor tacos or, you know, the fajita tacos or some of the traditional Mexican tacos that they have, the street tacos. But they also have standard fare like quesadillas. They have that, and they're very, very good. They've got salads for you if that's what you're looking for. But look, at the heart of it all, it's authentic Mexican food. And that's what Taqueria Sarandis has. And there's locations all over the city of Houston. So chances are you've seen one before. Maybe chances are you haven't stopped in. Stop in. Grab breakfast tacos. Grab yourself lunch. Grab dinner there. Stop in and sit at the bar and watch basketball games. You got tournament action right now. And then, of course, next week, you're going to have it as well. And you have an opportunity to have fun with your friends, drink some beer, have margaritas, have that authentic Mexican food, and watch your games right up at the bar at Taqueria Sarandis. Locations all over Houston. Enjoy the authentic flavor of Taqueria Sarandis.
So, I mean, this was a story that was on Reddit, News of the Weird, and then they took it down because it is so horrific. Did you see the woman that had kept her stepson captive for 20 years? He was from 11 years old to 31 years old. He was 68 pounds.
Oh, my God.
5'9", 68 pounds. So firefighters went to the house because there was a fire there, and they put it out. And then they were looking around the house, and they found this room. And this 31-year-old was in there, and he said, "I started the fire because I want my freedom." 60. What kind of awful, horrific person are you? There was going to be,
that woman's still alive?
That woman is under arrest and will hopefully spend the rest of her life in prison. But what kind of is there an evil that I'm not aware of where you would keep and starve them? You would starve a person in a room for 20 years?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you get up every single day for 20 years knowing that you are killing another and I mean, for 20 years he was held in the room.
That's pure evil right
there. That is
there.
pure. I mean, it doesn't get to.
Man, that is pure evil.
There is a special place in hell for her.
Uh-huh.
Oh, my God. Did you see at all the fire at Texas Tech University?
I didn't.
You didn't?
No. What's the deal?
Oh, yeah. It was, this is the fire at Texas Tech University. I'm going to show it to you. And you tell me what is going on here. That's the fire.
Well, that looks like a line. Yeah, it's a power line, right?
It's in a sewer. It's green. What in the hell do they have at Texas Tech University?
It's toxic down there. Because that's toxic.
Do you want to go breathe that? Do you want to go breathe that smoke?
And that's in the
Look at
sewer?
this guy standing near it. I'd be like, oh, my God. Get me away from this.
That's in the sewer?
In the sewer. It's coming out of the sewer at Texas Tech University. You got green fire at Tech, and you barely beat Baylor yesterday.
Yeah.
Those two things. Illinois has voted on a new state flag. They voted on a new state flag, and the winner is the current state flag.
Sometimes you
Sometimes you
stick with the champ. The champ is here.
The champion is here. Illinois, congratulations. That's it on News of the Weird. We're not as weird as we used to be.
Oh, we did have something about torture.
Yeah, that was awful.
News of the torture of stepson.
That's the most awful person I can think of.
That's going to bother me the rest of the day. What an awful person.
How can you be worse? Killing someone for 20 years?
Oh.
And how do now, at 31 years old, 68 pounds, do you get out in the community and now live in any kind of a life?
He's going to need some Trill burgers.
I mean, maybe a little more than that as far as therapy and reintegration into society.
I don't know. A Trill burger could.
They're pretty good.
I'm not sure the stomach is ready for like
No, he could
Trill
eat
burgers
maybe
and trill tenders. It may,
Maybe
you know,
some
he's probably
soup.
going to have to
Get-
start with
Get him some soup.
people
soup,
who
yeah.
are emaciated really have
Soup.
to eat slowly.
They can't just jump right
No,
in
let me
with cheese
let me-
enchiladas.
Let me get that ribeye.
Yeah.
That 12-ounce rib, that 16-ounce
Oh,
ribeye.
I think your digestive system's going to have a problem.
Yeah,
sir.
right. Exactly. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here. Thank you, Chef Nando and Trill Burgers. We really appreciate you today. And thanks for everybody listening all week long. We will talk to you again on Monday. Everybody have a great weekend. I'm talking about GimmeTheVin.com giving away 20. It's a big cash giveaway month. How about this? All month long, GimmeTheVin.com giving away $25,000 in cash every month. 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. So 2 ways to win: mail-in entry, or they buy your car. And you get a lot more entries if they buy your car. Here's the deal. GimmeTheVin.com is going to buy your whatever it is that you got, your pickup, your truck, your SUV, your minivan, supercar, exotic. They've got a place for exotics, and it's gmtvcc.com, where they'll buy your classic cars. That's what GMTVCC means. And they put you right on the money right away, providing you hassle-free online options right away. It doesn't matter what kind of car that you have. Go to GimmeTheVin.com, enter your car's VIN number or license plate, get your quote in minutes, and if they can't beat CarMax, you go back and forth with CarMax and Give Me the VIN, and they can't beat CarMax's, they're going to send you $100. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. Easy, and it's fast. GimmeTheVin.com. It's America's best car buyer.
Welcome into the show. We had a bit of a chaotic scene to end the last show. Anytime food comes into the vicinity, everyone loses all sense, and mostly this is directed at Lance Zierlein. I know he lost all sense beyond the fact that he couldn't stay in his seat while the show was going on. Is he prioritized moving out and collecting his burger before anyone could see it, and sequestering in his office and leaving his car keys in the room. If you're looking at the show, watching us on stream, whether it be Twitch or Twitter or YouTube, you can see me holding up his car keys. The burger was more important. The fries were more important. Thanks to Trill Burgers for bringing that in, than his ability to get home. So we'll see if he notices that the one thing that can get him into his car, into his home, is absent.
I think we run a social experiment.
Yeah.
Just leave him there.
I'm just going to leave him there.
I'll tell Paul to just leave him there.
I mean, if he gets into the Paul show, if we're talking 2 hours later and he still doesn't know.
I mean, he already had lunch.
True. So he wouldn't have to leave for lunch because he's already had it.
I'm sure there's some NFL draft prospects to break down.
Maybe a podcast he has to do with the NFL.com people. So it's possible he doesn't notice that his keys are no longer on his person. We will see. I'm not notifying him. If I see him in his office and he's not panicked, I'm not going to say anything. If he's panicked looking for his keys, I'll say, okay, the keys are in here. I'm not going to torture him. But if he's just doing his stuff and not even looking to leave, we'll just leave him in here until he figures it out. Till it's time to go home.
Till he's earned them.
Yeah. We started yesterday's show with a question of fandom for Sean. The Aggies and the Horns matched up again. As I said, the rivalry had been renewed in the SEC tournament. The Aggies were down for quite a bit in that second half, found a way to come back, and the game went to 2 overtimes. I got to admit, when it was like 78-73, A&M up, I thought the game was over. I was like, all right, I had my lunch. Time to take my requisite mid-afternoon nap. I wake up 30 minutes later, which is short for me when it comes to a nap at this point, and the Horns have won. So the question yesterday was about Sean and his willingness to root for his Horns, knowing the implications, knowing he'd have to work more hours today, knowing Rodney Terry may have saved his job.
I'd have to work more hour today.
Yeah, true.
I was only really losing
more
an
hour. Yes, that's correct. Rodney Terry may save his job, and Joe Lunardi has the Horns after their big double overtime win against the Aggies yesterday as the last team in. Of course, there are bid stealers all around.
Last team in.
So
last team in.
Winning today would certainly further their cause, because you never know when a 1 bid league turns into a 2 bid league, or someone who was never going to make the tournament makes it because if they go on a run. So the Horns aren't safe, but at the moment, because of their big win over the Aggies, they are in. Sean was non-committal about what he was going to hope for. He comes in today with the glory days hat, the Texas USC Rose Bowl hat.
Oh.
And is that a burnt orange Texas shirt as well?
Yes.
So we know that all it took was watching that maroon and white go down in defeat to get the Longhorn blood boiling again and say, you know what? That's right. I'm a full Longhorn, and I'm thrilled with the win and what it could mean for our tournament chances.
All it took was for them to be up with by like 10, I would say, in the first half, and then I think the Aggies cut it to like 5 at halftime, and I was like, ooh, that sucks. And then I was like, you know what? I think I just made my decision for me.
Yeah, let's go out and win it, boys. And
they cut it to 6 at halftime, and I was disappointed because it's the fine margins, Dell. That's where these games are won and lost.
You want to win the last 4 of the first half and the first 4 of the second half.
Exactly.
And you didn't close out strong, and you thought it could lead to bad things, and it almost did.
Yes, and that's when I realized, I'm willing to work 1 extra hour on Friday,
as long as my Horns
to secure a win here.
Yeah, and they got it. I want to point out Tremont Mark to get the game to overtime. He's at the top of the key. Former Coug. We'll get to the Cougs who they beat Colorado
in a game where, according to the odds makers, they underperformed. They were a giant favorite, won that game by 9. But Tremont Marks at the top, above the arc, isolated, and just a giant bust by an Aggie big. He lost sight of the horn big under the rim, pretty much. Got an easy dunk that tied the game. It was just a bust. I don't know where he thought he should be, but his eyes were not on his man. There was not a lot. It was ball watching by him, not of awareness of his man, and led to an open dunk for the Horns, and they tied the game. And then a desperation shot by the Aggies doesn't go in. They go to overtime, double overtime, and the Horns get a win. So we will see if they need one more, or things will play out where a loss today doesn't matter. But at this point, Lenardi is saying Rodney Terry's club is back in the field of 68.
By the way, they're not winning today.
You didn't think they were winning
yesterday
either?
Yes, but they've now played a double overtime game against a team that's been on a double bye. That's also way better.
Don't doubt Rodney Terry's horns. That's all I'll say.
You know what? I'm not doubting Rick Barnes's volunteers.
It is an interesting thing going on here. Rick Barnes and his team in a tournament setting versus Rodney Terry and his team in a tournament setting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think we can call it January, February Terry now. Move over, Tom Izzo.
Okay.
What have you ever done?
He does have
nothing.
He does have that one national title way back when.
Yeah, he's recruiting guys whose parents weren't even, or whose parents were in high school when that happened.
It's true.
He literally has Jason Richardson's kid on his team.
We're gonna get to a legacy kind of a player. He's not the son of a NBA player. He is the younger brother of an NBA player. And Sean, I'm going to need you to think, because we'll get to this at some point. Who is the most likely younger brother of a 2025 NBA All-Star to start a fight in the handshake line after his final high school game? Because that happened. Think of all the guys who made the All-Star team.
Okay.
And think who most likely has a younger brother who would start a shoving match after his final game in the handshake line. We'll get to that.
Yes, I'll ruminate.
You'll think about the All-Star roster of a weekend you didn't watch.
I'll be like, Team Shaq, Team Kenny, give me a hint, please. Is he a rising star?
No hints.
Okay.
Just go to Wiki. I'll say this: he's not a rising star.
Okay, so
he's not the younger brother of a rising.
There's
star.
not an Min Thompson, a
Reed
Sar
Shepard's
Thompson.
younger brother did not start a fight. No.
Okay.
But think about it, and we will see what you come up with. We got an interesting thing going on in Dallas, if you want to call it a thing, between DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons. We'll get to that in the show as well. By the way, Lou Ferrigno should be joining us at right around 11:30, I believe. The email I got said he'd arrive at 11:15. I don't think he's going to immediately come on, so we should have not Sean's Hulk, but the original Hulk, at least for me. He'll be in, and I did not know this, but I found out he voiced the Hulk in some ways in Thor Ragnarok. I say in some ways because if you watch that movie, that was the advent of full sentences Hulk. That wasn't Lou Ferrigno, but he did voice Hulk initially in that movie, or at least parts of that movie. So we'll hear from him. He's in town for a convention. And also Michael Carroll will join us as well. We'll move the schedule around and get Michael Carroll his full segment so he can recommend things for you to watch or not to watch. But getting to the Cougs, I did mention them in passing. Scrappy win. Expected to beat Colorado. You avoided disaster, and when you win that game. But the problem is Juwan Roberts gets hurt. He has a sprained ankle. It's not the only prominent ankle to have been injured yesterday. When we were doing the show and as we were heading out, Cooper Flagg injured his ankle. He's unlikely to play in their semifinal game. Duke did hold on to win because when we left, they were trailing by I think 5 or so at halftime. They went on to win that game against Georgia Tech. Cooper Flagg's unlikely to play. We'll see what his prognosis is for the rest of Duke's postseason run. But Juwan Roberts, not a great thing considering the Cougs' history of guys just getting hurt. Tremont Mark, a guy I mentioned playing for the Horns, he got hurt in a season where the Cougs had real aspirations of winning a national title. Juwan thinks he's going to be able to go today. Question is, will the team doctors agree with him. Player can say whatever they wants, and that's right after the game. What happens when swelling hits and you have a night of sleep? How does it respond? If he's good to go, play him. But if there's any concern, don't. Pretty simple to me. Pretty simple to me as far as what should happen. I'm not going to tell a guy or suggest a guy that can play to not play if he's not going to re-aggravate anything and he's going to be fine. I just don't know the extent of that ankle. So that's something to look out for as the Cougs try to avoid the thing that's kind of hampered them throughout the most recent run for Kelvin Sampson. Just guys getting banged up. It's part of sports. Guys get hurt. The Cougs have had their share of it and probably more of their share of it. Jawan Roberts, a very important member of that team. You know what Kelvin Sampson thinks of him if you saw Senior Day, where Jawan Roberts walking out caused Kelvin Sampson to cry. So he's a big time part of that team, a leader. Just protect the. If you got to protect the kid from himself, cool. But if he's good, play him. As I don't really agree with what the guy said this morning about it. The Big 12 tournament doesn't matter. I don't think competitors think that way. Understood. They've won all they can win as far as conference titles are concerned. When we talk about Kelvin Sampson's time there from the American regular season and tournaments, they've won a Big 12 regular season title. They've pretty much done whatever you can accomplish in the regular season. The final goal, sure, win a national title, but let's not pretend like raising that trophy wouldn't be fun too. Cutting down the nets for the Big 12 tournament title in your second year in the program, and second year in the conference, that'd be pretty fun too. I think the mission, if you set it out before the year, would be win the regular season title, win the Big 12 tournament title, then win the national title. If this is part of their mission, go out there and win it, but clearly not at the expense of one of your more important players. So we'll see how that's handled. They got BYU, high-scoring BYU. They put, 96 on Iowa State yesterday? Don't expect that to happen today. It's not exactly the Cougs formula to get into a high-scoring game and against anybody. But that's a top 25 matchup. BYU has adjusted well to the Big 12. Not as good as the Cougs, because I don't know how you could expect anyone to do what the Cougs have done, but it's a good one. That's at 6 p.m. on ESPN. You can check that out. It's March Madness season. Sean's caught the fever. All it took was one half against A&M for him to be all in on March Madness.
All it took, 8-point lead.
8-point lead.
8-point lead with, little did I know, like 35 minutes of actual basketball left.
Yeah, it was a long one, and
like 2 hours of my life left.
Hey, it was well spent. You got to see a win, and you were invested. So all that talk yesterday, out the window. Now we got a chance to win something. Unlikely as it may be.
Yeah, I just this is where I'm at with Rodney Terry, Texas basketball. I need to see it. I just need to see. This is a team that lost to South Carolina.
Yeah, no expectations.
This is literally the worst team in the SEC.
Well,
they lost to
South Carolina owns Texas basketball. The women,
get
owned by South Carolina, and the men, for whatever reason, lost to this version of South Carolina. That was embarrassing.
Yeah,
it's been a tough year, but now you're 19-14. Lenardi
last
has
team in.
Let's make sure you get into the top part of that last four in by beating Tennessee today, and you get to beat Rick Barnes.
Last team in.
Do you want to, like, the selection show?
Be the last team in.
The selection show doesn't say, "Oh, Texas, the last team in," when they make the announcement of the matchup. But after all the brackets are filled out, then they go and tell you who the committee said was the final couple teams. Do you actually, as long as you make it in, do you actually want to be labeled the last team in? You want to be, I guess, in draft terms, Mr. Irrelevant?
I mean, the ultimate Cinderella, Texas basketball.
That's what everyone thinks when they think Cinderella, yes.
Well, the last four at-larges play in the first four.
Yeah,
so
right now you're scheduled to play in the first four.
Yeah, you would be.
You want to see Texas and Dayton? Is that what you're looking for?
No, not really.
No, so
can't say I do.
That's not. Yes, the 68 has been a thing for a while, but no one feels like that's the real tournament.
No, I think I've watched. I think I maybe watched like one half of one game of those every year. Sorry, 16 seeds. I actually think it's messed up that they make the 16
Yeah, I
seeds
don't think that's
play
fair.
in that.
As teams who win their tournament and automatically
You
qualify,
you should play a 1 seed.
you should be able to play on site at the tournament, not in Dayton.
Yeah. I think it should just be like the
All
final 8.
All the final 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, if 8 at larges have to play that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind that.
But what was the question? Oh, Dayton, not excited. Just if you're asking me about, are you excited about Dayton, Ohio? No.
And watching your team play
No,
there.
next question.
So you need this win, or you're.
I don't need this win.
Well, if your team is going to make the tournament either way, because no one takes their bid later in the week or over the weekend.
What's Lenardi smoking with the last team in, or like a team ahead of him is North Carolina, who's 1-11 in quad 1 games.
I'm just.
They
played 11 or 12 quad 1 games.
So did Texas.
And how many did Texas win?
6. They played in the SEC. So if you beat anyone in the SEC, that's a quad 1 win.
Talk to Lenardi. He just has you as the last team in.
Bum.
Does he? And Carolina is not even. Aren't they the last 4 in?
Yeah,
they're
in the last 4.
So Texas and Carolina could possibly play each other in a game in Dayton.
Yeah. Rodney Terry,
big ratings
versus Hubert Davis.
Loser goes home.
I actually don't think Hubert Davis goes home.
Rodney Terry losing in Dayton.
Gosh,
could go home.
I hope we don't Kevin Keats this. I hope we don't poor man's Kevin Keats.
Yeah,
this.
if you're gonna Kevin Keats it, make the Final Four.
Exactly.
But don't make the Sweet 16 and get beat down.
They already kind of did that when he was the interim coach and they made the Elite 8.
That was poor man's.
That was kind of what
Kevin
they did.
Keats, and Coach L got in the way. By the way, Rodney Terry, 13-point lead in the second half of that game.
I know. And a guy who can't win in the transfer portal era beat him with a team full of transfers.
He couldn't win the last 2 years in the transfer portal era. The 2 previous years, he used the transfer portal to get to the Elite 8 and Final Four.
People are lucky, or Jim Larranaga,
yeah.
is lucky that no one cares about Miami basketball, because him trying to get that off, that like, man, transfer portal's crazy. It's like, just because you retire in the middle of the season doesn't mean you can say the transfer portal's crazy when your biggest success at the school you're retiring from is the direct result of the transfer portal.
The game passed him by pretty quickly.
Yeah,
and
2 years.
Really all it was is he whiffed on the guys he tried to get the follow-up, the great runs he had in 2 years in a row.
And John Ruiz life wallet.
No, they were able to pay for.
Oh, okay.
They were able to pay for guys. They just paid the wrong guys.
I thought they defaulted on.
No. Those guys got their money. They just didn't play well, and that happened at Florida State. A couple of years, they were big hits. Jared Verse and Braden Fisk turned into NFL prospects and got drafted by the Rams. Big hits in the transfer portal.
DJU, not so much.
And others. That's why they're awful this past season. It's hit or miss for some teams. That's why it's probably not a great idea, particularly in college football, to base your entire foundation on the transfer portal, unless there's some top pick at quarterback in the draft.
Yeah, I was gonna say, unless you're Lincoln Riley, just taking the best Oklahoma players with you.
Yes, that's a unique situation, and even that didn't turn out great the last couple years.
Congrats, you didn't win a conference.
Didn't win a thing. Didn't win a big bowl game. Lost in your conference final or conference title game. But that's the Lincoln Riley experience. Oklahoma fans, despite their own issues, get a laugh out of that. Okay, we will come back with more. We'll talk about what happened in West Palm Beach. We had our first incident in the outfield. It's bound to happen. We'll talk about that. That'll be part of our camp update. As I mentioned, when we get to the second hour, we'll have Michael Carroll, and we'll also have Lou Ferrigno. And the Texans are restructuring, opening up more money, and they made an addition to their offensive line. So we'll get to that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. I'm just talking to the people who represent Lou Ferrigno. Looks like he's going to try to get in earlier. So whenever that's figured out, I'll let you know. Probably won't be 11:30 though. All right. So the Texans made an acquisition of Ed Ingram. They traded a third-day pick, I believe, a sixth-rounder, to the Vikings for him. He wasn't great last year. Viking fans are like, what? Someone gave us a pick for him? That's never a good feeling. It's never a good feeling when the team you're trading with fans are like, oh, I can't believe we got something for him, and they're calling their general manager the GOAT because they were able to dump a guy who's not good. He and their other acquisition, Laken Tomlinson, ranked pretty highly in giving up pressures last year. Not great. I don't know exactly what the plan is other than, hey, they got to be better than Shaq Mason and the combination of Juice Patterson. If you don't know, this show knows that they're two different people. It's just easier if we just combine them into one. Juice Patterson.
When it's necessary, we will differentiate. But
right
when
now,
we're talking about the offensive line group as a whole, it's Juice Patterson.
Yes, right now, Juice Patterson. One of them may play guard. One of them may play center. Right now, as Aaron Wilson reported, before the Ed Ingram acquisition, it was Tomlinson at guard, Patterson or Scruggs at center, and then Blake Fisher at right, Titus at left, and an opening for guard. And maybe that opening has been filled by Ed Ingram. I don't like it. I'll just say that right now. I don't think they are. I think they're less talented, even as bad as Shaq Mason was. I do think in a vacuum, there goes my phone, I think he's a better player than Ed Ingram. It went poorly last year, so if he's a better player someplace else or he was a better player in New England, that doesn't matter for the Texans' purposes. They are less talented in that room, and that's clearly because Laramie Tunsil's not there, but even the fill-ins.
Yeah, even taking out the Tunsil part of it, because you're not going to get like more talented.
Yeah, you're
after
not finding
trading Tunsil.
That level of player.
I think that, to me, the Ingram trade to me it's the reverse of the Kenyon Green trade, where you're like, oh, someone wanted Kenyon Green, all right. And that's the same thing where Vikings fans are, oh, someone wanted, and
Nick Caserio's the GOAT.
Yeah,
we got it because we got Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, I think we literally said like they turned Kenyon Green
into
and
viable
low-level picks onto someone who's going to start for your defense.
Yeah,
that's why either Tomlinson or Ingram, one of these guys has to be a rotation or a bench guy or a camp competition guy. Like, there's no way that these are the starter. Like, this can't be the starting moves.
So you think it comes through the draft? Because
they got to draft somebody. They got to draft somebody.
They have to draft a guy they want to win one of those spots. Now, whether he wins it or not, that's up to the competition.
Yeah.
But there should be a guy who they believe is the prohibitive favorite for one of those spots.
I'm saying they need more like talent, just more just raw talent in there, because like when Ian Rappaport, what was the exact verbiage on the tweet, but when Ian Rappaport reports a trade, you can often tell how good a guy is just by the accolades that he throws in there. And the Vikings traded guard Ed Ingram to the Texans, sources say, as Houston continues to rework their offensive line. And here's the part that gives away that he might not be that good. The second-round pick from LSU is on the move, thanks in part to Minnesota spending big on O-line and free agency. Whenever they throw in your draft status, and my evidence for this is, look at how they reported Kenyon Green getting traded. It was former first-round pick Kenyon Green got traded.
It's pretty much to justify him even talking about this trade, because when people go, who's Kenyon Green?
This is why you might remember this name.
Yeah. Hey,
this is the pedigree that we're trading on.
There's a reason I'm mentioning it And sure, it's not because of his level of play on the NFL level. It's because someone valued him at some point, and he's on the move.
Yes.
So Ed Ingram, former second-round pick, the Texans did acquire a guy that the Vikings at least thought was worth a early valuable pick. It just hasn't worked out. They went and spent money to fix their problem. I wish the Texans were capable of doing that, but they weren't. They just didn't have the money. They have a little bit more now because they've restructured Christian Kirk's deal, a guy they just picked up. It frees up $12 million in cap space for them. Does that mean I think they're going to go sign a Will Hernandez or something, a guard that's on the market right now? No, I just think it means it gives them money for their draft class. I think it helps them bring those guys in, and maybe there's a couple smaller deals on the table. They're just cap strapped. They've made a couple of deals to bring in guards. They need to go draft. I wouldn't be against drafting a couple. Just go draft a couple. If I don't know if it's going to be second and third round picks or a first round pick and a third round pick, but go get a couple guys wherever you get them that you think could go beat out Tomlinson or I guess I put it that way, or Ed Ingram.
Yeah, I mean, if two guys want to start, be better than these guys, that's all right with me. I think their draft picks, they have a first, second, and 2/3. Does that sound right?
I'll look up. We know they just acquired picks with Tunsil. They've made multiple trades. So I'll look up what their updated draft picks are right now. They've got counting. They've got a 2/3, a second, a first, no fourth, a fifth, and 2/7.
So they have 4 picks in the first 3 rounds.
Correct. So
they need to spend half those on offensive line.
I would agree.
Just to get human bodies in there that are more talented or just have upside, I would say, than Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram, who I am viewing him as, well, welcome back, Kenyon Green.
Hey.
New Kenyon Green. How's it going?
Hey, you know that Kendrick Green guy we have?
Yeah.
We just brought in another one.
This is the less confusing version.
Yes. Yes. So we don't have 2 guys with K and Green in their names. 2 out of the first 4, I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah.
But I would say find a guy to lean on that's different from the guys who have leaned on when it comes to drafting offensive linemen. Go pick a different guy to lean on.
Whoever okayed the last couple.
Yeah. Pick a different guy. I'm not saying you got to get rid of that guy. Maybe his expertise shouldn't be in offensive line stuff. Maybe it should be at a different position, whether that be a scout or maybe it was an offensive line coach. Certainly, we know we have a new one who was part of the organization. If you want to lean on him as opposed to what you were leaning on in the past, I'm good with it. Just change up the evaluation process because it has been very underwhelming to this point under Caserio. But you got another opportunity. I hope they take advantage of it. Because right now, as much as they want to lean on and the sell job is the power of friendship, hey, we got that guy out of the room, and I'm not against it. This is not me coming out and saying they made a mistake. I get it. If he's bad for the room, get him out of the room. But you just can't say, well, as long as he's out, we're good to go. And to be fair to them, I don't think that's their approach. But they have signed a couple guys who, one's a journeyman older player, and the other is a washout that Minnesota didn't want to keep on their roster. That's not good enough for what the problem was last year. Or maybe Cole Popovich is Dante Scarnecchia reincarnate. And he's going to walk in there and turn these guys around. And look, I would have done this last year, but they didn't give me the chance because Strausser was above me. But now we're going to flip this room a little bit and turn all of you guys into competent offensive linemen who can pick up a stunt. That's what we should be looking at. That one guy who found a clip of Ed Ingram going one-on-one against what's the Eagle?
Jalen
Carter, and said, look, Casario's done it again. Got a dog. It's like one play from Jalen Carter's rookie year. Ed Ingram's been a bad player for the most part. Find me the clips of him picking up stunts. Find me the clips of Laken Tomlinson understanding line games by defensive linemen and picking them up and not being confused. If you have a 2-minute compilation of them doing that well, then I'm pretty much sold because it's an improvement over what we saw last year. I don't care about the one-on-one stuff with Jalen Carter. Show me, hey, this front is playing games, TNs, looping blitzes, and these guys were competent at picking them up. And then I'm like, you know what? I'll take back my stuff about these guys not being that good. At least you saw something that is an improvement over what we had last year.
Yeah, I would be okay if their entire process is just like,
can you pick up a stunt?
Can you do this one thing?
Yeah.
Okay,
can you look for work and be good at it? Don't just stand there and go help an offensive lineman who's actually doing his job and allow another guy to run by you for a sack.
Or it should be that, and then also like it should be a highlight reel where it's, you know, just over the top, like one of those, you know, high school football mixtapes where, but it is just guys doing competent O-line. Like you don't have to destroy guys. It's just literally picking up a stunt. And then also when hopefully it's someone else that sacks the quarterback, someone else's responsibility that sacks the quarterback, you know, Laken Thompson runs back, picks him up. That's all we need.
If
just pick up the quarterback.
When he was with, he's been a couple places now, but when
Detroit
the
and
Jets as well, Laken Thompson,
San Fran.
If Aaron Rodgers got hit a little late this past year,
just
have a little conversation with the guy who did it.
Yeah.
Hey, Greg Rousseau, you cut that out.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Do some. Hey,
knock it off.
Enough funny business.
And you guys, hey, that's not asked for much. It is compared to what we saw last year.
Again, we're just looking for more than last year. Really, it's like, and this is something on the rundown we'll get to later. It's like what I'm asking from Jose Altuve in the outfield. No bloopers.
Well, he could not live up to that standard yesterday.
But for the Texans offensive line, it's like, hey, just don't be. If you're going to be bad in different ways.
Yeah, the problem is Laken Thompson was on a team in Seattle who wasn't great protecting Geno Smith last year.
Yeah,
in fact, it wouldn't have been Greg Rousseau. It would have been like, hey, Bosa, leave Geno alone. That's all. If he put in that type of effort, I'd be like, improvement. Thank you, Casario.
Just get up and woof at him a little.
Anything, give him a little shove, something that says you can't hit my quarterback as hard as
You're
you
just
did.
not going to punk us all game long, and we're not going to do anything about it.
Look, man, I can't keep you from hitting my quarterback during the legal part of the game, but afterwards, get off of him in a quick fashion. Don't say anything to him. Let's go to the next play.
Yeah, we're going, hey, don't punk us all day long, and we're not going to stand up. Now it's punk us all day long, but we will stand up.
Yes.
That's all I'm asking.
Anything. Small increments of improvement is what we're looking for. And if that's what we get, cool. And then, of course, Casario, go do your work and go draft a couple guys who can actually beat these guys out. Okay, when we come back, we'll get to the camp report. Got word that Lou Ferrigno will join us at 11. So we'll talk to, he's not just a Hulk. He's done a lot of things. He was on King of Queens. I remember that. I had to be reminded of it when I was doing some research, but I was like, oh yeah, he was a neighbor on King of Queens. So we'll talk to Lou Ferrigno in a little bit, and we'll get to our camp report when we come back. But first, we are going to talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's the place you go to when you want to be treated like family and get a great car. That's part of the deal. It is spring, which means spring savings on these Chevy Silverado 1500s. That's employee pricing that you're getting. You're getting the same price that their employees get. And if they kept employees around for years and years, you know they treat them right, and they're going to treat you right when it comes to getting a car, whether it be a Chevy Silverado 1500 or something else like a Trax or a Blazer. It's all there for you at monumentchevrolet.com. Check out the inventory, and once you see those prices don't change once you get up on the lot. There are no hidden fees, no upcharges. You get on that lot, you expect the price that got you to the lot, and they'll give that to you. Just head on out there. It's in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225, and maybe you'll run into Sammy. Salesperson of the week, personable, friendly, kind, understands the car buying process is something that should be painful. He's going to walk you through it and get you in the car that you want. That's all it is to it. They're going to get you in the car that you want at the price that you want. So whether it be the pre-owned inventory with their 6 months, 6,000-mile warranty, or a new car, or maybe you just need some service done, it's all there for you out there in Pasadena. Remember, check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. Go on out there and check out all the vehicles on the lot. And also this, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So, when we discuss the outfield of Cam Smith and Jose Altuve, we think to ourselves, at least this show does, we want to be entertained, but we're not really looking for bloopers. We just want Altuve and Cam Smith, whether that becomes an actual thing during the season, to provide something we wouldn't expect in the regular season. I don't know what that means for Altuve beyond what we saw yesterday. I hope that doesn't become the norm, but it's just something different. With Kyle Tucker not being around and Jordan, they don't want to play that much out there. You hope you get competent play. You hope you don't have anything embarrassing happen. And you hope Cam Smith becomes someone you can depend on in the lineup as they try to find a spot for him. We'll see how the rest of spring training goes. Well, we got our first, oh no, what's going on out there? From Altuve yesterday. He missed it. He misplayed a fly ball. I won't say it's completely routine, but it's a play you expect a competent outfielder to make. He leaps, and because of his well-known diminutive stature, it looks a little funny, him flailing at that fly ball. It was a tough look. And that's the potential unintended consequence of putting him out there. He's your franchise legend. And he's out there flopping around trying to make a play on a fly ball. Thankfully, it's spring, but that was on Space City Home Network, so people got to see it. It's unfortunate that particular play was one that people did get to see, not on some grainy footage that one of the beat writers is filming from the press box. It was in HD for everyone to see.
Todd Callis on the call.
Yeah, it's all the things.
I think he dropped an oh no.
Yeah. Yes. And would he have dropped an oh no if it was a random a guy in a minor league deal? Probably not.
DeZenzo doesn't get an oh no.
He doesn't get an oh no. But because Altuve is who he is, he gets a oh no, not Jose. Because no one wants bad things to happen for him. Not anyone who's reasonable. I'm sure they're Yankee fans, whatever, Dodger fans who will enjoy it. But for us, we're like, no. I'd rather have him commit an error at second than watch what happened yesterday. I don't want that to be. I don't think it'll be the norm, but I don't even want to see it at all. Like, if he dives and misses the ball, okay, that's an effort thing. But a play you expect an outfielder to make and he misses it, I need that to be – we set an over-under on missed dives earlier. What about missed plays in left that you would say, okay, even Jordan, who's not known to be a great defensive outfielder, makes a play. How many – that's one. The spring training doesn't really count.
Mm-hmm.
But regular season-wise, if we're talking about misplays, do we get to 3 or 4? Do we get it particularly like that, where he's going back on the ball? That should be a play made. He leaps up. He's not even close. He's like, what, 2 feet to the left? Was it about 2 feet to the left?
Yeah, it when he jumped. He jumps and he almost lands by the time the ball actually gets to where his glove would have been if he never jumped. And it kind of hits him like on the back, it looks like, or it's on the back side of him. Maybe it hits his butt a little bit. So it's probably like a foot. He's probably like a foot off.
Okay. I'm looking at it right now. Arrighetti was on the mound. Yeah, he mistimes his leap.
He didn't have to jump.
No, yeah. He thought he might have to make a play. Not that he's ever going to jump over a wall and make a play, but it looks like it's one of the jumps you think, okay, this ball might hit the wall. It doesn't. It's probably about half a foot off. He misses it.
And like a foot inside the fence.
Yes.
Too.
Yes.
Maybe more than a foot.
He could, instead of jumping, he could have put his hand out, touched the wall, got back on it quicker. There are a lot of things that an outfielder who knows what to do would have done make that play.
This is where I come in as an embarrassment consultant, Sean Mapes.
Okay.
Jose, love what you've done for this team. Love that you're doing this. A lot of guys wouldn't be open to
Yes, they'd say, no, I'm playing second base. We know a guy. I play third.
Yes.
He could have said, I play second. That's what I do. But I'm going out there to play.
Appreciate that. Love it. All the memories. We can't jump. No jumping. Yeah. Don't leave your feet.
Yeah.
If at any point you leave your feet in the outfield this season, something has gone terribly wrong. I think that goes into my, don't make any bloopers. It's just, hey, if that one he just like played off the wall, If he just if he, got in the position where, okay, it's going to hit off the wall. Let me, turn about face and see where it's going to hit the wall. And I think some of us might have been, could he have made a play on that? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't even get like tweeted out and doesn't pick up a ton of steam. That's what you need to do. And that's not the same effect because it's probably a double instead of a triple. But it's like the same effect. It's still bad outfielding, but it's like not something that gets retweeted like 3,000 times.
I prefer it look like a glitch in MLB The Show where the outfielder's frozen.
Yeah, where you're like, my guy won't
move,
go.
as opposed to he jumps. I hope it's not the first of several. I hope it's like the first of like a couple. Let's minimize it to I don't get to like the third finger on my head. A couple misplays is fine. That happens.
I mean, you're very optimistic about that.
I said I hope.
He's going to okay. I was going to say he's going to play 120 of these things.
I said I'm hope. That's why I'm hoping.
One in every 10 games.
I don't want it to be a thing is what I'm saying. Okay. I don't want it to be people holding their breath when he goes back on the ball.
Okay.
I'd rather have it be a surprise. Oh, he missed. Oh, Jose missed one. That's what I'm looking for. Not, well.
To answer your question, the over-under, I'd put it like 9.5.
9 of these. 9 of.
I get it. He's going to play 100 games in the outfield.
But 9? He's in left field.
That's every
How many opportunities does he have for that type of play?
Every 10 games.
You are almost suggesting, but yeah, every 10 games. But how many plays would he even be involved in that would require this type of misplay?
He made it what, like 5 spring training games before he got to one?
And he doesn't even play all the whole game all the time either.
like it is just gonna happen. I don't know if it's gonna be this.
But he won't be playing at this time of day all the time. The sun's up there.
Again, embarrassment control to Sean Mapes. You gotta act like you didn't see the ball. You gotta act like you just
I don't want any of this.
Because it doesn't matter how good of a fielder you are if the sun is in your eyes. Jose.
That's true. You can't control the sun.
No one's gonna be like, this guy's a bad fielder. The sun's in his eyes.
Man,
people are gonna be like, this guy's a bad fielder. What the hell was he jumping for? Why did he jump when he jumped?
But
this guy stinks.
The problem is with your line of what you want to happen is, man, the sun's in his eyes a lot.
Wow,
people are going to notice, wow, the sun is always in his eyes.
It's 9 p.m. in Anaheim.
yeah.
Sun's in his eyes.
Couldn't see. The lights. Then it's the lights.
Yeah.
The lights.
It's Astros after dark.
Yeah, it's always the lights. It's either the sun or the lights. You got something to blame it on. Altuve needs better glasses. Gooder, get on it. Get Altuve some glasses.
Do you think this mentality that we have kind of shows why Jose Altuve is one of the greatest baseball players in all time, and why we're always looking for the excuse to make? We're like, oh, I didn't do it.
I'm not doing the sun in his eyes excuse. I just hope it doesn't happen. I'm not saying, hey, Altuve, play it off like something happened, then you couldn't get to the ball.
I'm sorry.
That's what you're doing.
I'm starting to rope you into that. Yeah, do you think that's why I'm not
I can't speak to why you are where you are. I'm just saying it's not my attitude about it. I would just rather him not be in this position. And if he has to be there because he's a great teammate and a great Astro, he gets fast forwarded in his abilities to handle the outfield like a normal left fielder. I don't think it's too much to ask, but maybe it will be. As you astutely pointed out, he's played a handful of these. He doesn't even play all 9 innings in some of them.
And he had a game where nothing was hit to him.
Yes.
So he's had the hey, some days it's going to be easy.
And then the one day where it should have been easy.
On TV, too. Man, that sucks.
And it's not like they carry every game. It just happened to be a game they carried.
God.
And I'm sure they were very excited. Altuve and left, Cam Smith and right.
It was basically like the starting lineup, except for, I think, Yainer was out.
And Arrieta's pitching. Yainer still, he's coming off an illness.
Yeah.
And Space City Home Network got everything they wanted except for this. It's not as bad as Blair Henley starting with his family in attendance and being terrible, but
in a game they won, by the way.
Yes.
No thanks to Blair Henley.
No thanks to him.
They did win.
But they did win that game because the Rangers were even worse that day. But in this case, we got our first. Oh, man, that sucks for Jose.
Not top 10. God.
I said it. If MLB Network had a Shaq No Fool segment, this one would have made it. Make it more entertaining.
Yeah, have
Robert
Mark
Flores.
DeRosa,
I know you guys take that stuff seriously. Well, let's have some fun, but not at Altuve's expense.
Yeah. Hire Manny Ramirez to do one segment a week.
Is Manny Ramirez a comp for Shaq? the baseball comp for Shaq.
I don't know. Maybe just outfield gaffes had me thinking about Manny
Yeah,
Ramirez.
that makes some sense. But we got one. It's in spring. Let's learn from it. Let's not jump anymore.
No jumping.
Just
Don't jump.
Get back to the wall, feel it, and
You
then
don't
make
want to
the
get
play.
posterized. Just give up the dunk.
Every fly ball is Anthony Edwards to Altuve. Just get out of the way. Hey, man. The 2 points are coming either way, right?
Wait, it's Aaron Holiday trying to lay up? All right, block.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Amin Thompson.
What's the Aaron Holiday version of a high fly ball? That's what Altuve needs to go make plays on.
Yeah.
Not when Anthony Edwards is
not
coming
the
down the
Jalen
lane.
Greens.
Nope.
Not the
Nope. If Duncan Robinson's coming down the lane, make a play.
Even Duncan Robinson's like, why would I be doing that?
True. All right, we'll wrap up hour one there. With that, we'll have Lou Ferrigno when we come back. He's in the building. We'll talk to Lou. I'm interested to see what his favorite title is. Like people say, he was a Hulk. He was a champion bodybuilder. What's the thing that when he hears it goes, that's the one he loves. That's the one he loves to hear. All right, we'll talk to him when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And March is here. It's the perfect time to play because you got, like we were talking about last segment, you got spring training baseball. They don't have errors. They don't have a projection for errors for Jose Altuve in left field, but they have projections for different players in spring training games. They have season-long baseball projections, if that's something you're interested in, especially as we get closer inside 2 weeks of opening day. But obviously got professional basketball on at night. During the days, we got college conference tournaments, and you can mix and match those lineups. So if you were impressed by Texas basketball's gritty win yesterday against Texas A&M, and you like Tremont Mark to have more than 10.5 points and assists, the game really turned when Rodney Terry put the ball in Tremont Mark's hands. Maybe they lean into that again, and he gets more than 10.5 points plus assists. And then with the nightcap, you can go with the Rockets playing the Dallas Mavericks. Jabari Smith to score more than or had to make more than 2 or 1.5 3-pointers. If you think he's going to make 2 3-pointers, you can get in on that. You also have combo projections. So Jalen Green and Klay Thompson to make more than 6 combined 3-pointers. You can get on that on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
Welcome to hour 2 of the show. And we are joined currently by, actually, I don't even know what you prefer as far as a title. I can go actor, motivational speaker. You're in law enforcement, professional champion, bodybuilder. We're here with Lou Ferrigno, who some of you may know as the Hulk. But Lou, when people describe you today, what would you like them to describe you as?
The incredible Lou Ferrigno.
That's nice. I like that one. I like one. The
Thank you.
incredible Lou Ferrigno. Yeah, the incredible Lou Ferrigno in the building with us. He's here in town for Pop Culture Con. It is this weekend. So I was asking you before we started. You do multiple conventions, maybe sometimes 2 a month. What's your favorite part of doing these things?
I would say the instant gratification from the fans, appreciation. Of course, it's my living too, but the fact they get a chance to travel to different places and meet people with different cultures, it's fun because I have like 3 generations of fans, of doing the Hulk series, plus also my competition in the other film. But it's nice to hear the stories and then the respect from the fan. That gets me excited because it's a great superhero connection.
My introduction to you, I would say, was The Neighbor on King of Queens.
Yeah.
I remember watching that show on CBS growing up and going, I know the name, I know the references, but the Hulk was a little bit before my time. So I remember that. How did that even come about? How much did you enjoy being on that CBS show?
Well, it's different because you're in front of a live audience. A comedy. It's not easy. I loved it because right then it's not like you do a film and then you have to see when the film's released and see the audience reaction. You have that reaction that same day, and especially live, and it's great because you only have 2 takes. But I had a chance to work with those iconic actors like Jerry Stiller, Lee Remedy, and Kevin James. So I was very honored to be on that show.
It is that one. There's a couple other, but as far as that show when I was a kid is the one I always watched. And of course, I caught it a lot. I remember watching you on that show in reruns for the most part because at the time I wasn't able to watch CBS the prime time. My dad didn't let me watch TV during the week, but on the weekends it'll pop up on in syndication. I would see you. So I remember you from that. So as you can tell, the man's done a lot in his life. So obviously people hear the Hulk, but when you go out to these conventions and when people meet you in public, is that the thing they say, or is it the bodybuilding? What's the thing they reference the most when they talk?
The most about the fact that what I've done in my life, especially has a lot to do with the series of the Hulk, and the fact that also the movie Pumping Iron, me and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and now over the course of many years, I've done like 6 TV series, the film that they relate to that, mostly King and Queen and the Hulk, and the movie I did, I Love You Man, which was the best comedy of 2008.
Okay, so we have Lou Ferrigno here with us. He's in town for the Pop Culture Con. It's going to be at the Houston City Place Marriott at Springwood Village. It's going to be tomorrow and Sunday from 10 to 6. You can meet him along with other celebrity guests like Sean Kanan, and it's going to have a lot of voice actors there as well. So when you go to these conventions, and of course the people you meet, the fans, they love you. Do you have like maybe a tour friend, a guy you see or a woman you see all the time that's one of your best friends when you go out there?
I see people from time to time. Sometimes somebody comes to me, they said, listen, I met you. I changed my whole life because I lost 150 pounds.
Wow. Okay.
And sometimes, sometimes they like to talk to me, especially getting the right advice about nutrition, about diet, about the life, because I'm more like a life coach with these people. But you got to remember that all this started because when I first did the Hulk, the pilot of the Hulk, we never had comic convention, only had comic books. So now, because it's so widespread all over the world, that every country in the world has a Comic Con, which is great because it's very exhilarating, very healthy for parents, kids. That comic book to see the latest film, books, novels, things you can buy. Yeah.
So you mentioned they're all over the world. We talked about you being from Brooklyn and a New Yorker, but what you've done has been able to take you all over the world. As far as locations, whether you be filming something or just on tour, just going on vacation. What's your favorite place that you've been so far?
I would say recently the Canary Islands.
Okay.
It's fun because they had a film festival, and especially 3 hours below Spain by plane, and part of Spain, of course, but just the island itself, the volcano, the experience, the history behind it. It's such a great, relaxing environment. The people, the hospitality was phenomenal.
So you mentioned the Canary Islands, but before the shows we got back, we talked about you being in a movie in Syracuse. So it's New York, but it's not where you're from. But you did a movie in New York. I read the article you did in Variety. You called it more brutal than Hannibal Lecter. It's called The Hermit. If I can explain to people, you play a cannibalistic killer
cannibalistic pig farmer.
Pig
I
farmer.
make beef jerkies out of people.
Yeah, he makes beef jerky out of people. I see you in there, Sean.
Yeah, people think I make it from pig.
Yeah.
But I'm more of a like a.
So what was appealing? I don't know if many people would have forecast you to be in a role like that. What was appealing about playing that role?
Well, it attracted to me because the fact that guy has a lot of demon. He wants to be alone. I mean, he's possessed by his mother, and basically he just like to have his own life in the woods. But especially if you mess with him, that's when you get back and cut your head off. So
I read a tag that said he doesn't like people who curse. That was part of the article.
Yeah.
So if you curse around, like I was watching a movie last night called Hard Eyes. It's a Valentine's slasher where he kills couples. If he sees someone who's romantically involved, he kills them. For your character, is it cursing? Is there anything? Are there any other triggers beyond that, or is it just, hey, if you're around me and I'm upset, you make me upset?
no,
you
well,
gotta
these
go?
kids were on a camping trip. They found his house, and they were very intrigued by it. They went in and out searching around, and they realized that the fact that he's a killer because especially with these all these body parts, especially he cuts his body parts up. He buries his head, got a big hatchet. So basically, but the public, the people think that he makes beef jerky from pig, but it's human guts he feeds to the pigs. I mean, don't get me started.
So without giving it away, more of it away, he makes beef jerky out of human guts. Is he selling the jerky to people? Is it just for him? So how will people be consuming the human beef jerky in this
They
movie?
do, but they don't know. They
They
think
don't
it's
know.
from pigs because
Okay.
he supplies the stores with the
Okay,
beef
so
jerky.
he does supply stores around
Right,
the area with
because
them.
they know him in the neighborhood. Basically, he's one of those farmers.
Okay, and no one thought the guy up there had an issue. They're just buying stuff from him.
Yeah,
Okay.
it says beef jerky. You see them eating it.
Okay, so the Hermit, you can find Lou Ferrigno in that, and you can see him in a role you probably haven't noticed him in. I mean, the Hulk, obviously comic book character, the King of Queens thing was comedy. Is this your first horror film?
Yes.
Okay, so the Hermit, you can find Lou there, and of course you can find him this weekend at the Pop Culture Con from 10 to 6. So you've been in a lot of things that people have enjoyed. What do you like to watch? Are you an avid movie watcher? I know you've had roles in some Marvel movies, and that's a big thing. We do a segment every week talking about what you might call pop culture and nerd culture, movies like that. But what is Lou Ferrigno watching? Is there
I
something
like
you're
to
watching
watch
right now?
movies, but recently I got very addicted to the Squid Games.
Oh, okay, on Netflix.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the next one, the third season coming up.
So you've
June
already
20.
watched season 2.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's amazing, especially the mystery behind it. I mean, I was glued to the TV. I mean,
So Squid, I have not seen it. Sean, you haven't seen it either. So one thing we haven't talked about, but it's very popular. We've had callers ask us about it. We haven't watched it out. Maybe I'll check it out under your
oh yeah,
recommendation.
trust me, you got to give it time, patience. If
Okay.
you make it to the first show, you'll be addicted.
So it took an episode for you before you
Yeah.
locked in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's based on a true story happened many years ago with the Olympics in Korea with the homeless people. So it took 10 years to get them off the ground to make it into a TV series. So now it's just such a huge bonfire hit all over the world. I mean, it would take a lot for me to watch a series that has subtitles in Korean, but I was very attracted to the show. I mean, the directing, the actors, they were all superb.
You're like Sean. We were talking about now for Shogun. He was cautious. He didn't want to do it because it had subtitles, but because we talked about it so much on the show, he did watch and he eventually enjoyed it. So, Sean, you much like Lou Ferrigno, subtitles. You're a little hesitant about it. So we talked about what you like to watch. We talked about where you're going to be. We have not mentioned the fact that you're involved in law enforcement. It's one of the things I looked up that I didn't know about you. Maybe something a lot of people didn't know, that not only are you a motivational speaker, but you've also been involved in law enforcement for a time.
Well, I went through the academy 20 years ago. I became a deputy sheriff. So I like giving back. I do a lot of search and rescue when I have the time. I teach weapons shooting, show my support, go into different police and sheriff departments to show support that it's a great career. It's not what people anticipated. It's like going to be like a bully cop because, my father was a lieutenant. So I grew up with law enforcement.
Yeah, that I was going to ask you what
Right.
drew you to
Yeah.
it, but there's my answer.
Exactly.
Your father. How long was he a lieutenant for?
26 years.
26 years
Yeah.
in the New
At
York
NYPD, yeah.
Okay. So I saw that also you were in California and also Maricopa as well.
Yeah, I visited there with Joe Pio. The important thing is that about being a deputy, I've learned what the other side. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes when you deal with convict criminals, talk to people, you have to understand where they're coming from because it's a very dangerous situation. Because we're like the first responder. And especially when it comes to sheriffs, they handle the whole state. You're dealing with hazardous materials, you're dealing with shooting, gang shooting, all kinds of stuff. So you have to be prepared for those things.
Okay. So once again, 10 to 6 this weekend at Pop Culture Con. So it's an 8-hour experience. If people were going there specifically for you, what time should they show up?
I'll be there all day.
All day.
Tomorrow I'll be there from like 10 to about 10 to 5.
Okay, so you heard him. If you get there bright and early at 10, you'll be able to meet Lou and others at Pop Culture Con. So you said you do this about twice a month.
When I can, yeah.
When you can. Where's your next stop?
Well, my next stop going to be probably sometime in Florida. Do some signings. That's sometime in April. Plus, I have a screening for my movie coming out, a new film called The Gym Rat.
Okay.
It's about this guy who's obsessed with steroids, and he wants to be a bodybuilding champion. Doesn't have the genetics, but he's apparently dealing with this drug issue. He's dealing with life itself. So I'm in the film where he wants to be like me and get a chance to meet me as I transform, I change his life.
Oh, so you're playing yourself or playing just a champion bodybuilder?
I play myself as a champion.
Okay. So there it is. So once again, we got Lou Ferrigno in here with us. Pop Culture Con's going on this weekend. Thank you, Rosario, for setting this up with us. She called out of the blue and said, "Hey, Lou's coming." I said, "Sure." Lou fits exactly what we like to do on the show. So I want to thank you for stopping by and joining us, Rosario, for getting this done. We're going to wrap it up here. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. I want to thank Lou Ferrigno for joining us. You can check Lou out this weekend at Pop Culture Con. It's going to be at the Houston City Place Marriott at Springwood Village from 10 to 6. You heard him. He'll be out there from 10 to 5 both days. So you can get your picture with Lou, have him sign something, probably tell a couple good anecdotes as well. He was telling me as we were wrapping up that his dad was a giant Yankees fan. And as a kid, he would watch Joe DiMaggio play. And it was at a time where, there wasn't great security. So he could his dad could peer through a hole in the outfield wall. And Joe DiMaggio would take off by the sound. He'll take off in the direction of the ball by the sound of the bat, the crack. Like he could tell where the ball was going to go by how the ball came off the bat, by the sound of it. Kind of a direct opposite thing of what we have here with Altuve.
I was going to say, Altuve's got a ways to go.
Yeah, he's not Joe DiMaggio like in the outfield. Don't imagine he will be. But hey, we're just looking for non-bloopers. We talked about that earlier today. So I asked Sean very early in the show if he could guess which recent NBA All-Star's younger brother started a fight. And it's more shoving match. Started a fight after his final high school game where they lost. In the handshake line, as they were going through, the opposing team was very hyped about winning the game on the road. And when the lead player for the opposing team got to this particular younger brother, he got shoved. Sean, if you're looking at the list of all-stars now?
I just pulled them up just to do one last look through, make sure I'm not forgetting.
I will give you some more context because there's a lot of all-stars. Once again, no rising stars. Not one of them. This player, the younger brother, is a Division I prospect. He's not a high major player, but he is good enough where he has scholarships to play college basketball next year. Can you take a guess?
I am going to guess Tyler Hero's younger brother.
That's a remarkable guess. Miles Hero is the guy.
I honestly forgot thank God I pulled it up because I was going to guess like Anthony Edwards. But yeah, I saw Tyler Hero and I was like, this right age range and also would be very funny.
Yes.
And I didn't hear about it. So it's not like
it wasn't a giant
star.
star. It wasn't a name a star, I guess. It wasn't Jokic.
Alperen Şengün.
Yeah. I guess Jokic's younger brother. Well, all we know about is his older brother who would definitely start a fight. But Miles Hero is his name. He plays the same school his brother did, and they were playing at the time in a sectional semifinal. At the end of the game, as I laid out, the first player through the line gave a couple handshakes to a couple players in front of Miles Hero, and then when he got to Miles didn't say anything except pretty much F you and then shoved him. I don't know the exact words, but they weren't nice. I will say this about the kid who got shoved. It's the kid. He goes, whoa, I can't do it. It's one of those kids.
Okay.
It's one of those kids. Like, he didn't try to fight back. He was like, hey, I can't believe he did it.
Wait, did you say where this was?
It was in Wisconsin.
Okay. Yes. So it's where it's Milwaukee.
Yeah, Milwaukee, Milwaukee area.
Okay.
So I don't know what that kid who got shoved had been doing all game.
Yeah.
But you could tell by his reaction that this was a kid who likes to rile people up and then pretend like he didn't do anything wrong. Now, he didn't result to physicality at the end of the game in the handshake line, so he's going to get away clean. But you can tell this is a kid who got what he wanted out of Miles Hero. What a guess by you. I mean, it's deduction, and and if you ask me, I'd probably say Miles Hero too, just because the brother doesn't fall far from the older brother's tree. But you had a number of guesses, and you got it on one.
I realized I because it's broken up by like the OGs, and I was like, none of these guys have high school age brothers, so I was able to narrow it down a little
to
bit.
A younger player. Yeah,
it's like Donovan Mitchell was one of the other ones that I was looking at, but Tyler Hero. If you told me that this is not a comment on Tyler Hero, but if you would have told me that Tyler Hero has a punk little brother, which I don't know he is.
We don't know that he is.
But if you told me that, I'd believe you.
And if I would put it in this way, if you told me that one player's younger brother wouldn't take losing well and wouldn't take the trash talk coming from the opponent well,
Yeah.
and would get in a shove, I probably would lean towards Miles Hero if I did the research. I was like, I will say this. When I saw the story, that fits. That tracks.
Yeah, I'm not stunned.
I'm not stunned by it at all. So there it is.
Okay.
Nice job by Sean.
Thank you.
We will get to Michael Carroll when we come back. Michael Carroll's the host of Comicast. He will tell you what you should or shouldn't watch this weekend. I will say I haven't been able to watch it yet because busy last night. But Adolescence on Netflix, the trailer for that, it doesn't really fit what we normally talk about. It's a UK show about a kid accused of a murder at 13 and how the family reacts to did we raise a murderer? Is he falsely accused? Is this about what we did, or was it something we couldn't control? It seems pretty interesting. I liked it. So that's my recommendation off rip without even having seen it. The trailer said I'm in. We will see how it goes when I watch it this weekend. But Michael will give you some more when we come back. Michael Carroll is here with us to tell you what you should or shouldn't watch. He is the host of Comicast. He does that with Jong Lee, and a lot going on right now. Whether you want to watch some Daredevil, got Wheel of Time is back. I watched the first couple episodes of that one. Episode 1, a banger. I was like, Wheel of Time stepping up. I mean, I watched the first 2 episodes because I'll give any fantasy sci-fi series a chance, and it was fine. But episode 1 of season 3, I was like, okay. I don't know if the books pick up in that range, and that's why I got that type of opening episode. But I was like, all right, it's a different vibe this season.
It's a series that's gotten slowly better with time.
Yeah. Yes. We've got, what's her name? Rosamund Pike is in that one. She's the most familiar name. There's some other UK actors, if you watch shows over there, you would recognize, but that's probably the star name and star face of that show.
And I don't want to get too far away from it. The one show you mentioned before you went to break,
Adolescence.
Yeah. That's definitely on the what to watch this weekend.
Stephen Graham is in that show. That's another name that you may not recognize. It's a lot of that guys. Like you would recognize that guy's face from a number of things.
Oh yeah.
But he plays the dad in that. So that initially got me to pay attention. I watched the trailer and said, okay, I'm down.
The trailer's very, very, very good.
Yeah.
But it's also like, for me, I don't know if I've said it on your show, but I'm a huge fan of anything that's shot as a one take.
Okay.
Every episode is shot as a one take. So it's basically,
I did see that in the promotion of it.
yeah, over the course of the show happens over the course of 13 months, but every episode, it's only 4 episodes, so it's a quick watch. But every episode is shot as a continuous one take, which I'm all about. If anything's done like that,
that interests me quite a bit. So I will check that out this weekend. What Michael talked about with John on Comicast was the 3rd episode of Daredevil Born Again. Once again, that's a spoiler-filled review, so
yeah,
we won't talk much about it. We want to take away from what Michael has done. So you can go check that out right now and get their take on the latest episode of Daredevil. Let's, I guess, give an overview of it beyond the spoilers. Like, dislike, better than the first 2. What do you think?
Oh, it's both of us enjoyed it still. We had qualms with like some of the way things were shot and stuff, and like at least in the first episode. But as it's progressed, it's gotten really good, especially with what episode 3 does and focusing on the lawyering of Matt Murdock and
which was the initial concept of the show.
Episodes 2 and 3 were actually the first 2 episodes originally for the original version of the show, and focusing on the White Tiger angle of it all and the trial of White Tiger. So that I thought they nailed it. I was on the edge of my seat. I like the different threads that they're setting up within that. And again, it's showcasing a story where Fisk and Matt, even though they're in different realms, they are mirroring each other in a lot of ways.
Okay.
And they really show that with, this is not a spoiler, but they show that with one scene transition where you see the bruised up knuckles of Fisk, and then it transitions to Matt's fist, which are all bruised up from what he did at the end of episode 2.
So if you want more of that, and maybe you haven't watched the episode yet, so you don't want it completely spoiled for you, but once you do and you want a recap of it, you can listen to Michael and John on Comicast breaking that down.
And the first half of the podcast is focused on Sadie Sink. She just got cast in Spider-Man 4.
Sadie Sink, you would know her as the actress Max from, or she plays the character Max from Stranger Things. She was also in The Whale, the daughter of Brendan Fraser. Maybe you're not into Stranger Things, but you have seen maybe an artsy movie like that. She's in that. And I know there's speculation about what character she'll play. What do you think is that character?
It's probably, there's a lot of rumors.
She's a redhead, so that is then everyone's jumping to Mary Jane. But what do you think?
It's another redhead that we all are possibly looking at, and that's Jean Grey of the X-Men.
Okay.
There's a strong chance that this movie, because it's happening in between Avengers films, is going to be a multiverse story.
Okay.
And with that being the case, there's a whole speculation about, Spider-Man 4 is not going to be like just a regular New York Spider-Man movie. He's going to be involved in, if we go the full battle world angle that they do in the comics with Doom and Secret Wars and all that, there's a strong chance that movie is going to be happening in that like extra dimensional part of the universe. And so you're going to be looking at X-Men being involved and a lot of rumors are pointing to Jean Grey. But that being said, I posed this question to John. I wouldn't be shocked if it's Mary Jane and or Gwen Stacy.
Get another of, particularly with how the last Tom Holland Spider-Man movie ended. Let's introduce another love interest per se, if it doesn't go the Jean Grey way.
And since we also don't know, I don't know that Zendaya is going to be in this new one. If her and Jacob Batalon, who played his friend Ned, we're not sure about either one of those appearing in the movie. So I don't know. We'll see. And then also in Comicast, I did a review for Mickey 17. Go watch that movie. It's good.
It's good you say that, because we have a guy who called in and said he watched it and has a differing opinion. Now, box office, whatever, whether it's a good movie or not, has little to do with the box office. There are some very bad movies. Shout out to Sean's Fast and Furious series, that makes a lot of money. Yeah, it caught a stray. Yeah, I know it caught a stray, but the point remains that the quality of the movie does not determine box office and vice versa.
I will say, someone who's seen Mickey 17, it is about as good as, I would say, Fate of the Furious.
So everything's in reference to Fast and Furious movies. Look at Michael. He's perfect.
I want to flip this table so hard right now.
Apoplectic Michael Carroll.
The movie where there's a submarine? What?
Yes. The Rock pushes it.
I need to call up.
You know how much he
my
loves
heart
that series.
hurts right now.
But you're aware how much he loves that series.
Fate of the Furious? What is wrong with you?
I've never heard him raise his voice.
Fate of the Furious?
The loudest he's ever gotten is talking about people bothering him at Super Bowl parties.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Mickey 17.
And he didn't even
Fate of
he
the Furious.
didn't even really raise his voice.
That and the Mindy Kaling show.
Velma. How dare she?
Sean, I'm baffled every time with some of your movie takes. And that one, I think, is just taking the.
Fate of the Furious is good. It's not an insult.
Is it?
For him, look, you know what he
Well,
loves.
yeah,
so
that's
he's
true.
actually probably complimenting Mickey 17.
I am.
Is
Yes.
it? Yeah, I guess
I can't
it
call
is a
Furious
compliment.
7. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, never be Furious 7 though.
Oh my god.
Fast 5.
I almost had a heart, like my heart.
Eric,
almost,
I see you'll
I
get
don't
to
know.
you, but where would you rank Fate of the Furious just to get more context
Among the Fast and Furious?
yeah,
Thank you for asking, Dal.
of course. You're welcome, Sean.
Fast 5, number 1.
Okay.
Furious 7, number 2.
Okay.
The Fast and the Furious, the first movie.
Mhm.
Number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4, I'm going to go with Too Fast, Too Furious.
That's too high.
More grounded.
Too high.
Grounded flick.
Grounded.
One of my favorite Ludacris movies. I mean, the other 3 are right above it too.
Well, he was also an Academy Award winner. Well, an actor won an Academy Award. We did the movie Crash. That movie where it's about, hey,
it was Best Picture.
we're gonna fix racism in 2 hours.
And it did. Congratulations.
Yeah, racism's all fixed. He was in that
completely. Yeah.
Fast X, Fate of the Furious to finish.
So where's that? Fifth.
Yeah.
Fifth. The 5th movie in one of his favorite series is where he counts Mickey 17. You shouldn't be insulted.
Maybe Too Fast, Too Furious. I you know what? I can bump it up.
You know
to
what?
Too Fast, Too Furious.
You know what? I put you on the spot. We're gonna have a list on Monday.
Fast and Furious movies?
Your favorite. It'll take 2 minutes. We'll just do that on Monday.
I mean, I did half of them right there.
I know, but I need a full. We're gonna have a full ranking on Monday.
Okay.
We'll get to that.
I can do that very easily.
I'm curious where Tokyo Drift falls.
Yeah, interested.
I won't spoil it.
Don't spoil it.
No
Yeah,
Han
don't spoil
erasure
it.
is all I'm saying. I don't want any Han
Oh,
erasure.
no. I respect Han and everything he's done
I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
for the family.
It's always for the family. Eric, he was more insulting about Mickey 17 than Sean was.
Why? Why,
He-
Eric?
He called it trash. Eric,
What?
he did. He called
I
it
said
trash.
it was a good movie.
Yeah. Just because you didn't like the movie he compared it to, he still called it good.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's
Eric
true.
called it trash. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, no topic of interview talk today.
He's still
I was
not enough.
wondering. I like the first episode of the Righteous Gemstones. A lot of people didn't, but I'm a history buff. Also, heard good things about Peacemaker 2. What have you heard? And in honor of Lou Ferrigno today, I know Adele was depressed when She-Hulk went off the air. What went wrong with She-Hulk? I'll hang up and listen.
I wasn't depressed. Nothing that Disney greenlights or terminates depresses me one way or the other. So Peacemaker 2.
Yeah, season 2 comes out this August or September, somewhere around there. I know it is going to be a continuation of what happened in season 1. The only thing from season 1 that may not, or is obviously not going to be a continuation, is that Justice League moment from like episode 7 or whatever. But apparently they're still going to comment on that. It is going to tie into James Gunn's universe that he's building. So still look for the bigger DCU connections in that. But it's setting up to be a good season so far, based off what James Gunn has said. And I mean, it's hard not to discount it because season 1 was so good.
And She-Hulk. What went wrong?
Nothing. It was fine.
It was fine.
It was fine.
But just people didn't take to it, I guess. I mean, I don't think it was so disastrous. It's just, hey, whatever. It's She-Hulk. I don't know. I don't know how interested people were in the She-Hulk series. They brought it. I don't think the actual production of it, what we saw, was terrible. I'm just not sure anyone was really looking for it.
I mean, it's for like, it's a different type of superhero show where it's it's a procedural in some ways, and it's just more comedy.
Yeah.
I mean, it was basically She-Hulk ripped from the comics, though. So
Yeah,
it's
it
like
represented what you see. On
So
comics, yeah.
It's more of a, I think at this point, it's more of a Marvel Studios problem in terms of how they handle their shows, which I think they're going to start figuring out with Daredevil and making a show more traditional in that sense. Because a lot of the shows that they've done to this point have been more miniseries or intros or things like that. Because there's a lot of things that they introduced by the end of She-Hulk that I'm like, I don't know that they're going to continue that.
Yeah. Well, we saw multiple Hulks at the end of that. I'm not sure.
So many Hulks.
How many of those Hulks would ever play a part in the MCU?
But I think it's just a fun show, and it's not for everybody.
Yeah.
It's like a comic run. If it maybe you don't like that version, that's fine.
And we've placed such a high importance on Marvel that why not something just be a standalone? When you said it's a comic run and it's there, and if you liked it, you didn't, or if you didn't, so be it. It's there for you to watch, and it was different. I enjoyed their kind of breaking the fourth wall and the meta commentary they had,
especially at the end.
Yeah, at the end of the series, I enjoyed that. So I didn't have an issue with She-Hulk. I not clamoring for a season 2, but if they made one, I'd probably watch.
And Miss Marvel's more younger skewing audience. Sure. You have Falcon and Winter Soldier, which was more of a, I would say, more dramatic series. I mean, you have different variations that they were trying to do with the miniseries route. But it also cost a lot of money, so that's also partly why you're probably not going to see a season 2. But I think with what they've done behind the scenes, and you're seeing that with what they're doing with Daredevil, you're going to see more traditional shows from Disney and Marvel and the MCU.
Okay, thanks for that, Eric. Now let's get to what Michael thinks you should or shouldn't watch. What's your first choice?
Weekend wise at the box office or at the theaters, it's a pretty good weekend if you want to go to the movies. You have Steven Soderbergh's Black Bag that's coming out, a spy drama about 2 agents that are husband and wife, but the wife is suspected of betraying the nation. Stars Kate Blanchett and Michael Fassbender, Naomi Harris, and Regé-Jean Page, I believe is how you say it, and Pierce Brosnan. 97% with critics, 79% with audiences. It's a good spy drama that if you want to go check that out. Now, if you're not spy drama though, if you want to check out something just action, fun comedy, or action comedy, I would say Novocaine, which is, I'm surprised it's getting the reviews.
Yeah, knowing the premise of it, I'm surprised how much people like this.
I'm surprised as well, but it's about a guy who his dream girl gets kidnapped. He in fact has the inability to feel pain. And so he goes on a mission to go save the dream girl, who's played by Amber Thunder, and the star is, of course, Jack Quaid. 81% with critics, 86% with audiences. Solid movie all around. And then for folks that are into more cartoon fare, the Looney Tunes movie, The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie opens, and it's 87%.
Is it a post-apocalyptic Looney Tunes movie?
Dystopian. No, alien. An alien invasion has happened, and we're left to the unlikely heroes of Porky and Daffy Duck.
So it's like District 9.
Yeah, exactly.
So Bugs isn't involved at all?
Doesn't seem. I would imagine a cameo.
You would think he would have.
You
think they'd involve,
I would imagine there's a cameo for Bugs.
And you think they'd involve him, considering all his experience dealing with aliens and monsters from Space Jam. You think they would have a guy with some experience trying to.
Daffy was on that team.
Well, that's true.
Don't try to discredit Daffy. Don't try to make him the Mario Chalmers of the Space Jam squad.
Mario Chalmers.
Not even Mario Chalmers. He was
on the floor at the end. He closed in that lineup. Actually, I don't. Maybe Bill Murray took a spot.
Daffy's more Norris Cole, not Mario Chalmers. Porky is Mario Chalmers.
No, Porky's Joel Anthony. Porky got flattened.
Nah, Porky would step to.
Had no chance.
Well, I will give you this for the stupid comparison we're doing. I will give you this. Mario Chalmers talked back to LeBron. Daffy definitely had it in for Bugs. So I'll give you that.
Yeah, rabbit season, duck season.
Yeah, I'll give that to you.
But Daffy's about that smoke.
Wow.
He's not running from aliens.
Yeah,
Porky.
Yeah.
Well,
we'll see. We'll see how it goes for him.
We'll see. Maybe Bugs is a post-credit scene. Setting up the next one. You know, that kind of thing. Bugs will return. I don't know.
When they travel to the alien world.
Yeah.
And
maybe
to take the fight to them.
Yeah, there you go.
That's been said in Independence Day, right?
Fight.
That's been said in Independence Day. I imagine they could do it in Looney Tunes. We'll take the fight to them. Okay. Is that the
Well,
final choice for theaters?
The one thing you may want to skip is Opus, which is the Io Adebri and John Malkovich movie. That one is kind of mixed right now. Well, I shouldn't say kind of mixed. It is getting poor reviews, 39%. A24, so you would think it'd be okay, but like not this one. This one looks like a worse Blink Twice kind of situation. So
and we know Io Adebiri. How do we say this?
Adebri, I believe is
Adebri. We
how
know
you say
her
it.
from
The Bear.
The Bear, yeah.
Inside Out 2.
She was also in
the high school movie.
The
with
high school
Marshawn
movie. Yes, exactly. I just don't remember the name. Bottoms?
Lynch. Sure.
That's what it was.
That's one of them. Yeah.
He does appear in several, but I think she was in Bottoms.
He has the gym teacher lane or the like.
Ice Cube had it for a little bit.
Yeah. Now he's
now it's Marshawn Lynch's. Yes, it is Bottoms, and it also has Rachel Sennett in it as well. Okay, so maybe stay away from Opus, but if you're staying home, we also talked about adolescence. At least I did. Did you mention it during the segment? Or did I forget about that already? Was that before we came back?
I just mentioned it right at the beginning of the segment.
Okay,
but
adolescence is one that you would say go see.
100%.
Stay home and see.
100% with critics, 94% with audiences. So
Okay.
it's definitely a worth a watch on Netflix this weekend. So definitely give adolescence a chance if you have a moment. You mentioned The Wheel of Time, 92% and 96% from critics and audiences. Season 3. The first 3 episodes are available on Prime Video. I've liked that show. I think it's gotten better as it's grown.
Agreed.
I don't know. This one is more split. The Electric State with directed by the Russo brothers and Millie Bobby
Is that
Brown.
what you're saying?
Is it split?
I have seen that thing get crushed.
Well, critics are crushing it.
Killing it. Maybe
critics are
audience
crushing
like
it. Audience is 64%.
Okay, that's more
it's
split.
that's where it's like audiences may enjoy it like this
Based off of a book, right?
Yeah, based off of a book.
Chris Pratt, Millie Bobby Brown,
Anthony Mackie
Yeah.
is a voice in this movie.
Stanley Tucci's in it as well.
Yeah.
Millie Bobby Brown. Hey, watch this, but don't be concerned. Stranger Things is coming. This is what she's probably. Hey, just keep that Netflix pipeline open. I'll put this movie out just to get you ready for Stranger Things. Was it later this year? Or are we talking?
Yeah, later this year.
Okay,
later this year.
Okay.
I don't know that there's a definitive date for that.
There
That one
never really is.
Yeah, Electric State's on Netflix, and that is a movie. So, but
I'll give you. Yeah,
It
that
is a movie.
It is a movie. Thank you, Michael. I'll give you.
Just to be clear,
I'll give you the line for it. An orphan teen hits the road with a mysterious robot to find her long lost brother, teaming up with a smuggler and his wise cracking sidekick. The smuggler is Chris Pratt.
Yep.
The orphan teen is Millie Bobby Brown.
Yep.
There's a robot. I don't know who the wise cracking sidekick is though.
I think it might be the robot, and it's voiced by Anthony Mackie.
So he voiced
Captain America.
Captain America.
Yeah.
Star Lord and 11 are in this movie.
Yeah.
So Captain America is the sidekick of Star Lord in a movie featuring 11 from Stranger Things.
Correct. Yeah. Break it all down. Yeah.
And I'm guessing that pitch right there is how this movie got made.
Yes.
I saw the trailer. I was not.
I'm sure we
didn't do it for you.
I wasn't Googling when the release date was.
We got all 3 of these people in here. We won't see Anthony Mackie. You'll hear him. That's enough, right?
Yeah. There you go.
It's kind of the formula.
That's enough for someone to click on it, click play, and then look at their phone for 2 hours.
It's
which is
another-
what Netflix is trying to do.
Yes.
Well, it's another one of those. Their sci-fi movies are extremely missed more often than not,
Very.
and so it's just like you put it on, and it's the most expensive thing they've ever done. So
Yes.
I don't,
and that's why a good series that they have only gets 2 seasons.
But I will say 2 other shows before we wrap up. Dope Thief on Apple TV Plus season 1 premieres this weekend, or premieres now. 2 episodes are available
Exactly
right
what
now.
it sounds like, by the way.
2 lifelong friends pose as DEA agents to rob a house, only to have their small-time grift become a life and death enterprise. Starring Brian.
So you're telling me robbing people with drugs
Yes.
Didn't go well.
Didn't go well, and now you got a real problem.
Shockingly not. Shockingly
Dramatics
not.
ensued,
yeah.
or hilarity
Hey-
ensued. Is this a comedy or
No, it's more
It's-
dramatic.
Well,
yeah.
and you've got Paperboy in it, and you've got
Tangerine?
and you've got why am I forgetting?
I like that movie.
His character's name.
like
Narcos.
Furious
What's the
7.
character's name?
Diego Luna.
No,
Pablo
no,
Escobar.
Pablo Escobar. The guy who played Pablo Escobar.
Wagner Moreau?
Mura, maybe?
Mura?
Mura.
Yeah.
So there's the drug connection there. The guy who played Pablo Escobar is one of the dope thieves.
Typecast.
Yeah.
Possibly.
86% with critics right now. So that's one you probably want to check out, especially if you're into crime type shows, and then Long Bright River season 1 on Peacock. Mixed reviews, but
Is
I'm
that
gonna give
the
it a
one
shot.
with Amanda Seyfried?
Mhm.
Seyfried?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought I saw the trailer for that. It seemed interesting. We'll see.
All 8 episodes are available right now, which is I was surprised by.
Peacock's like, hey guys,
Just
it's here for
just
you.
put it out. Just put it out.
Just here, take it, enjoy it or not. Okay, that music means we are done. I want to thank Michael Carroll for
Thank you.
joining us. You can find Comicast wherever you listen to podcasts, and normally Wednesdays at 8
Yeah, Wednesdays at 8
on
p.m.
ESPN 97.5. Right here, you can find it. But of course, you can find it right now, Apple, Spotify, wherever you listen to podcasts.
All the podcast places.
It's all there for you. Thanks to Lou Ferrigno for joining us as well. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. Paul Gallant is next.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, March 14th, 2025. I'm Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And it gets a little more interactive on Fridays because what we do is a little thing called Ask Gallant Anything. Truly, anything. We'll work it into the show once we talk about the things that need to be talked about. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. Sean, we will be doing a 3-hour show today because your Texas Longhorns once again took down little brother Texas A&M.
I really thought they would get this one. I really thought that this would be the back-to-back for this Texas team that kind of stinks. But
yesterday, you were waffling back and forth on whether or not you wanted to work the third hour, but also wanting Texas to go far.
Yeah.
I think based off of your hat, which is the 06 Rose Bowl hat, Texas and USC, and burnt orange shirt, that you actually, at the end of the day, are happy.
Yeah. What about like around halftime? I was like, all right, let's get this.
Gotta say, Aggies, I mean, when are you going to do it? I mean, baseball, you lose the coach. He goes from A&M to Texas. Football, you never had a prayer in that game. Basketball, you're better than Texas at basketball, and you lose. Come on, guys. Get it together. This has been a rough year, especially now that you're both in the SEC. Clean it up. We'll talk a little more about that later. The Houston Texans, in the midst of free agency, continued to fix their offensive line, or at least add pieces to it. Yesterday, they made a trade. They traded for Vikings guard Ed Ingram. And guess what, guys? Ed Ingram was once a second-round pick. But here's the problem. He was a second-round pick, and the Vikings traded him to you for just a sixth-round pick. Huh. I wonder why. Well, let's take a look at what happened with Mr. Ingram this past year, because he wasn't making that much money. $6 million in the last year of his rookie contract. They did make some additions in free agency, the Vikings did, on the offensive line. But Ingram was benched last year after week 10. He struggled, allowing 5 sacks, 25 pressures, and 16 quarterback hurries in 9 starts. He never played another snap. So when you factor that in, after the Texans traded Laramie Tunsil for a 3rd and a 7th round pick in this year's draft, a 2nd and a 4th in next year's draft, and that they also traded Kenyon Green for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the Texans have replaced those two, in a way, with Kenyon Green and Laken Tomlinson. Can you guess where Laken Tomlinson ranked in one-on-one pressure rate last year, Sean Mapes? I know this is a tough one. It's a weird, nuanced offensive line statistic.
But pressure rate, more or less pressure rate.
Yeah, one-on-one pressure rate.
Okay.
Where did Laken Tomlinson rank in terms of that?
Well, to me, he's just kind of like a journeyman guard who starts for different teams. So I'm going to say like slightly below average.
4th.
Oh.
He is the 4th
best?
Worst in terms of pressure allowed. So that's the guy that you signed.
Okay, well.
Can you guess where Ed Ingram ranks in terms of highest one-on-one pressure rate allowed among all guards?
Well, Tomlinson's obviously like kind of the depth piece there. You know, you're just trying to steady hand, back up Kendrick Green type. This guy must be the guy they figured to be a starter to replace Shaq Mason. So he has to be middle of the road. I saw in the tweet he was a former 2nd-round pick.
Sean, literally the worst in the NFL. He is the worst. He was number 1 in terms of highest one-on-one pressure rate. So you got rid of Kenyon Green, who was 3rd, by the way.
Bronze medal.
It is incredible that you got anything for Kenyon Green, but you signed Laken Tomlinson, and you traded for Ed Ingram. I do not know what the hell it is that the Texans see in these guys. And by golly, Cole Popovich, I hope that you've got the genetics of your father, Greg Popovich, and can be the greatest offensive line coach ever, because you're going to effing have to be with these guys. Oh, my God. This is who they're going to protect C.J. Stroud with? This is what we're doing? This is it. This is the plan. And look, Nick Casario's done a lot of good things. But if there is one thing that we could say he loves the red flags in, it's offensive linemen. He is like a woman obsessed with biker gang members, you know? I can fix him. I'll help him settle down. I'll get his life back on track. A lady who likes the bad boys. Guess what? The bad boys generally stay bad. You can't break them. You're not a horse wrangler. You're just a woman that's hot. You're not going to be able to fix this guy. And I don't know that the Texans can fix these offensive linemen, because it's just Nick Caserio, when it boils down to it, despite a lot of victories in the personnel department over the last couple of years, I do not trust this guy when it comes to acquiring offensive linemen. I don't. Shaq Mason had one good year. Last year, he stunk. You drafted Kenyon Green. Whoops. That's been bad. You feeling good about Juice Scruggs going into year 3? I'm not. How about Blake Fisher going into year 2? I suppose I'm feeling better than I am about Juice Scruggs. So this is what the Texans are doing on the offensive line. And it's strange. They're bringing in projects, to put it politely, on the offensive line. I can fix him. And then they're obsessed with defensive ends. I like defensive ends, and I cannot lie. You other brothers can't deny. When a pass rusher's on the edge and he's getting in a quarterback's face, you get sprung. They've brought in a lot of defensive ends. They've brought in a lot of, but they were fine at defensive end. Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson. They've brought in a bunch of special teamers, expensive special teamers. I'm not liking the plan right now, and I'm curious as to what the Texans are going to get for an offseason grade. But right now, I can understand why some rando by the name of, what's his name? I found this guy online, and I was like, you know what? I like the cut of his jib, because unlike most P words who, when it comes to grading prospects, are never harsh, grading off seasons, grading drafts, generally no one ever gets lower than a C these days. So everyone passes, which is insane. No one even gets D's. That's what she said. The Texans, per this rando, Frank Schwab, got an F to this point. And you know what? I would probably give him a D, because the CJ Gardner-Johnson trade is really good, but I don't know what they're doing on the offensive line. They're spending a lot of money on defensive ends and special teams players. Where's the offensive lineman? Where's the tight ends? That's all. So, look, still plenty of time left, and I do trust Nick Caserio running the ship. I do not think that, like some psychos online calling for Nick Caserio's head, I think y'all need to back off a little bit. But priority number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 this offseason were making sure CJ Stroud doesn't die. And have you addressed that? No, you brought in 2 of the worst offensive linemen available, it seems. At least based off of this one specific metric, pressures allowed one-on-one. So, don't know what the plan is. And everyone's got their types. You know, some people like ladies with guns upstairs. Others like ladies with donks. Maybe some like just the archetype of a soccer player. I would say that's one of me, what I am all about. But here's the thing. Like, I don't like this. Okay. I respect everyone's choices. I respect everyone's tastes, but this is not what I want. So I'm hoping that there is something else to come, but the Texans are running out of draft picks to trade. They don't have that many. I think they have 4 left now. And the guys that they've brought in are underwhelming at best, if not effing terrible players. You know, and I want to be respectful, and I do hope that these guys are able to turn it around here. But I mean, why should I expect them to turn it around here?
Yeah, when our reaction to the Laramie Tunsil trade was like, we understand the interpersonal aspects of why you might want him traded, but at the end of the day, like, You need to get some good offensive linemen in here, and Laremy Tunsil's a good offensive lineman. This strategy seems to be banking a lot on, hey, we're going to try real hard. We got a bunch of guys that are going to come in
and work hard.
They're going to work hard. They're going to understand a new scheme, a better scheme from last year, because we got Strausser out of here. We got Cole Popovich in.
Laremy Tunsil's gone. Bad attitude.
Yeah. Now it's going to be a whole bunch of good guys that are going to. This ragtag group of misfits is going to come together and beat Team Iceland.
Call me crazy, but I prefer the talented player who doesn't give a bleep to these guys. Call me crazy.
If I had a choice, yes.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, just give me the guy who can play.
I like talented players at the NFL level. And, I saw a couple of people online who were posting clips of Ed Ingram. One rep where he looks good. By the way, you got help from a running back chipping Jalen Carter from the Philadelphia Eagles. I saw that. And I'm like, okay, here we go again. Use one clip and say, like, yeah, Nick Caserio gets it. And I mean, okay, well, how about we find all the bad ones of him? Because I'm sure there's plenty of them.
He was the worst in one-on-one pass rush win rate. I'm sure there's some losses on tape.
He was benched and never played another snap, Sean. The guy didn't even get in on special teams like field goal block or punt block. Like the guy didn't even get in there. So Ed Ingram, Laken Tomlinson, that's the plan right now. And getting rid of Laremy Tunsil, also part of the plan. All I'm saying is, don't like the plan to this point.
Yeah, what's the plan?
I don't. If this is the plan, I don't like it. So that's all I'm trying to say. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Zach said, "Hey, we have to shake things up. Laremy Tunsil let to go. I'm happy with the moves by the Texans. Listen, I can understand moving on from Laremy Tunsil, but by the way, you have to replace him, and their plan is to put Titus Howard, who hasn't played left tackle since 2021 when this team blew, over to left. That again, not a great plan. Not a great plan here. This is your right tackle only, who moved to left guard and probably will now do whatever he can, because he wants to keep making the money that the Texans gave him. That extension that he's not worth. You're worth what you earn, but no. Nope. Not Titus Howard. Not Titus Howard. And credit to him for getting that money. But no, he is not worth that. From the 936, Eric the driver asks, Paul, how do you take your coffee? Black. That's it. When I first started drinking coffee, creamer, French vanilla creamer specifically. And then as I continued to drink coffee, I was like, this is too sweet. This is too sweet. This is too sweet. And then eventually it's just been black. My preference, Texas pecan from HEB. Fantastic. And a lot of other places are now doing the Texas pecan brand. You can get it at some coffee shops. The Buffalo Grill has it. What's that place that I've gone to? I've done a couple of TV shows there. Adair Kitchen does it. Like the Texas pecan coffee. That stuff is the truth. I was ordering it when I was living in Seattle. I was ordering it from HEB online. Like I was having it shipped to my house. Worth it. Thank you very much. Power of Amazon Prime. That is Sean behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. If you like this Texans offensive line plan, please help me out. Please do it. I need help. I need some help here. Also, Cougs got a big game tonight. It's a Cougar off. Who's the greatest Cougar of all time? Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. The last segment, we were talking about the Texans' plan on the offensive line. Not a fan of it to this point. You traded Laramie Tunsil for 4 draft picks, but none of them are a first-round pick. You signed Laken Tomlinson, who allowed the 4th most pressures one-on-one in the NFL last year. And you traded a 6th-round pick to the Vikings for Ed Ingram yesterday, who allowed the most pressures in the NFL one-on-one last year on the interior at guard. Kenyon Green, by the way, who you traded for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, that was a nice move, is 3rd worst on that front. He had his introductory press conference with the Philadelphia Eagles, and per Brooks Kubina, who used to cover the Texans for the Houston Chronicle, now covering the Birds for the Athletic, Kenyon Green, on his style of play, believes he is a, quote, mauler, end quote, and he likes to, quote, move people, end quote. And that's nice. I respect his truth. I describe myself as a flag football legend. I describe myself as a Casanova. Are those things true? You can want something to be true. It doesn't mean they're true. But we do wish Kenyon Green the best of luck in Philadelphia. Truly. Doesn't seem like he was a bad guy. He had some bad luck with injuries. Now, a texter brings up, Eagles fan here, he thinks the Texans should pay Mekhi Becton. Stroudland, who's the Eagles offensive line coach. What's his first name, Sean? Do you remember off the top of your head?
Jeff Stoutland.
Jeff Stoutland. There you go. Transformed him into a legitimate guard. I didn't know Becton had been moved over to guard, but I will take Becton over these guys. Sorry. I feel like we all should be in agreement on that.
And if they sign Becton, like I assume that he is no doubt about it going to be a starter.
Yes.
And I would hope that he's the starter at guard. Because that's where he's been good in the NFL, as opposed to at tackle, where the Jets drafted him. I want to say in 2020, maybe it was 21. And then it starts to make more sense. These moves start to make more sense. The moves they already have on the board. Because if you want to tell me that Ingram is kind of a, hey, developmental backup piece, we'll see. Okay. And Tomlinson is a hold, like a spot starter type, like a, hey, we're going to just have a decent guy right here, even though, how decent is he? But we'll have a guy right here, and then Becton on the other side, and then maybe you draft a guy, and you hope that Tomlinson holds that spot until either Ingram or the draft pick can take it from him. Like, okay, this plan starts to look better, but right now they don't, in my eyes, they haven't gotten an actual starter yet.
I haven't heard them linked to Mekhi Becton to this point. And yeah, you're moving Titus Howard to a position that he hasn't played in a while. He did play. Apparently he was good in 2021 playing left tackle. Truly, I wouldn't know. I'm not someone who acts like I know offensive line film. I'm not Brian Baldinger out there. By the way, Brian Baldinger once gave Kenyon Green effusive praise in the preseason, which goes to show you everyone is capable of putting together good reps in the NFL. So look, maybe Ingram can figure it out. Project Peace. Laken Tomlinson, maybe he can figure it out. And the idea of the Texans offensive line being a Thunderdome-esque, if you've seen Mad Max 3, Thunderdome! That's Tina Turner. A Mad Max 3-esque Thunderdome, where everyone, iron sharpening iron, as they always say. Great. Here's the problem. The offseason, it just completely screws over offensive linemen. You can't get the best looks at what a guy is because of how limited they are in terms of contact. So if this was old school NFL, hell yeah, bring in all the bodies and see what happens. Whoever survives, whoever's at the top of the Thunderdome at the end, great. But this sort of limits you too. So I need something more. Okay, I'm willing to trust you on Titus Howard to a degree. The interior, I do not know who your left guard, center, or right guard are. It's Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs competing with those two, and I've seen nothing from any of those guys at this point that makes me feel like they're going to be plus players. I need at least one plus player on the interior.
Yeah, one guy where you can see it. Where we talked about how just given the resources at the Texans' disposal this offseason, this was before they traded Laramie Tunsil, that we thought that, hey, whatever their plan at offensive line is, they're going to have to talk us into it.
Yes,
because
exactly.
just given what they've already invested in this offensive line and how it did not work, now they're going to have less resources to try to make it work. It's going to have to be some, hey, you're going to have to trust us on this guy, or we're counting on this rookie to come in and start day one. That sort of thing. And right now, this is what the Texans are shaping up to do, exactly that. And like I said, right now, I'm not sure if they got a starter yet. I think both these guys might be backups, and maybe you're looking at drafting at least one guy in the first. I think they have 4 picks in the top 90. So they'll, I mean, to me, draft at least 2 offensive linemen in those top 3 rounds. Like, you have to hit this position hard. Again, crapshoot. We'll take a lot of shots then.
Yes. Take a lot of shots like
Lil Jon and LMFAO. Shots.
Those sound like fun shots.
Everybody.
Right. Not shots like Philip Seymour Hoffman in Along Came Polly.
Okay. At least you didn't go with Platoon, Defoe's character in Platoon.
He took a lot of shots.
An insane amount of shots.
I mean, credit to him. He hung
still
in there.
put his arms up at the end.
He hung in there for a
And
while.
it took some more.
Honestly, like the sheer physics of it doesn't seem to add up.
Hey.
Great Oliver Stone movie. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text it. Did you just watch that movie recently or something like that?
No, not that recently.
Okay. Yeah,
a couple years ago.
That was a good pull, though. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Christopher Soriano says they are culture guys. Well, I effing hope so. I hope they're the culturiest culture guys of all time.
I mean, listen, I believe in some of that stuff, but at the end of the day, you got to be good. And I'm not sure these guys are good. So, hey, better culture, that will help. But I don't know if it'll make you better than you were last year.
I hope so.
I hope so.
Anyway, guys, big game tonight on an Ask Alon Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it in. I guess it's actually this afternoon for our beloved Cougs. Cougars. It's the mother-loving Cougars in a Cougar off against the BYU Cougars. Gotta say, having watched Primeval, American Primeval on Netflix, which heavily features Brigham Young himself, the greatest Mormon of all time, may have been a bit of a gangster. Sorry, Mormos.
I thought you were going to say it featured Cougars because it's on the frontier.
I don't think there's as many Cougars in that one. I feel like there were wolves. Not sure there were Cougars. Definitely Cougars in 1923, technically mountain lions, but it's a Cougar off.
Yeah.
And look, if you know me, you know, I love that the Cougs won the Big 12 title and that they've won it outright in the regular season a couple of times. But do not get it twisted. There's no rest. There is no laying down. I want them to take down BYU. I want them in the Big 12 championship, and I want Texas Tech.
Yeah.
I want Texas Tech. Hey, Tech, you better show up. Take care of Arizona today, huh? Take care of Arizona today. I want Cougs Tech tomorrow. That will be a fantastic Big 12 championship.
Yeah, because Texas Tech, they're playing. So I caught a little bit of their game against Baylor last night as I was doing stuff. I was kind of checking back in. Those guys look good.
They're good.
They look real good.
And I mean, you've played them twice this year. They won the first one.
Yeah.
In a game where
both road teams won, right?
Right. Yeah. You're right. So I'm looking at this game, and I feel like, hey, like worst case scenario, the iron has been sharpened a little bit more. You lose going into the tournament.
Yeah.
This is the year. I really think this is the year. But I do not want them to roll over in the next couple of games to rest up for the tournament. And I don't think Kelvin Sampson will allow that. And I like that. I like that, even though some people are like, that's not smart logic. F logic. Be competitive.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we're being honest, there is, like, Duke. Like, should they have just not played Cooper Flagg? Like, you can make the case that they couldn't have, but then, like, what are we doing with the conference tournaments at this point? If you're gonna play a conference tournament, play it. Actually, try to win it. This rest, like, I get it if a guy is like trying to rush back. Maybe don't rush him back for this, but if he can play, have him play. Like, what are they supposed to do? Let the walk-ons play? Like, Is Ryan Elvin still around to take some shots?
Ooh, I would love to see Ryan Elvin in there.
I don't know. I think he graduated.
One
I could be wrong though.
713-780-3776 on an Ask Alone Anything Friday. I'm asking you this question. Who's the greatest Cougar of all time? I'm not talking about any specific Cougars.
Yeah.
Like
Okay,
the
so
cats. Rah, rah. I'm not talking about any actual animals, Sean. Like, I don't know if there was like a famous Cougar other than Shasta, of course, who is the holy one and the holiest of Cougars. But I'm talking about a different type of Cougar. I'm talking about a different type of Cougar.
Rob Gray?
No, if I'm not
Clyde
mistaken.
Drexler?
Well, I believe that they would be called, Sean, at this moment in time, Hakeem Olajuwon, silver foxes, right? Because they're up there in age.
But they play.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like if Steve Young. No,
Okay.
not to the side. Like some
He
of
was
the
good.
some of the many the Detmers, like Brazilian Detmers who played it at BYU. No,
Puka
no.
Nacua?
Not talking about not talking about the players or the actual cat. Talking about the Cougars, because that's what you're supposed to say. Who the bleep's that? It's the mother-loving Cougars. No, it's actually who are they talking about? They are talking about the Cougars. That's how the womp womp goes. So that's on the table for you. And as we get closer and closer to opening day for the Houston Astros, I am starting to get concerned about another plan in Houston sports. What that is, you'll find out. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You want to chime in, 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join in on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Opened up the show talking about how I don't feel great about the Texans' plan on the offensive line. A texter asks, if both are there, would Kelvin Banks, who is a Texas tackle, and Tyler Booker, Sean, where did he go to school?
Alabama guard.
Would they fit in better on this team? Yes. Are they offensive linemen? Yes.
Yeah. At the end of the day, like, listen, I'm not going to sit here and tell you like the ins and outs of Kelvin Banks or any of these guys.
Nor will I.
Especially like if I can't tell you about Kelvin Banks, a guy who I watched play basically every game of his career, I'm not going to be able to tell you about the Alabama offensive line. I'm just going to regurgitate what I read Lance Zierlein and the other actual draft insiders who know what they're looking at, what they write about these guys. That's all I got. I simply need the Texans to add high level talent on this team.
Yes.
Just high level guys that you think, okay, there's upside here. I can see what works, how this works with this guy. And I think anybody, honestly, in the first 3 rounds,
yes,
has a good chance that after the draft, we're sitting here going, so he probably starts, right?
I would think so. But
No matter who, I like those guys. And later in the draft, I like Georgia guard Tate Ratledge.
Okay, that's a name.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Put him on the Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes' big board.
Yes, Tate Ratledge.
Name. It's a cool name. That's the coolest name of all those guys.
And Georgia, basically their offense fell off a cliff when he didn't play. That's when Beck started throwing a lot of interceptions because they're letting in more pressure because Ratledge was out. He comes back in. They steady the ship a little bit.
Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. Work it into the show. Not a fan of the Texans' offensive line plan to this point. I also asked the question because we were talking about the Cougars yesterday. They play the BYU Cougars in today's Big 12 semifinals matchup. Big 12 championships tomorrow. I'm hoping that they win and Texas Tech wins. So we get one last showdown between these two teams. But we were asking who's the greatest Cougar? Who is the greatest Cougar of all time? Who is it? And you know what kind of Cougar I'm talking about. Not the cat. And not actual players for both BYU, the University of Houston, and whatever other teams across this great country of ours are nicknamed the Cougars. Just about everyone has given the same answer. Eric the driver said Demi Moore, Brandy Love, Elizabeth Hurley, Julianne Moore, all great Cougars. I agree. Strong, powerful, independent women. But he also said Jennifer Coolidge. Christopher Soriano said, the mom on American Pie. A texter, the best Cougar of all time is Stifler's mom. Another texter, would the greatest Cougar of all time be Stifler's mom from American Pie? All of those people are Jennifer Coolidge. All of those people. That is just Jennifer Coolidge. She is probably more in my generation's mind known as Stifler's mom. But if you've been watching White Lotus, you've seen her. Honestly, she's in a bazillion different commercials these days. And I got to say, between the White Lotus and those commercials, I've got a little bit of Jennifer Coolidge fatigue, but that's definitely a good nominee. She's, I guess, going to be in some movie with Bill Murray coming out soon. And I think Pete Davidson's in it and a bunch of other relatively famous people, some sort of dark comedy. I was listening to Bill Murray on Rogan, and I was like, oh, okay, this movie sounds like it could be interesting. So Jennifer Coolidge seems to be everyone's choice. This is going to date all of us a little bit. But for me, the number one is Kate Beckinsale, who's also a cat mom. And she's in her 50s. And once you cross over that Rainbow Bridge into the 5-0, I mean, that's the moment in time where you officially become one, I think. I suppose you could be one in your 40s, but no. I think it has to be in your 50s. And you got to be someone looking for a cub. There was a website when I was working back at the Texans flagship. I think it's called Cougars Meat. And it was something else. I signed up and it was like, "Are you a cougar or a cub?" And I was like, "A cub." This is kind of weird though. I'm a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I'm a little uncomfortable with being called a cub. It's like, what? So I'm getting with my mom.
Yeah, it sounds like you're being that or taken
Yeah,
advantage
it's
of.
a little Oedipal. Is that what it is? The attraction to your
Oedipus,
mother,
yes.
Oedipus. Yeah. And there was a person that would call in to our station, and the station was actually trying to set me up with her. I think her name was Marlo or something like that. She was very wonderful, very nice lady. Used to see Lisa Ann on the regular over at the flagship too. One of the sweetest people, considering how famous she is. Infamous in the eyes of some. Actually gives good fantasy football advice. Really nice. So definitely she's up there as well. So who's the best cougar of all time? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. This is one Sean had said, and I'm just going to allow Sean, because fake Tony Stark just said it on our Twitch.
Oh yeah, Jane Seymour.
Yes.
From Wedding Crashers.
Wedding Crashers,
Yes,
right.
the mom in Wedding Crashers.
Right. And at that moment in time, still, I believe, technically a cougar. She is, I think, in her 70s now. And if I'm not mistaken, also still looking like a very strong, powerful, and independent woman. I think at this moment in time, she's probably closer to a.
I think she's graduated.
There's another term. It begins with, you've heard the term. Am I allowed to say? Am I allowed to say the acronym on the air? So
I mean, we've spent 3 days talking about tetas. I think
that's true,
and everyone knows what that
there's
means.
a term called MILF. There's also a term called, and I learned this last night while watching Landman.
Isn't that last night?
Yeah,
Wow.
I had never heard GILF before, but I did. Allie Larder in Landman actually might be overtaking Kate Beckinsale. Allie Larder in Landman is I would try to break up Billy Bob Thornton and Allie Larder in Landman. I would probably get killed in the process. Wouldn't go so well for me.
That's normally how things go in that kind of show.
Yeah, or in that kind of trying to break up a marriage deal. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So again,
News of the weird. Paul, go on.
So there you go, guys. The greatest cougar of all time. After Shasta, in my opinion, it's Allie Larder. But most of you guys agree it's Jennifer Coolidge. Pat409 says Diane Lane. Ooh, that's a good one. Carla Gugino. Ooh, that's also a good one. She was in Entourage. I think she was Vinny's agent after Ari for a little bit of time. She was also in a season of Californication. Dolly Parton. Ooh, okay. That's a good one.
I mean, she's also aged out of this. She's like in her 70s.
Marissa Tomei says another texter.
That's a great one.
Yeah.
That's a great
Still
one.
had it in Spider-Man.
It's honestly one of the funniest parts of the Spider-Man movies is everyone being like, whoa,
yeah.
to Marissa Tomei.
One last text before we all bonk ourselves and, stop being men on an Ask Alone Anything Friday from the 409. Do you prefer a female who's wearing a thong or a male in a Speedo? Guys, you all know the answer to that one already. 713-780-3776 to call in or text in on an Ask Alone Anything Friday. Up next, I am concerned about something the Astros are doing because the more they do it, the more it seems like they don't know what they're doing. What that is, you'll find out next. Paul Gallant Show, Sean Mapes Behind the Glass on an Ask Alone Anything Friday. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Someone texted in Fire Gallant. He says he's sick of sports sing radio and stupid ass trombone. We haven't even sang yet. Today. We can. And by the way, I'm sorry, but we're about to give you the trombone because we are getting closer and closer to opening day for the Houston Astros. And you'll be back. I know it. You know it. You can't get enough of me. So give me that bone 13 days away. I don't think the Astros outfield is built for anything right now. And I don't know how they plan to build it into anything with the way that they are operating this spring. So first off, I understand that Jose Altuve's new at this and that it's going to take time and experience for him to become a capable left fielder. But 9 innings of work in left field, a couple of catches at the wall, a conversation or 70 with Jake Myers, who's actually a good defensive player out there, if not the best hitter, and a conversation with outfield coach Dave Clark. It's not going to erase yesterday's brutal Jose Altuve error at the wall. I get it. Bad things happen. If you watched it, he clearly lost bearing on where he was, mistimed his jump, thought he was against the wall. He actually wasn't. Jumped up, missed the ball. It hits the wall and rolls probably like 10 to 20 feet away from him. Jake Myers corrals it and throws it back into the infield as whatever Cardinals player hit that ball, hit a triple. I don't know how that gets better. I really don't. Honestly, I feel like the height was a problem for that specific moment. Now, left field at Minute Maid Park, how many times is Altuve going to run into that situation? I don't know. And I imagine there will be games where Altuve does play second base, but they have told us that the plan is to put Altuve primarily in left field. Okay, hey, it gives you a bat in your outfield. You don't have any at this moment in time, but how much is that going to hurt you over the course of a long season? Meanwhile, the Astros' plan for Cam Smith in right field, which really seemed to take root this past weekend, where all of a sudden you heard from Jim Bowden and Baseball Insider for The Athletic that the Astros were considering putting Cam Smith in right field because of how good he's been this spring. We've only seen him out there once. It was yesterday for 5 innings, I think, and nothing went his way. And now, based off of what we're hearing from Joe Espada, I don't know necessarily when we're going to see Cam Smith in right again, which lends itself to a tough to answer question. So wait, is Cam Smith going to make the opening day roster? Is he going to be a right field solution at some point? Per Joe Espada, yesterday afternoon, Cam Smith will get another start in right field in the next few days. Why not tomorrow? Why not today? Why not? Why in the next few days if you're thinking about him in right field? Because Espada had said that Smith will split time between the infield and outfield during today's spring breakout game against the Nationals. Well, why not just put him in right field? So, look, I don't know how much defense could hurt the Astros this coming season. I look at their lineup, and outside of the outfield, I mean, you do have a pretty impressive lineup. assuming Jeremy Pena can continue what he's doing this spring, but with Altuve and Paredes with his splits in ballparks that are like Minute Maid Park and Jordan and Christian Walker at first base, Yainer Diaz, among others. This has the makings of a good lineup. And then you got the outfielders, and you're not really 100% sure how you feel about those outfielders. You don't know what's going on at second base, really, at this moment in time either. You still feel good about the offense. How much does the defense affect them? How much of an impact does it have? Like, if we're going to get nerdy, how much does it affect our wins above replacement? I really do not know the answer to that. But I don't like this plan right now. Much like I don't like the Texans' plan on the offensive line, I don't like this plan because at least with the Texans, there's still plenty of time left. We're less than 2 weeks away from opening day for the Astros. So if Cam Smith's not in right field every single day, I don't know that he's going to make the opening day roster. And he doesn't necessarily need to. It does seem like he's cooling off a little bit. But I'd like something a little more concrete than what they're showing. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Greg has a thought on Jose Altuve in left field. Greg, what you got?
Oh, Greg just dropped.
Oh, no, we lost Greg. Okay. Well, let's go to the Twitch on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 75 court jesters. There we go. Cam Smith, he's going to go to the minors. They don't want to start the clock. We should say that to shame the Astros into putting Cam Smith on the opening day roster. Todd the Show says they have no intentions of Cam making the opening day roster. King of Twitch agrees. 20 at-bats isn't a real sample size, continued Todd on that front. Yeah, like it was a pipe dream to see him actually out there. But they introduced this idea to us over the weekend, and then they're saying, yeah, he's going to be playing in right field a little bit, but you're not actually doing it.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're really at this moment in time just digging through a scrap heap, hoping that something's going to come as a solution. That means that their offense, at least from the outfield, their offensive production from that part of the team isn't going to suck this year, especially early on, because what are the odds you're going to be able to overcome 2 back-to-back brutal starts to the year? Probably low.
Yeah. I think just the messaging with the Cam Smith opening day thing, like to float it out there and then immediately kind of not hit the brakes on it, but you do it once, nothing really happens. And then seemingly you go, well, we'll get around to putting him out there again. We'll see. It just seems like a little bit of they obviously don't want to do it, but they want to give lip service because of how well he had played. That like, okay, he has a chance. We'll try putting him in left or putting him in right. And they do it once, and now it's, well, we'll see the next time we do that. It's just, why even say that he has a chance to make the opening day roster if you're going to do this?
Yeah, they're selling hope.
If Altuve was, or if Espada was just like, we want to see him in right, but we still have a plan for him, a long-term plan, blah, 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 blah. But to say, yeah, he has every chance to make the opening day roster and it not be the case sucks.
Todd the Show says it is fun to think about. Right. Exactly what you're saying. Right there.
And you're just like, what we're thinking about is just dropping in the guy who's been hitting 500 in spring training. Like, we're not like, this is not a real player that we're thinking of the best case scenario. And I've like one of the Twitchers brought up like 20 at bat sample sizes is what we're doing.
It's
here.
very little. And right. And he's no longer batting 700 with an OPS of like 8 million or whatever the hell it was. Exaggerating a bit. 75 Court Jester asks, is Chaz really a major leaguer on an Ask on Anything Friday? Well, I would say based off of 2 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. He put together a really impressive season. Does he belong there for the entirety of his career? No, that's another question. But like, you have a season like that. What was it? 20 home runs plus? Despite like getting regularly benched because of conditioning issues in the eyes of Dusty Baker. It was a pretty good year.
Yeah.
So one good year like that, I think does make you a major leaguer. As far as outfield options in free agency, they weren't great. And of course, the Astros were not going to spend that much money. So like, I understand why this is something they are considering, but it does feel like it's not the best plan, especially with how Altuve left. Someone on the tech looked yesterday with that brutal error. Someone texted in from the 713. Hey, remember that movie, Angels in the Outfield? What did that kid do to get his wings? Or the Angels came to him? That's what Jose needs to do. Well, his dad, who plays Roger's dad? It's actually like a fairly relevant actor. I think it's Billy Zane. I'm not even kidding. I think it's Billy Zane. No, it's Dermot Mulroney. My bad. They look kind of similar.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's in the right. You're thinking the right thing.
A staple of 90s movies. Oh, I know that guy. So in that movie, this guy, he's like a biker of some sort. Like he's clearly a deadbeat who's probably just slinging that thing all over the West Coast. What? He's got a leather jacket on. The dude looks like he gets around. He looks like he gets around. I'm sure there are other Rogers in that movie.
That's also just kind of what Delmont, whatever Maroney looks like.
Yeah. But the leather jacket adds to it. So in that movie, Roger has a talk with his dad and asks, hey, when are we going to be a family again? Because his mom died. And so he's in a foster home and the dad's just riding around like up and down the highway, like looking like a badass. And again, probably having a good old time. And Roger's dad tells him where I'm sitting when the Angels win the pennant. This is right after they'd had a brutal game. So that night, Roger prays to the big man upstairs.
God, yeah.
I want to be a family again. Can the Angels, my favorite team, win the pennant? And so basically what you're asking here, sir, for the Astros to get Angels is some Astro fans, possibly deadbeat biker gang father, needs to leave him. So I don't think we want that. I personally, as someone who has gone through, family separation and stuff as a kid, I do not wish that upon anyone, even if it helps Jose Altuve magically become the greatest left fielder of all time.
I was gonna say they were making plays out there. They're making web gems.
How far is too far? That is too far. A small child having his father leave so that the Astros can have awesome web gems thanks to help from Angels. No, that's my favorite baseball movie ever, but I do not want any kid to go through what Roger went through. Although, because what is Joe Espada going to adopt him? This kid at the end of the movie.
He's going to become a rallying cry.
Also, some Astro pitcher is going to die of cancer from smoking, like Tony Danza.
Well, we don't need that.
I don't want that.
I'm okay with the kid being estranged.
You're a sick son of a bitch.
I don't want a pitcher to die. I don't want Ronel Blanco to happen.
Oh boy, that was a fun one. Rabbit hole to go down. It's the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call into text. Somebody else asked, hey, where's Joe? Joe still's at the station, but he has some family things going on. So he's taking a little bit of time off. The guy spent so much time basically doing everything here. And we really appreciate that he's sticking around. And we're all hoping for the best for his family. So there you go, guys. That's why it's now the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. Up next, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Laramie Tunsil said goodbye to the city of Houston, but a lot of people have questions. What are those questions? You'll find out. Stay put. Hour 2 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Things we've discussed to this point. 1, I'm not thrilled with the Houston Texans' plan to upgrade their offensive line to this point. 2, I don't know what the Astros' plan is for the outfield. Jose Altuve certainly needs a lot more work. And Cam Smith, who played a little bit of right field yesterday, isn't playing right field nearly enough for me to believe he's going to be on the opening day roster. We had a couple of people asking about some of the other positions that are up for grabs going into the year. Second base. I got a weird amount of Brendan Rodgers questions, like on the text line and on the Twitch. Look, he's a Gold Glover. He's a player that believes that now that he's no longer playing in elevation, that he's playing at sea level, he could be in for his best year ever. And also the Rockies apparently have the worst analytics department that there is. But ultimately, like, the biggest strength he's going to bring to the table is his glove. He was a Gold Glover in 2023. I'm not expecting much. I'm not. I don't expect the Astros to turn hitters into studs the same way that they seemingly can find any pitcher out and about and turn that guy into the best possible version of himself.
Yeah, that's just something they haven't really proven that they can do.
Yeah.
In this, in the same way that they can do with pitchers. If he makes the team and he's a part of this, part of the rotation there at second base, because I imagine they're going to try different guys there. I imagine Dubon is going to play there a bit. I imagine Rodgers will also get time there. You're looking at a infield version of Jake Marisnick, to bring back a old fave, where, hey, great defense. Love the defense out there.
I don't think Brendan Rodgers has Jake Marisnick's hair.
No, he doesn't. I don't think the fan base will love him like they love Jake Marisnick.
Actually. Huh?
Oh?
Huh?
Do I not know what Brendan Rodgers would look
Damn,
like? Which I
Brendan,
definitely
you
don't.
know what? It's not quite as rocker, and it's a little more mullet.
Okay.
But Brendan Rodgers has got a good head of hair.
Okay.
Rodgers has as much hair as you, Sean. It's a little more mullety than it is, and very fierce beard. You know what? He's got big eyebrows too.
All right.
Honestly, his look is the look I want right now. This is the look I currently want. If my beard was no longer gray, and my hair still grew at the rate it used to, I would love to try this look out.
It's very funny. There's a soccer manager by the same name. So half the pictures that I looked up were of Brendan Rodgers, the Astro. Half of them is some old English man standing with his arms folded. But yeah, okay. I don't know why. In my head, he had shorter hair. I just
so yeah, it could be Jake Marisnick 2.0. I think that's a good comparison, Sean.
We got infield Marisnick.
Infielder Marisnick. Let's go. A little more of a macho version of Marisnick.
Yeah.
Nothing against Marisnick. Marisnick's more of a pretty boy. This guy's a little bit more of a rugged. This is a guy who
this is Yellowstone.
Yellowstone
Marisnick.
Yellowstone Marisnick at second base. Laremy Tunsil would not have survived on Yellowstone. Entirely based off of his wardrobe. He's a big guy, sure, but I don't think he would have survived on Yellowstone or 1923 or 1883. But Laremy Tunsil, who we talked about yesterday because we had yet to see him post something saying goodbye, said farewell to Houston. He posted a picture of himself coming out of the tunnel at NRG Stadium in a beanie, which is weird because he's wearing a home jersey and they were indoors, saying this: I didn't know what to expect, Houston, but from the moment I arrived, this city embraced me and my family with open arms. Houston became more than just a place I played football. It became home. Over the years, I've grown not just as a player, but as a man, and this city will always hold a special place in my heart. Being part of this community has been an honor. From working with the Urban Enrichment Institute to supporting the Gracewood Foundation for Single Mothers, Second Servings Houston, etc., I've had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the strength, resilience, and generosity that make this city so special. Thank you for allowing me to contribute to something greater than the game and for giving me the opportunity to give back to the place that has given me so much. Houston, you welcomed me as one of your own, and for that, I will always be grateful. With love, Laramie Tunsil. The initials LT posted at the end. He's now a Washington Commander, of course, after earlier this week, the Texans traded him to Washington for a 3rd and a 7th round pick in this year's draft and a 2nd and 4th round pick in next year's draft. It's a nice note, right? Much like Alex Bregman when he said goodbye. That was a nice note. Here's the problem. And I don't know if this is more on us as a society than it is on Laramie Tunsil here, but immediately, and possibly because people are mad that he's gone and are mad about how bad the offensive line was last year, immediately people checked online to see if artificial intelligence / GPT created this. There's, I guess, a website that you can go on that checks to see if you write something, how much of it's AI or GPT. I am assuming that this is something that was started by colleges and universities to combat plagiarism. Per whatever website was used here, Laramie Tunsil's goodbye note was 76.43% artificial intelligence and or GPT. I'm going to start off by saying this. I'm actually going to defend Tunsil here. It's kind of messed up that we're just assuming that that's the case. It is messed up that we're assuming that. What, does he have to do a handwritten note? I mean,
hold up a newspaper as he's writing it.
He got traded, and people were deservedly annoyed with him last year because of all the penalties. But, you know, whether right or wrong, if people are coming after you all year long in a year where you have a lot of penalties and CJ Stroud's getting sacked all the time, like, you don't necessarily owe it to the place you're leaving to write them a 100% heartfelt, thought-out note. But it bums me out because people did this with Bregman too. Do we have to determine whether or not this was real? Do we have to go down that rabbit hole? I think it's kind of messed up.
It's also like 76%. Like all of these, thank you, Houston, thank you, inner city here messages, they all basically hit the same notes. They don't, there's not a lot of different ways to write this. So I wonder how much of AI could probably write a pretty good one because all these things are the same. Because let's be honest, and this isn't just a Tunsil thing. This isn't a Bregman thing. This is all of these. How many of these guys do you think are sitting down and actually writing these notes?
Zero.
They all have PR people. They all have agents.
So it could be the agent or the PR person doing this. And that is where I would direct my ire at those people. Like, you got to do better than that. You're the one that Laramie Tunsil is paying to write this heartfelt goodbye. Because not everyone's a good writer. Not everyone's a good writer. So I'm actually defending Laramie Tunsil here. I don't like that our first reaction is to determine whether or not Alex Bregman or Laramie Tunsil's goodbye note that we were annoyed that we didn't get in quick enough time is Chat GPT or AI generated. I guess with Bregman, it was like 90-something%.
That's the thing. If it's like above 90, then that's where 75, it is like at a certain point, it's like, how many different ways is there to actually write this?
But both of these guys got traded. There's got to be an element of sour feelings here. So
Bregman did. Tucker got traded.
My bad. You're right. You're right. With Bregman, you're right. Tucker was the one who was traded. With Bregman, it felt like, honestly, because there was so much time about
and there's a flirtation that he could come back.
But you're right, Sean. Sorry. So I screwed that one up. But I get why there would be some jilted feelings. And while I'm a big believer in handwritten notes and sending thank you messages out, and I think that if you were to put together a thank you note to the city of Houston, you would want to be more specific, highlighting how welcoming this place is, because it is. Like, you guys even welcome me. Yeah, me, Masshole Paul, to the point where I now believe this is my home, and that while living in Seattle for a couple of years, I missed it every second I was away, and I was like, I'm moving back here if things don't work out as soon as I could, and I did. It's a very welcoming place, the best food in the country, with incredible generosity, a city that I think unlike a lot of cities, and I don't know how LA is handling all their crap right now. We do wish them well. I feel like when bleep hits the fan, this city does come together on a level that a lot of others don't. I think what we saw from people in the wake of all the destruction from Hurricane Harvey was really cool. I remember they weren't even letting people into the George R. Brown Center because there were so many people that were volunteering to help people who had been, displaced. And, Hurricane Katrina, how many people came here from New Orleans and Louisiana when things hit the fan there? And now you might have never gone back. You might have just stayed living here. Like, that's the best part about it. So now, the more that I think about it, Laramie, you should have hired me. You should have hired me. I would have done it for you.
That right there. I mean, you just change Massachusetts and Seattle to Oxford, Mississippi, and Miami.
Yeah.
Boom, right there.
Yeah. Someone else could do those parts.
0% Chat GPT. Although
Boom.
I'm sure if you typed it in, that would have been like 25.
See, this is what I wonder about. Like, I'm wondering about this thing online. How much, like,
it's like when did you have to do this when you turn in essays in like high school and college where it was like a plagiarism checker website?
No.
Okay.
No,
so
we didn't have that. We didn't have that yet.
I had those.
2011 is the last time I was in school.
Basically, if you included like quotes from the book that it was about, you would get like 20% plagiarism.
Right. Yeah.
But
that
it's
makes
like
sense.
literally I'm just quoting
Yeah.
And so these aren't like perfect numbers, is what I'm saying. I don't think that. Also, why would you only use GPT to only write 75% of this
That's
thing?
a good point. Yeah, use it to write the 100%. If you're going to use it all the way. But I don't think this is on Tunsil. From the Twitch, this is a funny Twitch comment. Koogblade says, "Dude's always looking for a shortcut." Well, that's true. This is the false starts in illegal formation. So it's a shortcut. It's a
He's
shortcut.
just trying to get that extra edge.
That extra edge. Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. I'm confused by moves that the Texans and Astros are doing. If you've been listening to the show to this point, you've heard why. This move by the Rockets, it still is intriguing. Are they actually going to pull the trigger and trade for a Devin Booker or a Kevin Durant? You'll hear about what they actually have been doing with those two over the last couple of weeks next. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
It is indeed the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to chime in, you can at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text. From the last segment, we were determining whether or not Laramie Tunsil's not handwritten note to Houston was AI generated. Somebody
Maybe hand typed.
Definitely hand typed by somebody, potentially Sean, but it was written in an Instagram photo on the top of it, and people through an app that actually measures how much AI GPT could be in this believes it was 76.43% AI generated. Some texters in the last segment, when I gave my own from the heart speech about Houston, say I was to leave again. I don't believe you, Paul. This sounds AI generated. Oh, how would you know? I feel like I'm too weird to be artificial intelligence. I don't think artificial intelligence has the bandwidth, entirely powered by caffeine, to go all over the place like me.
Yeah.
Robots will never replace me. They'll replace, like Jeremy Branham. Oh, he's cooked, but they will replace me. They will never replace. They will replace me. See, AI wouldn't screw up like that.
No.
No.
Distinctly human. Paul Gallant.
Very human. Another text. You should write a goodbye note to Seattle and then see what percentage it comes up as artificial intelligence. Good point. Would be a little bit late, but it wouldn't be that late for me because for those who don't know, I'm famous for sending out Happy New Year's cards late in the year. And guess what? I still haven't done this year. Those.
I was thinking about that.
They're stacked on the table.
I thought about that.
I owe you one. I owe Joe one.
Yeah. When I checked my mail, this was a while ago when we were talking about it. I was like, did Paul does he have my right address or what's happening?
I have 78 to go.
Got it.
That's what sucks. It's that there's so many and I don't want to do it because I think about how many. I have almost paid my taxes though, which I didn't do until October last year.
Congrats.
Master procrastinator. So it wouldn't be that late to write a goodbye to Seattle. Another texter. This is from just a teacher. Speaking of the ChatGPT thing, I teach high school. Congratulations to you on your spring break. All the kids write essays with that, but I'm always trying to convince them to at least go through it and change some of the words so it sounds more like them. Using AI has to be less detectable by teachers, so I would assume that Tunsil had ChatGPT write this thing and he edited it just a little bit. True, or his publicist/agent did it. I actually think that's probably where we're at.
Yeah, that's probably the likely thing. Also, you're a teacher who's like, listen, you can use AI, just change some of the words, please.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very fun teacher to have. But I guess you're listening to this show, so you probably are.
I would assume on spring break.
You're the cool teacher.
Well, something I've been jealous of with the people on the rodeo committee this week, like a bunch of teachers are on spring break and they're just like handing out shots. I'm like, F off, man. I got work tomorrow. That's why I took off the last 2 days. I was like, you people are animals. I love you, but you're animals. I need a little bit of liver recovery time. And also I got to figure out what's going on with my Forrest Whitaker situation on my eye, which just keeps on swelling up. So you got to put like a heated pad on it. It's like a chalazion or something like that. Maybe it's a sty. I don't know. Not fun. Not fun. Pink Eye Paul here. Pink Eye Paul here for putting heat on your eye to get rid of the swelling that makes you look like Forrest Whitaker. It is an Ask Along Anything Friday. And yeah, we were going to get into the Rockets. We'll probably push that back a little bit. How's your sex life, Paulie? Oh, non-existent. Non-existent.
Did you hear about the pink eye?
I don't think it's going to change anytime soon.
Did you hear about you might have an eye situation happening?
Here's what's starting to get a little concerning. Starting to get a little concerned with this.
The eye?
No.
Or
no. Because I remember, give or take, the last time. And mid-October. So we are getting close to half a year. Not good. Not good. Wow. Been working on myself, right? And that's what people say. Hey, work on yourself. And then you get back out there. Guess what doesn't work? That doesn't work. You have to keep on shooting, from what I understand. But I think some of my shots have not gone so well. Because I was supposed to have, a canceled date that was on Wednesday. On Thursday, and guess what happened? Guess what happened? Ghosted. Called her out. She did respond to that and says, oh, maybe we'll see each other at the rodeo tonight. Yeah, good luck, Toots. Good luck. You're out. You're out. We got to have some self-respect at some point, you know? Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. This is funny. Giovanni Rodriguez asks on YouTube, Paul, who do you think has a sexier build? Joel Blank or Lance Zierlein? Joel's in better shape. That's the answer. He is. What? What do you want me to say? Joel's in better shape.
No, I was just thinking about it.
Joel's in a little bit better shape. So Joel's got the sexier build. And I feel very comfortable saying that about another man. I know Joel's going to give me crap about that, but you know what? It'll be nice for Joel to give me crap about this instead of bitching and moaning about our coffee machine like he always does whenever he comes in. Joel loves to talk about our coffee machine.
I will say the new one, having heard about some of his issues with it, I get where he's coming from.
I get it, but it's coffee talk with Joel Blank.
That'd be great.
Hello, it's me, Joel Blank, on the Coffee Talk with Joel Blank show. And guess what? Today, the coffee machine didn't work again. You know? And that's the end of the show.
Maybe a side podcast for him.
Yeah, I think so. That would be funny. It's just like 5 minutes with Joel. Just tell us, just rant about the coffee. He's passionate about that coffee machine.
Blank on beans.
He gets very mad when he makes a fresh cup and I take some because I don't do it myself. And listen, I'm running a one-man show here. It's hard. It's a hard life. So there you go. Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. 75 Court Jester says Joel has a better frown than Lance Zierlein. Yeah, although I don't know. Like Lance Zierlein meltdowns are fun. When Lance throws something in studio, I'm like, that guy's he's a little bit of me. He's got a little bit of me inside him. Because it's generally like something's going on with one of his boys. Like they've done something dumb, and he gets super mad. It's so funny to watch it.
The last one was
the last one is all time.
Incident that he's had.
Oh, it was all time. All right, we got the 10-minute drill up next. The Dallas Cowboys, some drama going on with them. Some Rockets talk on the horizon as well. And listen, big game for the Cougs, all Cougs tonight. / today. I guess it's in a couple of hours. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the last 24 hours, the Texans acquired another offensive lineman, and I don't think it's going to help them get any better. They traded with the Minnesota Vikings yesterday, sending Minnesota a 6th-round pick for a guard that was one of the worst in the NFL last year when it comes to blocking guys one-on-one. Ed Ingram. In fact, he was the worst. He was the worst one-on-one guard blocker in the NFL. Kenyon Green, who the Texans traded, was 3rd. Laken Tomlinson, who the Texans signed this week, 4th. So I don't love this Texans plan to fix their offensive line, which also lost Laramie Tunsil. Love him or hate him, they will be very, 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 very hard pressed to replace a guy of that talent, even if he didn't have the kind of leadership that you would have liked to see this offensive line group, which sucked and seemed to be a little bit weirded out by the criticism they received with a toxic, supposedly offensive line room on top of all of it. I don't think this is exactly the way.
No, I hope these are the depth pieces, and they will get the starters or the high level talent, whether it's in the draft or some guys still available. I mean, the thing with with the Texans offensive line is not a high bar to be an improvement for the guys already on the roster and the guys that these guys are replacing. So there's still plenty out there, or not plenty. There's still a couple guys out there that would be immediate starters and immediate
Mekhi Becton was one we talked about.
improvements for the Texans. I don't know how interested they are in Becton. I feel like if they were, I would have gotten that done before trading for Ed Ingram. But they're still, I don't want to come down on them. You know, we talked about the grade, or was it Frank Schwab, his offseason grades. I think doing it March 14th is a little hasty.
I agree.
On the grades. I feel like everyone should basically be an incomplete.
But to this point, it is a D.
Yes, to this point, I'm the only good move. Or
CJ Gardner-Johnson for Kenyon Green was a great move.
Other than the re-signings.
You've
like,
signed
the re-signings are good. But the new guys that they brought in, the Gardner trade.
Yeah, the Christian Kirk trade, I suppose, if you really want to push it up a little bit more, maybe it's a C-. But
D+.
Like, they restructured his deal, by the way. They saved $12 million in cap space. They've signed a bunch of defensive ends. They signed a bunch of expensive special teamers. So F is probably too far. But the offensive line, which is like priority 1, 2, 3, and I guess 4 now that you've moved on from Laramie Tunsil, because you don't really know who should be starting at left tackle, left guard, center, or right guard. Blake Fisher, you drafted in the 2nd round last year, is your right tackle. Titus Howard, I know, is going to play left tackle. It's not a great plan to this point. Continuing to go around the National Football League, Myles Garrett, Aggies legend, did an introductory press conference with the Cleveland Browns to discuss his extension. It's funny that it's an introduction. It did seem like he was gone after requesting that trade.
Did he hold up a jersey at the end? Like,
it would be very funny.
We already know, dude.
We know you're still here. Garrett doesn't regret requesting out, per Pro Football Talk. Quote, I think I had some frustration, and I feel like that helped us grow and have conversations that were difficult but needed to be had. And that created a little bit more discourse, helped build some relationships and reaffirm them. Blah, blah, blah. We're in a better place. We can now move on and grow from there. It's never been about money. It's always been about winning. That's where my frustration lies. Okay, I mean, you did stay for $40 million a year, and the Browns are nowhere closer to winning. They are nowhere closer to winning. And The Athletic put out a hit piece on Garrett today. Jason Lloyd of The Athletic wrote this about Garrett, who they portray as entitled and doesn't take leadership responsibility like he should. Quote, it's well known within the Browns that Myles Garrett is frequently late to the facility. He has skipped mandatory team activities on multiple occasions. Okay, why did the Browns extend him then? He asked out. He said, hey, you guys aren't trying hard. But he's not trying hard either, at least per this report. Browns are a mess is really the only way I can summarize the whole thing. This is very on brand for that organization.
Yeah, to have this guy left town, let's air out the dirty laundry piece come out when the only problem is the guy didn't leave town. The guy actually resigned.
Yes.
And so you put it well where it's like, wait, so this guy was terrible to be around and asked out for a trade and your team isn't really close to competing, so you resigned him?
Yeah.
Like this is I mean, Browns stay Browns, really. Like that's all I got on this is that this is why the bad teams stay bad is doing stuff like this where none of this really makes sense.
By the way, Jason Lloyd should definitely wear a helmet the next time he sees Myles Garrett at his locker.
Yes.
This is I don't know what Mason Rudolph said, but this
is pretty bad.
This article is definitely not going to make him any closer to Myles Garrett.
And Myles Garrett, maybe it's because of the Mason Rudolph thing, but there's a lot of big guys in the NFL. There's a lot of really ripped, strong guys. Myles Garrett's one of them.
Remember that guy who punched him?
There's a guy that punched.
There's some guy who just punched Myles Garrett on the side of the road.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
October 16th, 2019.
I forgot about that.
Garrett
That was
was
a long time ago.
driving when a fan flagged him down to take a picture and gave him a pillow tap in the face. He called it a pillow tap. Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with him.
No. Of guys that are big and strong in the NFL, Myles Garrett's last because of what you mentioned, that he will swing back. He
In
does
this
not-
situation, he didn't, though, because he struck Garrett with a closed fist, got back in his car, and fled. Garrett told police he was not injured, but surprised. Oh, that's a terrifying statement. He just got sucker punched. Not hurt.
I was surprised. Surprised he did that.
I would be too. I mean, that's that.
Yes, if I'm Myles Garrett, I never think I'm ever getting punched.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Rodgers. A lot of people want to punch him. Still a free agent. But Saturday, tomorrow, he will be making his next public appearance. He's going to be participating in the annual RX3 Growth Partners charity flag football game. Steelers, Giants, and Vikings are the three teams interested in him. It would be kind of funny if he had another first game of the New York Jets situation happen in a flag football game.
Come on.
I'm not rooting for it to happen. And I'm just saying,
It'll cost himself like so much.
It would be crazy if he gets
His
hurt.
career
doing
would
that.
be over.
I would honestly advise him as someone who is playing flag football mid 35 and like sat out of a game because of some emergency issues behind the scenes, but also like a hamstring that I thought might be in trouble given that there's a massive bruise behind it. Hey, Aaron, take it easy, man. This is asking for trouble.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, I hope he's quarterback at least. Yeah, I would not have done this without having secured what, like $40 million guaranteed.
The bag.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
He would have gotten a lot. I mean, look at what these quarterbacks are going for. Now he'll probably sign a 1 or 2 year deal, but still, that's a lot of money that you're risking to throw to some growth partners or whatever this charity's for.
Puka Nacua, Rams wide receiver. He said he was going to make Devontae Adams negotiate for number 17. Well, apparently, nope. Devontae Adams is just getting number 17 now that he's joined the Rams. What the hell, Puka Nacua? What are you doing? Get some money. You don't have that extension yet.
Get a car like the Mets guy did.
Adams better give him something. I feel like if he's just voluntarily giving it up, like Nacua's on a 5th round rookie contract.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about
Yeah,
that.
that guy's not getting paid at all. You know, he actually deserves some money here.
Yeah.
By the way, Adams, in his introductory press conference with the Rams, said that the Rams were aggressive, but in all the right ways. Whoa, that sounds
okay.
Sounds a little sexual. But
yeah, but
it was wanted though. He appreciated their aggressiveness.
They're aggressive, but they didn't cross any lines.
In all the right ways. Which reminds me of something that Browns pass rusher Baron Browning said ahead of free agency before returning to the last year. What were the Cardinals last year? It wasn't a great season. It was a better season.
8-9.
Here
right?
is
8-9.
Here's Baron Browning before free agency and before returning to the Cardinals.
I mean, if you got a girlfriend who's a 10, why play around?
That's a good point. But I guess he thinks the Cardinals are a 10. That's why he came back.
Yeah, and the record was literally below 500. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
They're more a 6.
Oh, I was gonna say I'll be nice and call them a 5.
Ooh.
I mean, they literally take records for these things,
That's
and
true.
they won more or they lost more than they won.
That is also true.
That puts you below average.
One last little tidbit. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 on a Ask Gallant Anything Friday. The New Orleans Saints, who apparently have money, are making a push to sign Cooper Kupp. This is like just asking the IRS to come to your house. Like the Saints are what? 70, 80, 90, 100 million over the cap. How are they making this happen? Louisiana, can you guys please clean it up? We love you. You're fun. It's the sportsman's paradise. But you are so bad with money. This is not what you should do.
Also, just like take it, even the financial aspects out of it. Whatever. Why are they signing a 32-year-old receiver to play with David or Derek Carr?
If Derek Carr's even there,
Or Spitzer Rattler, or maybe they draft a guy.
I don't know, man. This is a weird one. He is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We got some fun questions on the board that we will get to. Up next, how close were the Rockets to acquiring 1, Kevin Durant, and 2, Devin Booker? You'll find out on the other side. Stay put.
Got something to say to Paul?
Paul Gallant, what the hell is wrong with you?
All I hear from you is negative about this person, negative about that person. Come on, dude.
Join the conversation by dialing or texting the HRNP listener line. Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in or text in on an Ask Alon Anything Friday. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. The NBA trade deadline came and went without the Houston Rockets making a major move, but people are focusing on possibilities that have presented themselves thanks to the absolute disaster, at least relative to expectations, that the Phoenix Suns with Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal have been. We've heard that the Rockets potentially are interested in both Durant and Booker. And yesterday, in a report by ESPN basketball writer Tim McMahon, we learned the Rockets have expressed interest in Devin Booker, but that the Suns shut them down. And it's the Suns owner that's shutting them down. The same Suns owner, Matt Ishbia, who does not want the Suns to go into a rebuild phase. Well, I think it's going to happen. But Ishbia on a Booker trade, quote, never happened. It's silly, end quote. So Devin Booker, it seems far-fetched, but I did find it interesting that someone who covers the Suns this week brought up that 3 first-round picks and a player with a lot of upside could potentially be a package that the Suns would consider entertaining when it comes to a Devin Booker trade. We discussed this earlier in the week. I don't think that Devin Booker is 3 first-round picks better than Jalen Green, 3 Suns first-round picks better, especially than Jalen Green with the direction they seem to be going in and how checked out they all seemed when we watched that Rockets-Suns game earlier this week. But they have at least, the Rockets, reached out about Devin Booker. And when it comes to Kevin Durant's future, everyone thinks that Durant will be traded this offseason. They discussed a Durant trade at the deadline along with 3 other teams. Those 3 other teams are the Warriors, T-Wolves, and Heat. Heard about them a lot. Didn't really hear anything about the Rockets on that front. But the Rockets, they did have trade discussions about Kevin Durant. Here's the difference, though, with Devin Booker. Devin Booker, they called about. Rocket sources told Tim McMahon, though, that Kevin Durant to the Rockets talks were initiated by the Phoenix Suns. So does that mean the Rockets wouldn't be interested in Kevin Durant? I don't think so, just given Ime Udoka's history with him and the fact that a lot of Rockets players work with him. And I think he likes a lot of the guys who are on the Rockets. He's complimented them before. Doesn't rule it out. But I think it's noteworthy that the Suns were reaching out about a Kevin Durant to Houston trade. The Rockets were not doing the other way around.
Yeah, at the deadline, we knew that the Suns had initiated the talks with the Warriors, and Durant eventually said, "No, I don't want to go back to Golden State." And Golden State was like, "We don't want upset Kevin Durant on our team, so we're not going to make this trade." I think it's possible that, or I guess reading between the lines. This is how I read between the lines with this Tim McMahon piece. At the trade deadline, Suns shopping Durant around. They ask these 4 teams, including the Rockets. The Rockets pick up the phone. They get asked about Kevin Durant, and they go, "Not sure about Kevin Durant. What about Devin Booker?" And that's where the owner goes, "This is stupid," or whatever he said. It was like, not happening. And then maybe they had additional discussions about Durant, but it seemed, how I would take that is that the Rockets, when they're presented with Durant, asked about Booker.
That sounds right.
Which is how they should be approaching, is
totally agree.
The guy who's 28 as opposed to 36, 37. So yeah, we can talk about, the price and what they should, or shouldn't do eventually down the road. Do you think that Kevin Durant or that this team is a Kevin Durant away? Do you think this team is a Devin Booker away? Being a Devin Booker away gives you a longer runway to eventually get to that point.
But you have to give up more to get that Devin Booker
Exactly.
piece.
You're going to have to give up more to get him, where Durant is going to be a little bit more short term of a piece as well, because his contract expires at the end of next season, which also means that Kevin Durant will probably have a hand in picking where he wants to go.
He will.
So that,
and I think this is probably tops. I don't think Durant would want to play somewhere more than he would here. And the way I would sell it to him is, look, dude, you've never won it on your own before. This would be viewed as you winning it on your own. Say you are the finishing piece. I don't know if he is. I just think that if he comes here, people would look at that as a, wow, he went to Texas. He comes back to Texas. Durant, unfortunately, despite being clearly one of the two best players in the NBA for the, over the last decade, it's him and LeBron. And there have been moments where Durant was better than LeBron. But unfortunately, everyone's like, oh, yeah, well, he took the coward's way out and joined the Warriors after they beat him in a 7-game series with the Thunder.
yeah,
This is a storybook ending.
That is definitely a way that Kevin Durant could see things, because I mean, I don't Kevin Durant, famously kind of hard guy to read. He'll tell you what he's thinking.
He's honest, but
if you don't know what he's thinking, it's hard to guess. With the thinking that he didn't want to go back to Golden State, that would be consistent with your line of reasoning, where if he wants to do it on his own, he doesn't want to go back to the only place he ever won the title. If those same issues are keeping him from going back there this year, then maybe he is looking for something new. He's looking for something on the other end of the spectrum, which would be coming to a Rockets team who, this April will be the first time any of their young guys, most of the roster plays in a playoff game.
Yeah.
So he will be the leader. He'll be viewed as like the, alpha of a team if he's on the Rockets. The question is that what Kevin Durant wants? Is that what Kevin Durant wants the most? Does he think he can get that same kind of juice from going to these other teams on this list? Minnesota. Would it be viewed as him and Ant? Or
yes.
would it be that? So you just have to put yourself in Kevin Durant's mind, which is a hard thing to do.
Miami, I guess, is a theoretical, but are they close to winning? No. I think that the East is now what the West was. The East is,
it's just so top heavy. That's the problem.
Yeah.
To be better than the Celtics or
Cavs,
it's like you got to be a really good team. I mean, the Knicks are a good team, and they have no chance when they get on the same court as those guys. So the Miami Heat, they would have to keep Bam and Hero for it to even, for you to be able to talk me into it. They can't trade Adebayo or Hero to get Durant. So now what are the Heat sending out to the Suns that they would even be interested in? So it gets tough. It gets tough.
Now that you bring it up, Knicks would be, it would be so funny if this is when the Knicks get Durant to at almost 40.
And they trade Bridges back to Phoenix.
That also would be pretty funny. It would be amusing if Durant ended up there. Honestly, if whoever wins with the Knicks, God forever. If it ever happened. That's why they're so desperate. They're like, Jalen Brunson's one of the top 3 players in the NBA. Shut up.
Yeah, these guys are legends forever. Josh Hart's a legend forever, and they've lost in the second round the last 2 years.
Yeah, they're like the one fan base that loved Carmelo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're like, we felt fulfilled by the Carmelo Anthony experience. So, what? Okay.
It is bizarre. I don't know if that's James Dolan or what. From the 936, as we continue to talk about the Rockets, can you break down why Devin Booker would be more valuable on the Rockets than Jalen? I think he's a better player, but not sure he'd be a better fit on this team than Jalen. Honestly, I don't know. I think it's legitimately Booker's a more consistent player. Green has more upside. What do you want? We touched on this yesterday.
Yeah, more consistent by far, and proven in the playoffs.
Yes.
Was the best player on a finals team.
Yep.
In 2021. He also has a little bit more, and this helps if you want to get out of the dependent on Fred VanVleet experience. He can do a little bit more of the ball handling, safe decision making than Jalen Green. I mean, the Magic game the Magic game's kind of a bad example because they were out basically all their point guards except for Aaron Holiday. But when Fred VanVleet sits, they're basically guaranteed to turn the ball over 15 times, and a lot of times close to 20 times in a game, just whenever Fred VanVleet's out. Devin Booker puts a little bit more of a safety net on that, along with the scoring that he can do. So put him on a team with a bunch of fast athletes too, like the Rockets have. He would be good. And it is fair to bring up, like, so you're gonna be paying this guy probably in the 40 to $50 million range. Give all the Suns picks back. Give up Jalen Green, who's making 30. Do you actually come out on top? I think what it'll come down to is Tillman Fertitta's stomach to continue being patient, and a lot of that will depend on how the Rockets look in the playoffs. How when they lose in the playoffs, because I don't think they're going to win the title, and if they win the title, they're not trading for Kevin Durant or for anybody. How they go out? Do they go out with a team that's just like, they have dudes that are on a different level. Our guys aren't ready. Let's hit the gas on this. Or do they go out nobly where you believe, like the Thunder back in, I think it was 2010 when they lost to the eventual champion Lakers, where you're like, they lost, but these guys are way better than they have any business being.
Right. And so we will see on that front. And depending on that, that's going to determine how patient or impatient Tillman Fertitta, owner of the Rockets, is. We don't have time to play the clip, but Tim McMahon did an interview with, or not an interview. Tim McMahon was on I think the Hoops Collective podcast with Brian Windhorst. And he said that of all people, the guy who was preaching patience was Tillman's son, Patrick Fertitta, as far as really rushing things to get back to where they used to be, which is surprising because he, I guess, was the one, Patrick, pressing the pause button when it comes to bringing James Harden back. And I would have assumed that Patrick would be the one pushing for that to happen. That actually makes me feel a little bit better about Patrick Fertitta, especially with Tillman about to go off to Italy to be the ambassador to Italy, which is such a funny story. Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show in ESPN 97.5, 92.5. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We do have some good questions for the final hour of the show. Up next, what plan do you trust more? Is it the Houston Texans plan to fix their offensive line, or is it the Astros plan to get any production offensively at all, even if it comes with no defense, out of their outfield? Stick around. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Third and final hour of the show, because the Aggies couldn't get it done against Texas yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, we did not have a 3 o'clock hour because we had a showdown between Texas and Texas A&M. We are the home of Aggies basketball. And while it went to 2 overtimes, Texas A&M took yet another loss to Texas. They lost their baseball coach to Texas. They lost the long-awaited football game at Kyle Field. And then they lost this game in the SEC the SEC tournament.
Yeah.
The SEC championship
Quarterfinals. Or
tournament
no.
quarterfinals. Right.
Actually,
Because
this is the quarterfinals.
their
on
finale
today.
is Sunday.
Yeah.
The Big 12 finale is tomorrow. So the Cougs, who play the BYU Cougs, will play the winner of Texas Tech and Arizona. And I hope that both of those teams win, because that would be a fun one tomorrow to wrap up the Big 12
UH
season.
Tech,
Yeah,
yeah.
I want
that's
that.
the game. That's the game we all want.
Toughest team wins. That's what the Cougs left in the Texas Tech locker room on a whiteboard. There will be some
Forgot about
chippiness,
that.
I
I
bet, in this
forgot
game. There was chippiness in the first
We need it.
game, some trash talk by the Cougs after the second game. Like I think there's potential for some pushing and shoving. And also, it's like the clear 2 best teams in the Big 12. So excited for that one tomorrow. Long day for me tomorrow, so I'm going to have to find a time at some point to, I don't know, see if it's on the TV anywhere.
Yeah, get on your phone.
It's going to be tough, though. I'm going to be working all day tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Poultry Auction Committee's auction. So I have to get up after tonight's Journey concert, which I'm ready to go to. I got my cowboy hat on and my Raised by Coyotes pearl snap button down. And I got to get up after this Journey concert. This is the only concert I really care about at the rodeo. I got to get up and get to the rodeo grounds by 6:30 a.m. for what will be a very long day. I'm a little bit nervous. About whether or not I'm going to make it in time. We got to behave to a degree tonight. So if I see you out and about, please do not tempt me with a good time.
Just say hello.
Just say hello, shake my hand. Shots, I will say no. I will say no. I will politely say no, but I will say no. I get offered shots a lot. I don't want to take the shots. I don't want to take them. I don't want to take. I also don't want you to waste your money on the shots. Because it's generally when I'm out and about, it's 2 to 3 people that come up, say hi, and you generally find that I'm a lot less douchey in person than I am on the air.
Yeah, you probably get that a lot. Where it's like
all the time. Thanks, Sean. Yeah, I do get that all
like,
the time.
wow, you're actually
you don't
normal
suck.
guy.
Speaking of sucking, I both these plans suck right now. And which one sucks more? The Texans' plan to fix their offensive line has been trade their best offensive lineman for not any first-round picks, bring in Laken Tomlinson, one of the worst guards in the NFL based on pressure rate allowed one-on-one, and then they traded from the Minnesota Vikings. They send them a 6th-round pick for, and I keep on forgetting his name. I don't want to remember it. Ed Ingram. They get him, and that guy was the worst offensive lineman in the league when it comes to pressures allowed one-on-one blocking. All right. You got a Thunderdome of big dudes competing against one another, but none of these guys whelm me. So it's March 14th. This plan sucks. It sucks to this point. There's still a draft, but it sucks. Meanwhile, you got the Astros. Okay, they're putting Jose Altuve in left field, and we saw one of the worst defensive plays you'll ever see from a left fielder yesterday. And then they're hinting about putting Cam Smith in right field, being teasy about it. You know, like they unbuttoned their blouse a little bit, so there's a little more cleavage. Oh, Cam Smith, he's having a great spring. He might make the opening day roster. He might even play in right field at the beginning of the season. They finally played him in right field yesterday for 5 innings. He's not playing in right field for a couple of days, which changed from in the morning when Joe Espada said, yeah, he'll be back out there soon, like tomorrow. It turned into at some point. And by the way, in 5 innings of work, we didn't even see any balls hit to Cam Smith. So at least there's been no disastrous moments from Cam Smith in right field. Yeah. There was one at third base. But these are two guys that I think most Astros fans are hoping are going to be your starting left fielder and your starting right fielder. And what's the worst plan between that? Two infielders, one of whom has like no at-bats above single A level, the other who's 5'7" and just had a disastrous error. Are those two in the outfield a worse plan than what the Texans are currently doing on the offensive line? I will say right now, yeah, it is. It's the Astros.
Really?
The Astros plan is worse. The Texans plan still has time. There's still time. The Astros have 13 days. Opening days in 13 days. It's the 27th. That's the worst plan. This is the team that we've trusted for a long time. This is throwing crap against the wall. They would even admit it, I bet, if you gave them truth serum. They would admit it. Like, they are literally throwing Jose Altuve into left field. He's not crap, but his fielding is crap at second base. It's got to be better in left field. I'm freaking out a little bit too much about that one play yesterday, but you got to go watch it. I wish that we had video capabilities on our YouTube and Twitch stream. At ESPN Houston on YouTube. Subscribe. At ESPN 975 on Twitch. I wish we had the ability to show the video of it. It is really bad, guys. It's really, really bad.
It is very bad. And I guess the time element, it plays a part. But I was going to say the Texans plan is worse. Because at the end of the day, the Astros plan is just, hey, let's just put good hitters in the outfield and figure it out.
Yeah.
There's no equivalent for the Texans where it's like, hey, so these guys can't pass block, but they can run block. It's like, these guys can't really field, but hey, they can hit. They can hit better than Chas McCormick. That is the only, because they're at least steering into like, we will kind of punt on this aspect of it, but they will still be good hitters. Because I'd prefer, like, honestly, I kind of prefer this than like Chas McCormick, Jake Myers, and open left field competition.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
With the Texans, like, there's no like identity that I can tell from these pickups of like what they're leaning into. It seems like they're just leaning into these are guys that hopefully try hard.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like the reason I'm on the other side is there's still time.
Yeah,
and
that is fair. I'm trying to take it as like time capsule.
But yes, if it's right now and this is set in stone, okay, I'd probably trend closer to the Astros because I do think defense is a little bit overrated in baseball. Yeah. But the Astros also said, and this is again going back to they seem to go back and forth on things, and I like it because is it miscommunication between Dana Brown and Joe Espada. I mean, Joe Espada's speech to open up spring training that we were privy to, and I honestly wish we weren't privy to. He talks about how like defense is so important. Okay, great, defense is important, but it shouldn't be, you know, of the factors. It should be like the special teams to your offense and defense in the NFL. You know, the batting and your pitching, that's your offense and defense. This defense is your special, or your defense is your special teams. If we're making the football to baseball comparison, so between these two, I trust the Texans, weirdly, more because there's more time left. Junior Broncos does say Texans have done nothing for us to trust them. At least the Astros have won. That's fair. That's totally fair.
That's also part of it is that like the Astros get a little bit more benefit of the doubt when it comes to like specifically judging them against the Texans offensive line.
Yeah.
When it's Nick Caserio offensive line judgment versus And there's
one thing he's not good at.
There's also less urgency because for the Astros, they can kind of do this for a little while and then maybe call up Cam Smith or maybe trade for an outfielder, where the Texans, like whatever they roll with when spring training or when training camp starts in July, there's no reinforcements on the way. There's no real reinforcements on the way.
Unless some veterans get cut.
Yeah, maybe a 2025 George Fant. That's what you're hoping for.
Oh, geez. Trill O'Reilly, as far as Altuve in left field, I'm over it. Put him back in second. So ask Gallant anything Friday. I don't blame you after that. That moment is going to linger for a while until Altuve makes, like, to make up for that, I need 2 to 3 web gems in left field.
Do we need to add to our whiteboard?
Oh, yeah. Days since Ime Udoka called out the Houston Rockets were being soft. Dason Altuve looked like a crazy person in left field.
Altuve does it. Dason's
Yes.
Altuve disaster
Yes.
in left field.
Yes. Once we get the whiteboard back in studio, we will put that back.
Okay.
We got a big old whiteboard. We just got to figure out how to hang it.
It's way bigger than I thought it was.
It's so big. Yeah. And this wall is weird. It's hard to hang stuff on this wall. You see the bricks behind us? They're not real bricks. They're fake bricks. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Some questions from the text line, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. This is a great one. Kuglaze asks, who has a shorter fuse, Lance Zierlein or Joel Blank? I think it's Lance.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's Lance. But again, like I know Joel well. And I see, there he is right there. Like I know him well. Lance has, like me, I think Lance and I are actually very similar in that I think we're both little teapots. Like a moment happens, we're going to blow a gasket for what? Like a minute, and then cools down, right? Sean's seen it more than anyone.
Yeah.
Like
No,
I have these little conniptions where I get psycho at myself.
You go 0 to 100 back to 0.
Yes.
Like pretty. I wouldn't call it well.
No, it's psycho behavior.
But you can handle it.
Yes.
Like you do that.
I think Lance does that too. I've never seen Joel do that.
Joel never actually is at a 100.
Oh, except for when he types 100 with his keyboard.
Oh yes.
But
that is true.
I think that in person, I've never seen Joel do like throw something like Lance has, or like I do regularly.
Yeah, or like Lance will like yell back and stuff. So yeah.
I think of all the people at the station, I am the most explosive.
Yes.
It's
both personality wise and on the football field.
Thank you. Oh, God. I love you. Thank you so much for that.
I mean, it's not exactly the toughest competition. I might be second.
Ryan Lost in Texas asks on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, Paul, have you ever ended a business-related phone call by accidentally saying, I love you? No, but I actually do have a memory that's similar. So we had this awesome bus driver when I was growing up. Her name was Mary. She was wonderful. This was in Massachusetts. This old, smoked out sounding masshole who I remember one time, like the only time she ever yelled at all of us, on a bus where I once got in a fist fight with somebody else and got detention for. She didn't yell at me for that. The only time she ever yelled at us was when the radio was on and 9/11 had just happened, and she wanted us to like, this is Pearl Harbor. You need to shut up. And we were like listening to the news. So one time I got off the bus, I said, love you, Mary. And I was like, I don't know why I said that. I really have no idea why I said that.
Did you realize it in the moment?
Yes, I was so embarraed I never brought it up again. But I still think about it today.
You didn't address it or anything though.
No.
It was just okay.
No. Okay. She was a great bus driver. So that feeling of love, I do extend it to her still. Mary, I hope you're still kicking.
This is Pearl Harbor, kid.
Yeah, it was so funny. This is gonna be your Pearl Harbor. Well, she's right though. I mean,
she is right.
It changed everything.
It is. It's just a funny thing to say to a group of teenagers.
Yeah.
No, less than.
Yeah, we were all like 12 to 14.
Okay.
So like about to be teenagers. Like Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Up next, what's the stuff you gotta watch this weekend? What's your weekend homework? We got it for you. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We are debuting a new segment on this show right now. So during football season, around this time, we do a segment called the Pick Six. We pick the 6 best football games of the week, and then we pick them against the spread. Today, we're starting a segment called Your Weekend Homework. So this is the stuff that you should or could watch over the weekend. If you have to do a book report after it, I don't know. Use artificial intelligence. Use Chat GPT like Laramie Tunsil allegedly did with his farewell message to Houston. Lots of sports tonight / today. So if you're a college basketball fan, you have in about 10 minutes or so, Texas and Tennessee tipping off. Sean Mapes has got his burnt orange shirt, his 2006 Rose Bowl hat on.
Yeah.
How you feeling about this game against Tennessee? And do you need to win this game against Tennessee after beating the Aggies yesterday to make it into the tournament? Because I know the SEC theoretically could have a record 14 teams in the tournament.
Yes, and from what I gathered from the coverage before and after the Texas game, is that the guys on the SEC network set, which I understand, this is basically, there's propaganda arm, but they're saying that what had happened so far in the SEC tournament, including the Texas win, was like the perfect results to get as many SEC teams in the tournament as possible. The right teams won, the right teams lost. For that to happen, Joe Lunardi, after the game, has Texas as the last team in on his
So winning would help.
projection.
Winning is probably a must thing tonight.
Winning will always help. Yes, you do risk the bid stealers in some of the smaller leagues. I do wonder. I just wonder, like, Joe Lunardi, how much gospel are we taking the last team in? Like, obviously, if you're the last team in, I think it's pretty easy to see a way that you're out. I think it's pretty easy to say see a way that you're in the actual committee's mind. A win would be obviously huge. I don't know how much I think it's going to happen because Tennessee is like really good. A&M had a good year, had a really good year. Tennessee is like going to be a 2 seed.
Yeah, you're right.
Tennessee's actually really good, and third game in 3 days after playing a double overtime game, a physical double overtime game against the Aggies. There's some fatigue that I do think might play a factor in this.
It's really funny watching all the Texas players, by the way, doing little sideways jumping jacks through the hallway.
Oh, I do love the tournament.
I'm picking Tennessee entirely based off of that.
Oh,
sorry.
I love the tournaments because they have like the next team up.
Mhm.
And it does just feel like a high school tournament where you have like the next team just waiting in the hall. Like just those poor, I think it was Mississippi State, and I forgot who Mississippi State played. But those guys are standing in that hallway for like an hour and a half.
That would drive me crazy.
Waiting for the game to
The game
end.
kept on going and going.
Yeah.
But Auburn is up
Auburn
9 points on Ole Miss right now.
The game's over. They won.
Oh, it's over? What the hell is showing on my TV?
I think you're behind.
Oh, gotcha.
Someone
okay.
probably paused it or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So
But yeah, Bruce Pearl's on the set right now.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so I'm watching back in time. This is DVRs. I don't understand.
Spoiler
DVRs.
alert, they win 62-57.
Okay. So Texas and Tennessee tips off in a couple of minutes. Also tonight, weekend homework continues. Big 12 semifinals tonight. A coug-off between number 17 BYU and number 2, our beloved Cougs. Rawr. Jennifer Coolidge, greatest Coug of all time, as determined by our chat on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston earlier today. 10 straight wins for the Cougs. I need them to win this game. Other big games, look at this window from 5:30 to 8:30. Number 25, Marquette against number 6, St. John's with Rick Pitino. 5:30, number 24, Illinois against number 11, Maryland. 6 o'clock, got a UNC Duke game. Duke's going to win by 100 even without Cooper Flag. UNC blows now. 6 o'clock, number 21, Mizzou against number 4, Florida in the SEC tournament. Number 15, Kentucky against number 5, Alabama. And I guess both Clemson and Louisville are ranked in the ACC, which is no longer a good conference. Number 10, Clemson. Number 13, Louisville. That is all those games are available to you, all 6 of those, in the 5:30 to 8:30 window, in addition to the Cougs playing at 6 o'clock. This is a very good day for college basketball. Not quite March Madness, but it'll certainly have a little bit of a tournament flavor to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those games, those
are great.
Like 5 good ones right
Yeah,
there.
all of them are
Duke
great.
UNC doesn't count.
This is a good day for college basketball. Mavericks play the Rockets tonight at Toyota Center. I imagine it will be a sparsely attended crowd given what's going on tonight.
Yeah, Journey tonight
at the rodeo. I'm so excited for Journey tonight at the rodeo. That is part of your weekend homework.
Journey?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
If you can watch Journey, do not go your separate ways. Don't stop believing you can make it.
I don't believe I can make it.
I've
stopped believing that I can make it.
I am welcoming you to make it with open arms. I will faithfully be waiting for you to step on in. Okay?
Faithfully. That was a good one.
Faithfully is their best song.
No, I mean the way you worked it in.
Got it. Well, you got to work it in the best way you can. My best buddy got that was their first dance at his wedding, like an acoustic version of it. It was phenomenal. Tears were shed.
I was gonna say, brought a tear to the eye.
Brought a tear. With Mavericks Rockets tonight, and as we continue our weekend homework, I'm curious to see if there will be Nico Harrison protests, and I do think the Rockets should consider this. I think that you should be able to exchange Mavericks jerseys for Rockets jerseys. Screw it. Welcome them on the bandwagon. This is a weird, like, Houston-Dallas dynamic. There's a lot of Astros Cowboy fans who live here in Houston, right? So, while I will never get behind the Rangers, are from Texas, I'll root for them in the World Series bull crap that happened a couple of years ago, but I will welcome Mavericks fans onto the Rockets bandwagon because things are going up for the Rockets and down for the Mavericks.
Yeah. You should be able to return your Luka Doncic jersey for a Şengün or a Jalen Green. I think that'd be nice. That's what the Mavericks fans need right now. It's dire times. It's so bad that their idiot owner still talks like once a week, and
yes, and
it's like
foot mouth.
Careful.
Yeah, whatever.
It's let's not grab that out of context. It's so bad that like we don't even play it anymore. It's not even newsworthy how much of a dope that guy is. It's crazy.
Yeah. It is nuts. By the way, people are asking questions about Journey. Yes, the karaoke guy is still in.
Okay. Yeah.
He's leading it. He's fantastic from what I understand. I've yet to see him live. Steve Perry left Journey in 1998. I mean, we're close to 30 years since he left.
I was gonna say, are we past the time that has Steve Perry been in the band less than
That's a
the
great
guy
question
has?
because Arnel Pineda is the replacement. He replaced him in the movie 2006. The last Steve Perry song was, I guess there was a song called Remember Me by Journey in Armageddon. That's the last time that Journey was together officially.
God, man, that's a tough one. Tough one for Steve Perry to go out on.
Active in 1973. So 1970 to 1998. That's 25 years. So he wins.
Okay.
He wins there. He wins on that front. Steve Perry. R.I.P. Steve Perry, who is still alive, but it feels like he's dead. This guy's just replaced you. Saturday, weekend homework continues. Big 12 championship. It better be Cougs Tech. Tech, don't F it up. Cougs, I trust you. 10 straight wins. I want Tech. Toughest team wins. I want that matchup. There will be shoving. The over-under for shoving. I'm not sure what the number we would set it at, but I would say 1.5 shoves between Tech and the Cougs if they play one another.
Over.
I hope, honestly, I wish Griff's was back. Bring back Griff's. It's apparently it's on the way back. It burned down in 2023. I saw a story. Griff's, the old Tech bar, is going to be back. It's nice to see some Cougs versus Tech brawls in the streets. Maybe at the rodeo tomorrow. Yeah. Hell yeah. 7 o'clock Saturday. The Bulls are playing the Rockets. The Bulls blow. You don't need to watch that one.
My advice for the Rockets: win.
Yes,
that's it.
Good point. Sunday at noon is the SEC championship. So it's the winner of Ole Miss and Auburn, against the winner of Texas, Tennessee, which is about to tip off, against the winner of Mizzou, Florida, and the winner of Kentucky, Alabama. So many teams make the NCAA tournament. It's crazy that 14 could make the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, and like these matchups, like Florida versus either Kentucky or Alabama is going to be awesome. Auburn versus Texas would be insane. Oh my God, how insane would that be? Also, Tennessee, Auburn versus Tennessee would actually be a better game. But the story for the Cinderella Longhorns,
The Cinderella Longhorns, right? No one believed in
the Kimba Magic,
except for
Longhorns.
everyone going into the year.
Yeah,
until
a
season
team
went
that was
underway.
ranked 15th in the nation or whatever they were, now fighting for their playoff lives. Yeah. So, SEC. Spoiler alert: SEC, great conference. A lot of good games.
Very good. Bonus: if you like stand-up comedy, you want to potentially see someone who's completely inebriated do stand-up comedy, because this has happened a couple of times with Nick Swartzen to the point where he's had to be taken off stage. Nick Swartzen's at the Improv this weekend. That's actually exciting.
Frequent collaborator with Adam Sandler, right?
Yes. And
Just make sure I'm thinking the right guy.
He was in Grandma's Boy. Iconic comedy classic. Cult, more of a cult movie.
I think it was in Grown Ups too. One of the Grown Ups movies.
I
Everyone
think
that
you're right.
Sandler's ever had lunch with is in Grown Ups.
The Invincible season finale's out on Amazon. It's a very graphic cartoon, superheroes, very violent. I watched it. It was great. Lot of fighting, a lot of action in this one. It was fantastic. A lot of death too. Oof. Anyway, you've got Reacher. I watched the new episode of Reacher. I still can't get past that lady's Boston accent, but she is strong, powerful, and independent. 1923's got a new episode. I love that show. It's got Harrison Ford. It's got the guy who plays Braun. It's got Timothy Dalton. It's a really good show.
Wait, has the guy who plays Braun the Broken?
Not Bran the Broken.
Oh.
Braun, as in Tyrion's henchman.
Got it.
Jerome Flynn.
Yep.
Who famously could not be in the same scenes with Lena Headey because the two dated before Game of Thrones. Lena Headey played Cersei. So they dated in real life before this show began. And I guess it was really toxic. Also, White Lotus. I watched the first episode of White Lotus. I do enjoy White Lotus. I have not watched the last couple of episodes.
Yeah, I might check it out. I haven't gotten into it either. My guy Walt Goggins is in it. Maybe it.
Love Walter Goggins.
The problem is HBO. You're giving me Walter Goggins
It's
on
muted Walter Goggins,
and you're giving me two different streams of it because Righteous Gemstones is also back
and Invincible. He's in Invincible too. He's in everything.
The Goggins songs.
He was at his best in Fallout, in my opinion. I thought that was a fantastic show. Anyway, that's your weekend homework. All of those things are on the table for you. It's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. We'll work in some of your questions. We might talk a little Dallas Cowboys on the other side. Special edition of Playing with the Boys. It's an effing disaster up there. And if you want to weigh in on the question we asked at the beginning of the hour, who's got the better or who's got the worst plan, the Texans with their offensive line or the Astros with their outfield solution, you can bring it to the table. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Question on the table, who's got less of a plan when it comes to what they're doing this offseason? The Texans with their offensive line. They just traded for one of the worst offensive linemen in the league, and they signed another one after getting rid of Kenyon Green.
According to one stat.
That stat's a pretty good one, though.
Which is a big stat.
They traded left tackle Laramie Tunsil for some picks, but none of those picks are first rounders. Or is it the Astros who put Jose Altuve in left field and he looked awful in that one play yesterday? / they are tinkering with Cam Smith in right field, but don't seem to be confident enough to put Cam Smith in right field every day. I got to say, just given how close we are to the start of the regular season, I think the Astros plan is the worst one. The Texans one, though, it's not much better. And hey, man, Nick Caserio, I trust him on a lot of things. I do not trust him on offensive line right now. So we'll see what happens going forward. You want to weigh in on that? You can. Let's run through some questions really quickly on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Someone asks, will Josh Innes make an appearance on the Paul Gallant Show within football season at least? Josh is always open to join the show, but there are times where I think Josh still views me as Bootsy, which is the first thing he called me when he saw me walk into a producer studio. I think he believed that me, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, in my first day at the Texans flagship back in 2011, I think he thought I was an intern. So he just called me Bootsy, and he did it for the longest time. And while I would act like it didn't bother me, it did bother me. And I still think he looks at me as that guy. So I don't know that he wants to grace us with his presence. And I do love Josh. He's been like a big brother to me for a very long time. But I feel like he thinks he's too big to be on the show. Yeah. I said it. That's right, Josh. I said it.
Wow.
I said it.
Doors open, but
I tell to his face. I mean, this is one of those things where every now and then I'm like, hey man. As I once told him drunkenly while I was frustrated with the lack of reps I was getting on the air, I'm effing talented, bro. To which he laughed, which made me die a little inside. So then I took another shot of Rumplements. More comments here. 713-780-3776 on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Eric the driver asks, Paul, if you had to fight as a regular infantryman in one United States war, what war are you choosing? Does the invasion of Grenada count? The invasion of Grenada, October 25th to November 2nd of 1983. It was over a week. Does that count? Only in terms of casualties, 19 killed, 116 wounded by the Americans. That is the one I think I would want to do.
Yeah, your numbers are the best.
The numbers are the best, and it's the quickest one. So cheat code that. Well, if not that,
real war.
Gulf War.
Yeah.
Is that a real war? Because it was kind of one-sided.
Also was like
that was a 1
long.
seed, 16 seed. Yeah, that was. I mean, we kicked their ass and we got out. Like that. Really, listen.
Flawless.
You know, I don't know if I could handle war. To be perfectly honest, and hit tip of the hat to the troops.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service. We appreciate you. Seriously. Ask Me Anything Friday. You have to live in a zombie dystopian landscape. Last of Us, Walking Dead world. Which one? The Walking Dead zombies seem really slow and like massive pussies. So if I have to pick between those two, like the Walking Dead zombies are escapable. The zombies in Last of Us are blind, but there's like massive giant versions of them.
Yeah.
And they're a little freakier.
Yeah, The Walking Dead, like they would have like conversations as they're killing zombies.
Yeah,
like they were not like they could take it easy. They could go in autopilot mode and kill some zombies. Last of Us, like you gotta be on your A game at all times. So yeah, I think I would also go Walking Dead.
More text on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul, I know you've worked in multiple markets. Would you ever cover a team you hated? I would have a tough time. See, here's the thing. When you cover a team in a market, you owe it to the people that are in your city to at least have a rooting interest in said team. It would be very hard for me to do New York. It really would.
I was going to say, are you replacing Michael Kay on the Michael Kay show?
Yeah, I'd have a hard time with New York. Now, that might actually work in New York, just hating on the New York teams.
Being the Boston guy in New York.
Yeah, just saying, like, you guys
Has
suck.
anyone done that?
I don't think so. No, New York is very, like, hey, you gotta be from here, you know? So I would have a tough time with New York of all markets. And that would be the one that would pay the most. And I still don't think there would be enough money to ever make me, like, say, like, yeah, I hope the Jets do well in this draft. No, I hope they F it up every year. Oh yeah, I was so happy to watch the Giants end the Patriots undefeated season. No, I couldn't do that.
I
You know?
forgot about that.
I couldn't do that.
Tough. Not even the Yankees. Like because my mind went to how hard it'd be for you to talk about the Yankees. The
Mhm.
football would be just as tough.
Oh, brutal. I hate both. Like I cannot stand the Jets and Giants on an unfathomable level. But
yeah, and the Knicks.
I would. Here's the difference. I would root for the Giants against Russia, against China, and against you know, the Nazis and all
Okay.
sorts of other evil institutions.
That's good.
Genghis Khan, like, you know, I don't know if I can say the same for the Jets.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if I can say it.
Jets versus Khan. You're going with Khan?
Jets versus Nazis. I
Careful.
I plead the fifth.
Okay. Careful, Paul.
More comments on an Ask Alone Anything Friday. Butt man or boob man? You guys know this. I'm a butt guy. Big butt guy. Paul, what kind of butts? You know the answer to that. Someone asked me that question straight up earlier. So there you go, guys. Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. On the other side, the Dallas Cowboys are a disaster, but it's fun to watch from afar. We've also got some garbage time. Stay put. Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sport talk show in Houston.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. So, look, I'm not thrilled with the Texans' plan on their offensive line, and I'm not thrilled with the Astros' plan in their outfield. But, I'm thankful that the Houston Texans represent our team, or excuse me, our city when it comes to football, not the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys are a mess right now. So DeMarcus Lawrence left the Cowboys for the Seahawks. He did an interview with Hawk Blogger, somebody that I've come to know over the years in my time up in Seattle. I don't know how Hawk Blogger got this interview. Shout out to him. And DeMarcus Lawrence, at the very tail end of this interview, dropped this tidbit about how he views Dallas.
You know, Dallas is my home. I made my home there. You know, my family lives there. You know, I'm forever going to be there. But, you know, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah. We here.
We're here. DeMarcus Lawrence, welcome to the Seahawks. Thanks for joining us.
What a mic drop. And this pissed off podcasting Parsons himself, Micah Parsons, who has given so many different takes on how he views the Cowboys, from we are a good team after getting killed by the Texans to if we signed Derrick Henry, it wouldn't have mattered. He responded to this on X saying, this what rejection and envy look like. This some clown bleep. Now, Micah, do you think the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl? And I'm sure he'll say that publicly. If we give you truth serum, what's coming out? If we're doing a polygraph, are we going to see you as a liar when you say that? I would think so. Especially if last year, actually not last year, but a couple of weeks ago, you said, yeah, Derrick Henry wasn't getting us to the promised land. Okay, then, like, what is? Because you've done nothing. Apparently, they're interested in Cooper Kupp. Okay, cool. We don't know that Cooper Kupp's still the same player. If Dak Prescott's healthy, they should at the very least be a playoff team, 7 seed or something like that in the same division as the Super Bowl champs. But what are you talking about? I mean, Lawrence has put his foot in his mouth before. You might remember DeMarcus Lawrence after the Cowboys got skull bleeped by the Green Bay Packers in that playoff game where they were down, 38-0 at halftime. He said afterwards, DeMarcus Lawrence, yeah, we were really tired going into the game. But, oh, wow, that's bad. But Parsons, come on, man. You know this is not a Super Bowl team. You know it's not. Every Cowboys fan knows it. I don't get why you're so upset about that. I mean, I guess it could be taken as a shot, but I think it is matter of fact. It's just the messenger delivering it maybe makes you a little bit about it.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It is a shot, and it's a little bit of like whatever trashing it on the way out, but also
merited trashing.
Yeah, is he wrong? Dude's not wrong. Like I think that DeMarcus Lawrence is well within his rights to again throw that out there, because I mean, no one who's played for the Cowboys for the last 30 years has won a Super Bowl. I think it's fair to say they don't seem to be on the track to do so.
Lawrence gets the mic drop at the end of this. Calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left. Purple devil emoji. All right, and that's the mic drop that he walks away from. I mean, he should have also said podcasting.
Yeah,
really rub it in, but he only said tweeting.
Michael Parsons does tweet a lot about moves that teams make that aren't the Cowboys.
That's tampering.
He just gives his opinion on every move of the offseason. It actually is a little wild how often he's giving his takes.
Yeah, and they're not great.
No, there haven't been any that I'm like, you know what? Great point.
Profound.
Great point.
Exactly. Fake Tony Stark says, well, he's not winning a Super Bowl, Lawrence, in Seattle. No, that's true. I mean, Sam Darnold's not
Sam,
getting them there.
Sam Darnold,
I would
JSN.
I would say between these two teams, NFC West is pretty open. I am not a Sam Darnold believer, though. NFC East is not as open because the Commanders, of course.
But Dak is better than Sam Darnold.
Dak's better than Sam Darnold. The Cowboys have a better chance, but it would be a Commanders kind of run. The Seahawks, none whatsoever. Sorry, I don't.
Mike McDonald, get that defense going.
I mean, you got rid of two of their best receivers this offseason, too.
Yes, and a quarterback who's better than the one they replaced.
Yeah, Geno Smith is better than him. So, we'll see what happens. Interesting direction they're choosing to go in. All right, it's that time. Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. We do have a development for the Houston Astros. Lance McCullers will start Tuesday night's Grapefruit League game against the Washington Nationals per Joe Espada. That's cool to see. And it seems in the Cougs showdown that Tremont Mark for the Cougs has subbed out.
Not Tremont Mark. Tremont Mark plays for the Longhorns.
Oh, he plays for the Longhorns? My bad. Sorry. I saw the first thing that popped up was someone wearing red and white. Nope. You're right. He's a Longhorn.
He is out.
See, the problem is the game on my TV still says 16 minutes and 44 seconds until tip-off.
Tennessee's up 11-7.
Okay. And Tremont Mark injured in this game for the Horns. I don't know why I thought he was on the Cougs.
He used to.
That's okay.
2 years ago. Yeah.
So he's been on Arkansas, the Cougs, and Texas in 3 years? Oh, jeez. Hessians, these guys are. One team to the next, to the next, to the next. All right. In garbage time, I can't believe it has officially been 1 year since the great Fred Fowler passed away. Just saw this today. AJ Hoffman is co-host on The Blitz, 10-year program, longest running show in this station's history. Said, hey, it's been a year. I will say this about Fred Fowler, who I got to know over the last couple of years, a guy who gave me a chance to write on the side when I had been laid off by the flagship. I don't think anyone in Houston Sports Talk Radio will ever come as close to reenacting Hunter S. Thompson, the great writer, as Fred did. Did so many different things, and he certainly lived life. He lived life to a degree that I want to live, but I don't know my body is physically capable of living. But I know we all miss him, so a salute to the Falcon. Sports. Garbage time continues. Apple TV Plus has ordered a 4th season of Ted Lasso. He, of course, spoiler alert, at the end of season 3, Ted Lasso was supposed to be the end of the show, but there will be a season 4. And it is expected that he will leave coaching men's soccer to coach some sort of women's sport. See how that one goes. Tiffany Gomez, remember her? That MFer ain't real plain girl. She's back in the headlines. She has refashioned herself as a right-wing influencer. She posted a picture of herself in a American flag bikini holding a beer can that is named Ultra Right Beer, 100% woke-free American beer. Her caption reads, "Wonder how many people I'm going to piss off with this post. So is now an appropriate time to tell y'all men don't belong in women's sports, ? Exclamation point. Tiffany, listen, are you attractive? Yes. At this point in time with, the lack of relations going on, would I take her out on a date? Yes. But I think it's too late, babe. It's too late. It's too late. And I just don't think you have what it takes to make it in the take sphere. But if you post pictures like that, okay, I will elevate you from a Dallas 6 to a Dallas 8. And I'll give you my number if you so choose. Okay? How about that?
We got to be close to a year since.
It's been over a year, I think.
Yeah, okay.
It's been a while.
Probably should have jumped on this earlier.
Yeah, she should have jumped on it. This is just as bad as the Hawk Tuah girl. She took too long to get going. She
And
got
for the
crypto.
election too, like come on.
She missed out. The election was the time. She didn't get in. Now she's out. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of an Ask Gallant Anything Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to everyone who listened, everyone who called in, texted in, joined us on YouTube or Twitch. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Go Cougs. We'll be back on Monday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? It's a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM as we are here. And if you're here and I'm here, then
We're going to take you till 6 o'clock. That means Brian McDonald is with me. Jeremy is off gallivanting across Kansas City to do the Cougs later today.
Our beloved Cougs.
And then our special guest host is doing what this special guest host seems to do every single time he's on with us, Brian. Barry Laminack is going to be late.
Yeah, when you told me before the show, when I saw you out in the bullpen, like, hey, Barry's going to be 15, 20 minutes late. I was like, well, is that really news? Barry's always late. Like, I didn't expect Barry to, at the very best case, I would see Barry at 2:59. That was the very best case. So it really wasn't breaking news to me that Barry was going to be late.
Yeah, I think that in all the time that we've had Barry fill in for Jeremy in the past year or so, there hasn't been one time where he has been on time. Just the truth be told.
Yeah, he would try to push back and say, as long as he's in the seat when the intro starts, he's on time. Which is throwing it back to a previous host here is a very Brad Kellner approach. He would famously walk in right as the show was starting and then sit down.
Yep. Well, he's going to be with us
At some point.
Yeah, and we're gonna kick it around until 6 o'clock. Got a busy show for you today. We're gonna have.
We're supposed to have a show today.
Yeah, that's because you're stupid Longhorns. Now I'm going to start doing horns down, and I don't normally care, but yeah.
It'd be a 15-yard penalty if you did.
Let's just be honest. Truth be told, if the Horns lose yesterday, if the Aggies win, the Aggies are playing at the exact same time today. They are playing right now, and Brian and I are enjoying another day off. Instead, I cannot tell you the angst and the anguish of watching the two overtimes,
Double overtime.
especially with a 5-point, because the Aggies played like ass for most of the regular the game. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, here comes the run I was looking for. Got it to overtime. Actually was pulling up, of course, for the win in regulation. But then in overtime, they have a 5-point lead with like 2 minutes left. I'm like, bingo, day off. And then the bottom fell out.
Yeah, like let's not skip past regulation because, like you said, they pulled ahead after playing like crap for most of the game. Maybe not like crap, but at least be trailing for most of the game. They pulled ahead with under a minute to go, and then had a chance with I think about 20 seconds to go to hit a free throw to take a lead that would have been the difference in a win to not even go to overtime. And I can't remember who missed the free throw, but they missed the free throw. It goes to overtime. And like you said, Aggies scored the first 5 points in overtime to a point where the Longhorns didn't score until I believe just under 2 minutes in that first overtime session. And yet it went to overtime too, and the Longhorns pull it out.
Yeah, that surmised my anguish yesterday.
Yeah, no, I was out, even as a Longhorns fan, I was also a bit conflicted, not only because of the off day, but I don't really want Rodney Terry as the Longhorns head coach anymore.
See, and you and I were talking about that too. I don't think you have anything to worry about. I think that
him being alive keeps look, it might be 1%, but him being alive in this SEC tournament, therefore keeping his chances to be in the NCAA tournament, keeps whatever remote chance there is of him being retained alive. And that's what I don't want.
Yeah, I do. I think there's enough talent on Texas that they are capable of winning a couple games in the tournament should they get in. And
if they get in and he makes the Sweet 16, he's coming back.
I think you're probably right. Although I just feel like Texas is too big of a commodity. It's too big of a program. It's too big of a sports entity to allow what Rodney Terry's got going on. I understand from the way he recruited that he got a big-time recruit that's going to be a top 5 pick in the NBA draft. But that should tell you even more that you should be a winning program that's not on the bubble and one of the last 4 out entering the conference tournament. So the fact that they're still in this predicament tells me that Texas expects more. And I don't think that he's doing enough to retain the job, no matter what he did when he took over a couple years ago for Chris Beard.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you're right. I think as evidence, as you talked about, I mean, the expectation for what they've done is not be a bubble team at this point in the season. They were, I think, preseason top 15. They're definitely top 25. So, and you would think they came into the SEC tournament as the, 13th, 14th seed? That is not the expectation. I mean, obviously football is king at the University of Texas, but the expectation, even for the basketball program, is not to be the 13th, 14th seed in your conference.
No, they're too good. They're too talented. And again, even with this roster, I think that's why he is in jeopardy of losing his job. And on the flip side, you look at what Buzz has done. I think the Buzz thing is so interesting to me because of the fact that I saw him win at Virginia Tech. I saw him win at Marquette in my hometown, which was a tough gig at the time. And I believe he's a really good basketball coach. But then A&M overpays him, and it didn't get the results the first couple of years.
Do you feel like there's a ceiling? Because I feel like the people that I know who are Aggies fans who have obviously been excited, like you said, Buzz has won everywhere he's been, so he's obviously a great coach, no doubt about that. Can't take it away from him. But it feels like there's kind of been a ceiling with him. Like, okay, he's really good. He'll get you to the Sweet 16. You'll have great regular seasons, but is he ever the guy that's going to get you to the Final Four or a national championship?
See, it's interesting because to me, I believe he'll win wherever he goes to a certain extent, to your point. But now, because we're talking about a new day and a new era of college basketball, when the NIL and the money, I think he's a salesman. And I think that he should be really good in a community that's really good about giving money to their university. I think he'd be really good at making sure that they have a ton of money to play with to get guys that they need to get. And so therefore, I think his recruiting will be okay too. But on the flip side to your point, I just don't know, as much as he can win enough, is he the guy that can get them to win at the highest level? And I don't think that he has shown yet that he's on the same page as Kelvin, or, and that's a tough ask to say of Kelvin or Bill Self. But even the guy that when you look at it, the expectations are always so high because of the money at A&M. But you would think that he would already have gotten a team to the Elite Eight and or a Final Four and done some of those things. So yeah, I understand where that question comes from.
Yeah, it's just it kind of feels like, and this kind of reminded me because Texas is playing this team and this head coach right now, but he kind of reminds me of Rick Barnes at Texas. And Rick Barnes, obviously, with TJ Ford, got to a Final Four. But when you look at Rick Barnes' overall tenure there at Texas, I mean, more times than not, when they would be knocked out, they would be knocked out by a lower seed. He actually had 0 tournament wins over higher seeds during his time at the 40 acres. So it kind of feels similar to me with Buzz Williams, where, okay, he's going to be 20 plus wins in the regular season. He's going to have you as a top 25 team. You're going to get to the tournament. You'll probably win a game in the tournament, but you're kind of capped at Sweet 16.
But this is weird for me to ask you this question simply because you went to Texas. You know what Texas brings to the table. But it's almost like the questions that we ask ourselves of the Astros, of the Texans to some degree, and not the Astros as much now they won the World Series. But it's like, as a fan, now that you've stepped a step back from where you were with Rick Barnes, do you miss that? Was that good enough? Because I thought that the first thing I thought when I saw his face was, aside from the fact that the beard thing was just a bizarre off-the-floor mess, that they were looking to try and take it to another level when they moved on from Barnes. But Barnes did a pretty good job at least making him top 20 every year. He got Kevin Durant. He got big-time NBA recruits. He put together decent teams.
He did, but I mean, it was just the same thing every year. I mean, you mentioned Kevin Durant, and that was a great year. They beat Kansas in Kansas. They were, Kevin Durant was the National Player of the Year. But in that year, they were, they were either 4 or 5. I can't remember which side of that they were. Played USC and OJ Mayo in that 4-5 matchup. Went home, and it was that pattern. It was constantly. They'd be in the 8-9 game against teams like Cincinnati. Go home. It was a constant pattern of they would beat the teams they were the Vegas favorite against. They would beat, if they were the 3 seed, they would beat the 14. They would win that game, but as soon as it got to a point where they had to play a team that was even or a higher seeded team, they went home every single time. Like, literally, Rick Barnes was there for over a decade. He didn't have a single tournament win against a higher ranked team.
So essentially, it's like now they would call it the quad 1 wins. Like when you face the quad 1 team that would be a good win for you, that's where you would struggle.
Yeah, and to answer your question, no, I don't miss him. Like I get the question because he's gone on to Tennessee and still been very successful, while Texas has had some, wild swings up and down. Obviously, the Shaka Smart era wasn't great. Only 1 tournament appearance with him. Chris Beard had the team in a great spot, but, what happened there. And things have been kind of up and down with Rodney Terry. But no, I don't miss Rick Barnes, because I feel like, kind of like we had this conversation with Buzz, I feel like that team with Texas and Rick Barnes, unless maybe he's adapted. We'll see it. We'll see how far Tennessee goes this year. And he does have a win in the tournament over a team ranked higher than him at Tennessee. But I just feel like they're going to be stuck in a position of, okay, you're going to get Sweet 16, Elite Eight, but you're never going to consistently get to Final Fours or win a national title because he's not able to beat teams ahead of him.
Are you glad in retrospect, looking back, that Shaka was fired?
Yeah,
because Shaka's doing a hell of a job at Marquette.
I mean, he was there 4 years. He made the tournament once. I mean,
And then he goes to Marquette and takes just an absolute disaster.
I don't really blame Shaka for it. Like it's hard to know for sure. Maybe a 30 for 30 or a book will come out one day what happened. But there was a lot of things that said, like insiders that say that were kind of working against him just from the hierarchy of the structure of the athletic department there. Just kind of people have trouble winning at Texas. It's kind of similar to a Dallas Cowboys situation where there's a lot going on besides what's on the court or on the field. But I mean, he's there 4 years to make the tournament once. I mean, I love Shaka Smart. I was ecstatic when they hired him. He was obviously great at VCU, leading up to that, getting to a Final Four that was actually in here in Houston before they lost to Butler that year. But you can't go 4 years, make one tournament, and keep your job.
I think because at the time the expectations and the bar was set so high.
He was coming off of Final Four with VCU. They knocked out Kansas the year that Kansas had the Morris twins there.
If you can do it at VCU, and now you're going to a program like Texas with all the facilities and the money, you should be able to do that almost in the first couple of years. So I understand.
Yeah, expectations were through the roof, and he never delivered, unfortunately.
Someone said that Buzz is the college equivalent of Doc Rivers.
Ooh.
But the problem is Doc won one.
Yeah, he won one with Garnett and Pierce and Ray Allen. Yeah, that's the problem. I guess the pushback or the excuse you could put there would be that Buzz hasn't had his KG, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen.
Isn't that also on Buzz if he's got all the resources and everything too?
Yeah, especially now in an age of NIL and the transfer portal, you could definitely make that argument. But yeah, it's not a bad comparison because Doc Rivers in most cases will have you with a good regular season. He'll get you in the playoffs. You might win a series, but you're probably, unless you have that special year
Brian, watching the Bucks games as much as I do.
Right.
I have lost so much respect for Doc Rivers as a coach. Like I always was the one that would stick up for him, going, "Hey, he won a championship. He's done."
You think the game's passed him by?
I just think like the play,
even he's been in the game for a long time.
Like the Rockets game, when they were here, the plays that he drew up and the way they were not executed, and just the way he was, and the things he told his team to do with either one or no timeouts. Like they're down 3 with like 30 seconds left. And Giannis is inside, and he's got 3-point shooters on the perimeter, and he tells Giannis, just dunk it. Okay, now you got a foul, and you got to hope. And then he runs a play off a screen for Lopez for a 40-foot 3-point shot. And I'm going, and then after the game, they started questioning him. He didn't want to answer it. I go, you need to answer those questions. Those were horrible decisions. So I don't think I've lost a lot of respect for Doc, but that's
I can tell. Yeah, I mean, maybe Doc's been in the game for such a long time. I mean, doesn't he go back to Team XA's with the Magic?
Maybe.
I think he does.
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
2004, 2003 era with the Magic. So it could be a case where maybe the games just started to pass him by. Certainly the game's changed a lot since that era.
No doubt. Well, the game changed today because Barry Laminack is late, but he should be here any moment. He said he shaved, not with a razor. He shaved about 11 or 12 minutes off his ETA. But that would have put him here at about speeding. Oh, he's a horrible driver.
Well, still, okay. He drives in from where? Like, is he
North side? Your area, I think.
Oh, okay. So north side? I don't see how you could shave. Even if you go 80 miles an hour the entire way, you're not shaving off 11 minutes.
Well, we'll see. He's due to be here any minute.
Possible.
Well, but that doesn't stop Barry Laminack.
Okay. All right.
He'll be here. Kelly Eco's going to join us to talk some Rockets as they get ready to take on the Mavericks tonight. Every game important, as Todd the Show pointed out. With a little help tonight, the Rockets could actually move all the way up to the 2 seed in a tie. That's interesting. So we could be watching something for over the weekend as the Rockets try to climb the ladder in the Western Conference. And then we're going to have DJ Bieneme join us later in the show because DJ's been very vocal fighting some of the narrative that's out there about the culture of the offensive line and the culture in the locker room as it related to Laramie Tunsil. And maybe some other things to talk about with him, like who is or could be coming in, and are they interested in a guy like Cooper Kupp, because that was one of the rumors. We'll get all that, and you are a part of the show. 713-780-3776. You can call that number. You can text that number. Hit us up on YouTube. Hit us up on Twitch. Hit us up on Twitter. He's BMAC. I'm Joel. We're the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So I'm reading the text messages as we continue with the show. And Nola Jason texts the show, I can be late too for less money. So without further ado, my co-host for the day, none other than Barry Laminack, joins myself and Brian McDonald. Barry, great to see you, man. It's
What's up, big
just,
dog?
I mean, the prep time was phenomenal for us as a show. I was excited. And as BMAC, I just got to let you know, BMAC called it. Like I said to BMAC after you called me, I was like, hey, BMAC, Barry's going to be 15, 20 minutes late, so we'll just fill. And he's like, yeah, isn't he always?
Wow. I've been late.
I mean, we come to expect it.
I've been late once. I've been late once. And the one time I was late, I think it was car trouble. I've got 150,000+ miles on this car. You got to remember, I'm a road comic. I almost cussed.
Woo!
This son of a gun is coming to the end of its life. And
the White Shadow.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is I need a mechanic. Part of the problem is because my wife said her friend has the same car, it's a Honda Accord. When the gas gets low, like when I let my tank get down, which I always run.
What you're not supposed to do.
Like I always.
How far are you pushing it?
Oh, I'll get to 0. I'll get to like -8.
You have the little thing that says you have this many miles left.
Yeah. I have like I'll do like a I don't know. I try to set a record to see how long I can go on 0.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Sounds like a Kramer situation.
Well, I can just tell you that one backfired on me.
Did it? You ran out?
So
you really shouldn't push under 40.
No. Here's the thing.
Under 40? What are you?
We talk under 40.
Never mind.
Wait, under 40 miles left to get? Are you kidding?
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
No, you should. I mean, no, because now some of this has gone away as cars have gotten better, but some of that is not only the risk of the meter being right, but also because the car will suck in things that will harm your car if you leave this.
I don't know where we got to that.
Okay. I don't.
I mean, are we looking at the?
Wait, are we still talking about the car?
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, whoa, hey. Whenever you're sucking in and kicking out, that's kind of like sounds like the show was supposed to be off today. But here's the thing. So I trust my car.
Yeah.
So if my car says I got 8 miles left, I'm 4 miles from the gas station.
So there's no chance you think it's wrong.
I'm good, right? But then you got to factor in like
it's a guess.
Okay, but here's the problem.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's a guess.
It's 2025. Well, this car was made in 2018, but still. It's technology.
Yeah, but it's guessing depending upon road conditions, depending on what type of traffic you're driving in.
No.
If anything changes, that could be different.
No, because I have spent countless hours in this car. Joel, you've done the same.
Yep.
You know just exactly. Like I know exactly how many. Like my gas gauge. It's got little segments, and there's 10 of them. And when I fill up a tank, it's roughly 400 miles to the gallon. That's about 40 miles per segment. When that last segment hits, it says I got 40 miles left. And when that bad boy is gone, it says 0, but that still means I got about 20.
Here's where Brian borders on being a little bit right, okay? Because this is where I got caught, and I probably shouldn't admit this, but I'm going to. Because I know my wife doesn't listen to this show because she hates the environment.
Her as we speak.
Yeah. So I have Taylor in the car.
He has Taylor in the car.
And we were driving. I forget. We were coming from downtown. So she's always quick to go, Dad, you need gas. The light's on. I said, I see it. I'm good.
Oh, my God.
So we're driving towards the house, and it tells me I have like 11 miles left, 8 or 11 miles. All right, cool. So I'm going to make sure that I'm not going like 90, 80. I'm going like the speed limit, but I'm going. And all of a sudden, I'm like, it starts slowing down.
Oh.
And and I'm going, what the? And the gauge says I still have like 6 or 7. I'm going, wait a minute. But then I was like, well, now I got a kid in the car, so I got to make a different decision. So now I put my signal on. I get all the way to the far right on the exit. And all of a sudden, it just shuts off.
No.
So I coast all the way down and then get it in like the first driveway. And there's a gas station like a couple blocks away. So I like, Tay, come on. And I got a gas can and we go and we fill it up and we bring it back. I was like, don't ever tell your mom that.
Listen, I'll buy you.
Yeah. I was like,
I'll buy
yeah,
you a
exactly right. I was like, hey,
PS5.
we'll
I'll
go
buy you-
somewhere.
I'll buy you a new DeMarine
Yeah.
hat. Whatever you
Yeah,
want.
if you're listening, use this.
Yeah.
Use
So
this.
I was like, but this was years ago. So now the statute of limitations, I think
No,
I'm
no,
off
no,
the hook.
no. It does
No.
not.
But at
That
the
never
same time,
expires.
Nah, son, she
to
can
this
still
day,
tattle.
Taylor will go, hey,
Wife's
Dad.
rage never
And I was like,
expires.
not when your mom's in the car. She'll go, hey, Dad, there's that gas station. I went, yep, got it. Yep, we're good. Don't need to keep saying that. But yep, that's the one. And I was like, I learned my lesson on the highway. That gauge is wrong.
I mean, I've never ran out. The problem that I have I had today is, so I leave the house, right? And I need gas because I have 0 bars left. Okay, no problem. I pull into the gas station. And what inevitably happens is, this has happened to me on the road several times. But it's happening more often now. So I don't know if I need a fuel pump or if I need to have my gas tank cleaned, like I need to have it dropped. And I don't know what's going on. But what happens is, and Nora said she has a friend who has a Honda Accord. And I think it's the same year, 2018. But
so her girlfriend has a Honda doing workout tapes by Fonda?
Okay.
I'm just asking. It was right there.
It was right there.
You set it up.
Right there. But so what happens is, like, I'll fill up, and then as I'm leaving, and this is how, I don't know if I told this story here. It may have just been on my show, but I almost ended up getting in a fight with like a gas station owner in Texarkana. Did I tell that story here?
Is that no? You told the one where you were in the same gas station as a mass murderer.
Oh,
I remember the mass murderer thing. Or at least you thought it was a mass murder.
Yeah, no. I almost ended up fighting a guy.
You were in the
Texarkana.
stall and dropped something under the.
Yeah, no.
Two
that's
taps, you thought
wrong.
it meant this,
No,
but it meant something else.
That was a Republican.
Oh, okay.
No, I almost ended up fighting some guy at a Texarkana gas station because my car stalled out. And it's happened several times, and it's started to happen more frequently. But basically, I stop, I get gas, I get in the car, I start it up, I go to take off, and it just sputters and dies. And then it won't start. I sit there, I start it, it starts up. As I go to give it gas, it just dies, and then it won't start. And then I literally just have to sit there for like 15, 20 minutes. And that's essentially what happened. And I'm like,
this is erectile dysfunction, or this is the Honda? I mean, it starts, it stops. You keep trying, then you just got to sit there for like 15 minutes.
I can't get it going.
There you go. I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out. Maybe you got.
I didn't know. I didn't
Maybe
know
you
there was
really got your wires crossed.
Yeah, Joe.
I know there's a refractory period on a Honda Accord.
I just give some what is this, sildenafil to my, just pop one in the tank, and
oh, Donna's in here. She's
off
in,
we go.
She's in YouTube.
So I don't know what's going on. If there's a mechanic listening, what is happening to my car? I don't know. I don't know if it's just because there's dirt in the tank, and when I get that low,
Which happens for running the gas tank too far.
All right,
Here comes Mr. Goodrich.
What I tell you at the beginning of the
wife,
segment,
bro. I don't need a work wife, especially this isn't even my job.
Trust me,
all
not
right?
interested.
I'm filling in. I don't need a part-time fill-in work.
Well, you're
wife.
running in, and then you're filling.
Okay, that's accurate.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's the damnedest thing. And then, like I told you, it's starting to happen more, and it's a pain in the ass. It happens on the road, which is really bad.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, it is. It hasn't happened to the point to where it's like died while
So
I'm
you think it's
driving.
a pain in the gas, not a pain in the ass?
Okay. Yes.
So
accurate.
Maybe you want to
So
get that thing to a mechanic.
apologize. I might need a new car. It's paid for though, and that's why I don't want to get rid of it. I don't have a car payment.
I hear you on that. I told you the time I got hit by a young girl that ran the red and hit me in another car and totaled both of our cars.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, well, you can get a new car, but then you still have a car payment and blah, 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 blah. Or because she totaled both, but her insurance is having a hard time. Instead, they'll just give you a brand new frame. And my car wasn't you and I were doing a show that day.
Yep.
And I was like, hey, car would be completely paid for, brand new frame, everything else. on the car was good enough.
Yeah.
I'm rolling that route because I don't need the car note.
Oh man, it's so nice not having a car note.
It is. It really is.
That's what I'm saying, man. I listen. If I just need to, drop a gas tank and have it cleaned out and get a new fuel pump, new fuel filter, I'll do that.
Awake Reaper says you might have transmission issues. And
Oh.
HGX Rhino says you are using stop and rob gas. You're getting the wrong gas. Brian says on here, dumbass runs the gas all the way to empty. That's his problem.
Okay. Well, first of all, sir, you didn't have to call me a dumbass.
Oh, I just made that up. That was from Brian.
Oh.
You just added that on.
Yeah, because for that very reason, I wanted to see the reaction because I knew it was coming.
Okay. That Brian.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say,
I
you
said
just-
that?
Yeah, in the Twitch because you're in there all the time.
Oh, yeah, I'm constantly in there. The people there love me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Twitch is a big fan.
Between the three of us, we will never run for office.
No,
in the Twitch world.
Not
no.
Twitch.
No,
I'm running for Twitch president. Yeah.
that's a fact. All right, hey, let's table
so
the rest of this.
I apologize, gentlemen and listeners.
Apology accepted.
Yeah, I try not to do that. I in all of our years of doing a show, I don't think I ever was late for one. Okay.
I mean, look, I'm not going to
Don't
rack my
start
brain.
rewriting history.
I'll roll
here.
with it, but I don't.
Don't start rewriting history. Maybe one or two here or there, but we all either leave early or come in late every once in a while.
Well,
what's the difference? That's the thing. What's the difference between getting in late or leaving early? Huh? Is there? I mean,
I don't
if
see a
you-
difference.
Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, what's the difference if somebody's
I
like,
don't do
hey,
either. As I've been referred to the Cal Ripken of this show.
Oh, now hold
on the very rare occasion that there's
I
a
don't know,
family
Joel.
emergency.
No, you're not Jeremy.
Call
You're
me.
not Jeremy.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Oh,
Barry.
oh, yes, yes. Thank you,
Representative
teacher.
Barry.
I believe last time I had to do the final segment.
Yeah, you and I did the final segment together.
Okay.
Because there was a family emergency.
But I'm just saying, don't start throwing stones.
Okay.
Okay.
Good
don't
luck.
see.
Good luck getting your pipes cleaned out or whatever the hell your problem is.
See what happens? He talks so much smack to me, and then as soon as I bring it up, God, I got 19 work wives. This is crazy.
Well, don't go to 20. All right. Kelly Eco's going to join us next, talk a little Rockets basketball as they get ready for the Dallas Mavericks tonight. And like I said, they got a chance to absolutely climb the standings in the Western Conference. So we'll talk to Kelly, catch up with a whole bunch of stuff with him, and a whole lot more. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Hey, without further ado, my good friend Kelly Eco, the beat writer for your Houston Rockets for The Athletic, joins us right now on the HR&P guest line as Barry and I are here, Kelly. And I wanted to catch up with you because as Todd the Show on our Twitch line was talking about, look, there's a chance for this team right now to actually gain some ground in the standings. Lakers lose last night. They got a tough one tonight against Denver. Depending on what Memphis does, if the Rockets can beat Dallas, there's a chance they could be tied for the second best record in the Western Conference at this stage in the season, and that would seem to me like a pretty positive thing.
Yeah, because if you look at the current Western Conference landscape as far as the playoffs is concerned, a lot of tough matchups potentially if they were to see them in a first-round series. So not only is it important that they get home court, if they can get a favorable, pairing that first round, I think that's going to be important as well. Like if you look at the Grizzlies, that might be a favorable pairing opposed to like a Lakers or even a Timberwolves. The tough teams 1 through really 9 in the Western Conference as it pertains to a playoff series. And, those games get kind of tricky. So the more games they win, the better. But at some point, you also need to look at potential matchups and how to kind of game some of these games.
Hey, Kelly, what's up? This is Barry, man. Hey, they weathered a storm there. They kind of were scuffling a little bit. Do you think they're through it? Do you think they learned something from kind of going through that dip and now they're through the other side and they're better for it?
Well, yes or no. Because they have had so many injuries this season and the lack of consistency on different levels, it's kind of hard to find a long-term rhythm, especially when you have guys in and out of the lineup. Fred just came back, but he was out for a while. Jabbar was out for a while. He came back. They're still trying to manage Tari. They're still trying to manage Steven Adams. Ben Thompson is out currently. So, is that skid that they went on, falling to 5th in the Western Conference, it taught them some things about how to finish games, but, they have kind of a mixed bag of a schedule to close the year. Like they have Dallas, then they got Chicago, but then they also got to see Denver this month. They got to see the Lakers this month. They have to see Phoenix again this month. So, for a young team trying to go from point A to point B, all this is just about collecting experience, but more about learning how to plan for the future in terms of how to prepare for games better.
We talk about the future, Kel. A lot of people had a lot to say after the Phoenix game the other night. The fact that both Booker and Durant were in town, the rumors won't go away. There's lots of other innuendo out there simply because you hear from, I believe it was Dave McMahon that said that on a podcast with Windhorst that Tillman's son and Rafael had to talk Tillman out of trying to make a move for a big fish this last offseason. If they don't have a lot of postseason success, is that the anecdote to where Tillman decides we need to make a move to get that star this offseason?
I think so. I think, having not had a playoff game in Toyota Center in almost 6 years, I think getting back to the playoffs is a big plus for them. But, depending on how they end up going about in that series, that could determine, how aggressive they are in the market. Like if they end up flaming out in 4 or 5 games in the first round, it's going to put ownership at more of an incentive to go and acquire a big fish than if they were to make some Cinderella run to like a Western Conference Finals or something. So I think how they fare in the playoffs directly correlates to how aggressive they are in the market.
Kelly, do you think this team as constructed? I mean, are they? We've seen them dip to 5, right? And we just talked about are they gonna, if they don't make a deep playoff run, are they constructed for that as is? I mean, we've seen them. No. I mean, we've seen them play well against Memphis. We've seen them play well against some of these other teams. Granted, the trade deadline has come and gone, and some of these other teams look a lot different.
Yeah, they have. But the problem that the Rockets are going to run into is that when the playoffs arrive and you're a team that has struggled to create efficient offense in the half court on a routine basis, you're going to run into problems, especially, given the fact that, yes, this is the number 2 defense in the league, but they were 27th in points allowed per isolation. And, the playoffs, if there's one thing that the playoffs have shown me is that the more talented ISO scorers you have, the better. And if they were to match up with the Lakers or even a Minnesota or a Phoenix, like those are teams that have isolation scorers that can punish Houston on a routine basis. Now, factor into the fact that this is an average three-point shooting team at best. You run the risk of running into issues down the line. So, when the games get tighter, the rotations get smaller, each possession matters more than the last. You run into a situation where if you can't create shots at a routine, timely basis, you're going to end up, losing in 5 or 6 games.
So I kind of figured you were going to say that. I know Joel probably agrees with you on that.
No idea what you're talking about.
But I asked it because I'm curious. Do you think that Ime with this double big lineup is kind of preparing them and running this and getting them used to that for the playoffs? Because we do know the game slows down. It's a half court game, and that double big lineup kind of does allow them to slow the game down and play more of a half court set. Do you think that that's kind of in preparation and getting them prepared for the playoffs more with that kind of lineup?
Yeah, that's a number of things. If you go back to Ime's time in Boston, he has used the double big lineup before, and he used it to great effect. So him, making the Rockets more comfortable playing Alperen Şengün and Steven Adams together, in the long run, it's going to allow them to slow games down, like you said. It also just gives them an edge. If you're a team that doesn't have a true go-to guy, you can find advantages in the margins by creating them. And how you do that is by having different in-game lineups, different tweaks, different X factors that can change the game on its head. One of them is going double big with Steven and Alfie. Another one is going small, with Jabari at the 5. And just giving yourself different options to look at because the playoffs is all about, it's a chess match, right? And who can outgame the other opponent in a 48-minute span. So the Rockets have to look for every and any advantage they can. And one that they found is they have found a lot of success with the double big lineup. Now, using that in March and in April might be two very different things, especially when you have, in this day and age, you can have so much film on a team, you can study and break things down to a T. So I'm not saying that the double big lineup will work every time, but as far as, things in Ime's back pocket, it is one thing to pull out, if the situation calls for it.
Well, Kel, as the president of the fan club, I'm going to have to ask this one more time because I seem to have to ask it every time you're on. The hell is going on with Cam Whitmore? And I don't want the whole politically correct response because I'm tired of watching it. The body language on the bench sucks. Obviously, since the All-Star break, he has fallen out of favor. But then when they call his number, he puts up 27, 28 points. It's a career high. He plays his tail off. The very next night, he doesn't play. Then he's basically getting cleanup minutes. And it's so frustrating to me because I know the kid's got talent, but is this something that we just have to get used to that's not going to change between now and the end of the season?
Yeah, I really don't see it changing. I just think it's one of those situations where you've been around the league long enough to see sometimes players and, situations just don't mesh for whatever reason. Like, for some reason, you are not in the coach's immediate plans. And sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to be professional and play your role when your number is called. But
okay, but Kel, you say there's nothing you can do about it, but we know that in Ime's system, because we see it, if he just would play defense or just not shoot it every time it touches his hands, I actually think there are things he could do that might help the situation. Because here's my fear.
Yeah.
They're going to pull the plug on him. They're going to trade him and throw him in a trade, and then he's going to become something somewhere else, and that would pain me.
Right. And I think the problem with the whole, if you just play defense and stuff, is that we've seen him come back from the G League and at least look better in terms of being more engaged defensively, not taking that's available. He has improved in some of those areas, but the problem is when you have other guys that Ime depends on and trusts more, you're fighting for the same minutes. There's never going to be a situation where Ime is going to have Tarn and Cam and go with the latter. It's just not going to happen. because of how much trust he has in Tari. The same with Jabari, right? Like the same with the men. Like those are the guys who play similar positions to Cam, where the minutes are coming from. So unless you're talking about a major leap in defensive potential where you kind of leapfrog Atari or Jabari, and I don't see it happening right now, it's kind of hard to pigeonhole where he can play in a playoff series. Now, the flip side of that is when the playoffs come, you do need an X factor like I talked about, and he is, because of what he could do offensively, he is an X factor. And I do think there's a time and place for Cam. I just don't know if, between now and the end of the year, he's going to ever get consistent minutes. It's just not going to happen. Like, it's just not going to happen. Dylan is playing great. Tari is playing great. Jabari is playing well since he returned. It's a logjam. It always has been. So you have to kind of wait your turn, as crappy as that sounds, because that's literally the answer.
Man, I'm with you guys. Cam is fun and exciting, and he's a lot of fun to watch. And I don't want to say that this is a 1-to-1 apples to apples comparison, but sometimes I get Kevin Porter Jr. vibes.
Oh no.
I do. I'm just telling you what I get.
We'll talk
just,
during the break.
But I just get kind of Kevin Porter Jr. vibes on the court. Tons of talent, dynamic playmaker, and then it's just like
Kel's with me. We'll fill you in on some
but I do want to bring this up because last time the three of us were together talking Rockets, I mentioned that I thought when he came back, Jabari Smith would be coming off the bench, and you guys said, well, he was going to be disgruntled. I think he's been handling it well. Would you disagree, Kelly? I think he's handled this spectacularly. I think his attitude has been great.
Yeah. I mean, Jabari's always been that guy in terms of team first guy.
I mean, you guys said that you were worried about his attitude because he wanted the ball more.
I'm always worried like when you have young players that have spent their entire lives playing in a featured role and you have to suddenly change overnight. I sometimes worry about how you can respond in the interim. But credit to Jabari, he's been a professional. He's praised those guys, and he's come in and played his role because, if we're being completely honest, there is potentially a bigger role for him as a sixth man, being the focal point of the second unit and being that small ball center than you just trying to fit in with, trying to look for the ball with Fred, Jalen, Al Pete. It's not going to happen. So, I think him accepting and embracing that bench role has paid off tremendously for him.
I mean, he played 33 minutes against the Suns. He probably might not have gotten that started.
Yeah,
so.
and it's not even about who starts the game. It's who closes it. And I think he's always going to be part of
the old Sam
closing
Cassell thing, right?
I mean, and if
not who starts, who finishes.
And then if he may leave starters in when they're up 30, I mean, there's a chance that he could have another starting job before you know it. But that's just me. I know, Kelly, you didn't say it. It's fine. You have a game to cover. You don't want to run into Ime. I get it. I said it, okay?
I love you, Joe.
There you go. Kel, we appreciate you, buddy. Always follow Kelly at The Athletic and follow all of his work. He covers 18 teams in the NBA, but his primary teams are Memphis, San Antonio, and the Houston
It'd be
Rockets.
easier to list who he doesn't cover.
Pretty much the Lakers and Celtics. That's it. Otherwise, Kelly's on it. Kel, appreciate you. Have a good weekend. That's Kelly Eco of The Athletic. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back with a whole lot more. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, we're back on the Bees. We always appreciate Kelly Eco joining us. If you want to join us and hang out with us, Monday is St. Patrick's Day. If you don't know, now you know. You're welcome, Ari. We're going to be at Kobo's in Edo, right there by the GRB. Party starting at 7 a.m., opening just for us. So you guys can have your fill of St. Patrick's Day and celebrate all day with our entire lineup. Kobo's, Monday the 17th. We would love to see you all out there with us.
Just for the record, St. Patrick's Day is Tuesday.
Oh, so we're going to be there Tuesday or Monday?
No, we're there Monday, but St. Patrick's Day is Tuesday.
Okay, well, I decided that Monday, we're
you're
celebrating
changing
our
the holiday
version of
around?
St.
Okay,
Patrick's Day.
gotcha.
On Monday at Kobo's. Dr. Dre is an honorary investor in Kobo's, so I'm sure he'll be there. And all the Twitchers that are scared little you-know-whats, they won't. So what did you think about what Kelly had to say? I thought it was interesting because a lot of times, Kelly covers the team and he doesn't want to ruffle any feathers unless he's writing an article. But it just seems to me that this season is still so much up in the air simply because, like Todd was saying, you win tonight, get a little help. You could be the 2 seed, tied for the second best record. But you're only 3 games from Golden State passing you up and being in the play-in.
Yeah, that's what's crazy is it's so log jammed. Memphis, Denver, both 42-24. Los Angeles 40-24. Rockets 41-25. It's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and then Golden State's the outlier at 38-20.
And they're hot.
Yeah.
Won again last night.
9-1 in their last 10, 6 in a row.
Jimmy's been a good addition.
Yeah. Luka's been a good addition to the Lakers.
Yeah, but with LeBron going out.
Yeah.
Look, Luka, I watched him last night.
I guess,
yeah, but
chemistry.
He had 45 last night.
Yeah.
He's fat, I guess, according to people, but he had 45.
Luka's fat?
Well, that's part of the reason why Dallas got rid of him, because they said, well, if he was fat and he carried you to the finals.
Nikola?
Yeah, I'm not going to say he's that doughy, but at the same time, yeah, that's a 3-time MVP. You're talking about Luka, a guy that basically, because people forget now, Kyrie was a no-show in the Western Conference Finals.
Mm-hmm.
And Luka's fat ass, if that's what you think he had,
it's crazy.
Carried them all the way to the finals.
It's so wild to me that people say this kinds of things. Like, did you see the whole everyone freaking out because Tua was on a boat? Did you see that video? Oh my gosh. People were losing their mind on social media. There was a video going around of Tua on a boat. He looked like you and me without a shirt. Just dad bod, gut. I'm like, it doesn't matter. Like, Nikola Jokic looks like the poop emoji, but white without a shirt on. Like, but they're athletes. It doesn't matter. They're still skilled. Like, it doesn't matter that Luka's not cut and ripped, but they still get the job done. That's what matters. Not how they look aesthetically. And yeah, that's wild to me still, that trade. But LeBron going down, yeah, obviously pretty significant.
Mm-hmm.
That chemistry thing is going to be interesting with them.
I just don't think they have enough big guys. Like, they were trying to make that move that then they rescinded to help get bigger up front. But I just don't know. You mentioned Jokic. If Jokic is truly on a team that's the second best team in the Western Conference and they're fighting with the Lakers and those two teams meet up in the playoffs, tell me they had LeBron on him the last time. Yeah. There's no way LeBron, and I don't care how strong he is, and he's 40-something, and I'm 40-something. But guess what? He ain't stopping Jokic.
Who's guarding him?
Yeah.
I mean, LeBron, that's what's interesting is you look at the West, and outside of the Thunder, I mean, if the Nuggets have finally climbed back into it.
I think, to me, they're the second best team in the West.
Oh, yeah. And who can stop Jokic in the playoffs?
Well, but then Russ is coming off the bench playing well. Now Murray's playing well. They're getting help from the Porter Jr. starting to play again. They're getting help from the guys that they've paid a lot of money to, and they've got some young guys like Brown that are playing to where they're going to be a force come playoff time if they stay healthy.
And they'll probably finish second in the West when it's all said and done.
Yep.
Which means outside of the Thunder, you're going to have to travel and play them. no
Mhm.
matter who you are. Well, you don't want to go to Denver and play. Everybody knows the altitude. You can say it doesn't
point,
matter.
yeah.
It does.
Believe me, it
does. It always does. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. But that's also why I asked about that double big thing, because not that they're going to be able to stop Jokic, but it is somewhat of an answer. It's not a complete answer, but the Rockets are one of the few teams that I think will be in the playoffs that have some sort of a big man presence, at least in the top 6. When you look at it, the Warriors don't really have a big man presence that you think is, legitimate. Memphis, the Thunder do. I mean, the Thunder can do whatever they want. They've got bigs, they're
complete.
Mids, they've got everything.
Yep.
The Thunder are maybe the most complete team in basketball. And that includes the Celtics.
I think the Celtics are the most complete team in basketball, but I think, in the
You
West,
think the Celtics have better
conference,
bigs?
there's no doubt. Yeah, I mean, Hartenstein to me is not great. I think that Al Horford's a more skilled three-point shooting
Well, I was
big.
thinking Chet too.
Chet's a 4, and he's still really skinny. I mean, he's effective.
That's the thing.
I remember when the Rock, everybody was fearful of the fact that that OKC was going to take Jabari, and that we were going to get quote unquote stuck with Chet. And I was one of those guys like, damn, I don't know that I want Chet. He might be a bust. And now I look at it and go, I'd take Chet over Jabari right now.
Imagine? Could
Man,
you imagine this Rockets team with
who wouldn't
Chet?
take Chet over Jabari right now?
My goodness.
Aside from Kevin Joseph, who's worried that they're going to trade Jabari and he's going to become a star somewhere. I'm not one of those people.
What?
I'd take Chet over Jabari right now. I'd take it. And I'm
100%.
wrong for not thinking that from the time they drafted.
Yeah, 100%.
So it'll be interesting. But I mentioned this, that Tim McMahon had said this on the podcast with Brian Windhorst. It is an interesting proposition to think of what happens next, because McMahon, as he explains it, basically says that Tillman's son and Rafael Stone had to talk Tillman out of wanting to make the big move already to take to this phase 2 that they always talk about. I don't want to break up the young group that they have, but it is kind of a tale of two scenarios within the young group, because I really don't believe that Jalen's ever going to become what everybody's hoping he becomes. But I believe Şengün is already better than I thought he would be. Amen, the sky is the limit. Tari, really good, got to stay healthy. But you have Reed Shepherd. We've got guys that are really to pull the plug on Reed Shepherd. He's basically 20 years old in his first year in the league. He's going to be just fine. And I love Cam. So I think that there's enough talent on this team that I'm a little skeptical of how much you'd have to give up to get someone. And I don't think Booker is a go-to number 1. And I think Kevin Durant's too old to be a guy, and you'd only get him for about 2 years to give up a lot of youth that are going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think you go that route. I don't think that the players that you have, plus the players that you would have to give up to get those kinds of stars, would translate into a team that would be ready, and a team that would have the necessary talent to not even just compete with, but beat Denver and Jokic, the Thunder as constructed, and then roll into the finals and beat the Celtics as constructed.
That's the thing. It's like
in the next year,
it's like the
or
Jordan
3.
era, right? You could be the best team, not named the Bulls, but as long as you still got to beat the Bulls, you ain't getting where you need to go. You might be lucky enough to at least get there, like Stockton and Malone or Peyton and the Rain Man, but it doesn't guarantee you anything if you're going up against the GOAT.
Listen, maybe, just maybe, Jokic will go play baseball for 2 years.
Yeah. Don't say the other thing. Just don't say the gambling and the father thing. That would,
I would never.
But
do
the two
that.
brothers might beat your ass.
I would never do that. But maybe they'll
never say never.
All right, I might do that. But maybe that'll be their best chance. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You've got to construct a team. You've got to be mindful of the fact that you're not just. I mean, you've got to put the best team together, but you've got to put a team together that compete with. And not just, Boston and Denver and the Thunder now, but hell,
Cleveland's playing good ball.
Cleveland's really good. I don't know how
Minnesota
long that's going to last.
got off to a slow start, which is hurting them. Minnesota's still really talented.
Yeah.
If you got Anthony Edwards, you got a chance.
Yeah. And so that's the thing, man. What do you got to give up to get those guys? And I'm with you, man. I like the core nucleus, and I'm with you too. I was kind of Man, there was a few years ago where I was like, it's Al P, and you could get rid of everybody.
See, I think Amen is that guy now.
And I'm with you on that too. Jalen Green was never the guy for me. He
Me
never
either. Me
was.
either.
He was never going to be. And I'm with you now. It was Alp and whatever else. And now that I've watched Amin do, I'm like, okay, it's Alp, it's Amin, and you could just build around that. You could trade everybody else, and I'd be fine with it. Nobody is untouchable except for those two, in my mind.
I think
Everybody else,
I'm pretty close to that.
Everybody else, you could make moves because if you could get superstars for anybody else, not name those two, do it.
Okay, we got to get to a break. Second hour of the show's coming up. DJ Bieneme is going to join us at 4:15. Talk everything Texans. He's had a lot to say about the moves they've already made, and then we're curious about what moves they could be making. And car wreck of the day, everybody's playing for second, as the text line has already notated. But Brian, if he wants to get knocked off his pedestal by the end of the show, you can call 713-780-3776, or you can text us, or you can get to us on social media. It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Don't sweat the technique.
Back on the Bees. Someone said the Cavs are beating the Celtics this year. Okay, well, you know what? I can't say you're wrong because I think the Cavs have done a really nice job. And as much as I loved JB Bickerstaff, having worked with him with the Rockets, and I thought he did a hell of a job last year, I'm also very proud of the fact that Kenny Atkinson in his first year has taken the Cavs to another level, and trading for Hunter has made them an even better team that gets them deeper, that gives them a better chance to beat the deepest team in the league in the Celtics. But before we go any further, Barry, I'd like to do a little kind of follow along with Joel moment. Today's Friday. It's not Friday the 13th. Today is Friday the 14th, right? So we don't have any bad luck or anything like that, right?
Right.
But if you would go with me on a walk down memory lane walk into the future.
Okay.
That would make Saturday the 15th, right?
Right.
Which would consequently make Sunday the 16th, right?
Okay.
So if Monday is March the 17th, what would Monday be, Barry?
Well, I believe that would be the day when we would all don our green gear.
Yes.
Go out to the pubs and the clubs and the bars
And
the drinking
and Kobo.
establishments, such as Kobo. Drink green beer, pinch each other.
So Monday's St. Patrick's Day, not just my St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
Didn't BMAX say it was Tuesday?
I believe
Yeah.
that's. I believe that's what I heard. Yeah.
Okay. So everybody's playing for second for car wreck of the day.
Is that? Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Now that we got that off my chest.
I noticed he took his headphones.
Yeah,
off
he
for
did. He
this
doesn't want any part
He
of this
doesn't
now.
want to hear
I
this.
can hear you. I'm waiting to the point where this matters.
Well, it matters because you corrected me and you basically put me in my place.
Oh, okay. It's Tuesday. Cool.
Yeah, there you go. All right. So yeah, look, I think you and I were talking about it during the break. Someone texted in and said, would the Rockets trade for John Morant? I think the biggest thing to me is of the landscape. I've been harping on the fact that, look, I want a guy that's kind of fits the rest of the culture of the Rockets. I think you're going to get rid of Fred VanVleet. You can get rid of him as soon as at the end of the season. Even if he wants to stay, I'm not going to pay him a lot of money, and he's going to probably take a bench role. Dylan Brooks is overpaid for 2 more years, but he does what he's supposed to do for now. But you're going to have more money, so that veteran will probably go away too. I don't want Kevin Durant at 35. John Morant, at least for his age, with his ability, fits in with the rest of the young guys in this nucleus. I don't know what you'd have to give up to get him, but because I don't believe as Booker being a number one go-to guy. But to your point, I think that to beat some of the teams that you're talking about in the NBA right now, you need 2 stars to say the least, and maybe 3. And just having a Kevin Durant and the rest of the Jacksons, if he's Michael, isn't enough. So I think at least with a John Morant, he would blend and fit in with the guys that you already have. I just don't know how much you'd have to give up to get him.
Probably a lot, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even with all his drama and baggage and everything else, he's still one of the
He's a hell of a player on the
elite.
court.
Yeah, he's still one of the elites, one of the best. So it's just been so quiet, right?
Yeah.
Ever since he went away, and he's back now, but it's been so quiet. You haven't heard anything, which is good though. You know what I mean? It's good for him that it's been so quiet, but I don't know.
See, that's where you also you walk the fine line of if Tim McMahon's right and Tillman truly is looking at trying to find that guy, don't swing and miss on that guy, right? Because if Ja truly is more trouble than he's worth, or just is never going to get there, kind of like you already have with Jalen Green, if Jalen's in the trade, that's one thing. If Jalen's not, are you really putting even more stock in 2 guys that may never get there for you?
Well, he's got what? How many years does he have left on his deal?
He and Zion came in in the same year. And Zion's already re-upped.
Yeah.
So I believe that he did too, because Memphis is in a situation where they got to lock up every guy that's playing for them because they're a small market.
Man, I just went to Memphis's homepage on ESPN. He's not even leading them in scoring.
No, it's Bane, isn't it?
No, Jaren Jackson.
Oh, and Jaren Jackson, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, now, okay, so you brought up OKC, and I always say that's the model if you're going to rebuild a franchise, right? But it's also
all you need is
Sam Presti did
8,000
it.
draft picks.
Yeah, but Sam Presti did it to a level that not many teams can get to, right? And he also hit on just about every pick.
Yeah.
On the flip side, the 2 teams that I think swung and missed trying to do the exact same thing would be Memphis and would be, even to a greater extent, the Pelicans. Because Zion bombs, you swing and miss on a guy, and you re-upped him at a massive amount of money, and you don't even know when he's going to play. He's got the off-the-court drama. And from a Memphis perspective, you got good, very similar to the Rockets. You drafted well enough to get good players like Bane, like Jaren Jackson, like John Morant, but it's almost like the Jalen Green situation, and to some extent Şengün, where you're wondering, but are they ever going to be great?
Right. They're good.
Yeah.
Will
Are they ever going to be great?
Uh-huh.
And that's where I think it gets dicey.
Yeah, that's the question, man. For me, that's the $1 million question. I love LP. Will he ever be great?
Now, with 2 stars, he doesn't have to be. But if you're relying on him to be one of those stars, then he has to be, and that makes it dicey.
Yeah.
So,
and I wonder if one of those stars or having a superstar elevates him, right? Because putting it this way, is Pippen ever Pippen without Jordan?
I don't think so. I've been very critical of that.
So that's the thing. Could LP become a Pippen? Because Pippen made when the NBA did the 50 greatest of all time. Pippen was on that list.
Scotty loves him some Scotty, but
Pippen
I
ain't on
think
that list
outside of
without
that,
Jordan,
yeah, I've
right?
said that for years.
Yeah.
Amen to you for saying it too, because a lot of people think I'm nuts, and I just
No,
think you
you're
saw the
not.
Bulls without Michael, and Scotty pouted, and Scotty didn't have it.
Yeah, well, you saw Scotty without Michael. You know, he
Yeah.
kept playing. You saw the Bulls without Michael. You saw Scotty without Michael. You saw Scotty at other teams. So that would be interesting to see, though. Like, what if you got LP with a legit, like if LP played with LeBron, or if he
Inside
played
outside
with
presence.
yeah, or just a superstar. How would that elevate his game? That would be fun to see. That would be fun to watch because, man, I love his game. Just even watching this morning, I was trying to catch up on some games, and that just the little stuff that he does. You know, there was the game, it was the Orlando game. Steven Adams misses a free throw, the rebound, and then the no look pass to Tari
The no
Eason.
look was unbelievable.
Just stuff
maybe
like
the
that.
play of the year for the Rockets.
Stuff like that. It's just a rebound on a missed free throw, but it's a no-look pass because the defense collapses on him. Bro, that just goes down as a sweet little pass, but that's some stuff that you can't teach. That's instinctual, and that's what makes LP so great to me.
Yeah, no doubt. So, look, I think that regardless of what happens, it's all icing on the cake in the fact that the Rockets have this really good. I would pad the brakes a little bit instead of trying to punch the gas and look for that desperate move to get that superstar. Just kind of let them keep developing, and then you don't have to make the success. I still believe they made the decision too quick to give the money to LP and to Jalen Green more specifically. But at the same time, you could still live through that. But don't start trying to worry about peddling off some of these young guys before you know what they truly can be. The same way I'm passionate about Cam Whitmore, I don't want you to peddle off some of the other guys like Reed Shepherd, like even a Jabari to some people, like other guys to where you go, yeah, we're just going to throw them in a trade now to try and get 2 years of Kevin Durant and then realize, hey, they could turn into something far better for you. Not saying better than Kevin Durant, but a 35-year-old Kevin Durant for 2 years as opposed to 5 or 6 years of these guys.
I bring it up all the time, and you're right. I mean, in the NBA, the Thunder have shown you how to do it, right? The Warriors were the blueprint before on how to do it, and now it's kind of the Thunder showing you how to do it. But if you're looking at how to do a rebuild here, kind of locally, man, do what the Astros did, and it was you draft well, which they've kind of done. They've drafted some fantastic talent. They're not all going to be Altuves necessarily, but you've gone out and built up a pretty nice roster with some pretty fantastic depth, if you think about it. Up and down that lineup, it's a pretty damn good roster. And I heard, what's the dude's name that does play-by-play with
Craig?
Not Craig, with the other dude.
Ryan Hollins?
Yeah. He said that the Rockets were the deepest team in the league. And
Not even close.
I wanted to flip my couch, but they do have a lot of talent, but they're not the deepest team in the league. But, now do what the Astros did once they had good drafts, and that was bring in some veteran talent. That's the Fred VanVleets. And then I'm waiting on them to do the next step, which is go out and get their JV and win their championship.
Yeah. So it's going to be real interesting to see what they do and how they handle it. Because I think that the next positive step for this franchise is to get these young guys some experience in the playoffs. We know the Steven Adamses and the Fred VanVleets of the world and Dylan Brooks have done it.
Yeah.
You got to get the other guys' feet wet to understand what they can truly be. So, oh boy, Brian, want to get the call before we get to DJ?
Oh, let's go to DJ.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with DJ Bienemy. We're going to get into some Texans talk. So don't go anywhere. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back without Branham today as he's on Coug duty. So my good friend Barry Laminack with me.
Our beloved Cougs.
No. BMAC here as well, and friend of the show and frequent guest during the season, DJ Bieneme, the beat writer for your Houston Texans for ESPN, joins us now. And DJ, a lot going on with the Texans since we entered into the whole land of free agency. And I know that you have been very active, so I wanted to get you on because of some of your tweets and your commentary after the moves that they've already made were made. But your thoughts so far on what has been, I guess, centered around the offensive line and the reshuffling of three members of it since we last talked to you.
Yeah, I mean, I can't honestly say from a talent perspective they've upgraded at the O-line room. I think we'd be lying if we said that. They obviously moved off one of the best left tackles in the league. They're apparently reported going to move Titus to left tackle, keep Blake at right tackle, which is fine. They brought in Logan Tomlinson, who is good to speed. 13 in 3 years. He's older. He is durable. We'll give him that. He's very durable. But he's going to be on 13 in 3 years, and the advanced stats from Next Gen Stats were not kind to him. And they traded for Ed Ingram, who got benched last year. They were able to turn Kenyon Green into Johnson. But again, I can't sit here and honestly say right now the O-line room is better than what it was at the end of last season, because you got rid of one of the best left tackles in the league, and who did you replace him with? With Titus, who hasn't played left tackle since it's been a minute since he's played left tackle full time. So for me, I'd be lying because if you look at all the advanced metrics, Tomlinson was one of the worst guards in the league last year. Like, you look at all the advanced metrics, he allowed 11 sacks, coordination stats. He allowed a pressure rate of, I believe, 9 or 10, which regardless was towards the top amongst left guards with at least 300 pass blocking snaps. So, if you think the scheme alone is going to elevate them, cool. But scheme can only take you so far. Then at the end of the day, you still need talent. And again, he's older. The Ed Ingram move is whatever to me, because that's more for depth. Like, that's more for depth. Like, I don't think he's competing to be a starter.
But
right
DJ,
now.
Here's my thing, because I'm with you, right? But my thing is, then what's next? Because if they knew way before we would know, but if they knew they were going to move on from Laramie Tunsil, wouldn't you do it before free agency started so that you could at least have a conversation with some of the better available left tackles and or guards in this league if you truly were looking to upgrade or change, as opposed to when they did it and now since then subsequently where they really haven't done anything to where you'd go, oh, that's why they did what they did. And then the follow-up on that would be, so am I to assume that they're just going to put it all towards the draft now, towards the offensive line?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're going to go draft heavy. I do think you make a very fair point in that they probably should have moved him before the draft, not before the draft, but before free agency. So then, as you said, they would be able to, possibly be in on some of the better guards and tackles that were going to be available, and get that money off your books. Obviously, to be fair to them, they didn't move him Monday. So they still could have been in on those guys. But I get what you're saying, right? You move a little bit earlier, you could be a little bit ahead, especially you could talk to people at the combine and, work those back to a channel. So I think you're correct in that aspect. I think they're going to go heavy in the draft. It is what it is. This unit to me is, I'm just concerned that we went into the offseason knowing what they had to do to improve. And right now, it feels either the same or worse on offense. You know what I mean? Like I do think the Christian Kirk move is good, but he hasn't finished the last 2 seasons. I think he's solid. But again, like in the AFC, when you look at some of the the weapons in the AFC. Where does Nico and Christian Kirk match up in the AFC? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a bunch of duos you're taking over that. Even though Nico is probably better than, a lot of the one piece on a lot of these teams, but the second part of the duo, like some of those other teams are better than twos than Christian Kirk. Especially if you include a tight end, like you go to Baltimore, like Zay Flowers, Mark Andrews. I like that duo over Nico and Christian Kirk, or Miami. Obviously, I only have to go in depth, or Cincinnati, or Kansas City, or maybe Buffalo. I could say take that duo over what Buffalo got. But overall, though, man, I when it comes to O-line, like, when you do want to win when it matters, your O-line got to be, like, stout. Everybody that made it deep into the playoffs last year, or, was able to really compete for a championship, all had a stout O-line. And I just don't think that we can say objectively right now. Now, a lot can change.
Right.
Maybe they can surprise us in training camp, or maybe they can add some players in the draft that hit the ground running. But as of right now, this is not a stout offensive line.
Hey, DJ, Barry Laminack here. First of all, I do want to say, I wouldn't say the Chiefs actually had a really good O-line, and they made it pretty deep. But when you say there's something to addition by subtraction when it comes to this O-line, this was not a good O-line at all. And Kenyon Green was actually the second worst rated guard in football after his performance last season. So even as long as you didn't get the worst rated guard in football, you got better if you replaced him with somebody else. So I think addition by subtraction, just by getting him out of that room, made the O-line better. And I get losing Laramie Tunsil is a big deal, but I forget who it was that I saw on social media, but there has to be a reason, right? And I don't know if it was attitude, if there was something going on in the locker room, but there has to be a plan. This is wild for me to say this, but I have faith in Nick Caserio and this front office now. Am I crazy? Tell me if I'm crazy. But there's got to be something behind the scenes we don't know that they know.
Right. So I would say, to the first part of your question about addition by subtraction, if the goal is to just get better than Kenyon Green, mission accomplished. If the goal is to win the Super Bowl, mission not accomplished. That's my first response to that. On the second part, like, okay, you get rid of Kenyon. Let's go back to Kenyon. You get rid of Kenyon Green. Cool. You brought in Laken Tomlinson, who is with me 13 in 3 years, whose their advanced metrics were in a similar ballpark. Like, a lot of people said that Seattle Seahawks had one of the worst offensive lines last year, and he was a part of that, So, okay. And then not going to Laramie, it was more about cap reasons. I had a guy in the building tell me it was more about they got to get ready to pay Stingley, CJ, and Will, specifically next year. Me, I would have held on to him for one more year. But, Nick does come from the New England tree where you move on 1 year early versus 1 year late. So I understand that aspect. So I'm not going to really knock Nick for making that move. When it comes to having faith in them, I think you can have faith in them at every position except, ironically, the O-line. I think the only year where the O-line was solid was 2023. But 2022, the O-line was okay. Davis Mills took a beating. Obviously 2021, I won't hold that against him. And obviously last year, that was one of the most expensive asset-filled offensive units in the entire NFL. And they were quite literally one of the worst units in the NFL. So, but I will attach some of that to coaching. I'm not going to put that all on the players. The players did need to be better, but some of that was coaching, which is why Chris Schuster is not here anymore, and which is why Bobby Stillers is no longer here. So, I'm going to give this entire this entire group a clean slate-ish. I'm gonna obviously view it through a lens of skepticism, but I'm not going to say like they're doomed, right? I want to at least get to training camp and see how they look in training camp, because if they look good in training camp against that defensive line, then there you have it, you'll have a good unit.
DJ, I got a question for you because of the fact that, look, I trust you more than just about anybody, especially on the Texans. And you and I have some good conversations. And I saw when you were talking about when everybody was questioning the culture, and we've seen some of the other reports that have come out, and you were quick to basically dispel that and say, hey, look, it wasn't. Everybody seemed to like Laramie, but the difference for me is being around, obviously in different situations and settings, but being around professional locker rooms. You could have a guy that's a great dude that everybody in the locker room likes, but if he ain't doing it the way the coaches want it, and or whether that relates to practices and meetings or attitude or whatever, at a certain point, it doesn't matter how he gets along with his teammates.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair to an extent, but I think I've used this analogy a bunch of times. This is my third time using it. If you're in a relationship with somebody, person A is in a relationship with person B, and person B cheats on person A. When person A talks about why he's no longer with person B, he's gonna mention that he or she is gonna mention, hey, they can mention, hey, bad attitude, some other things, but once they get to the reason of, oh yeah, but I also was cheating on, that's going to be the biggest reason, and that's what we're all going to really focus on. Everything else is kind of filler stuff, right? Like it came down to they owed him over almost $43 million, and over the next couple of years, they had to pay a lot of people. His cap was going to be $28 million, and they kind of wanted to get out in front of what their books were going to look like versus hold on to him for one more year. Yeah, I do. I think if he was a better overall leader, I don't think he promoted a toxic locker room. I think if he could have done, I think in my opinion, done a better job of holding guys more accountable and probably bringing more fire in that aspect. So he was more, I'm gonna do my job and try to uplift my other guys. That's about it. And I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like I get his point of view on that aspect, and I also get D'Amico and them saying they kind of want a junkyard offensive line, which is fine. Like I'm not gonna knock them for that. But back to your original question, that's why I kind of always say, like, it wasn't a locker room problem, it wasn't any of those issues. It was really mainly about the cap and how much money he was owed. Like, I know we could talk about all these other things because, like, those things sell and those things stick and those things are easier and more juicy to talk about. It's easier to say, oh, well, Larry, they want to get a new culture and that's why they got Laramie out of there. That's a sexier topic, and that's easier for people to wrap their hands around, and that's better discussion, better discourse versus saying, oh, they just moved off of him 1 year early because he's one by the 31, cap hit of almost 30. Rather do that versus rather get rid of him now, because if you wait till next year, you're going to have to extend him, or the cap hit is going to be whatever it is. So that they just let you know they were never going to extend him again. So they just got out in front of it, and as simple as that. But I get it. It is easier, not easier. It is a better talking point when we focus on the quote unquote culture of the lot. To be honest, if the offensive line room was actually as toxic as some national reporters classified it as, they might have played better, because there might have been more more attitude to an extent, in my opinion. But they were all kind of going through the motions to an extent. I can say that, because Chris Shasta didn't set a standard. So it really started with the coaches down. And unfortunately, Laramie, they wanted Laramie to kind of lead a little bit more in that aspect. But Laramie's more, he wants a guy that's going to coach him. He doesn't want to be coach himself. He wants someone that's going to coach him and be on his butt. And obviously, Chris Shasta wasn't that. So that lets you know the type of personality he has, that he just wants to be coached hard. But he's not going to necessarily translate that to others and like hold other guys overly accountable and things of that nature. But again, like with the O-line, the O-line coach got to set that standard, So that's why I go back to my point of it was way more about the financial ramifications, not the idea that he wasn't a culture setter, because he was a captain multiple times.
Well, I'd love to see a stat on just how many drives he killed with penalties. That'd be.
That's a fair one. To be fair to him, though, most of them were in the beginning of the season, and after the beginning of the season, he kind of shut out on that. But there's penalties across the board with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like there's penalties across the board with everybody.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah. It seems like his were the most ill-timed and stood out the most. But
yeah, the Vikings game was nasty. The Vikings game was nasty.
Boy.
Yeah.
But speaking of the Vikings, let me ask you a question, DJ. I see Cam Robinson is out there. Is this just out of the realm of possibility that the Texans are? There's he's out there. There's still a couple of decently good O linemen left, and some decent receivers left. Are they done? Is this just not they're not going to be adding any more decently qualified free agents to this squad? Can we expect them to be done?
If you bring in like Cam Robinson, the only thing is he can command 8 figures. So that's like at bare minimum 10. And so he do Titus, you put him on left guard. You know what I'm saying? Like they obviously want to play left tackle. He's making average left tackle money, but he's making like top of the end left guard money. So I think they kind of showed you what their plans are, because they still have Juice and they still have Juice. I mean, obviously they're going to be moving on a lower end bargain. That's what one of the guys in the building told me. Because like they're not necessarily money strapped, but they went all in last year. So that's why I don't have much money left over. Like they restructured some deals, so they got some cap space that's hitting them this year. Like for example, Stephon Diggs' contract, since they added void years or added a void year, they're still, even though he's not going to be on the roster, they're still getting hit for that. I think it's like $16 million. You know what I mean? So they're just kind of strapped on money, or tight on money. So they can't necessarily be big spenders or big players into free agency. So I think, in all honesty, I mean, it'd be more low bargaining stuff. Because again, like you don't want to go shopping mainly to improve the O-line in free agency. You kind of want to hit on the draft and really knock it out the park there. Because then you got those guys that cost effective contracts while you have to pay CJ Will and Stingley, possibly Nico again. And if you want to extend the Neal or you want to bring the Neal back next year. So they kind of need to hit on some of these picks. And again, like I think Titus, his contract's up. I don't think next year, but the year after that. And they might want to get out of this deal next year. So you might need a left tackle of the future anyway.
I honestly thought they were going to get out of it this year. I thought that they were going to try and get out. That's why they drafted Fisher.
Right, exactly. So like you kind of do at a certain point want to get young and cheap on the O line, because you got to get young and cheap somewhere.
Yeah, well, it seems like the wrong place to do that. But
and his track record is terrible. His track record drafting offensive linemen ain't great, as good as he's been with receivers and secondary guys. That's why I was hoping the late first round pick would be a Buke or someone that's a wide receiver that could fill Tank's role.
Well, yeah. Go ahead, DJ. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Joel. I mean, I don't, it's unfortunate that they're in this position, but that's why you got to hit on. That's why you got to hope that Blake Fisher comes along and Juice Grass comes along, and mixing on Kenyon Green is tough, because Kenyon Green he lives up to his billing, and if say Juice lived up to his billing, you moving off of Laramie wouldn't even matter that much, right? It wouldn't matter that much at all, because you'd have a stalwart interior offensive line, and you could just kind of like patchwork it on I guess, a left tackle and right tackle, or just be solid there. But since basically there's nobody on the O-line you can even say had a good year last year. Like, especially now that Laramie is gone, there's no way you can say had a good year. I think Titus was solid, had some, bonehead moments, obviously, like whether it was falling against Green Bay or strip sacking CJ. But yeah, so I mean, it's unfortunate that they're in this position to where they kind of get pitted into having to draft offensive lineman versus as you were saying, getting a receiver.
One of the things though that and the reason I asked about Robinson and et al. Is because what I feel like I'm noticing Caserio do is it's almost feels like it's the Astros formula. As he's really not locking into anybody long term. He's doing 1 and 2 year deals. I mean, you saw when he brought in Diggs, he reworked the deal and made it a 1 year deal. And it just seems like a lot of the stuff he's doing is short term. Hey man, if we can't win, with you in a year or two, well, you might not be here, which feels very, like you mentioned, New England-ish. But yeah, that's why it felt like, well, if you brought him in for a year and just kick the tires on him and see, or anybody else, that might make sense, because it only has to be a year. And maybe that's true for receivers or anybody else where they need help. But I don't know. The flip side is, you've got to spend the money. You got to have the money to spend the money. And like you said, they don't really have much. So
Right. And again, like at this point, you want to kind of hit on the draft, just so like, because you get, say you find a stud in the first round on offensive line, now you got them cost effective for 5 years. Yeah. Let's say if you get a Cam Robinson, let's say he plays light out, you got to pay him, let him walk, and you right back where you started.
Hey, DJ, we always appreciate it, man, especially in the offseason. But there was no one better than you that I wanted to talk to watching your Twitter and knowing what you know about this team. So thanks for spending some time with us. Have a great weekend. We'll catch up soon.
No problem. Thank you guys for having me.
There you go. DJ Bieneme, the beat writer for your Houston Texans on ESPN.com. Always appreciate him stopping in. We got plenty more to get to on the show. BMAC will rejoin us, and we will have a lot more fun and games going forward, get some feedback on and some kind of further to discussion of what DJ had to say, because it's interesting based on what I was thinking the Texans were thinking. So that and plenty more to get to. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
No Branham today, as he's got other duties to attend to with the Cougs. Good luck to them.
No?
No, but yes, we want the Cougs to win. BMAC is here as he is diligently watching his horns. Against Tennessee, down a touchdown early. And we just got done with DJ Bieneme after having Kelly Eco on to talk Rockets. DJ, I wanted to have him on because he had so much to say all week in terms of that Tunsil aspect, because you hear, and he alluded it too, that the national reports now are out there without citing specifics, saying that the O-line room was borderline toxic and basically pointing a lot of fingers. And then DJ, who's in there every day, was kind of defending Tunsil, saying the guys liked him. But I've been in locker rooms, albeit in a different sport, where you can have a guy that everybody else on the team really likes, but he doesn't jive with the coaches, or he doesn't go along with the way they're being coached. And so at a certain point, you decide to move on. And in this case, that's the vibe I got, was they waited till the offseason, and now also the finances too, but just decided, hey, we're going to move on from this.
I remember who it was. It was LZ. Lance.
What about him?
He said, I saw a tweet from him.
Well, there were some articles
that
too.
said it's about culture.
He did say that, but I'm saying there were some articles, and it wasn't Garofalo, but it was somebody that was writing the article. That I'll look it up.
I wouldn't be surprised if they got that from Lance or took it and run with it, because that's how some of those cats do. Is they'll see somebody like Lance, who they know to be an authority, and know them to, especially locally, and then they'll take something like that and run with it, and maybe get some quote unquote inside sources to give them information, and then whether the information is good or not, then they'll run with it, even though they don't go to Lance necessarily for the info or whoever. So I don't know. It's and I'm not suggesting that Lance is incorrect. I'm just saying that's what I saw, and it made sense, because when it happened, it was a shock to everybody, right? But it was like, look, in trying to make sense of it all, my first thought was something is going on, something has happened, or they have a plan. There's got to be a reason. You don't just do this. They're not dumb. Nick Casario's not dumb. D'Amico Ryans isn't dumb. This team, this is not a Bill O'Brien thing. And that's what I said, is this is not that team, right? This isn't a Bill O'Brien shooting from the hip. Hey, I'll just send you DeAndre Hopkins for whatever's in your left pocket. And yeah, it's not, this isn't that, right? This isn't those kinds of moves, because that's what Bill O'Brien did. He operated in a vacuum. He would do one move by itself, and then he would do another move, and none of it made sense. I don't believe that's how this team operates now. They have a plan, they have a big board, and they look at it, and they, whether that stuff works or not, is kind of, you might get, it might work, it might not, but at least they have a plan this time around. And one of the things that that I mentioned, or that I thought about, was I used actually a hockey reference as part of this, and DJ talked a little bit about it, and it was contractually, Tunsil had 2 years left on his deal, right? He had this coming year and then next year, which means he's going to want one more contract. Well, if you think about it, he's 31. So he's going to go into his final year of, contract negotiations at 33, wanting one more deal, still thinking he's an elite, left guard or left tackle in the NFL. And at that point, you're kind of stuck, because going into his final year, you're not going to be able to trade the dude, because nobody's going to want an aging left tackle that's on his last year of his contract, where they know you're going to have to overpay. So really, this is what happened to the Toronto Maple Leafs with a dude named Marner. I forget his first name. His last name is Marner, but it basically happened where 2 years left in this deal. They had like 6 months to either trade him or not. And then his no trade clause kicked in. They didn't trade him. Now they can't. And he doesn't want to be traded. They're stuck with him. And they couldn't negotiate a deal with him, so he basically walked in free agency. We saw the Astros do this with Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman on two different ends of the spectrum. They got nothing for Alex Bregman, and he walked. They decided we're not going to let this happen with Kyle Tucker, and they moved on early. And in my mind, that's what basically this Laramie Tunsil deal boiled down to. DJ said it was a salary cap move. That's probably true. In my mind, though, this was also, we got to get something for Laramie Tunsil because Bill O'Brien screwed us so bad as an organization getting him that if he walks 2 years from now, or we can't trade him next year at the deadline or the following year at the deadline, we're screwed. And his value is not going up.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
I mean,
it's not going up, it's going down, right? He's never going to have more value than he does right now.
Yeah, but also I think there is something to it, and that's why I brought it up with DJ. I believe that we already knew, and Lance had reported about the fact that you basically had to bribe him 2 years ago or a couple years ago to play when they were out of the playoffs with a thumb injury that should have been a couple of weeks. He was 10 weeks into it, and they had to bribe him to get back on the practice field. You know, Jeremy highlighted the fact that he wouldn't even, he didn't even go over and pick up his quarterback when CJ got knocked down and everybody was coming to his defense. Like, there's been too many times that you've pointed a finger and said, what is this guy doing for being one of the highest paid left tackles, supposedly one of the best left tackles in the game? And at a certain point, when he had all the penalties, including the 8-game penalty, when they went to him, he wouldn't own it at first. He basically was deflective to say it was communication. It's a cohesiveness amongst the group. Own it, dude. You had 8 penalties.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like, okay, we're not going to do anything mid-season, especially because there was already so much being pointed at, rightfully so, the offensive line. But at a certain point at the end of the year, you already know in your heart of hearts, this ain't working and it's not worth doing for another season. So for all of the above, it's time for all of us to move in another direction.
Yeah, but I still think, I mean, even if that were not the, like, even if that were, and I don't disagree with you, but at 31 and with that, this was the best time to get out. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, look, the number was high no matter what. So I think as long as there's still multiple years on the deal, especially because of the fact that, I mean, look, he was the number one target of the entire fan base. Because everybody, when they heard offensive line, Tunsil sucks. Everybody, when they heard penalties, Tunsil sucks.
Well, Kenyon Green was the number one.
Right, but I'm just saying, overall,
I
think that no one was going to be heartbroken if you moved on from Laramie Tunsil.
No, but I mean, if you think about it, even at the deadline next season, you weren't going to get as much as you probably could right now because teams were in like, they like the Commanders, for example, they know that what he's capable of and they know what they need. And I just felt like, look, it was kind of the perfect storm. The problem is, and this is where I'm kind of half saying it and half crossing my fingers, what is the plan? I hope they have a plan, and maybe it is just moving up in the draft, and maybe it is drafting the left tackle of the future, and some of it we didn't really talk about it with DJ, but they paid Titus Howard like a left tackle. They drafted him to be a left tackle. So you know what? It's kind of time to earn your money. Go be a left tackle.
But didn't they also do the same thing with Fisher? Like they drafted Fisher to be the heir apparent, whether it be to Howard or to Tunsil. And now, a year in, do you feel comfortable and confident that he's capable and ready to take over either position?
Well, not left tackle, that's for sure.
See, that's what I'm saying.
But I'd feel more comfortable with Titus Howard at left tackle than I would Fisher. That's for sure. I think Titus Howard right now is the best offensive lineman you have.
I think you're right.
So he's got to be your left tackle.
Well, what is that saying? Because you're already the third worst offensive line in the league. Now you didn't get better. You may get worse. We're hopeful that they improve it before they start training camp in the regular season.
Yeah.
But what we don't know is
here's the thing.
How they plan on doing that. Like you said, they have to have a plan.
You didn't get better. You got worse. But how much worse could you have gotten if you're the third worst in the league? That's I think what their thought process is. If we're one of the 3 worst lines in football and we're paying this much money to Laramie Tunsil, how bad is it if we get rid of him?
Albert Breer, Monday Morning Quarterback, was the one that wrote about the borderline toxic offensive line room that sparked the Texans' overall overhaul and trades, including Laramie Tunsil. That's the one that DJ was kind of countering.
I mean, if you think about it, this is the same line 2 years ago or 2 years prior or a year prior from last season that was just a mash unit, right? It was, I think
Musical
they had
chairs,
the most
right?
combinations of starting fives of any team in the NFL 2 years ago. And with a rookie QB that barely got sacked, relatively speaking.
Well, Kendrick Green just signed, so he can't be walking back in your door, Barry.
Dang it.
He's gone.
But I mean, like, what happened? How did this O-line get worse? Something happened. Was it play calling? Was it coaching?
Now I just want to know how
all
it gets
of it?
better, because I still don't know. I think, to your point, we all want to believe that there's a plan. I stand true to what I said about I don't trust Nick drafting offensive linemen, because Patterson.
I don't disagree with you on
Patterson in the
that.
6th round turned out to be better than we thought, but he was 6th round pick. Juice Scruggs was drafted, according to many people that we've talked to and I've talked to, was drafted higher than he should have been, and he hasn't been as good as they thought he was going to be. And Kenyon Green is an absolute bust to this point in his career.
100%. Well,
so I don't trust Nick Caserio to draft linemen.
Well, I tell you what, one of the deckheads, Tony, had a great idea. And too bad Bobby Slowick's not here anymore, because I think what you could do is take a page out of Bobby Slowick's book and just use Tank Dell to block. On the
All right, we got a
interior
lot
of
of people that want to line up and get in here on a variety of this conversation. So we got a full board. We're going to get to that at the top of the hour. Barry, it's all because of you.
What?
I want to get B-Mac's thoughts on his big offensive lineman from Texas again, and the possibility that he might be an answer they're looking for, but you can't guarantee he's going to be there. Lots more to get to. Final hour of the show. It's Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
2 in the books, 1 to go. Final hour of the show on a Friday. Barry Laminack and B-Mac. Brian McDonald with you on a spirited version of the Killer Bees, the Usual Suspects edition, as Jeremy's doing some Cougs basketball, hoping the Cougs get another victory.
Cougs tonight.
Even if they don't get a victory, I hope they stay healthy, because this Juwan Roberts situation is just another in a long line of getting ready for the postseason and worrying. Maybe we'll have time to kick that around. But we've been talking about the Texans' offensive line. We got the talk started with DJ Bieniemy, who covers the Texans, giving us his insight. Now, Gary wants to get in here. He's been patient. We appreciate him. Gary, you want to talk about the O-line? What do you got?
Hey, I just want to say, I feel like a lot of Texas media has been carrying water for this O-line and for Larry Tunsil. Sorry, DJ. But, like, just to make a few points. So, Albert Breer is the person who said that the O-line room was borderline toxic. For those who don't know, the dude has a background from New England. Our GM is from where? New England. Our O-line coach is from where? New England. Our new OC has a background where? New England. It's not hard to connect those dots. Number two, we have shipped out 3 to 5 stars. We fired our offensive coordinator. We fired our O-line coach. Like, all of these things make sense. And the last point I want to make is, even if, let's say, Larry Tunsil was a good dude, Joe, you've been in locker rooms. Kenyon Green sucks. How do players respond when somebody is being played who they know is terrible because of their draft status or because the GM is trying to say things? There's a lot of things that could have led to the O-line being toxic. But for people to get on Twitter and everywhere and act like it's like a ridiculous claim when we were freaking terrible and we turned over almost the entire room, I think it's ridiculous. And not to call out DJ, but I don't think it's a crazy thing to say, like, yes, maybe it was toxic. We were terrible all year, never got better, and we blew the whole room out. So how does that not add up?
No, Gary, look, I think you make some great points. That's why I always appreciate you calling. And I know your love of general managers is also something special that I keep near to my heart. But that's exactly why I called out DJ. I love DJ, but part of the reason why I love DJ is you can have a conversation with the guy.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate that he can tell everybody that, look, he wasn't a problem in the locker room as it relates to relationships with other players. However, that doesn't translate to how it relates to the O-line room, to the coaching staff, to the O coordinator, because of the fact that as he mentioned, all those guys play into, and the moves that they made coming out of last season, I think are all indicative of something had to change. And it wasn't just one guy based on what we've seen happen.
Yeah. And again, gotta agree with Gary. The third worst O-line in football, and you just turn the whole thing over. Really, how much worse can you get? Not much.
Yeah. I mean,
you could be the second worst or the worst.
Well, Brian and Jeremy and I were talking about the fact that what's it saying when you got rid of the best player on the third worst offensive line in the National Football League? I understand that he'd been highly rated throughout his career, but basically, even though you eliminated 3/5 of your defensive line, you've only got 2 farther spots you could fall.
Yeah.
Offensive line, I mean.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting because I always view it sometimes when you talk about, especially these huge contracts that Laramie has, and I know you guys have talked about, well, he probably wants a new deal. He was probably in Nick's ear before the trade, talking about he wants a new deal because we know he's really proactive with that. But if you can be a bottom 2, bottom 3 offensive line with Laramie Tunsil, then what's he really worth to you? So you might as well get some picks, free up some cap space, and reset the market because you know he wasn't a leader on the team. When CJ would talk about the leaders on the team, Laramie's name never came up. They put the C on his chest, but it was a name only. That was kind of fake. Miscommunication caused this team so many problems with the stunts and twists for 11 weeks. He's a veteran left tackle, supposed to be one of the best guys in the league, and he can't fix it.
Man, you know what?
I brought up the captainship
That's a great
too.
point because real quick, we were talking about that on my show where I said, you know what? I don't know this because I have no clue what about blocking or Ola, none of that stuff. But that would be real interesting to know. And I would be willing to bet you that Kenyon Green got a lot of blame from the casual fan on mishaps and wide open rushers. But I'd be willing to bet you that Laramie Tunsil was on the hook for some of those miscommunications and missed assignments. And that plays.
But we're not going to blame him.
Nope.
Because he's perceived to be great.
And they're paying him too much to blame him.
Yeah, and I wish I had the audio.
Betcha.
I agree with you because I wish we had the audio, but I remember there was it might have been after the Minnesota game, maybe it was a few more weeks into the season than that. But someone asked Laramie about the miscommunication issues because D'Amico had said it at the podium, Slowick had said it at the podium, Stroud, everybody. And Tunsil just, bold-faced, like, no, we don't have any miscommunication problems. We just, we just got to get it done. Like, maybe you're some of the miscommunication. Either you're part of the miscommunication problems, or you're not being a leader in helping your bros on the other part of the offensive line fix those miscommunication issues.
No, and you bring up the captainship. We talked about that too. The fact is, some of these guys are voted on by the team, which would probably justify the fact that he was well liked in the locker room. But other guys, the coaches are going to anoint captain.
Which I think that was the case with Laramie, right?
Yeah, and to my point, what was the wide receiver that they got from New England that was Jack Easterby's guy?
Oh, Brandon Cooks.
Always at Cooks. Another one of those guys where, hey, let's try and appease him in a different way. If we make him a team captain, maybe he won't be as big of a problem, and maybe he'll turn into the leader we need him to be. I think they did a lot of this with Tunsil too, whether it was the players voted because they liked the guy or the coaches said, hey, we really need Laramie to really lead this line. Let's see if maybe this makes a difference. But they use it as a tool instead of a reward, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. No, you're exactly right. Sometimes the only way you can, tame the beast is keep him quiet. So it's very possible that all of this is true and none of it is true.
But I think it's just overall
problem.
look, and I think to
It's
all of
the
our
only
points,
problem.
we all believe that we don't know what's yet to come, and I think we all believe that they're not done by any means fixing this offensive line. But if it's only, even if they fail, there's only 2 spots they could fall to be worse than what they were a year ago. Yeah. That no one's losing any sleep over the fact that they got rid of 3/5 of their offensive line.
Here's the only concern, the only problem, though. All right, and this is the only major issue is. Yeah, so you got rid of Tunsil, and I go back to my point of Mitch Marner, thank you, whoever said it, Mitch Marner of the Leafs, and you had to do something. You can use the Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman scenarios locally, but you had to get something before you moved him or lost him or whatever. So the value was better now than it ever will be going forward. So you got a second and a third, and the whole fourth thing that was just a swap, but the concern is, yeah, you were the third worst, but you still aren't any better. And that's the concern, is you really wanted to get better in the offseason. So you're not any worse, but you're not better. And that's really what had to happen.
There's time, right? The only thing I hold out hope with is there's time. Because I'm not going to forget the fact that I don't have, as much as everybody trusts Nick, and I get it from, like I said, wide receivers and defensive backs, I don't trust his offensive line drafting.
Yeah.
I would rather him have gotten veterans and not veterans that look like, now it depends. We had Matt Miller on earlier this week, the ESPN NFL guy who really believes that Tomlinson has a lot of talent, as opposed to other people who read the numbers and know what Spot Track and everybody else says. He does not look like, after the season he had, a guy that you feel confident starting in your offensive line.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that's just scary.
Same thing with the guy they got from the Vikings.
Ingram.
Yeah, I mean, dude got bitched.
He lost his job. Yeah. They gave him 2+ years to secure that job, and he couldn't. I mean, to me, he just sounds like he was Kenyon Green in a purple outfit.
I mean, and that's right. That's the thing.
Prince Kenyon
There's
Green.
a reason why the Vikings basically revamped their entire offensive line this offseason. Now, what would be ironic is they have an 8-9 year starting veteran center that they've moved on from that's still on their roster. Watch them go get him too. Because now I'm going, okay, they needed a center, but they didn't need that kind of center. They don't need these kind of offensive linemen if they're trying to make it better.
Yeah. That's the only thing, is it's like we do all of this. You understand it, right? It's almost like, let's all forgive them for doing it and agree it was needed to be done. But when kickoff of game 1 comes and CJ Stroud takes the field and you look at the 5 guys lined up in front of him and you go, oh, crap. They're not any better. It's about to be 17 games of the same thing.
Don't we feel like
another year
gone? Like, we obviously the conversation on the tackles with Fisher and Titus is different, but doesn't it feel like on the interior offensive line we just replaced Kenyon Green with Kenyon Greens in different uniforms,
or a slightly older Kenyon Green?
It's just like, it's just Kenyon Green by a different name.
Yeah.
Now, do you have faith that you got a big Texas? I mentioned that you get the big Texas lineman that Lance has them moving up to get.
Yeah.
But do you have faith that are there even going to be linemen that are going to be drafted, that are going to be available when the Texans draft, or do they have to make a move? And do you feel confident they can get someone like that for their offensive line?
I don't think Kelvin Banks makes it to 25. No, like in the draft or the mock draft that Lance had him selecting him, he had him moving up 9 spots to 16.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't see the Texans. I don't see Caserio making this sort of move.
Here's the thing. He's already proven when it comes to the draft, he's a bit of a gunslinger. That's
100%.
how they ended up with CJ and Will Anderson Jr. And this is why I said I think that he has a plan, because he said, you know what? We got to move on from Tunsil. Value is highest now. He goes out and gets a second and a third, right? A pick swap for a fourth, or they swap fourths and they move on. Maybe the thought is we could probably move up to 16 or get in range for that kid with a second and a third, maybe throw in one of our extra
I don't think
draft
they'd get up
picks.
that much.
They probably don't, but he's got it in his pocket if he needs it now. So you're basically parlaying Laramie Tunsil into that pick.
I think you
And that
basically
might be the
you give
plan.
up your first and a future whatever second or third.
But if that's if that's the case, and you think that kid's your left tackle of the future, and you're looking at it and you're thinking, all right, this next team on the board is a team that is probably going to go left tackle, then you go, okay, we're drafting what is their pick?
25.
All right, we'll give you 25, the Commanders' second round pick and the fourth round pick we got from them.
I think it's too much, but I think
But
to your
somebody's
point,
taking it.
Look,
and you've got to get a left tackle of the future. And if you believe wholeheartedly that's him, I think
it also
you do
makes
it,
sense
you
simply
do it for
because
CJ Stroud.
with Lance's deal, it's with a team you've dealt with before, because that's how you made the Will Anderson Jr. trade.
Because then the other thing is now you move Titus Howard to left for one season. You take that kid, you put him at right for a season. If he needs it, if you find out in camp he's going to need a season for seasoning, and then you can make that move again. But if not, maybe you just plug him in and let him go. But at least the move is made, and you really didn't lose anything because you got rid of Tunsil. You got rid of the problems you felt like you had, and that was the plan all along. So that's why I say I really hope that this is the case, and maybe Nick Caserio is playing chess, and we're all thinking he's playing checkers.
I just don't like the idea of banking on the draft, because you never know where runs are going to happen. I mean, Joey mentioned we had Matt Miller on earlier in the week. He said this was a bad draft class for offensive linemen, so maybe that means the teams that need offensive linemen sees like, okay, this run's going to end quickly. So they move them up because they know the run's going to, or the well of offensive linemen is going to dry up rather quickly, especially at tackle, like what Kelvin Banks plays. And then maybe they're not even there at 16.
But
maybe
that doesn't
Kelvin
matter.
Banks is done
If
earlier.
you start the run, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just
You got to start it. Otherwise, it's a very
It's just
risky
a gamble.
move that you passed on so many guys that could have made you better.
But if you're drafting 25th, this team is already pretty much loaded. I mean, defensively, this team is set. I would say the only thing they really have a pressing need at besides O-line is maybe a 2 at receiver, at least for the coming season until you get Tank Dell back, if he's ever going to be the same again, right? I mean, I know they got Christian Kirk. Miss me with that. We'll talk about that later. But
I think Christian Kirk's pretty decent.
I do too.
yeah, if
He's a decent two.
if he plays more than 12 games. But I think you're just going for it. At this point, you're just saying, look, we know what our problem is. We'll start the run. Because if it is that weak, at least we know if we start the run, that's not our problem.
But you have
And
to start,
I'm willing to
you
move
have
up.
to start the run.
Yeah.
And that's the gamble you take, because to Brian's point, it's an incomplete science, and you can't predict what you don't know with the other teams. And if there's other movement and people all, I had the same thought you do and want to move up to start the run, you run the risk of falling short and getting the guy or guys that make you better as an offensive line.
Unless you just overpay a little. And is CJ Stroud protection worth overpaying a little? I think so.
It is, but I mean, you could argue they overpaid when they went and got Will Anderson. I just don't want to make it a history of overpaying, because then
Was it worth
eventually
it,
you
though?
run out of assets.
Well,
but you also realize, and Jeremy always makes the argument, you could have had Laporta, you could have had the running back from
But you
Detroit.
got to be able to afford all those cats too. And that, to DJ's point, you're about to get your a starting left tackle in the NFL for 5 seasons on a rookie contract, while CJ Stroud is finishing out his rookie contract. They'll overlap a little bit, but you got to strike while the iron is hot. That defense is a Super Bowl caliber defense. You've got to do something now.
I get it. But the most important thing you can do is strengthen an offensive line to protect your number one asset,
Which is
CJ
why
Stroud.
you make the move.
But one offensive lineman drafted in the first round, if you trade up to get him, doesn't solve the problem.
Right. But so think about it this way. if you're not really overpaying on draft picks because you don't even know if they hit, right? And it's draft picks you got for a guy you got rid of. It's a sec. And I'm just assuming you just use those picks plus yours because you're saying you probably don't even need to do that. But let's just say you move into the top 10 and literally overpay for your guy. But the whole point is to protect the most important asset in your franchise, which is CJ Stroud, something you could not do last year. So in my opinion, it is 1,000% worth overpaying for. So you send what you got for Tunstall plus your first round pick to make sure that you can do that. If you truly believe that he's the man, if he's the best O lineman in the draft, then you do that. Because what happens now is come next season, the season after this, you've freed up some money. Some contracts have expired, and now you can afford to pay for other offensive linemen, either bring them in as a free agent, or maybe you've drafted some more offensive linemen, but you've got some money freed up now to continue.
I just don't want to go through this for another year. I don't want to throw it away and say, we're going to take these two veterans and one kid in the draft and say, we're good, we're done, and we're going to be okay. Because you're not going to be okay, and CJ might not be okay if you do that.
Well, you're about 1/5 of the way there, so you've got some work to do.
That's what
the
I'm
only
saying.
problem.
I understand. We all agree there's work to do. But that one draft, trading up and getting the one guy does not make the rest of that line. And we don't even know how he's going to be in his first year.
Yeah, I mean, I like Kelvin Banks. He's not a savior. Right?
What would you do?
He's not Joe Thomas.
So if not, what would you do? What's the plan then? Because you can't unring the bell.
I kind of
right?
mentioned
you can't
it, but I'm fearful
of
the best plan that could have been laid is already gone. The ship has already sailed because you didn't make the move in time to basically handpick the veterans that you could have gotten in free agency, and you also would have had to overpay them, and you have to free up that money. So that option is gone. I don't think that there are going to be trades, that they're going to be knocking down people's doors. Now, around the draft, a lot of things can happen, and maybe you can find a veteran or two that teams are moving on from it the same way they got Shaq Mason a couple years ago, and say, I can make at least one move there to make myself better. So you draft a kid, you trade for a kid, or you trade for a veteran, and then you're still looking at holes that need to be filled or question marks on that line, including the guys they just brought in.
But drafting and trading is two completely different buckets of money that they don't have right now. I mean, we just established you've got to build this O-line through the draft because they don't have money. And that's why I'm saying
I don't agree that you have to do it that way.
Well, they don't have any money. If that's the case, then I mean, you just picked up extra assets for a guy you moved on from. So to me, you shoot your shot. I don't think now is the time to get conservative and be like, well, we'll just hang back and get what we get. That's really not going to cut it. If you think you're going to make CJ Stroud mad going for it, imagine how pissed he's going to be if you lay back in the cut.
See, but and Brian, I don't know how you feel, but my big thing is I don't think you can run the risk of going into next season like that because you're putting CJ at risk long term again, because he could get hurt, he could get beat up yet again. And if he goes through 2 seasons of this kind of stress pressure and the clock in his head running out way too soon, that you end up damaging him for the rest of his career. You agree or disagree?
No, sorry. I thought Barry was about to jump in. Yeah, I do share your concern that, like, look, this is not a David Carr situation, but two more years
but
of
it could be.
2 more years of it. Could it be?
Yes.
Yeah. So, but the problem is, as you kind of laid out, Joel, like, I agree with Barry that they should be aggressive to go after offensive lineman draft. Maybe that means trading a third that you got in the Laramie deal to move up a few spots. That's fine. But, I mean, unless they're planning to go out there and spend, half of their picks on offensive linemen and then get so lucky as to hit on all of them, like, I just don't see the path to being able to improve their offensive line off of what it was last year with just what they have in the draft.
That
like,
scares me.
Unless you're able to trade for a veteran like the Bears did with Joe Thuney, and then add that to a guy you get in the draft, preferably first round, then you can talk me into, okay, this offensive line could improve, new play caller, new offensive line coach. You add a couple of high-level pieces to it with the trade in the draft, then maybe it could get better. But what we're looking at right now, I don't see a path for this offensive line to prove to go into next year.
That scares the hell out of me. The only thing that I have hope in is the fact that we haven't even got to the draft yet, so that there are still viable ways that you can make this line better what they've done so far has done nothing to impress me. In fact, in a lot of ways, it's made me worry even more. We're going to take a break. We've got a couple calls lined up on the board. We can continue this conversation. If you want to join in, 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us up on social media. Barry, Brian, and myself till 6 o'clock. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
My buddy was trying to be funny and said that he wanted to call in the show. So I gave him the Highway to Hell's phone number and said, good luck. And then he said it wasn't me. And I said, well, then try 713 eat something else. And he didn't catch on. So I finally said, I'll give you the real number in a half hour.
That's hilarious.
All right. Keith wants to get in here. And so does Philip. We're going to get him in one at a time. Keith's been waiting the longest. Keith, you want to get in here on the conversation? What's up, my man?
Hey, guys, love the show. Always love calling in when Barry's, subbing in. Two quick questions. 2 to 3 years ago, the Los Angeles Angels used every single draft pick on a pitcher. I think it's very realistic that the Texans could use all 7 draft picks on offensive line. What do you think about that? Second question, a comedy question for Barry as always. What do you think of Conan O'Brien at the Oscars a couple weeks ago? Thanks, guys.
Why don't you take Conan before we continue our conversation?
Man, I'd love to answer that, but I don't watch the Oscars.
Oh, Lisa, because at least he used to cover him. Well, Granado was there.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Granado got on the camera.
He sure
I did
did.
see that.
And so did
Yeah.
Wendy, his wife.
Man, I'm a Conan fan, but I'm not an Oscars fan. I don't do award shows.
Lisa's a
not
Conan
my,
fan, and
Not
she liked
my
him.
thing. Was he funny?
He was pretty good.
Yeah, unfortunately, Keith, it's not my thing. I thought you were going to ask me about maybe a new special that dropped. I just watched a couple of them. Yeah, man. Sorry, can't.
Okay. To his second point, I just think it's unrealistic. I think that you might see multiple offensive linemen picked with their picks, but they need another receiver. What they have isn't, no matter who they signed, Barrios and other guys, no matter what they've done so far, I still think that they need a number 3. And we were just talking about infusing the offensive line with youth. But I think that because you are so uncertain about Tank Dell, that's why I've wanted them to use the first round pick on Egbuka. But even if you don't go that route, we talked about this and Matt Miller backed it up. There might not be the Marvin Harrisons and the go-to number 1s at the top of this draft at the wide receiver position, but it's a deep draft for wide receiver where second, third round, you might be able to get a wide receiver that can help you.
Yeah, and although interestingly, it's one of those things where what's the draft for, right? It's to fill in holes. It's to
Get better,
provide
get younger.
depth, to get younger, and now
cheaper.
And
cheaper.
I was going to say in 2025 in the modern NFL, it's also to get good players with cap friendly deals. And one of the things that I think is interesting to Keith's point is, you've got 5 slots to fill. You're set at least 1. So you've really got 4 slots to fill. And I'm not saying you do it in all 7 rounds, but it's an interesting exercise to think, what if you just did the first 4 rounds? What if you just went O-line your first 4 rounds?
First of all, it's got to be a deep enough draft that you can do that you feel comfortable with it.
Yeah.
And then, like we said, it's a crapshoot to know that the guys you're targeting are going to be available to do that.
Yeah. But I'm just saying,
I think that don't want to force value on, you know what I mean? Like,
right?
like maybe the way the draft ebbs and flows in rounds, maybe there's a run before you in the second round. Maybe there's a run before you in the third round. It doesn't make sense there.
Yeah.
But on the flip side of that, you look at how many really outstanding offensive line in this league have come from 5th, 6th, 7th round picks.
Yeah.
So
Not
it is
tackle, though.
possible.
Not tackle,
But tackle is more of a premium position that's nowadays drafted premium.
Yeah, guard and center,
premium
you're
in the
right,
draft.
but not tackle.
And all it takes for this draft is 1. I mean, let's be honest. All it takes is for them to hit on 1 O-lineman in this draft to significantly improve from where they were last year.
But you took a high pick. You used a high pick on Fisher last year as a tackle. And so far, he hasn't shown me that I should have a ton of confidence in him.
Right. But if you think about it, they have 4 slots to fill to get better, right? If we're excluding Titus Howard.
I think Titus Howard's your best offensive lineman, so he'll be there somewhere.
So you've got to get better. I think we all agree in 4 slots. Whether Howard's going to be on the left side or the right side, he's playing one of the tackle positions.
But Fisher can also get better just by maturing and getting better internally.
Sure. But you still need to get better at 4 spots. You don't know what these other guys that they've traded for, brought in are going to do, but I think the risk is worth it. But if you hit on one of these, then you've improved your O-line by 25% going into this season. That's pretty significant.
But you don't really, because you had Titus last year. If you hit on an offensive lineman, you're just replacing what Laramie was, but obviously getting cheaper and younger. So you're not really improving. You're just kind of getting back closer to where you were last year on the overall talent base.
You're factoring coaching, different coach, different system.
That's a good point.
They might run a different scheme.
Well,
but at the same time, you're right.
improving where you're at right now, I guess.
Yeah, you're improving where you're at right now. Like, I get Keith's point. Like, when you have a position need, throw as many things up against the wall, see what sticks. But like Joel pointed out, there's need a receiver. I would argue there's still a need for depth at defensive tackle.
Running back.
Second running back. I just don't. I'd like to be able to throw as many things against the wall and hopefully find a couple, but I don't see that being a realistic possibility. I could see them drafting 2 offensive linemen. I don't see them drafting any more than that, though.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. So Philip wants to get in here before we turn it over at the bottom of the hour on Tunsil and the O-line. Philip, what's going on?
Hey, guys, I'll try to be brief. My issue with Laramie isn't that he's a good player. Is that he's paid to be a great player with all the assets they gave up and the salary. And to me, and I'm just speaking in generalities here, let's say scale of 1 to 10. Let's say he's a 10 at pass blocking, but a 4 at run blocking, right? Well, I'm perfectly okay saving some cap space and going out and getting a guy that's a 6 at both and getting consistency and giving up some of that pass blocking for more of a balanced, reliable, predictable result. I feel like if you have any of your 5 linemen, if they're really bad at something, the team's going to exploit it as a weakness. And you know, where the hole is, everything's going to follow. As we noticed, a lot of the pass rush went up the middle this year against us as a weak spot. Maybe that helped Laramie out because teams knew where the revolving door was. But the way I also think about this, too, is I'm reserving my judgment because it's a long way to go. And we remember how we got Laramie, right? We had Matt Khalil in camp, and he struggled and struggled and struggled. And then Bill O'Brien panicked and paid top of the market dollars for a premium tackle. I don't think that Caserio is going to panic, but he could do a similar move and go out and give up a future second and go get a legitimate, competent starter if there's somebody that just can't handle it after going through camp and trying to coach him up, and it's just not happening like with Matt Khalil. But they don't have to go out and get Laramie Tunsil, who's close to an extension and in his prime and top of the line left tackle. They can just get a competent guy to shore up the position for 1 or 2 years. And I do think they'll pick up a couple guys in the draft. Maybe they'll get lucky. Maybe they won't.
Appreciate the call, Philip. Look, I don't disagree with a lot of what Philip said, but here's my thing. Overall, I really agree with him on what he said about you're paying left tackle pricing, right? But he's been overpaid, in my opinion. I don't care what the numbers say. I think first and foremost, he got overpaid because Bill O'Brien overpaid him the minute they traded for him
100%.
because he didn't get the extension as part of the trade.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
And then, yeah, it does matter, Bill, because you didn't get the extension as part of the trade. Then Tunsil, without an agent, was able to basically get a blank check or basically say, or I'll walk and you'll look like Dookie because of the fact that you didn't do what you were supposed to do. So now you got to pay me what I want. So now twice the organization has paid him as one of, if not the top left tackle in the game. And what you got in return was a guy you had to bribe to practice in a season where you weren't going to the playoffs, where you didn't pick up your quarterback when you were partly responsible. You didn't take blame when you had 8 penalties in a game. You have not carried yourself, regardless of anything else, like a guy that's worthy of being paid as much as he was making by this franchise. So I was tired of him. I was tired of him. I was tired of the antics. I was tired of the shtick as opposed to the real, straightforward, just do your damn job and act like a leader type stuff. So that's why I was fine with them moving on. My biggest concern lies in how do you replace him and how do you fix this offensive line? Because we all know going into the offseason, the number one biggest priority for this team was fix the offensive line. So far, we've seen addition by subtraction, but what they've added in the meantime hasn't made me feel better about the situation.
I don't disagree with you. I don't feel good about it. Because like you said, he I don't think he was earning his money.
No.
Yeah. And it's tough, man. it makes you wonder again, it makes me wonder why, but it also makes me wonder what, right? Why did they do it? What is the plan? And what are they what's this going to look like when game 1 rolls around? Because if this is it, plus a draft pick or 2, Joel, it's unless we're just severely underestimating the moves, bro.
But because you keep saying it and I keep thinking it, and I think we've all wanted to believe it. There's a plan. There was a method to this madness in doing what they've done to get us to this point. But right now, we're not seeing the end game. We're not seeing what they hopefully have seen. And the fear I have is maybe they didn't have the plan that I thought that they were going to have, and we're going to start the season with these guys in an offensive line room, hoping to God that new coaches and a new scheme and these guys are able to do more than what those guys a year ago were supposed to do.
I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe this is one of those scheme related things, right? I'm just throwing darts here. Maybe it's one of those things where, man, all of these guys in the right scheme is going to be magic, right? Like zone blocking is like, oh man, you get these guys in, because zone blocking is just like hit the closest guy to you, and you just get these guys out here and let them hit the closest guy to them, and they're going to be fantastic because these guys were just in the wrong scheme.
Well,
I don't know.
But to your guys' point, they had to chip constantly with a tight end and or a second running back. So
Tank Dell.
Essentially, if you're going to have to do that, God, don't ever say that again.
They did.
But that was 2 years ago. But I'm just saying.
They did it last year too.
But for the most part, it was
had a
tight end and
aneurysm
running back that was focused on trying to pick up the slack of a less than offensive line. So whether it was coming internally through the twists and the stunts, or whether you have to focus now more on the outside left or outside right because of the switches that you made and the elimination of guys on your line, you still had to do it. If you have to do it again, it's still possible. It just doesn't make me feel very good.
No. I'm with you. I'm with you. And there's still free agents out there, but they don't have the money. So I don't know. Who knows, man?
All right. So we got one segment to go before the car wreck of the day. Brian's already been nominated. There's plenty of room for other people to be nominated if you want to get in on a car wreck of the day. But we've got Who Said It, the game that sweeps America, and maybe with a new teammate that I can continue my hot streak against BMAC. Who Said It comes up next. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. You guys are blowing it, Brian. All right, Brian. I actually enjoy the game. Jeremy hates it, but we've actually done better lately.
Because you've taken over more.
I kind of have. I'm not
Now,
going to disagree with
is
that.
there a danger of a poor performance from Barry here ruining your
There's
friendship?
always a danger of poor performance from me.
Okay, well.
Ruining the friendship.
Not driving or sex life. We're talking about who said it.
I just figured,
Yeah.
there's always a danger of
So
poor performance.
basically, I couldn't do worse than I've already had to deal with previously. So I can either blame Barry if it sucks and we lose,
Or you take credit for
or I
carrying
take
him if-
credit
yeah.
again, have help from Barry, and basically tell Jeremy,
Wait.
You know, you weren't.
So is it us versus him?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because he knows the answers we don't.
It's on, Trick.
Let's go.
All right. Quote number 1. They're only a 4-point favorite against Texas. I love A&M today. -4. I think they're going to be hyped. Rodney Terry teams are just, they got a little rascally yesterday as well. I just like A&M better than Texas in this one. And 4 seems like a relatively small number.
So I don't think. Who knows? First of all, you got to go by elimination. Now Dell would know Rodney Terry. Dell would know college basketball.
So we can eliminate Paul.
See, that's what I think. I think we eliminate Paul.
But
this usually just turns into an insult of what people do and do not know.
I mean, the way he said it with his voice sounded like Paul, but we can eliminate Paul.
Right, because Paul only cares
Doesn't
about
know.
football and then
Granado
pretends to know
doesn't
everything
know.
else. Yeah. He doesn't really know. He just pretends. Or does he?
What?
See,
Paul?
It's Texas, so would Paul know the Texas schools?
See, it to me like the way the verbiage and everything he said made me think of Paul, but then
Can I have it
don't
one more
know.
time, Brian?
Yeah, we'll have to be quick, but
Yeah.
I'll give it to you one more time here. They're only a 4-point favorite against Texas. I love A&M today. -4. I think they're going to be hyped. Rodney Terry teams are just, they got a little rascally yesterday as well. I just like A&M better than Texas in this one. And 4 seems like a relatively small number.
God, that sounds like Paul. It really does. Doesn't it? It's just, man, that
I'm
sounds like
stuck
Paul.
here, but
yeah.
I'm going to trust my teammate, Brian.
Oh, no.
I'm going to go
don't
against the
don't
odds,
put that
and
evil
I'm
on
gonna
me,
say,
Ricky Bobby.
I'm going to say Barry says Paul.
They're only a 4-point favorite against Texas. I love A&M today. -4. I think they're going to be hyped.
You shouldn't have trusted.
Rodney Terry teams.
And
are
I
just-
said,
what?
I thought it was between the two morning show guys. I may not have got. So
you would have said
who
Granado or
eventually did say it?
That was Lance.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I heard them both talking, but okay, yeah. So I would have said John, so it's fine.
Oh,
All right. You're off the hook, Barry.
You're lucky. I
Thank
wouldn't do that.
You
to the other
got
guy.
you got 4 more though.
I thought you were going to say
yourself.
Dell.
No, but Dell would know college basketball. But go ahead.
All right. Quote number 4.
I'm just
No,
going to say
2.
Paul for every
Quote
answer.
number 2.
Yeah,
I was going to go
what
Paul.
did I say?
4.
Oh, my bad. Quote number 2. People have gone too far with the dogs. Honestly, if we want to make Texas again, people got to start bringing their horses out and about. You know, hitch. Maybe not when it's 100 degrees outside because I don't think there's covered horse parking. But it would be nice if we could have more horses out and about in public and less dogs.
What the hell was that?
See? Again, I think he's trying to, now he's setting us up. Now see he's
Which he
playing
does do.
psychological games. Yeah, he's playing psychological
So I
games.
hear Paul in that one.
Yeah, because Paul's a big cat guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, my first inclination is Paul. Because that's also a diatribe that I don't know that I would hear Granado or
Lance say?
Yeah.
Dell might say that.
He might.
You think?
He might.
Jeremy wouldn't say that, right? It
Well,
wouldn't
Jeremy's not eligible.
Okay, he wouldn't be on this.
No.
Okay. So it would just be so it's just going to be between these 4 all the time?
It's going to be between
Yeah,
Dell.
you got 25% chance on every one of them.
I hear Paul.
Yeah, I'm going to go Paul.
Paul.
Yeah.
People have gone too far with the dogs. Honestly, if we want to make Texas again, people got to start bringing their horses out and about.
He tried to trick us.
Oh, he always does. He's
Yeah.
also
How was I
dirty.
trying to trick
Because
you?
we went
He's
Paul
dirty as
first
hell.
one.
He
Yeah.
floats like a.
Yeah.
The order is preset. Like I'm not changing these on the
Oh,
fly.
sure.
All right.
Right.
Believe what you want to believe. All right. Quote number 3. Quote number 3. Settle down. All right. Quote number 3. Yeah, I'm a big Kristen Bell fan. I'm not huge on blondes, but she's good. Well, who cares? Her acting ability. I like her acting ability.
Paul or Dell, right? I don't know. Would Lance say this?
That's either Granado or Dell.
You think Granado knows who Kristen Bell is?
Yeah. That's either Granado or Dell. My first instinct was Dell. Yeah, that was my first instinct.
Now now I'm already in another difficult situation. Do I normally it's
I told
Jeremy
you it's going to test the friendship.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
One more time, please.
Yeah, I'm a big Kristen Bell fan. I'm not huge on blondes, but she's good. Well, who cares? Her acting ability. I like her acting ability.
I like it. Dell.
No, I'm a big Kristen Bell fan. I'm not huge on blondes, but she's good. Who cares? Her acting ability. I like her acting ability.
All right. Need the next two to win.
Thanks, Brian.
Quote number 4.
Yeah, thanks, Brian.
Friendship on the line.
Yeah. Thanks, Barry.
All right. Quote number 4.
You got final say. You can override me anytime. You said either
Trust
Dell,
is greatly overrated.
Wait. He told you he was going to blame you right at the start,
said
though.
Dell or Paul. So
You were wrong either way.
Yeah, I said Dell.
Don't let details like that get in the way of my anger at missing one.
And you said Dell or Paul, so we both had to say, get out of here.
All right.
Scram.
We got 2 more.
All right.
2 more.
That's
Here we go.
gutsy on Lance going against his wife with the little flirtation.
I think that's why he cut
That's why
himself
he goes,
off there.
"Oh,
No, acting ability.
I like her acting abilities.
All right.
Abilities.
Quote
I like
4.
both
Quote
of her
4.
acting abilities.
I think we are seeing. I don't think we're appreciating Alpy. Alpy is Alpy is why this team is where it is today. Alpy is why this team has a chance to. I don't know that I think they can go to the Western Conference Finals. I don't know that they can get through Oklahoma City, but the reason is Alpy.
Man,
that was me.
Yeah, I don't think this.
That was Barry on deck.
Yeah, that was Barry. Yeah, 100%.
Who thinks the Rockets can get to the Western Conference Finals, but they're not sure they get through OKC?
Well, John drinks a lot, so.
But John knows a lot. John knows basketball, and he kind of knows Tillman.
That is 100%.
I told you this just turns into an insult.
That take was sponsored
John
by
knows
Coors
a lot.
Light.
And isn't John not drinking? Oh, John's back drinking.
Yeah.
Well, one's not over, is it?
That.
But did he drink at the golf tournament?
Well, the golf tournament was Fat Tuesday. He could drink.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Lent started the day after.
I feel like that take was sponsored by Coors Light. Lots of them. No.
One more time, Brian.
I think we are seeing. I don't think we're appreciating Alpy. Alpy is Alpy is why this team is where it is today. Alpy is why this team has a chance to. I don't know that they. I think they can go to the Western Conference Finals. I don't know that they can get through Oklahoma City. But the reason is Alpy. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get through.
You're such a jerk. You're such a jerk for reading the stutter.
It's
Oh, he does it
verbatim.
every week. Yeah,
I
he
gotta
does it.
read
He
it
does it every week.
verbatim.
You're such. You can
Now I know
eliminate
John
all of
hates
that.
Jalen Green.
You can eliminate
No,
all. You're all
because then they would call me Bush League for editing and taking the context out. I was trying
This
so
guy,
hard to keep
he's
a
not
straight
helping.
face while Barry was
He is
dying.
so not helping at
You're
all.
doing that on purpose.
Yes.
You're like.
You want me to say you want to hear it again?
I was fighting so hard not to laugh that whole time.
I'm sorry.
And you're
all right.
normally pretty good with the straight face too.
Yeah, to the very end.
John.
I think we are seeing. I don't think we're appreciating Alpy.
Now we got a shot.
Presented by
Alpy
Coors
is
Light.
Alpy is why this team is where it is today. Alpy is why this team has a chance to. I don't know that they. I think they can go to the Western Conference Finals. I don't know that they can get through Oklahoma City, but the reason is Alpy.
So was I wrong?
No.
The quote was right. Yeah. All right. 2-2.
I'll have another.
You're never going to work in this
Seriously.
station again.
When he puts the Jake Asman curse on you, when he comes at you that hard, look out.
All right.
Johnny's the reason I don't have a job. It was my last interview when I got fired.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, we
I
really
haven't
got
told you
to
that
speed
story.
through.
Yeah, we got to go.
All right. Quote number 5 for the win. But the Colts are a competent quarterback away from being a legitimate contender for this division. That's really what it is. But they still don't have legitimate quarterback, so no worries there. And that goes for the rest of the AFC South. So as long as CJ doesn't lose a finger because of getting beat up in the first 8 games of the year, the Texans should be fine again.
So Lance is Ballard's boy, but Lance, it sounded a lot like Lance first glance.
We've had 2 Lance quotes.
Have we?
Yep. You've had 2
Yeah,
Lance
we've had
quotes,
2
a
Lance.
John quote, and a Paul
Well,
quote.
there's not that many to choose from anymore.
I'm going to go Ringo. John, Paul, Lance. I'm going to go Ringo.
We're up against it, Brian. Can you please do it one more time quickly?
But the Colts are a competent quarterback away from being a legitimate contender for this division. But that's really what it is. But they still don't have a legitimate quarterback, so no worries there. And that goes for the rest of the AFC South. So as long as CJ doesn't lose a finger because of getting beat up in the first 8 games of the year, the Texans should be fine again.
I say Dell.
I can hear Lance saying, as long as CJ doesn't lose a finger.
You think so?
I think I could hear. I understand. I can hear Dell.
I'm only saying Dell because he hasn't been chosen yet.
Oh well, you're not helping me there.
Okay.
Because Brian can get he's liable to go all 5 1 week on one person. Oh, 4 and 5.
I've done it before. Well, I went 4-1, but
well then don't listen to me. You're go well.
It's Dell or Lance, and then I'm going Lance 3 times.
Yeah.
If we go Lance, I've deferred to you twice and you screwed it up.
And
so
I've been wrong every time.
You want
so
the
you
hat
call
trick?
it. Nope, you call it.
No,
not doing that to me, buddy. It's your show. You call it. Flip a coin.
I don't have one. So I say Lance, you say Dell.
Yeah. Come on.
we really do got to go.
Yeah.
Lance.
Look, the Colts are a competent quarterback away from being a legitimate contender for this division. That's really what it is. But they still don't have a legitimate quarterback, so no worries there. And that goes for the rest of the
Why
AFC
did I
South,
just
so.
do that so I could blame him anyway?
CJ doesn't.
Shut up, Barry. Hey, we'll be back after this. It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Suck it.
Oh. Car wreck of the day. I see one literally that Barry's showing me. This one, guys, caught my attention. Not sure I believe it. Maybe you won't either. The Utica Comets. It's a hockey team. Okay. They issued a tweet and a press release that said that they had traded Will McKinnon. What makes this interesting, not just trading a player because it's minor league hockey, is the general manager that traded Will McKinnon was his dad.
Oh.
He was the general manager of the team and his dad, and he shipped his ass to Cleveland.
Oh. Like, bye-bye.
What kind of Thanksgiving dinner is that going to be?
Awkward.
Yeah.
Oh, man. My car wreck of the day is not knowing when St. Patrick's Day is.
That would be Brian
It's
McDonald.
Tuesday,
Yes,
right?
sir.
It's Tuesday, right?
In your book, you'll still be
Negatory.
wearing green on
I
Tuesday.
will wear green on Tuesday.
I hope the hell you go out Tuesday night all decked out with shamrocks. Where's the green beer at? They're like, get out of here, weirdo. You're still drunk.
They'll still have it.
They probably
Can
will.
you see BMAC doing the fighting Notre Dame thing?
I cannot see me doing it.
No, and the green tuxedo and the top hat.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
So what's winning? Either the GM that traded his kid or BMAC?
I think I'd probably win, unfortunately.
Oh, bless your heart.
You get to break the tie, Barry.
I'll go BMAC.
BMAC wins.
Hey, I won something.
There you go. And I didn't. Dang it.
Yeah.
I lost. Who said it? All right, you guys have a great weekend. Appreciate Barry as always.
Thanks for
being
having me,
late,
boys.
but better late than never.
Oh,
have a great weekend. We'll talk to you again on Monday. Jeremy will be back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.